Chapter 1383 Different. He found that being able to embrace Eska was quite a wonderful feeling. She was a woman in every sense of the word, and there wasn't the slightest bit of imperfection in her. Ryu had called Mei's newfound master the perfect woman, but he had never said that she was the only one he knew. In fact, one such perfect woman had her legs and arms wrapped around him right this moment, riding the waves of his lust. When he had finally vented all the emotions in his heart, Ryu looked deeply into Eska's eyes. Though they were a bit hazy, they still carried the same loftiness, as though she could exit this room right this moment and be well prepared to lead a nation into war. It was the kind of look that almost made him drift away again, but this time he managed to control himself. "Lord husband, you are very different from what I remember," Eska uttered softly, her voice akin to orchids gently waving in the wind. Ryu smiled, but this only surprised Eska more. Ryu had never smiled at her before. In fact, whenever they embraced one another like this, the both of them were quite cold and detached. One would have never guessed that they were husband and concubine, and some might even make the assumption that Eska was some sort of escort. Though, of course, this idea would be thrown out the moment they saw her beauty and elegance. Such a woman could play any man she wanted to in the palm of her hands. Why would she have to sell her body, when a king might very well sell his kingdom if he thought he had a chance to just touch her once? "Do you prefer the old me?" Ryu asked. Eska paused, not answering immediately. She looked at Ryu with a deep gaze, as though trying to see through something. But even after several moments, she didn't have an answer. Just when Ryu thought that she wouldn't answer at all, her faintly pink lips, akin to the first blossom of her immortal sakura, parted. "Yes," she said lightly. Another man might be hurt by such a word, but Ryu only smiled more boldly. He seemed to feel that Eska had something more to say, and that he was very much correct about. "It was much easier for me to separate things before. Now it's not so easy." Ryu suddenly laughed. "Does that mean that the mighty immortal Sakura sky god is falling for a junior like me?" Surprisingly, Eska blushed slightly, looking away. Ryu had never seen such a look from this stoic and well-kept woman, but he felt that maybe it made sense. Just because he, himself, had a great love for women with arrogant bearings and empress-like demeanors, didn't mean that Eska liked the same in her male counterparts. She very well might like this version of Ryu far more than any other. At the same time, though, Ryu had to be open and honest with himself. If such a thing could happen in one direction, then it could very well happen in the opposite too. Elsa was his life partner, so there was no need to worry. Elena and Yana, however, they had fallen in love with a very particular version of himself. He pondered if those feelings would still be the same. Ryu's grin faded into a light smile. If there was one thing that hadn't changed about him, it was his arrogance and his confidence. So what if they felt differently? Didn't that just mean he had to court them again? He coughed slightly when he had this thought. The last time he had tried to court a woman. Well, Elena's ceremony had been quite a wake-up call for Ryu, who was quite used to women just falling into his lap. There's always room to learn, Ryu thought and nodded to himself. He would definitely refine his skills in time for his wives. Eska recovered from her blush and almost flushed again. When had she ever had such a reaction before? She couldn't remember. How ridiculous, she was better than this. Ryu rolled to Eska's side and pulled her into his arms. She was a bit startled, but she settled into his chest quite naturally, happy to be able to hide her face, her heart beating rapidly. It was hard to believe that such a thing was actually happening to her, but she managed to more quickly recover her composure this time. "Lord husband, there are still important matters to talk about." After saying this, Eska returned to her natural element. Indeed, she had been about to say something important, but then Ryu kissed her and hours flashed by in a flash. She hadn't gotten to say what she wanted to. "Right, you were saying something important." Ryu nodded, his expression becoming more serious. "Is this matter truly resolved?" "It's a bit." Eska hesitated. Originally, Mai and Icemine's plans were to be captured and brought to the ninth heaven. During the trip, we would find a chance to slip away because making it across the divide is a bit difficult without a lot of resources. But now, Ah, so Ice Mine wasn't actually talking nonsense. You allowed yourselves to be captured. Ryu nodded. Yes, mostly. The inheritance that we received makes us quite good at escaping, and we also gain great benefits for being of one body. We can currently, quite confidently, escape from even Dao Lords. But if we have protection from your ancestor. Ryu shook his head. Don't rely on him. He is only protecting me for 10 years to close the karma between us and ease his bottleneck into the Dao God realm. Even if he knows you are my woman, he won't lift a finger to help you. Eska's gaze flashed with understanding. This explained quite a lot. It was no wonder the Tatsuya clan of Sacrum had landed in such a sorry state. Their ancestors didn't care to defend them. Chapter 1384 Separate. Well, for now, they probably won't dare to do anything. In fact, it might be even better if you appeared so that they could know that you were also tied to me. Eska's gaze flickered. The Ryu she knew probably wouldn't do this, but he seemed to be far more flexible now. In the past, he would have directly ignored the existence of Primus and come up with his own plans as though the latter didn't exist. Eska could sense the hatred Ryu had for Primus, but he still spoke of using him without a care in the world. It was an odd dichotomy that was hard to properly pin down. Ryu had indeed changed. Half of his Dao was perfect to use in manipulating people and the situation. If he was the court minister or a chancellor of an empire, he would probably be unstoppable without raising his fist even once. But until now, he had completely ignored this portion of his Dao as though it was worthless. Well, not entirely. He still used it in battle to see through the intentions of people and react accordingly, but this wasn't where its full potential lay. But now, he didn't care very much about the details. Since Primus wanted to protect him for the sake of fulfilling his karma, he would have to pay a due price. The death of his grandparents, of Primus' own flesh and blood son. Making Primus the public enemy of the Nine Powers wasn't even enough. This man Primus didn't care about offending such behemoths. He had directly killed a Dao sovereign of the Fire Giants, a clan of demon kings that stood toe-to-toe with the Nine Powers, and that didn't even include the Skeleton King he killed right before that. At least the Skeleton King's death was due to adequate reasons, but the Fire Giant was killed for no reason at all. It was clear that Primus simply didn't care about such things, so what Ryu had brewing for him was far worse. Tell me about your legacy, Ryu suddenly said, changing the subject. They call it the Twin Twilight Clan. It's a clan separated into darkness and light, or more accurately, shadow and light. A clan. It was the first time Ryu had heard such an interesting name for a clan. It sounded more like a sex name than anything else. The Frost clan was somewhat similar in this respect, but from Ryu's understanding, that was more so a quirk of the small world they had originally come from rather than an intentional choice like this seemed to be. Yes, they named their clan after their bloodline and its unique quirk. Their bloodline only activates when twins are present in the womb. One gains the shadow aspect and the other gains the twilight aspect. Then, together, they can display extraordinary strength. Interesting, Ryu mumbled. And what's that taboo part? What deviations in their cultivation do they take? There's no precise deviation, the oddity is in how they cultivate in general. Progression has to be made by both parties. Ryu raised an eyebrow. He had thought that maybe when one progressed, the other would progress as well, but it seems that he was overthinking. But if this was the case, this sounded more like a chain and ball than it did a benefit. If you had to wait for your counterpart to progress just so that you could progress as well, it would actually slow you down quite considerably. This didn't sound like it was beneficial. But then again, Eska had yet to finish. This is a bit of a hindrance, and it was actually a great problem for us in the beginning. My cultivation was technically at the Sky God realm, while Ice Mines had yet to even cross into the Cosmic Seed realm at the time. But it was also this that allowed us to restart and lay a firmer foundation. While it's a hindrance, it also comes with several benefits. For example, we both advantage from one another's talents. It's akin to having two of everything. 2 sets of meridians, 2 sets of spiritual foundations, 2 sets of soul natures, on and on. It also allows us to have access to 2 separate Daos as well, and it allows us to complement one another using them. Ryu listened carefully, and this sounded great, but honestly it wasn't nearly as amazing as Ryu felt the Unbalance Art and 9 Pillar Flame Sex were. There was something that was missing here. The most important part of the inheritance is the twin twilight state. When one becomes the twilight and the other becomes the shadow, our talents fuse, creating an entirely new talent. At the same time, our cultivation increases by the sum of its parts. Currently, our cultivation has reached the transcendent sky god realm. When we fuse into one, completely and fully, we approach the Tao Lord realm. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that he had asked and he had received. This was indeed huge. But more so than their cultivation realm, he was more interested in something else. Your talents fuse? Ryu asked. Yes, they fuse and become all new talents that sit on a much higher grade than usual. When we fuse our cultivations, we at best gain one realm. But when we fuse our talents, the changes are much more significant than that. Even the weakest of them are at the order grade, and the strongest of them reach the origin grade. The best change is in our Tao, though. When it comes together, it reaches the peak of ancient Taos. These people are truly not an equal for us. They're just a convenient way to reach the eighth heaven. I see. Ryu's gaze flickered. This was indeed a big deal, but he had also thought of something quite important. So you and Ice Mine? Eska fell into silence for a long while. It was clear that this was something that she had also thought about a lot. We've opted to stay together. The benefits we receive now would disappear if we ever separated. We aren't twins, but in our current state, we fare better than even the greatest geniuses of the Twin Twilight clan. Even without entering the full Twin Twilight state, our battle prowess is naturally at the omniscient sky god realm. Only when we've attained all of our objectives might we think about it again. But truthfully, I think we both have gotten quite used to this state. Chapter 1385 Coldness. After a while, Ryu reluctantly rose from bed. Wait here, I have a few breakthroughs to finish first. Then we'll go out together. Eska's gaze flickered as she observed Ryu vanish deeper into his immortal cave. He was the only one whom she had ever heard speak of breaking through so casually. He didn't seem to take it seriously at all. She thought that maybe things would change after coming to the true martial world. But apparently not. Now that she thought about it, how long had it been since Ryu had come? She could intimately feel his age when they were as one, as she felt that he hadn't changed much since he entered that odd white phoenix cocoon. By her calculations, that meant that he spent nearly 1,000 years in a rebirth state, which meant that he had only been in the true martial world for 2 years at most. Was it even that long? From what she knew, the Ryu of old had been in the first path extinction realm. But now, he was already on the verge of entering the cosmic seed realm? So soon? And why did his body feel like it was both in the world sea realm equivalent and not at the same time? If she also accounted for the fact that Ryu would have to recultivate his foundation just to reach the standard of the true martial world, she couldn't help but shake her head bitterly. This man was hard to understand through common logic. Of course, she didn't know that after Ryu had completed his rebirth, his cultivation had fallen as well, or else maybe she would have been even a little bit more surprised. Ryu sat down in meditation, calmly observing his body. There had been quite a number of modifications that he hadn't taken into great account yet. If one wanted to be able to exhibit 100% of their strength, then it was also necessary to be able to understand 100% of their body. One couldn't possibly come without the latter. The largest change was probably the addition of his second cosmic seed and the changes to his meridians, or more accurately, the counterpart set of meridians to his chaotic silk meridians. This second cosmic seed had a flame character, but it gave off no heat. While the first had been formed of infinity mist, this one was formed of origin flame. In addition, due to its creation, his embryonic chi had gone from a drizzle in his meridians to a proper stream. Although it still wasn't to the point of being as ubiquitous as his chaos chi was, it was still a beautiful sight to behold. Ryu realized that it was likely the more cosmic seeds he formed and the closer he brought his beyond perfect extreme to entering the world sea realm, the more modifications there would be to his meridians. He truly didn't know what the end goal would be. The second largest change, interestingly enough, was in the re-establishment of his Tao heart. It felt like all the lingering issues he had faced while spending so many years without it had been remedied. And now that he was aware of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, he could sense their link far clearer than he could in the past. Which was also why he could likewise sense the presence of an outsider, Ryu's focus turned toward the White Phoenix. When his dew heart had shattered, this guy had hidden away and gone completely dormant, refusing to answer his commands. Of course, this had happened with his other talents as well, but it was far more exaggerated with his living spiritual foundation. It had even co-opted other portions of his body, sealing off his chaotic silk meridians from him. He hadn't even been able to access them through his true spiritual foundation. It was no surprise that this pissed Ryu off in no small part, but he also wasn't in a position to toss this to the side. His chaotic silk meridians require 2 spiritual foundations, and he couldn't just pluck another one out of existence. Yet, Ryu actually had some ideas on this. He felt that with his new boundless cosmos bone structure, it wouldn't actually be impossible to pick out and choose a new spiritual foundation. It was just whether it was worth it, and even if it was, he didn't yet have the strength to do so. It had to be remembered just how strong spiritual foundations were. Whether their owners were worthy or not, they all had the potential to withstand a Tao god's cultivation. When they weren't under the ownership of another and didn't suppress themselves, they were probably the greatest treasures in all of existence. They couldn't just be carelessly submitted. Chapter 1386 Happiness and Despair. Accelerated growth was great. Too much accelerated growth made it feel like it could die at any time. Its eyes flickered with a wronged light, but Ryu didn't stop. In his opinion, if this ticking time bomb was going to be in his body, it might as well become useful. More than a full minute later, the rush of embryonic chi came to a stop because Ryu had run out. It seemed that his embryonic chi still wasn't an endless flow, something hard for a Ryu, who had gotten used to being able to tap into an entire plane of existence for his chi, to accept. But it was what it was. Ryu felt that it would probably take him a week or 2 to recover that much embryonic chi, but it was still much faster than it had been in the past, while the White Phoenix had undergone a great amount of growth. Watching it writhe and be forced to grow, Ryu sat in silence, watching it. Various thoughts surged through his mind before he tossed them all out, focusing on the task at hand. He wanted to form his cosmic seeds. This time would be far more involved than they were for his first 2, funny enough. During that process, he only needed to absorb outside sources, and his spiritual foundation formed the rest on its own. But this time, it would be dependent on his comprehension. On top of that, Ryu couldn't just forge his cosmic seeds out of the elements. It had to be beyond that. They had to be a match for his Tao, and his Tao had no particular elemental leaning. However, he already knew exactly what he needed to do, and that was of course to form an 8-trigram diagram upon this White Phoenix. Spiritual foundation, namely 2 of them, one of light and the other of darkness. Wind, water, mountain, earth, thunder, fire, life, heaven. Each one of these, even the elements, was beyond just the superficial underpinning of strength. In some ways, they were even more profound than the infinity mist that he had taken on, and probably equivalent to Origin Flame Cosmic Seed. Even worse, the more abstract they were, the more difficult it was for them to form because Ryu had to figure out a method to give them life in a way that made them more than just an ideal. Of course, Ryu was just stepping into the cosmic seed realm. He didn't need to form them all at the same time. But he did definitely need to form 2 of them at once so as to maintain perfect balance. To start, there were only 2 potential choices, either mountain or earth. But in the end, Ryu decided that it would have to be mountain. Earth and heaven both represented the truest core of his Tao. They should be left to the last and most final steps. That would be the most perfect. Mountain would be an excellent foundation to lay for the first step, but what he needed to think about was exactly how he would approach this. During his meditations, he had had several thoughts. Da and cultivation seemed to be separate existences, but just how heavily reliant on one another were there. Ryu felt that if he wanted to break the stigma of his Da and truly enter the sky god realm while others could not, this godhood that he was forming currently would be the ultimate foundation for that. His cosmic seeds needed to be perfect. More than perfect. So what was mountain? What were the 2 sides of the coin that it represented? Ryu's concept of mountain came from Shrine Mountain and his natural enlightenment, but he realized now just how little of it he understood. He had never really considered much, or rather he only had a superficial grasp of what he was truly dealing with. This made sense, though. His natural enlightenment wasn't at a very high level, at least not according to his own standards. At the same time, natural enlightenments progressed far more slowly than other comprehensions did, and it was heavily reliant on the natural phenomena that one observed from the very beginning. It was also slightly worrisome that his natural enlightenment came from a small world. Could it continue to support his founding Tao? Ryu believed so. If Shrine Mountain was able to produce the shrines, it was more special than he knew. It was up to him to unearth those mysteries. He sat in silence, entering a deep state of meditation. Soon, Ryu actually slipped into Breath of Earth, something he hadn't experienced ever since his eyes were sealed away. Although it was only the second state of meditation, it was a great boon to him currently. He could only give the credit to the origin flame, although it wasn't nearly as good as what his eyes could accomplish. Mountain. Ryu's stare flickered beneath his eyelids as he pondered back to the prayer mat. He remembered sitting upon it just once, and he felt like he had sat within the bosom of the world. He saw all the births happening in that instant, those beautiful cries of joy. But he also saw all the pain, all the devastation, every single death that had happened in that mountain as well. That was the burden Shrine Mountain held every day, that sense of pride in what it had created, but also that sense of despair in knowing that they all had the same inevitable end. That was a cycle of karma, of it beginning, of it blooming, of it twisting and distorting, or of it brightening and purifying, leaving a mark on the world before it faded into obscurity, scattered and forgotten, or permanent and shimmering. A surge of cosmic chi began to swirl around Ryu. The commotion was violent, so much so that the barrier of formations around his immortal cave shattered in that instant. The chi accumulated until it was visible even by the eyes of the ordinary man. One stream of gorgeous, bright and vibrant rainbow color, and another of dark, sinister and ominous. They all rushed into Ryu's immortal cave, the thunderous thunder shaking the sixth heaven. Chapter 1387 Condense. This is absolutely ridiculous. How can we have a disciple like this one? We weren't even aware that he had an ancestor like this. If not for what happened today, how much longer would we have been in the dark about this matter? Such an existence could head a sect stronger than our own, and no one would bat an eye. Why would such a person even join our sect? Could it be that his intention had always been Aika, and we simply let him have her? This isn't even the main problem. We've given him so many resources, and he doesn't seem to be very talented either. From my understanding, he joined the sect as an immortal ring expert, but he was already into his 20s. That's an inferior speed even for the first heaven, let alone the sixth or the seventh and beyond. His foundation is already questionable. His greatest strong suit is his Tao, but how many in the history of our sect have formed ancient Taos and then failed to break through? All such people are incredibly stubborn, and someone who could form a founding Tao would be even more stubborn in this regard. Who knows if he'll ever manage to break into the Sky God realm? These three just seemed to get more and more furious the more they spoke. Maybe they were still remembering the defeat of their disciples, but Old Juan and Samson didn't seem to react like this. These men had given up a great deal for the sect, much like they had. They at least a modicum of respect for them in this regard, at least enough not to assume the worst. Plus, their worries made sense, although their questions of Ryu's talent was ridiculous. Sects were extremely meticulous with how they selected disciples. Those that came from powerful clans were always noted and monitored. They had much taller bars to clear if they wanted to become inheritors, or touch upon the core texts of the clan. Gaelmar Looney of the Twin Phase Merchant Group, a genius of their sect back on the first heaven and the first person Ryu had met from this world, was a prime example. He had spent so long in the sect, hoping to gain their help to win the patriarch position of his clan, and yet he had never gained what he wanted, and in the end he ended up dying at Ryu's hands. This was the fate of someone who had entered from a powerful clan attempting to join a sect. There were probably some sects out there that didn't care, but these were only sects that were so supremely powerful that they were the obvious choice over certain families. Just as they were about to continue and Aika was slowly losing her patience, the commotion reached their ears. Their gazes sharpened and they left the depths of the sect's core, rising up. But when they saw it, they frowned deeply. This was a breakthrough, and it was definitely into the cosmic seed realm, but why was it so strong? It didn't make any sense. No formation of a cosmic seed should be that exaggerated. They had personally witnessed deity-grade cosmic seed formations before. Ica was literally right next to them, but it hadn't been so exaggerated. The only explanation was that the formation grade was both of an exceptionally high level. But how could it be higher level than Ica's? Ica's Tao was pretty abstract as well, dealing with Qi on a quantum level. It was quite frankly almost as abstract as you could get, and her strength displayed this in full force. They couldn't even fathom what kind of cosmic seeds she would have had to form in order to supplement it and allow her breakthrough into the sky god realms. It's not the formation of one cosmic seed, it's the formation of two, Ica said lightly. They seemed to notice this the moment Ica spoke. Indeed, there were two streams, and they seemed to complement and repel one another at the same time. It was no wonder the uproar was so large. Even now, though, they couldn't quite grasp just how deep these cosmic seeds were. Old Juan's gaze flickered as he observed. The commotion lasted for a long while until it slowed to a crawl and eventually ceased entirely. It gently came to a stop, far more calm than the initial commotion would have made seem possible. However, very soon that chilled atmosphere heated up once again as an uproar even larger than the last formed. Once again it was another two cosmic seeds, forming at the same time. Ryu hadn't initially had any intention of breaking through more than once, but he found that first so easy that he did it again. And then again. Each one was more furious than the last. If after the first the sixth heaven rumbled, but by the time he completed the sixth cycle and had formed 12 cosmic seeds, it seemed as though the plane of existence might very well break apart at the seams. However, none of these 6 cycles even began to compare to the 7th. The skies turned dark and the aura of a founding Tao seeped out in all directions. All of the Qi of the 6th heaven seemed to surge toward just a single location. Those that didn't know what was happening within the walls of the Radiant Star sect even believed that it was Primus who was taking action. While he was in the process, though, Ryu frowned. He had been impeccably balanced up until this point, and he was currently forming his Earth character cosmic seeds. But it was off. His glance flashed as he made a decision. Without hesitation, the Qi around him doubled again as he began to create his heaven character cosmic seeds at the same time. Condense. Chapter 1388 Sword. While he was condensing the Earth character, he realized that if he followed through with it alone, forming the heaven character afterward would be impossible. It was akin to trying to insert a new rope into an already completed and complex knot. It wasn't possible to bind them perfectly unless the first knot was undone. But if the analogy was taken to reality, undoing the knot would mean destroying his already created cosmic seeds. That was unacceptable. The only solution was to form the final and most perfect knot right at the start, and that meant laying out all of the ropes ahead of time. Simply put, he needed to complete his heaven and earth character cosmic seeds simultaneously, all 4. This placed a great deal of pressure on his body. His meridians were able to take it easily, but that didn't mean the rest of his flesh could. And, because he hadn't expected this to happen, he had used all of his embryonic Qi already. Luckily, his body was already at the standard of the World Sea Realm, but it seemed that this alone wouldn't be enough. Ryu, though, simply continued to endure. So long as his meridians didn't rupture, something that was probably quite impossible for him, it didn't matter what happened to the rest of his body. His skin began to crack, as did his bones. Though the latter was a bit odd. His bones seemed to have 2 layers, or rather 3. One was like a glass casing, the second was also something like a glass casing, but it was far denser and a tinge darker, while the final was an endless depth of gray fog. It was the first and thinnest layer of glass that cracked, but the underside seemed to be perfectly fine. Unfortunately, that didn't magically stop the pain. That said, if there was one thing he could endure, it was pain. In fact, there was a broad smile on his face. He could feel it. He could step into the World Sea Realm in a single bound. His base would be powerful and sturdy. He could already sense the doorway before him. This was the stage of his grandparents, people he looked up to like an insurmountable mountain laid out before him. However, even as he looked toward it, his body continued to break down. Ryu's eyes slowly opened, a sharpness within. It seemed that things wouldn't work out well if he continued like this. Even so, the grin on his face only became deeper. All right, let's see then. Senior Ica. Ryu suddenly called out. Aika was startled, not expecting to be called out like this. Yes. I need a dense pool of energy. The more you have, the better. Ha! At that moment, Ryu suddenly appeared in the skies, cross-legged. Before Aika could understand what was happening, his body exploded into a bloody mist. Ah! Aika nearly shrieked. This idiot. Aika immediately flipped a palm, a stream of chi forming out from her spatial ring. Like a trickle of stars forming a road in the skies, they converged around Ryu, condensing and pressing down onto the ball of bloody mist. The clouds of blood were so thick that no one noticed the black soul sitting within, nor the 9 golden lights that formed the core of it all. Aika was practically perspiring bullets. Nervousness, she was actually feeling nervous. She never felt this way even for herself. Nothing ever fazed her. But this idiot was actually completing a life destruction and a breakthrough into the World Sea realm at the same time. Just what was he thinking? Although she thought this, she knew that Ryu likely didn't have a choice. His body couldn't withstand the influx of chi. Unless he completed this life destruction, he would implode. But just what kind of life destruction was this? How could it require so much chi? Though it was called a life destruction and sounded grand and imposing, it was ultimately just the equivalent of the World Sea realm, an irrelevant and quite frankly trash realm in Aika's eyes. But this amount of energy usage was absolutely ridiculous. Almost as ridiculous as Ryu forming 16 cosmic seeds. Although the quality of cosmic seeds was far more important than the quantity, 16 was absolutely ridiculous, especially since they were all so absolutely perfect. And now this life destruction was taking up as much energy as she felt someone might need to enter the Sky God realm. Just what was going on? How was it so strong? What she didn't know was that Ryu's body was already the equivalent of 9 normal life destructions. While he was completing his first now, in reality it was akin to doubling that number, making it the equivalent of 9 life destructions. This was already beyond the normal limits of a peak body realm expert on the verge of entering the Sky God realm. For all intensive purposes, it was probably as close to the half-step Sky God realm one could get without actually entering it. At that moment, a roar shook the skies and the blood mist condensed in one violent, vacuum-like surge. Ryu appeared with shimmering skin, naked and proud in the skies. He looked as though he had been carved of gems, his blood pulsing through his veins. The last of the chi rushed into him, his 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th cosmic seeds solidifying all at once. Boom! The cry of a white phoenix rushed into the skies, Ryu's spiritual foundation cracking and then suddenly shattering into countless pieces. His aura soared, and then rose again. Chapter 1389 Unavoidable. The awakening realm was extremely important. Completing the rites allowed one to expand their spiritual foundation. The larger it was, the better. The next chance to improve one's spiritual foundation wouldn't come until the Dew Pedestal realm, a realm that Ryu had completely blazed through and hadn't really gotten the chance to settle within. A spiritual foundation's magnitude upon awakening was a part of its potential, while the rest seemed to rely on the cultivator themselves. But there was another boon possible from one's spiritual foundation's potential, and that was the size of the World Sea realm upon breaking through. This change in size would be a roll of the original size. A phantom would appear in the skies, mirroring the true size of one's spiritual foundation. In fact, the white phoenix that appeared to Ryu's back was only a phantom, as well as the true white phoenix was still in a state of evolution, basking in much of its own power. White runes filled the skies, an enormous whirlpool forming and blotting out the skies. It was a suffocating sight, and it continued to expand to the point that even many sky gods couldn't seem to see the end of it at all. All of this chi rushed into Ryu's body as though it was a bottomless pit. It was unimaginable how his meridians could withstand this kind of strength, and yet he stood in the skies as though nothing at all was happening, allowing the chi to wash over him, to strengthen him, to perfect him. It was a sight that many would never forget in their lifetimes, a sight that one would never expect to see from a World Sea realm expert's breakthrough, and yet here it was, right before their eyes. And then, just when it seemed like it was over, it happened. Those white flames, flowing like cotton and the wind, but very much unlike fire, appeared, wrapping around Ryu's body as though a beautiful thread of silk. Ryu's eyes became sharper and sharper, to the point that he thought the seals on his eyes would finally be lifted. But even though it didn't end up happening, it felt as though he could already peer down on the world, as though everything was already dancing on the palm of his hands. Ryu clenched his fists, his veins pulsing with a radiant golden blood. Suddenly, Ryu froze. Little Ryu. That voice, he knew exactly who it was. Even if he was on the verge of death, even if he hadn't heard it in countless millions of cycles, it wouldn't matter. He would never forget it, origin flame or not. That was his life partner, his precious wife, Ailsa. However, the words he heard next made him absolutely furious. If you're hearing this, I'm happy. That means you've finally unsealed your eyes, or at least you've made enough progress that you've gained some of its abilities once again. Yana, Little Nemesis, Little Gem, and Little Rock have been stuck in here for a very long time. We don't know when you'll wake up. We also don't know what happened, but for some reason, time has dilated a great deal here, and so long has passed that I've forgotten to count. But however long it is, it's enough that I can feel my lifespan coming to an end. I'm not sure if I'll ever be able to see you again. Boom! Ryu was so enraged that the space around him shattered like broken glass. With his current mind, he immediately thought of a capacity reason. Wasn't this his fault? After he had learned about the abilities of his perfect Black Buddy soul, he had eventually decided to make use of it and swallow up the Silver Star. He had gained a great boon from that, and it was arguable that his strongest current abilities were related to his spacetime soul nature. The stronger he became, the more he realized that he hadn't even begun to tap into its greatest strength. What he hadn't expected was for the absorption of the Silver Star to result in this, but he felt that it made sense. There was so much excess power, where could it have gone? His soul probably wasn't yet strong enough to deal with it, but his eyes. He felt that they had become indestructible, reaching the point where even if a high-level sky god wanted to burn him to ashes, all that would be left of his body were his meridians and his eyes. But his casual experimentation had caused the time between his eyes world and the real world to dilate to the point that Ailsa and Yana were forced to live a life in that enclosed space. He was so infuriated, and yet he didn't know where he could vent his frustration. What he hadn't noticed was that Ailsa had yet to finish talking. I took a risk. Sometime after the first long cycle of years, the situation within your eyes changed, and I think the outside world began to impact it. The energy became so much richer, and I was able to pass my days helping the three little ones to improve alongside Yana. We at least had each other, and the expansion of your heavenly pupil world left us with some entertainment, at least. Soon, the outside world began to impact your world more and more, and I was able to learn so much. Eventually, the hazard came. There were large fluctuations of space that began to come with the surge of your world's size. We had to be extremely careful, or we would lose our lives even before our old age could take us first. But soon, the fluctuations became so large that they were unavoidable. Ryu's heart clenched. Luckily, it came with an opportunity. We don't know what's on the other side, but we have no choice but to go. I hope that I can see you again. Your wife, your life partner, loves you very much. Chapter 1390 Strained and Limited. What could be on the other side of those spatial fluctuations? Wouldn't it just be the world that they knew? Even if it was a small world, there was no way that he wouldn't be able to sense her. In fact, if she had long since left his eyes, it should have been at least a year or so in his time, she would have definitely found him by now, no? There was no one in this world that Ryu could sense better than Ailsa. To put this matter into perspective, he could even faintly feel May in the nether realm now. Although it wasn't clear, the feeling was definitely there. He could sense Elena vaguely even on the 9th heaven. But he couldn't sense Yana and Ailsa at all. Originally, he had thought that this was because they were sealed in his eyes, and that made sense. But now, there seemed to be a very obvious answer sitting right in front of him. An answer that smacked him in the face and left him even more infuriated than he was originally. They hadn't just been displaced through space, but time as well. How could he sense them if they weren't even living in the same timeline as him any longer? Fuck! Ryu roared, his voice echoing like a clap of thunder before he vanished entirely. He didn't even say anything to anyone, nor did he wait to accept congratulations. It was as though he had simply vanished into thin air, and only a rare few could even track where he had gone in the first place. Ryu sat in silence, his gaze quite blank. If he could see the situation in his eyes now, he might be able to calculate some things and maybe figure out where exactly, or when exactly they had gone. But he couldn't see the situation in his eyes at all. In fact, it might very well have been a miracle that Ailsa's voice made it to him in the first place. He ground his teeth. Just what was it going to take to awaken his eyes, or at least look into them? His gaze flashed. Was it his soul? The eyes were the window into the soul. It was something that he had heard again and again. Could he see the situation through his soul now that Ailsa's voice had managed to leak out to him? Or maybe he had to make his soul stronger first to gain the opportunity. Ryu clenched his teeth and brought out his cauldron. He began to refine pill after pill, each one related to the soul, and each one used to both cleanse and strengthen. Now that he had completed his first life destruction, the equivalent of completing exactly 10 for anyone else, the room his soul had to grow was extremely vast. Cracks of thunder roared through the skies, but he didn't seem to hear them at all. He swallowed his created runed pills as though they were worthless, his soul expanding again and again, and then again. Eventually it spilled over, reaching a limit of the soul refinement realm. Ryu hadn't thought that such a limit existed, as he thought the perfect black body could increase indefinitely so long as his body could take it, but he didn't care to linger on the matter. He directly broke through and entered the soul ascension realm, and his soul began to grow furiously once again. He split his mind, mixing with one aspect and nurturing with the other. He didn't stop until he felt that his body was finally beginning to reach its limits. But at this point, he had already far surpassed a World C realm standard. The World C realm equivalent for the mental realm was the middle of the Soul Ascension realm. However, Ryu was still firmly within the lower Soul Ascension realm, the supposed Cosmic Seed realm equivalent. It seemed that whatever limit there was, he had yet to reach it, so he stayed put. His spiritual sea was a vast ocean of reflective black, only a single spot of white hidden deep within its depths. However, Ryu was far more focused on his perfect black body. It had already grown to the point of being an adult, or more accurately, a perfect reflection of himself. This was completed through the soul birth and soul refinement realms. Now, in the soul ascension realm, one would purify and perfect one's soul. For normal people, this would polish it, turning it from an opaque white into a crystalline glow at the peak. Once it reached the pinnacle of purity, it would transform, as would one's spiritual sea, and the normal spiritual chi would transcend to something entirely new. At this point, at the pinnacle of the soul ascension realm, one would be in the sky god realm of the mental realm. If there was an opportunity to glimpse what was going on inside, it would be through it. Ryu looked deeply, trying to find what he needed to see. It had to be here. Then he realized he just had to follow the thread of the silver star. There was obviously some of its lingering energy here, so he should be able to find a line to his eyes. There! Ryu found it and concentrated on it. His spiritual sense was the strongest it could be in here, and he followed it immediately. He felt as though his head was being squished from all sides, almost as though he was trying to look down a pipe to glimpse a vast realm on the other side. His vision was both constrained and strained, but he pushed through. And then he saw it, the realm on the other side. He fell into silence. Chapter 1391. None of them. What surprised Ryu the most, though, was just how complex the world was. The fact that it had wildlife at all was absolutely ridiculous. Spiritual herbs made sense because there were many planted here before his eyes were sealed, and there was, of course, Ailsa to take care of them. He wouldn't have been surprised even if his world had spiritual herbs that had never appeared before. But wildlife? For wildlife to appear here, there were only two possibilities. The first was that his beast companions had mated, but that was impossible unless they had managed to take on human forms. In Sacrum, beasts had no human forms, even if they made it to the sky god realm. But he had heard some inkling about it being possible for god beasts of the true martial world, but the requirements were impossibly high, likely. Tao Lord at the worst. Technically, this was possible. They had been stuck in here for a very long time, and there was a woman among them in Little Gem, as disgusting as it felt to think about that little adorable griffin mating. The assumption here was that she had long since grown up. The problem with this was that while the wildlife he could see were powerful, they weren't nearly powerful enough. Ryu was certain that along with the spiritual herbs, Ailsa would have also spent her time helping the little ones to improve. Setting this aside, if they managed to make it to the Tao Lord realm and had children, their offspring couldn't possibly be so weak. That only left one explanation, and one that he hated to admit to, and that was that so much time had passed that these beasts had naturally evolved to this state. However, without a protector to bestow them with the ability to cultivate, this was basically the limit of their potential. Ryu gripped his fists, scanning the region. Suddenly, he felt a raging pulse emit from his eyes. As though he had been hit by an avalanche or even a falling star from above, a rush of power nearly tore his mind apart. He understood what was happening instantly. While his eyes were still sealed, while he was within his world, he could access the strength he would have, at least in part. But this partial strength was so overwhelming that he could feel even his real body shuddering. Suddenly, he understood exactly why it was that his eyes had yet to unseal. Ryu took a deep breath, his dull silver eyes suddenly gaining a fluctuating light. Suddenly, the disorganized world became like a library in his mind. If he could see the lines and voids of space before, he could even predict them now on top of seeing what they had once been. His third perspective blanketed the entire world in an instant, and he didn't miss a single thing. He raised a hand. Rob the world of color. Fate reversal. The world went completely black and white. The rampaging spatial and time chi was halted in its tracks, like an optimal mold taken and peeled back, constrained. Then, fate reversal descended, peeling back more and more of those layers, forcing it to backtrack. Maybe if this had been the real world, doing this would have been far more difficult. Ryu was currently applying fate reversal in a way he had never before. It had to be remembered that fate reversal was meant to reverse damage the owner of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had taken on, pushing it onto the person that had caused the damage in the first place, or in exchange for more energy to a new person entirely. However, Ryu felt that he could use it on more than just himself and an opposing party now. He used it to rewind the variations of time and space completely, undoing and rewinding what had happened until he could see what he needed to. Luckily, this was his own world, and it was one without a protector at that. On top of that, the spatial and time chi here was his own. Although he didn't say it, he faintly hoped that he could reverse things until they appeared again. But he knew it was a foolish thought. In order to succeed in such a thing, not only would he have to use fate reversal on 5 existences at once, they would likely have cultivations far above him, and it would expand the scope to wherever they had gone. That would mean that he would be playing with reality on an impossibly large scale. If he was a Tao god, maybe he would have the cachet necessary to even think of attempting such a thing. But he wasn't even in the sky god realms yet and had only just entered the world sea realm. How could he even aspire to do such a thing? But there was a bright side to this as well. So long as he felt clear resistance, so long as he reached a point where he couldn't push past no matter how much energy he poured into it, he would know that he had reached the last moment that they had been alive in here. And soon he reached that point. Ryu's gaze sharpened and he released fate reversal. He perfectly mapped the situation in his mind, and then he began to test the regions one by one to check which the most resistance. So long as he could find it, he could find the exact tear they had entered, and he could hopefully reverse engineer exactly where they had gone. There! Ryu's body flickered and vanished. His soul moved through his world as though it had no danger at all, but this was the bare minimum requirement for him. How could he be hurt in his own world, and by 2 elements he was so intimately familiar with at that? Could be said that if he had been here, they wouldn't have been in danger at all. In fact, Ryu felt that if it had only been a matter of spatial tears, Yana would have been able to keep them all safe. The trouble lay in the fact that time was layered atop of it, making it impossible for her to handle despite being a half-sprite. What? Ryu stood before the portal he was sure they had entered in a complete and utter daze. He didn't understand what he was seeing at all. That was because this portal didn't have aspects of time at all, it was entirely space. Ryu's expression turned a ghastly sheen of pale. The implications of this weren't something that he was willing to think about, but his mind worked too fast. Indeed, if they had a choice, why would they enter a tear with aspects of time? Yana would have definitely been able to tell the difference. Not only would she make sure not to pick a tier with time fluctuations, but she would also pick one of the more stable ones to maximize their chances at success. This portal here definitely fit those criteria. It was completely stable. There was no time chi aspect. It was the optimal choice. It was far better than every other tear that Ryu had seen to this point. In fact, he had no doubt that Yana had taken action to make it even more stable as she and the others crossed. So why couldn't he sense them? They should be in the same timeline as him. They should be within the range of his thoughts. Why were their souls so dormant within his own? He could only think of two explanations, each one as bad as the former. The first was that they had never made it through. They died in the portal. He never got news of their death because they had still been within the seal, and even if his eyes unsealed now, he would never get word. It would forever be in the dark. The second was a variation of the first. They had almost made it through the other side, but the gate on the other side wasn't nearly as stable as it was on this side. They could be in any number of states of limbo. If they had entered a black hole, they could be in both the present and the past, their bodies stretched to the point of existing in two states at once. If they entered a wormhole, they could very well have ended up in the past anyway. If they had simply entered a field of danger, they could have ended up in the depth of infinity mist like he had, or any number of other impossibly perilous regions practically cut off from the outside world. What all of these possible causes had in common was that none of them were good. Chapter 1392 Levels. At that moment he seemed to see Elsa's face. The roll of her eyes, the teasing expression in her gaze. When he had first met her he thought that they were far too different to be life partners, but wasn't her usual baseline how he acted now. They were practically a match made in heaven. Their banter could probably make even a Tao god cough up blood and rage. At least when they worked together, that was. When she was reprimanding him instead, those words were just as grating and annoying. A taste of his own medicine. He knew exactly what she would say in this situation. Though he didn't know if that was because he had been traumatized, or if that was because he knew that wife of his so well. She would probably call him a fool, probably say that he had far too much to live for, that he was too lucky to be steeped in dissatisfaction and rage all the time. Of course, that speech would probably be less effective in the true martial world where he had to work so hard to reach this stage, but it likely would have been true nonetheless. There were always many less fortunate than him, and even more who had no ability to decide even the next step they would take on in life. Ryu exhaled a breath and his eyes opened, sharp, and yet still softened. He took a step and vanished, landing in a field of gold and silver. As far as the eye could see, gold and silver veined spirit-seeking lilies lay. Ryu took a seat and stared out toward this beautiful scene, his mind quite blank. Even he didn't know how long he spent there. But did it matter much? With the time dilation he had spent in this place, it was probably the case that even months would feel like seconds to the outside world. It was just a shame that he couldn't enter this place with his body and he only could with a portion of his soul. Suddenly, he sunk into breath of earth and then breath of heaven and then breath of world. He hadn't experienced this sort of depth of meditation in years, and it was even more exaggerated with the amplification of the origin flame. And yet, he wasn't thinking of anything, he wasn't trying to meditate on anything, and the state seemed to be entirely wasted. Or so it seemed. Under its presence, he reached a state of peace he never had. It was ironically a feeling that he couldn't even quite bask in because he had forgotten all things. But an unknown period of time later, when he opened his eyes once more and all of that feeling seemed to rush him at once. He could suddenly feel his Tao far more clearly than he ever had in the past. And his Tao heart felt polished and shimmering, a radiant blue silver coming from his skin and circulating around his body. In truth, Ryu didn't know what level his Tao was at. He didn't know its exact grade, whether it was a lower founding Tao or a peak founding Tao, or even if founding Taos had such distinction in the first place. He also didn't know how close he was to maturing it, or if his Tao had actually regressed. It also didn't help that not long after he had formed this Tao, his Tao heart had been injured, leaving him in a situation where he couldn't even use it, let alone meditate upon it to understand it. But now, he felt that he could finally grasp what it is that he had, at least in part. His Taos level remained elusive. He couldn't quite see its exact level. It seemed to fluctuate. It was an odd feeling, watching his Tao strengthen and weaken. But this didn't confuse him. Rather, he felt that he had come to a certain understanding instead. The reason lay in his heavenly pupils. There was something odd that had happened after he stepped foot into the true martial world. He had made the decision to fuse his Tao and inheritances into one so he could progress them together. He had also done this as a measure to help along his Tao as well. Asi had spoken all those words about how hard it would be for Ryu to break through, but what he hadn't known was that there was a function of Ryu's 8 trigram diagrams that he had yet to use because he hadn't needed to yet. While his Tao could raise his inheritances, the opposite was possible as well. If he ever reached a bottleneck, he could focus on his much easier inheritances and use them to elucidate his Tao. At the same time, because his Tao was separated into 4 pieces, he was also capable of comprehending them each individually to help elevate the others. This was all well and great, but he had never really considered why this was possible. He had been quite ignorant to how things worked before, so he hadn't really picked up on the oddities, but there were a few. Was it even possible for others to do as he did? There was a simpler explanation for that, and that was maybe that his Tao was just unique. It was designed to understand all things, so it was also compatible with all things. The 8 trigram diagram was uniquely suited to it. In fact, this was the reason Ryu had even tried to do such a thing to begin with. That could be somewhat explained. But why did the 8 trigram diagram appear in his eyes when his Tao activated? This was something no one else experienced, and it seemed to be entirely distinctive to him. Now that he was sitting here, the answer seemed obvious. From the very beginning, it was his eyes that had allowed it. It was his eyes that had allowed everything. Right at this moment, his eyes were in a state of hyper-evolution. He had consumed far too many black-veined spirit-seeking lilies, and then he had forced himself to use Heaven Gate to accelerate his growth through trillions of years. Right after that, he had died and experienced a rebirth, using up his rebirths in a single go. And yet, his eyes still hadn't unsealed themselves yet. While in that state of hyper-evolution, he had formed the 8 trigram diagrams within his spiritual sea as that was the only place it made sense to put them. But once again, the eyes were the window to the soul. He had unknowingly activated his eyes in a way they had never been before, and his Tao and his eyes became inseparable. But there was a very good reason for this as well. His eyes saw through the mystery of all things, and so did his Tao. Just the same way the 8 trigram diagram was perfect for his Tao, it was likewise perfect for his eyes. They seamlessly matched one another. With all of this laid out, the reason why his Tao was in such a situation made perfect sense. His Tao and his eyes had reached about the same level now, but one of them was sealed away while the other was flourishing. The reason why he couldn't tell the exact level of his Tao was because his eyes were adding a large variable to the output of his Tao. But this was also an excellent thing as well. Every cultivator hoped that their paths would align. The greatest variables to a cultivator's path were the talents they would be born with and how they would fuse them toward a single intent. But now, one step after another, Ryu seemed to be finding that seamless, singular journey for himself. His eyes, maybe the greatest variable in his life other than his chaotic silk meridians and the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation, had already merged into him in a way he hadn't even been quite aware of until now. In fact, it may very well be possible that once his eyes awakened, it would not only carry the nature of his Tao, but also that of his soul nature. One step after another, they would come together to create a new heavenly pupil never before seen. And that just left one matter, just how close to maturity was his Tao. Even compared to the first, this was the most puzzling to Ryu, and it may be explained why his Tao's level also fluctuated so much. His Tao was just a step away from the Sky God realm, or, most accurately, the second cosmic grade. In fact, it might even be more precise than that to say that it was already a half-step within. Chapter 1393 A Sudden Urge. Looking at the beauty of the field of spirit-seeking lilies, Ryu remembered how he used to use their petals with impunity. He never really worried about running out, and why would he? He had a cultist fairy by his side, carefully cultivating them. By the time he finished consuming one, 2 more would appear in its place. She did that without complaint, even when he hadn't treated her the best. "It'll be here for you when you come back," Ryu said lightly, standing to his feet slowly. Then he vanished. When he appeared again, he was within his immortal cave once more. Eska sat at the edge of their bed, looking as elegant as ever. She didn't move a single inch. Though she could feel Ryu's agitation, she didn't feel that their relationship was close enough for her to comfort him. Not that she was very good at comforting people to begin with. She probably wouldn't usually be self-conscious about such a thing. But right now she felt hypersensitive. Ryu gazed toward Eska quite calmly, the rage in his belly having already disappeared. He hadn't forgotten his master and the other Zhu clan ancestors, but he somewhat wished that he could. The Zhu clan ancestors had already experienced so many years. How could they survive such time dilation? Even if they could, maybe they would have already lost their minds. He remembered that the youngest amongst them, that petite woman with a fiery personality and the creator of divine chaotic annihilation, was already beginning to somewhat lose her sanity. Even so, he didn't check, reason being those two worlds were distinct and he couldn't seem to access the other one just yet. It had to be remembered that the usual inner world of heavenly pupils wielders was just a bland cubicle. The reason Ryu had a world like his was because he had fused with the incubator. That separated his world into two, one he used like a spatial ring to hide his greatest treasures, and a second where he, or rather Ailsa, raised spiritual herbs. That second world was where the crystalline jade and the prayer mat were. He still couldn't sense either one of them. The reason he was looking at Eska the way he was because he didn't quite know how to break this issue to her. Usually, he would be cold and unfeeling about the matter, especially since he had also lost his wives and his beast companions to this matter, but he didn't seem to have it in him to be so unfeeling anymore. In the end, his lips parted and he explained the issue in the greatest detail he could. Eska's expression changed, and by the end of it, her gaze had decreased somewhat. The 4 remaining ancestors of the Zhu clan had spent so long trapped. Although it was for the sake of their clan, the heaviness of the issue weighed on them constantly. Even as sky gods who had experienced trillions of years, confinement was a completely different animal. While she had never shown it, it was because she had these 3 companions that she was able to keep her sanity. She was sure that they likely felt the same way. As leaders of their respective eras, they were usually standing alone at the top. No one in their lives could have understood them, but ironically after death, they found companions who understood them far more than anyone they had ever met before. She could still remember Balor's brutish humor and Morver's failed elegance. She had even begun to treat Flora like a little sister. When she chose to sacrifice her purity for the sake of tying them to Ryu, many of them had tried to talk her out of it. If it had been when they first met one another, their reactions would have been indifferent. It was only right to sacrifice oneself for the sake of the clan. But they didn't treat her like a pawn of the clan. They treated her like a close sister. But now it seemed that they were gone. Ryu took a breath, looking away. There wasn't much to look at in his immortal cave, but his eyes seemed capable of seeing beyond, expanding beyond the walls and seeing to the skies above. His master was his benefactor. He was a man even that repressed and depressed version of him could respect. He had never thought that he would take a master in his life, but he had ended up doing so, and this master was not only the reason he was able to break free of his previously atrocious soul talent, he was also the reason he had found a path of his own to follow after entering the true martial world. Faced with adversity from all sides, Ryu suddenly wanted to forge. He wanted to concoct. He wanted to draw an array the likes of which he never had before. He stood and entered the Golden Moon world. But the moment he began, the ring began to vibrate with his actions. The Golden Moon ring vibrated and latched onto the outside. Like tendrils of delicate gold, they squirmed into the voidal paths of existence, forcing the world itself to resonate as well. It was only several days later that Ryu came out, his aura far more refined. It was clear that he had made use of the Refinement Sutra, allowing his body realm and chi realm to enter a state of absolute perfection. But it wasn't just that. Even his soul felt different. His gaze carried a sharpness it never had before, his look alone carrying the weight of 1,000 worlds. He had left behind the Tao Sovereign's mental realm cultivation technique, taking his own. 2 great sword staffs hovered to his back, ringing like the chimes of the heavens, while a bow was strapped across the chest of his fluttering white robes. "Let's go," Ryu spoke lightly, extending his hand toward Eska, who took it with an elegant grace. Chapter 1394. Why? On the sixth heaven, she would already be a nigh untouchable existence. But now, she hung from the arm of a junior without the slightest hint of rejection. And yet, Ryu didn't seem out of place in the slightest. To the shock of the onlookers, it even seemed like he belonged there. His aura wasn't shrouded, it instead seemed to elevate Ryu. While a supreme sky god hanging from the arm of a world sea realm expert would usually cause gazes of derision and even some disdain, some feeling that the woman in this situation would value herself too lowly, these thoughts couldn't even seem to begin to form, let alone be spewed. The way his white robes, etching with lines of sky blue, danced in the wind. The way his hair seemed to radiate its own light, glowing like the beautiful fog of a white gold nebula. The way his great sword staffs sung to his back, echoing with his every step. The sword staffs radiated a silver color, their blades as thin as a cicada's wings. Their spines were entirely cut out, leaving nothing but the sharp rim of the blade behind. Their polearms were simple and unadorned, and even seemed to be somewhat dull. But the undeniable air of an heritage-grade weapon resonated, and yet seemed to already carry some of the mystery of a god weapon. The gathering wasn't small, as was expected for the opening of the complete heavenly path. It could even be uttered that it was even larger than usual, with those of the seventh heaven having come to take part. And yet, the appearance of Ryu stole the complete center of attention. Jojo grit her teeth, grinding them with such strength that it seemed that she might very well crack them. This bastard had actually appeared with yet another woman. Did he have no sense of shame? She really wanted to project some disdain toward this woman, but she truly couldn't find even the slightest flaw on her. On top of that, it was actually yet another sky god, making her far stronger than herself. It was infuriating. Even so, this only made Jojo disdain Ryu all the more. She felt that the only way a junior could possibly have such a woman was by relying on his family's power. It was clear that this Ryu was no different from any one of the other annoying young masters she had to deal with every day. Suddenly, she felt a gaze land on her. Jojo's spine tingled for a moment, her own gaze sharpening. However, when she realized that this gaze was actually from Ryu, she couldn't help but frown. He was actually so strong. She actually felt a small hint of threat coming from him. She definitely hadn't sensed this before. While Ryu had dodged her attacks before, she hadn't been fighting seriously. On top of that, she had her own methods to deal with Ryu's spacetime soul nature. But now, she almost subconsciously gripped her sword, only barely stopping herself at the last moment. After a long while, her tensed muscles relaxed and she grinned. She had actually almost attacked out here. She was too eager. No matter what, a Dao sovereign wasn't someone she could ignore. She would have to wait until they were inside to test whether this was a paper tiger or not. Ryu, though, scanned Jojo before glancing over her armor as though he could see right through it. Unfortunately for her, he could. He smiled and nodded to himself. Indeed, what a beautiful body. Jojo suddenly felt as though she had been stripped naked. The uncomfortable feeling spread all throughout her body like a raging itch. She suddenly wanted to strip completely, just to find that itch and deal with it. That feeling vanished as soon as Ryu looked away, but it left behind a billowing fury. "I'll kill him," she roared in her mind. Ryu chuckled. Was it noble to use such methods? Absolutely not. However, if he didn't piss this type of woman off and then conquer her, what use would there be in living? This was the price to pay for attacking him not once but thrice. Ryu made it to the encirclement of the Radiant Star Sect. At the forefront, it was they and the Fading Star Sect who stood. To his surprise, Selhira seemed to actually have intentions of entering this time, though he probably shouldn't have been. It was probably only this sort of matter that could interest her. Her gaze and smile were still as gentle as ever. She didn't seem to notice that Ryu had a woman on his arm at all, something that left Jojo quite exasperated. She had tried to goad this woman into action several times in recent days, but she hadn't reacted at all. It seemed that she was wrong about the kind of relationship these two had. Ryu welcomed Selhira and Aika, but he seemed to be waiting for something, and indeed it didn't take long for it to appear. Primus suddenly appeared in the skies. his expression just as indifferent. He waved a hand and a power surrounded Ryu to the point that he was completely immobilized. He didn't explain anything else and simply sat in the skies, focusing on a piece of flesh that he was dissecting. Ryu couldn't even change his facial expression. It was as though he was completely frozen in time. But he didn't need Primus to explain to him what was going on. Primus had uttered he wouldn't allow anyone to touch Ryu for 10 years. But he couldn't enter the heavenly path at his level, not without the purpose to completely obliterate it. So, why would he let Ryu enter at all? Chapter 1395 Self-Deprecation. Eska's expression changed somewhat, but she soon calmed down. She had an understanding of the situation that others didn't, so she could easily guess what had happened. She hadn't thought enough about the matter to guess this ahead of time, but now that she had, it made perfect sense. Primus had no reason to risk his chances of completing the cycle of karma just to allow Ryu to enter a place that was insignificant to him. He obviously didn't care about Ryu's progression or how far he would make it. Maybe in Primus' opinion, just having him follow him around was a great boon for Ryu and he was actually trying to waste it. If it was up to him, he would just directly lock Ryu up for these 10 years. The trouble was that if he didn't actually help Ryu, then how would he be completing the cycle of karma? That said, he didn't have to go above and beyond. For the sake of Ryu, he had already offended the 9 powers by being the de facto protector of both Icemine and Eska. He was already doing more than enough. He didn't have to jeopardize himself any further. Plus, this situation would only be until the complete Heavenly Path gateway closed. After that, he would release Ryu as though nothing else had happened. Ryu couldn't move at all as there was a sudden whoosh. Chi began to swirl and rainbow clouds began to shimmer into existence one after another. Soon an enormous portal had formed. Usually, when such a large pull of spatial chi was created, there would be some great changes to the region. But this time, nothing of the sort happened. In fact, it was impossibly calm and tranquil, without even the slightest wind. Aika looked toward Ryu, feeling quite a bit of apprehension at the moment. The requirements for crossing into the 7th heaven from the 6th was far stricter than it had been for the 3rd to the 4th. Even though Selhira was participating this time, she still didn't have 100% assurance because the complete heavenly path not only had many more variables, but there was no doubt that the members of the Radiant Star Sect would be targeted by those of the Fading Star Sect. But even more importantly than that, she was worried about Ryu. She had thought that he and his ancestor were a package deal now. It was even part of the reason there had been so many arguments between them. Though these arguments had died down after his breakthrough. He had now become someone worth taking a jeopardize on. But now? Ryu couldn't even change his facial expression when Aika looked at him. He even had on the same relaxed expression, but no one took comfort in this. They simply assumed that he had never seen this coming. How could a World Sea Realm expert react to a Dao sovereign? Aika bit her lip. With her usual fiery temper, she would have usually done something by now. But this was Ryu's ancestor, not a normal person. She didn't feel that it was right to even ask to allow Ryu in if he didn't want to allow it. Ryu's loyalty to his family should obviously be higher than his loyalty to a sect he had only been in for a short while, especially when she had practically strong-armed him into being a part of them. Ryu had never really treated the sect like it was his home. Even when he became an inheritor disciple, that wasn't by choice, but rather a choice that she had made for him. Then there was her slip of the tongue that caused her to almost have to be promised off to her juniors. Looking at the woman by Ryu's side, Aika sighed. What she was feeling wasn't jealousy, but rather a bit of self-deprecation. Although she had never really said it, she felt that it was a boon for Ryu to be attached to her as a potential husband, regardless of how talented he was. Ryu treating that matter as casually as he had left her a bit speechless. Didn't he know how many powerful men wanted her? In fact, if she appeared on the 8th and 9th heavens, there would probably even be Dao gods pursuing her hand in marriage. But looking at Eska, she seemed to realize something. While she didn't think Eska was so much more beautiful than she was, in terms of grace and elegance, she was surpassed by far. Aika had always had a hint of a roguish and immature air that couldn't be found anywhere near Eska. In fact, Eska seemed to repel such an aura with ease. Even though Eska was several times weaker than her, maybe if this woman appeared on the 8th and 9th heavens, some Tao gods might directly forego her for the sake of this woman right here. She felt that it was improper to keep pushing. With a sigh, she waved her hand. Enter. Her command left no room for questions. Selhira gave Ryu a glance before flickering and vanishing, being the first to enter. Soon, a storm of youths began to fly by. Jojo didn't forget to give Ryu a glare. Coward! After she said this, she too vanished. Once all of the 7th heaven geniuses were gone, the 6th heaven geniuses made their move, then the 5th and finally the 4th. Soon, only the seniors and Ryu remained. Eska sighed. She had never released Ryu's arm as though to signify that she would remain by his side. But at that moment, she suddenly felt a rush of a milky white chi enter her body. Before she could be surprised, she remembered to maintain her calm. She had seasoned too many years of life to lose her composure so easily. At that moment, the gateway began to slowly shrink, accelerating toward closing until next time. It was then that a dense gray fog flickered in Ryu's eyes. Chapter 1396 Childish. However, even when he had tapped out his embryonic chi reserves, it didn't quite feel like enough. It seemed that he had still underestimated Primus. No, he had underestimated what it meant to be a Tao sovereign, one with a step into the Tao god realm at that. His cosmos fog wasn't infallible, and he was learning the hard way. However, he wasn't done yet. At the instant of time before the portal closed, the cry of a phoenix suddenly echoed. Ryu's body exploded forth with countless runes, each radiating a white gold. At the same time, his soul released a subtle ripple, one that could only come from the unbalanced mantra. And as though even that wasn't enough, a pair of translucent wings appeared to his back, rippling with strong wind and spatial chi. And then, his founding Tao erupted. It all happened in the blink of an eye. First, his cosmos fog formed a thick layer around his body, breaking him free for an instant of time. Primus looked down with an indifferent expression, hardly reacting to this matter. But the fact that he took his eyes off of what he was doing at all spoke volumes. Even so, it didn't mean enough to change things. He would simply increase the range. Plus, he could tell that whatever Ryu had used just now was running out quickly at that. However, just when he wanted to lock onto Ryu again, there was a distortion. Ryu's unbalanced mantra seemed to warp reality itself, but it wasn't it alone. Those white runes that coated his body seemed to latch onto those warped rules, shredding them to pieces and putting them back together in a completely incomprehensible way. In that split instant when Primus failed to react to the change, Ryu's spectral wings had already flapped, his body surging forward and crossing the distance that wasn't even 20 meters. Primus looked down from above. It was such a short distance, one that wouldn't even take a World Sea Realm expert a second to cross, let alone one with a space soul nature and the support of a god treasure. It was a truly insignificant amount of time indeed. But what good was a short amount of time if in the eyes of a Tao sovereign, it was still too long? Maybe a little amusing, Primus thought. His forte was obviously in fire gi. It was what he had always focused on, that and the body realm and his saintly weapons. Attacking from a distance, locking down space, and especially doing so without harming someone, could all be uttered to be what he was absolutely weakest in. But that was only relative. Just because it was his weakest ability, didn't mean that it was weak in comparison to other Tao sovereigns. And even more importantly than that in this situation, what good was the weakness of a Tao sovereign to an ant not even in the World Sea Realm yet? The gap between them was so large and impossible to cover that, even if he had never practiced such a thing in the past, it would mean nothing. Even with all of this said, why did he have to do any of that? In fact, he would simply use his strength. His hand paused and he suddenly vanished. When he appeared again, it was already too late for Ryu to stop. Bang! Ryu shot back like a ball out of a cannon, spitting up a mouthful of blood. He ricocheted across the earth, suddenly finding himself several kilometers away from the portal he had just been a few meters from. The gap between Tao Sovereign and World Sea Realm experts wasn't something that could be closed by a few tricks. The other sky gods remained silent. Primus' speed was unlike anything they had ever seen before. Even Aika felt a cold sweat drip down her back. She had had her suspicions before, but now she was certain. She wasn't just a small measure weaker than this person. She couldn't even track his movements. Primus could have moved long before, but it was as though he had purposely waited until the final moment he could. And even then, it seemed like he could have waited even longer if he had really wanted to. It was a hopeless disparity. At that moment, the portal closed, blinking out of existence. The wind came back and the birds began to chirp once again, the rainbow clouds above fading out of existence as a silence fell. Chapter 1397 Lord Husband does Noda. For the first time, he felt a hint of seriousness. This wasn't because he had failed to stop his great-grandson, but rather an understanding of what it meant for Ryu to be able to outsmart and outthink him. Simply put, if Ryu could do it once, he could do it again. And in a situation where his karma hinged on Ryu's cooperation, this was very bad. At that moment, Primus suddenly grinned. It had been a long time since he had felt any sort of blood-boiling conviction. His opponents were too weak, and this was part of the reason he was going to force his way into the ninth heaven. He never thought that this feeling would actually come from someone who wasn't even in the sky god realm yet, let alone his own descendant. Primus laughed, his laughter echoing throughout the world and reverberating. Compared to the commotion that Ryu's breakthrough had caused, this was simply on an entirely different level. Just his laughter alone increased the temperature of the sixth heaven by as much as 10 degrees Celsius across the board, and it didn't even seem like he had done it on purpose. Without another word, he walked away and flickered and vanished. The next thing those present felt was a surging aura that tore the skies open. The gazes of the sky gods present constricted. That tear. It was definitely leading up to the seventh heaven, but how could it possibly be so easy to open such a path without a spatial soul nature? Unless, half-step Tao God. They all turned a deathly sheen of pale. It was only the change of a few words, and yet it felt to them that they were being suffocated. The gap between what they thought Primus to be and what he actually was so enormous that it drowned them. Suddenly, they felt that it was more reasonable that he had entirely ignored the face of the nine powers. Silence fell as Primus disappeared, the atmosphere slowly alleviating. Eska looked at her hand. It was badly mangled, but that odd milky energy surged and quickly healed her, leaving her gaze flickering once more. She could feel that this energy wasn't simple. It was actually increasing her talent, and that was just the effect of a single drop. Ryu had practically filled her up with a river of this chi. Just what was it? She wanted to investigate more, but she knew that this wasn't the time. She looked up to find that Aika had appeared before her, a look of curiosity and hesitation in her eyes. After a moment, Aika sighed. What was she doing? When had she lost all of her backbone? About Ryu. Eska looked down toward Aika. She wasn't very tall, at least nowhere near as tall as Selhira or Jojo, or Ailsa for that matter, but compared to the petite Aika, she was still more than half a head taller. She could tell at a glance how powerful this woman was, so she was respectful, but there still wasn't even the slightest hint of subservience in her eyes. Yes, Eska asked in a pleasing voice. Is his relationship with his ancestor? Eska's eyes twinkled. Lord Husband's relationship with his ancestor is complex. The saintly weapon sky god did not appear when Lord Husband's clan was destroyed, and as such he had held a grudge. Aika and the gazes of several others flickered when they heard Eska's form of address for Ryu. Although they had somewhat guessed it, it still hadn't quite clicked until this moment. They had still felt that it was too ridiculous for such a perfect woman to be in the hands of a brat. Though they could only refer to Ryu as a brat with a clean conscience now only because he had already vanished. As for the rest of Eska's explanation, they seemed to understand. Unfortunately, their deductions were wrong, although reasonable to make. They believed that Primus felt some guilt about not being present to help his clan, and as such wanted to take on his last remaining descendant to nurture and guide him. Indeed, the guidance of a half-step Tao God was far better than one might expect from the complete heavenly path. Why would Ryu even care to enter if he wasn't holding a resentment against his great-grandfather? Eska didn't explain anything further, but everyone latched onto the story, and they felt that Ryu was even more untouchable than they had presumed in the past. A half-step Tao God in his lineage was already enough for Ryu to be untouchable, but for this half-step Tao God to feel a great deal of guilt and responsibility toward him, Well, in that sort of situation, even the 9 powers would be hesitant about exactly how they approached Ryu, even if they had a resentment against him. This was the reality. No one wanted to deal with a lone wolf who was so powerful, especially when he felt that he had nothing else to lose. Of course, Eska had purposely chosen these words. Not only were they the truth, but they gave herself and Ryu a shield of protection that would last for an extremely long time, at least on the 7th heaven. She could clearly sense the change in demeanor immediately. Assie's expression darkened for an instant before he slowly recovered and returned to his usual self. Such a thing wasn't enough to throw him off of his game entirely. I see. So a doting ancestor procured a wife for his descendant, is that it? I sympathize with you, fairy. Assie's words were quite melancholic, but also laced with daggers. It was a bit below him to attack someone younger in this way, but with the way he veiled his words, they didn't sound wrong to those who heard them at all. Eska looked toward Assie with an indifferent glance. Lord Husband does not speak of his family matters. I learned about this matter at the same time as you all. I chose Lord Husband on my own. Please mind your words. Eska's words carried a biting cold with them. Chapter 1398 Shit. Ika snorted and took Eska's arm, leaving Assie and the others. Clearly, her intention was to have Eska come with them once they had cleared the requirements of the complete heavenly path. She sighed inwardly. Although they now had Ryu, she was still slightly worried. The difficulty of the complete heavenly path wasn't set to the 6th heaven. The rewards that appeared and the difficulty would all be scaled to the geniuses that entered. In fact, even those that could enter were adjusted depending on the situation. Usually, the World Sea Realm was the highest state you could be in to enter a heavenly path, whether it was the complete or incomplete one. However, this time it had actually allowed some who had some aspects within the fragmented sky god realm in. Luckily, the 7th heaven hadn't expected this change, so those that had entered had only been from the 6th heaven. But the gap was frightening indeed. While there would definitely be some checks and balances, it was impossible for things to be perfectly fair, and she wasn't entirely sure what would happen this time. Her senses felt that there was something special about this opening, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She felt like if they failed this time, they would regret it for a lifetime. But she unfortunately couldn't take action herself. This was all she could do, and it left her feeling frustrated, as though she had been born far too early. Good luck! Ryu appeared in a twisting miasma of heavenly favor once again. With his improved talent, he should have been able to move through it much more quickly, but he still felt somewhat sluggish. There was definitely a change here that he wasn't aware of. But this wasn't something that he could focus on at all because the state of his body right now was terrible, and he had run out of embryonic chi to heal him. He had originally used all of his embryonic chi on the White Phoenix, and it had taken a while to recover. So he hadn't been able to give enough to Eska ahead of time, forcing him to hand it over at the last minute. It also didn't help that a portion had been used to enter in the first place. The reason he had been able to do any of this relied on one particular thing. Well, one particular thing was the absolute most important, and that was Infinity Mist. He might have been fine if he had used the Infinity Mist on someone else, but because he had used it on himself, this was the obvious result. His ruse was quite elaborate, and it had taken quite a chunk of flesh out of him. The first thing he did was maybe the most painful thing he had ever experienced, and that was splitting his soul in two. One couldn't possibly fool a Tao sovereign, let alone a half-step Tao god, unless you were willing to go at least that far. Usually, one would have to rely on a technique, and that might at least mitigate the pain somewhat, but Ryu didn't have such a technique, so he could only rely on the nature of his soul itself. He split his soul in two and then used his Cosmos Fog and Infinity Mist to wrap around it. Then, he did the same with his real body. In the instant he entered the void to cross the distance toward the portal, he released his fake body from the Golden Moon world and swapped places. Infinity Mist was an existence that even Tao gods feared in large enough quantities. It represented the absolute extreme of the extreme, a water and ice chi so concentrated that it transcended from solid right back into a gaseous state. It simply wasn't possible for others to permeate it with their senses, even if they were a sky god. Of course, the trouble with surrounding himself with Infinity Mist, even if it was under his control, was that his body entered an absolutely terrible state. And the fact his soul was split in two didn't help the situation at all either. His mind felt foggy and a constant migraine was tearing at him. After the other half of his soul dissipated beneath Primus' attack, and the fact it had been separated from him too long, the feeling only got worse. Unfortunately, he couldn't begin healing his soul ahead of time, or else the imbalance would have been a dead giveaway. Only when they were of equal strength could one confuse the other. As for the state of his body, well, if even a transcendent sky god like Eska had ended up with a mangled finger, his state could be imagined. He was very much used to being able to control all the energies and chis in his possession with exceptional familiarity and ease, but Infinity Mist was so unruly and arrogant that he couldn't quite get a rein on it, causing him to end up in this state. Ryu took a deep breath. It should be fine. In a few minutes he would finish forming his first drop of embryonic chi and his body would be back in tip-top shape. So long as his body was in an optimal state, he could protect him and then find an area to recultivate his soul to his previous level and get rid of his headache. Unfortunately, the Golden Moon world was sealed now. It was obvious that the heavenly path had sensed the favor alchemy sky god and taken action. Obviously, they wouldn't allow such an obvious loophole, or more accurately, a treasure of a former Sixth Heaven clan wouldn't be able to fool this world. Suddenly, Ryu fell through the last of the miasma, causing his expression to flicker. He contemplated that he would have enough time to at least heal his body, but it seemed that the illusion of him moving slowly was exactly that. His talent had, indeed, gained a great boost. Shit! Ryu vaguely sensed it even before it landed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Bang! His already badly mangled body was sent flying like a ragdoll. Down below, a man with burning red gaze stood, seething. No. His eyes were actually a light shade of brown. It seemed that he was just so enraged that his eyes had taken on this color. Mental Realm Master. Ryu contemplated as he flew out. A sky god? What good luck! He already had a guess who this was. Who else if not the elusive first disciple of Saint Renushka? He had nearly overlooked that Aika had slain that man, but this individual certainly didn't forget. Chapter 1399. What? He killed who he wanted to kill. Unfortunately, the issue with being so disobedient was the fact that someone would always come to demand a debt. At moments like these, he almost felt that Primus was a bit noble. It was too bad that he was also a spineless piece of trash. Peerthorn looked at his hand, somewhat astonished. At first, he couldn't believe his luck. He had recognized Ryu long ago. Due to this man, he had gone from a person that stood on top of the world and whom not a single soul dared to offend, to a man who had spent the better part of the last 2 years on the run. Under his master's influence he had offended a lot of people, but no one that he couldn't deal with personally. He wasn't that shameless. The trouble wasn't who he had offended, but rather who his master had offended. As a transcendent sky god that had ridden on the heads of many omniscient sky gods, it was safe to say that the saint had a great number of enemies. He had obviously thought that Aika would just be one more to this number, but who would have expected that not only would his clone die, but Aika would even be able to use a mysterious method to target his real body at the same time. This left his first disciple carrying a heavy weight. As the saying went, a master for a day was a father for a lifetime, and unfortunately it was the fate of the son to carry on the sins of his father. This was the reality of it all. He had benefited from his master's umbrella, and because he had to deal with the consequences. This was karma. Even so, that didn't mean that he was happy about it. The opening of the complete heavenly path provided him an opportunity to flee all of this. So long as he made it to the seventh heaven, he could join a small sect of mental realm masters and continue his path forward. Even if he had to take a hit to his prestige, or become only a disciple in name, he would welcome it with open arms. So, he had snuck in with a carefully organized disguise, only releasing it after he had entered. What he hadn't expected was that the moment he had, his enemy would come falling from the skies right into his lap. This was even more surprising considering right before he entered, it had seemed like Ryu wouldn't be able to make an entry. The best part about this was that Jojo had threatened to kill him, so the Tao Sovereign wouldn't even come after him. Of course, his real enemy was Aika, but would he admit that? Did he stand a chance against Aika? Plus, it was this man who had killed his kid junior brother, And it was also because of this man that his master had to insult such an existence. He deserved to die. So, why hadn't he? While it was true that Pyrethorn had only entered the sky god realm with his mind and not yet with his chi realm or body realm, a palm strike from him, especially one carrying the laws he could mobilize now, should have been enough to eviscerate someone who had just entered the world sea realm, especially when they were already so heavily injured. But not only had he failed, his palm even hurt. He looked down at his hand again after taking a look at Ryu. It was bloodied with the latter's blood, but it was also shaking. His wrist had even seemed to be only moment away from snapping. What kind of body? Pyrethorn's gaze trembled. He realized at that moment. How could the descendant of a Tao sovereign not have an extreme amount of talent? How could Ryu's body be normal? I need to go all out. If someone witnesses this. The current location wasn't exactly hidden. They were in a rocky land, and there were many mountains in the distance. There was some sparse greenery, if they could even be called that. They were far more gray and brown than they were green. At the same time, there was this odd pressure above as though it was leading people by the nose, dangling a piece of meat before them just far enough away that they couldn't fully understand what was happening. There was no region for him to disappear quickly outside of the mountains, but they weren't a range, but were rather far more spread out than was usual for such a group. Speed wasn't his forte, so this would be dicey. The only choice was to crush Ryu with his full force as quickly as possible. He stopped holding back. Retracting and flicking his palm, his spiritual chi surged. Ryu immediately tried to pull out his god treasure. But that failed. That mysterious energy dangling a piece of meat almost slapped him out of the skies, and not long later he crashed and rolled along the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. He didn't stay there, immediately rolling up to his feet, but he had only just when he grabbed his head, roaring out in pain. Pyrethorn's spiritual chi was fast, descending without technique first and crashing into Ryu's mind. What? Pyrethorn's eyes widened. He had begun preparing a true technique out of pure habit. He hadn't thought he would need it. But the fact Ryu was screaming meant that he still wasn't dead. What kind of mental defenses could possibly protect a soul ascension realm expert from me? Chapter 1400 Icona. Much like the change to cosmic chi after the cosmic seed realm, entering the soul quintessence realm allowed a qualitative change in one's spiritual chi that was impossible to fight against with quantity alone. Chapter 1401 Limits. Flying through the void without access to his usual level of spacetime affinity was like blazing through a belt of asteroids at full speed with your eyes blindfolded. Even when he took out his matrix, the only difference was that while he was still blindfolded, he could barely hear the whistling of the asteroids from within the cockpit of his ship. It was truly not the best of situations, and if he ever failed to remain within the void and stepped out of an inappropriate location, he could very well find himself impaled by even the most mundane of materials. Losing his life to a stray and wandering leaf, or a bird's shit falling from the skies, wasn't on the top list of his priorities for the day. But given his situation, both were equally likely to happen. If his body was suddenly superimposed with something it shouldn't be, death would be near immediate depending on which body part it was, and his life might be at risk even if it was a relatively less important body part. On top of this, there was another worry that was creeping up in the back of his mind, and that was the situation of the heavenly path. The moment he had entered, he had been attacked, so he had no method of trying to figure out exactly what sort of land he was within right now, and what sort of challenges he might face. For all he knew, Pyrethorn was his task. The incomplete and complete heavenly paths should be different in the way they functioned. The incomplete path was split into stages, and it granted opportunity to most. But the complete heavenly path had already undergone a significant change by even allowing those with sky god aspects to enter in the first place. There was no telling exactly what might be going on, and he didn't like the fact that he was wasting so much time without being able to lock in and figure things out as quickly as possible. His gaze flashed with a cold light that was disrupted by yet another pang of pain. He wasn't even allowed to be angry anymore. What a terrible deck of cards he was dealt. If he didn't make Primus life a living hell for this, his name wouldn't be Ryu Tatsuya. The distance between Ryu and Pyrethorn now was several thousand kilometers. But this was the trouble with dealing with a mental realm sky god. The range of their spiritual sense was infuriating. This heavenly path had about the same suppression as the seventh heaven, though maybe a sliver or two weaker. Even so, the range of a fragmented sky god's spiritual sense was easily tens of thousands of kilometers. For a specialist like Peerthorn, it was even more exaggerated. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if it was approaching 100,000. This was a distance it would take a sky god an hour or two to cross, and it was probably better to measure things in this way rather than deal with the exaggerated numbers. Thankfully, because he was in the void, the range through which his opponent could sense him was far shorter than just that. He just needed to. Ryu's thoughts came to a pause. Up ahead, there was a barrier, a very thick and strong barrier, one that was absolutely impossible for him to cross even from within the void. That was because this barrier signified the end of a world. There was no void to continue in, no space to speak of. He wanted to curse. It seemed that he didn't have to spend time thinking about exactly what was happening here because it had slapped him in the face before he could even get a chance to do much else but run. He was stuck, likely in a combat zone of sort, one where he was forced to face off against Peerthorn. It was an agonizing realization, but one he felt was true nonetheless. There really was no fairness in this damned world. He, a World Sea Realm expert, was not only tossed into the same combat zone as a sky god, but the arena itself was also so small that said sky god could cover a large majority of its range with his spiritual sense. On top of that, he had even been sneak attacked the moment he entered. It was a perfect trifecta of absolute bullshit. Even if he managed to hide from Peerthorn now, it wouldn't even take the latter an hour to find him unless the space was much larger going the other way. However, judging by the curve of the barrier and assuming a perfect semi-sphere, Ryu already calculated that it wasn't. If he wanted to hide from Peerthorn, he would need to set up a concealment formation strong enough to hide from Soul Quintessence Realm expert. But how would he do that? That state of his soul was terrible, and even if he was in top condition, it would take a great deal of luck and effort to pull it off. To make matters worse, as though they needed to be, he didn't have the time or the bandwidth left to deal with this. If he wanted to pull it off, he would have to stay within the void, and staying within the void would necessitate him using his matrix. Usually, he would still have enough endurance remaining to divide and deal with this matter as well, but right now he couldn't afford such a thing. Run. I have to keep running until my life force energy recovers enough to heal my body at least. While he was so concentrated on the state of his mind and soul, his body felt as though it was falling apart. Taking a hit from a sky god while in such terrible condition already was practically a death sentence for anyone but him, but even he was reaching his limits. Chapter 1402 Terrible Luck. This Peerthorn, though, he wouldn't make him wait for long. He would have his head on a pike soon enough. Peerthorn noticed the barrier soon and guessed the same thing Ryu had. When he realized that the latter couldn't run away, his eyes glowed with a fierce light and then he relaxed. He laughed into the skies as though he was a man locked in a cage for years that had suddenly been released. Why wouldn't he relax? What chance did Ryu stand now? Especially since it seemed as though there was simply no one else in this region. He realized that soon Ryu wouldn't be able to hold on. However, the moment he had this thought, he caught himself. His master had been an extremely cautious person. Despite being a transcendent sky god that even omniscient sky gods were hesitant around, he only traveled with his clone and he never put himself in the line of danger if he didn't have to. And yet, he had died simply because he had provoked the wrong person. He knew well what Ryu's background was and who his ancestor was. While Aika had been an unknown to his teacher, how could the same be said of Ryu? If he had all of this information and still somehow managed to fumble the situation, he would be worse than a fool. What can he use to escape me? Treasures? No, I've tried using my treasures here already, and yet I can't access any of them. Even my alchemic pills, ones that I meticulously prepared, aren't where I stored them. It's obvious that this world wants you to rely on nothing but yourself. In that case, the only thing he could possibly use to hide from me would be a formation. But how could a World Sea Realm expert lay a formation that I can't see through? So long as I catch the faintest fluctuations, he would be finished. The last possibility is hiding underground. Spiritual sense doesn't travel as far through the ground, but he doesn't seem to be an earth chi cultivator, so he shouldn't have any earth escape or fusion techniques, and if he tries to dig one the normal way, the residual effects would be too easy for me to spot, it would be even worse than the formation. Peerthorn felt that it would truly be unfeasible for Ryu to escape him, but there was still some uneasiness. His mind managed to defend itself against my blow. It's not impossible for him to have a method of laying a formation that could hide from me. As Peerthorn thought, he moved as fast as he could toward Ryu, but the distance continued to increase. Ryu had taken a very smart path that made it so. It was clear that he was still trying to get just outside of Peerthorn's range. Peerthorn felt that he should stay on top of his toes. He burned away more of his spiritual chi, rushing forward with an even greater speed. It was only a 1 or 2% increase, but he gave it all he had. Unfortunately, he still couldn't match the pace of Ryu running through the void. It was simply unfeasible to beat running without air resistance and friction. Peerthorn felt that it was inevitable by this point that Ryu would exit the range of his spiritual sense. But he didn't panic this time. Instead, globules of light continuously formed in his hand, and he tossed them to the side one by one as he continued to rush after Ryu. Soon, Ryu had managed it, rushing outside of Peerthorn's range, his chest heaving and his head hammering. A burning feeling of heat and blood threatened to rush up his throat, but his gaze was steely. Without hesitation, he came to a stop and rushed downward. He passed through large segments of rock. Peerthorn wasn't a complete fool. He knew that it was possible to enter the earth using the void. The reason he hadn't considered it was because he felt it was foolish unless Ryu could stay within forever. If Ryu ran out of stamina while he was so deep within the earth, then the only thing waiting for him would be death. It wouldn't be as simple as the earth around him crushing him. Instead, it would be like a glitch in reality, two states fusing into one when they shouldn't. He would be crushed down to a molecular level. The only good thing was that it would be a quick death. Even so, Ryu did so without hesitation, rushing deeper and deeper until he was thousands of kilometers beneath the surface. Only at that point did he come to a stop. There's got to be a pocket somewhere, anywhere, Ryu thought to himself. His senses couldn't be spared to find a location. He was trying to run into one by luck, but he quickly found out how foolish that was. He needed a better method, something that would actually work. He grit his teeth, but then his eyes flashed with an idea. He stripped himself of his clothes and then tossed them out of the void. The moment this happened, his clothing and the rock overlapped and flashed. They both crumbled. Where is it? Ryu couldn't calculate everything as precisely as he could in the past, so he had suddenly lost track of exactly where his clothes had gone. He felt like he was suffocating, his mind about to reach the end of his rope when he finally found it an entire kilometer away from where he had been standing. He rushed into the hole that had been formed and collapsed, gasping for breath in the fetal position because the hole that had formed was only large enough to accommodate such a thing. He nearly passed out, but he bit his tongue hard. He couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. His fortune was truly terrible. Chapter 1403 too long. This many kilometers beneath the surface, the pressure was off the charts, and the hardness of the rocks reflected that. The density of material in a nigh seventh heaven environment was already sturdy enough to withstand the battle of high-level sky gods, let alone Ryu's fists, especially so far beneath the surface. So he had to make do for now. On the surface, Peerthorn was in his own bind. He had actually lost track of Ryu. At first, he thought it would be easy to find the little bastard even after he slipped away. Those orbs of light that he had left in his wake had shrunk Ryu's chances of escape by even more. They were essentially ranged probes that could act as stand-ins for his own spiritual sense. So long as someone passed by within a certain range of it, or there was an odd energy fluctuation around it, or even another spiritual sense passed over it, he would be in the know. But Ryu seemed to have vanished into thin air. Peerthorn's expression became frighteningly cold. He was no longer worried about Ryu escaping, so he was easily able to remain calm. He could even take his time to adjust his condition and be prepared for when Ryu appeared again. But he didn't do this. He had barely used any energy, and the stamina of a sky god was far more than a World Sea Realm expert could fathom. He wouldn't give Ryu an opening to do this. He'll need to recover. The moment he starts pulling chi in from his surroundings, it will be a simple matter to find him. Even a concealment formation can't hide chi outside of its bounds. What he didn't know was that Ryu had absolutely no need to draw in chi from the outside. Why would he with access to an entire plane's chi within him? Ryu's embryonic chi finally recovered a drop and he immediately used it, but not long after, his expression turned dark. A single drop of his embryonic chi could even cause large changes in a sky god like Icemine, so why didn't it fully heal him? Taboo. Ryu's annoyance increased, but there was no need to panic. Peerthorn still couldn't find him, so it didn't matter if he took a few more minutes to fully recover. It was clear that because his body had firmly stepped onto a taboo path now, it would take more than just one drop of embryonic chi to heal him now. It was also probably in part due to the fact that it was infinity mist that had harmed him so much as well. This was an extremely high level of energy, and its effects couldn't be easily waved away with a hand. If not for the fact it was partially under his control, he would have died. Despite feeling that this made some sense, Ryu wasn't satisfied with this explanation. Embryonic chi was also an exceptionally high-level energy, one existing on the same level as essence and chaos chi. Why was it restrained by the taboo path? The reality wasn't that it was restrained, but rather that the taboo path was restrained. Matters of faith, karma, and fate intertwine themselves with every aspect of the martial world, and this was only doubly so in the true martial world. The taboo powers had had their paths severed and their names trashed. They were marred by terrible karma, and their fates were more sealed than even Ryu's own. By the same token, embryonic chi was a chi that quite literally gave birth to the geniuses of the true martial world. It was it that molded the future generation. Ever since the taboo powers had been suppressed and restricted, embryonic chi no longer gave birth to their talents. So, embryonic chi had naturally begun to lean toward the 9 powers as well. To make a long story short, embryonic chi was simply far better at healing those of the now common paths, as opposed to those of the taboo paths. But then that begged an obvious question. Why was it so much easier to heal Icemine then? That was where the matter became more complicated. Just because embryonic chi leaned to one side, didn't mean that it was weak. Its abilities were still extremely potent. The problem was that Ryu had quite literally molded his body, changing it fundamentally to step onto a taboo path. Icemine and Eska, though, weren't even quite following a taboo path themselves. Their path was usually followed by twins, but they were one person. The restrictions on the taboo path weren't as heavy for them because it wasn't as recognized. In addition, even if it was, they still wouldn't have molded their body like Ryu had. It would probably only become more difficult for Ryu to heal himself with embryonic chi in the future. But in truth, he wasn't worried. He had only formed one drop just now, but he was capable of forming small streams of embryonic chi now. If it wasn't for the terrible situation he was in, he would have easily been able to produce the embryonic chi he needed for himself. Soon, Ryu had formed a second drop and then a third. He was fully healed by the fourth, and could finally feel his body decompress and relax despite the splitting headache he was still experiencing. After this, Ryu focused on his soul. It wasn't that embryonic chi didn't work on his soul, but rather that there was no point. If he healed the wounds on his soul, it would just be half as powerful as it wouldn't replenish the half he had lost. It was easier to just recultivate. In fact, doing this instead of directly using embryonic chi made his soul more resilient. This was already the second time he had done something similar, and he could feel hints of his soul recovering somewhat like what a muscle would do, as though shredding it apart again and again was an exercise. Ryu didn't believe it was a coincidence. It was definitely somewhat related to his phoenix bloodlines. The more he learned about his soul, or rather souls, the more he understood just how intertwined all the systems of the body were. So, he found that letting his soul recover on its own was actually much better. With practiced precision, Ryu pulled his chaos chi from his meridians. In the past, he wasn't about to pass it through to his thoughts easily and would even have to expel it, before turning it into spiritual chi, and only then absorbing it. But he understood the systems of his souls far better now and didn't feel that sort of restriction. The hours ticked by. Recultivating was a simple matter for Ryu, especially considering the new friend in his spiritual sea. The endless black sea looked just as reflective as usually, but now, there was a hidden change. Or maybe, not so hidden. A complex formation lay in its depths, at the center of which was a flickering white flame, the name of which Ryu had still never tried to pronounce. With this white flame as the center, waving about like a ball of content. His soul always seemed to tend toward perfection. What breaking into the soul ascension realm had taught him was that there was, indeed, a limit to the perfect blackbody, a limit that went beyond what the soul could do, and rather pushed up against what the heavens could allow, and this formation would help him reach that. It would have to do at least that much since it made him abandon a Tao sovereign's self-created technique. It went to show just how much confidence Ryu had in himself now. Maybe what he liked most about this formation, though, was how it perfectly melded with his Magus Lock, intertwining and even becoming a part of it. This was the reason his Magus Lock had actually been able to withstand Peerthorn's blow. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes flashed open, a dense coldness within. He was now in his peak condition. There was no one here. He faced a sky god alone, and he even had a protective talisman in that old bastard? Good. It was about time he found out what the true extent of his power was. What did it mean for Ryu Tatsuya to use 100% of everything he had? Right now, Ryu wasn't the only one struggling. The mighty seventh heaven geniuses came across their own partial sky gods one after another, unlucky enough to have not broken through themselves. In fact, it almost felt as though the heavenly path had done it on purpose for one reason or another. However, at the moment, Ryu wasn't thinking about the fate of others. He had revenge on his mind. Bang! The earth exploded as chaos chi spilled out in all directions. His chaotic silk meridians screamed to life, suppressed for far too long. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1404 Mental Realm Sky God. Even from here, he could feel the coldness emitting from Ryu. He was actually enraged. Peerthorn was so stunned, and then suddenly furious himself, that he laughed. A World Sea Realm expert dared to be angry with him? Dared to show discomfort and dislike toward the situation of losing to him? Who did he think he was? Buck! The release of Ryu's arrow interrupted Peerthorn's thoughts. The arrow was akin to a roaring wave, the snap of the string like a pop of a bubble holding back all of its seething power. It appeared before Peerthorn so quickly that he almost couldn't react, but out of sheer instinct, he raised his hand, runes of spiritual chi gathering and forming a shield before him. The collision was immediate and sparkles of chi radiated through the air. However, to Peerthorn's shock, the arrow actually shattered his shield. Just what? Buck! The second arrow appeared before his forehead and Peerthorn didn't have time to think at all. He couldn't understand how a World Sea Realm expert could possibly have such overwhelming chi so powerful and dense, so utterly surpassing that of his own. While he hadn't entered the Sky God realm in the Chi realm just yet, the gap between the lower World Sea Realm and the peak World Sea Realm was absolutely enormous. In addition, because he was in the mental realm, his consciousness was able to allow him greater fluidity and control over his chi, making him far stronger in that aspect than most peak World Sea Realm experts. Even if he was to refrain from using his mental realm master abilities, there was no chance for normal World Sea Realm experts to match him. This chi. Peerthorn's eyes widened. The third arrow came. Peerthorn hadn't even dealt with the second, but his powerful consciousness caught sight of the third, hidden in its shadow. It moved so perfectly, so seamlessly. It was a level of skill with the bow and arrow that he hadn't seen even from sky gods. It was then that he sensed it. Bow God. In all of his shock and humiliation, he had missed such an omnipresent aura. A suffocating, towering, godlike being standing upon the shoulders of none other than Ryu himself. Fear crept into Peerthorn's very soul, and he began to understand that he could very well become the prey if he wasn't careful. He had all of these thoughts in an instant, the speed of thought of a mental realm master not to be underestimated. With a flick of his wrists, his silvery robe sleeves flared out and several readied spells took shape, wrapping around his body like an armor. These weren't spells that he had prepared before the entry, but rather how he had passed the time while looking for Ryu. It was a habit that his master had ingrained in him from youth. Due to the heavenly path making preparation impossible, he had to redo all of the prep he had readied in the several weeks. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would have to use them on the likes of Ryu. Bang! They weren't enough. Peerthorn felt like a ton of bricks had slammed against him. While the spells held up, his body couldn't. They weren't complete yet and couldn't eliminate inertia, and his body alone wasn't strong enough to deal with Ryu's blows. He flew out like a cannon, but his expression was calm. He had already expected this. This sort of added distance wouldn't only make it easier to deal with Ryu, then he could truly prepare for his onslaught. Trying to fight a mental realm master from a distance was asking for. The fourth arrow appeared. Ignoring distance, it flashed through space itself. The speed of Peerthorn's flight backward was irrelevant to it as it closed the distance, appearing so close to Peerthorn's forehead that he felt its coat of chi piercing into his skin, causing a drizzle of blood to run down the bridge of his nose and around his nostrils, leaving his lips with a bitter, metallic taste. Peerthorn's life flashed before his eyes before he unleashed a roar. Enough! Spiritual chi exploded from him like a shockwave, rippling outward. 10% of his spiritual chi was dried up in an instant as he crashed toward the ground, landing heavily and awkwardly on his feet. That ripple had cost him a lot, but it had also shattered Ryu's fifth and sixth arrows. While this might only give him a split second was more than enough time for a mental realm master like him. Without even bothering to stabilize his footing, his hands raised into the air, countless sword lights appearing in the skies. A cudgel appeared in his hands. It was short and stumpy. Its rounded and protruding edges formed of a wood that looked as though it was rotting. However, in that instant of time, the illusory sword lights solidified and a rampaging, spinning tornado of spiritual chi formed around him. Since Ryu wanted to play, they would play. He looked up, but his pupils constricted. Ryu was nowhere to be seen. A shadow materialized in his blind spot and his heart leapt into his throat. He didn't have time to think about just how Ryu had evaded his spiritual sense. All he could see and sense was the latter bent down into a potent stance, his great sword staff swinging down from overhead and approaching his neck with such swiftness that his soul fled his body. Ryu's presence changed, from bow god to sword god. His intention to cut through all things was so palpable it could be tasted in the air. And then he swung down. Peerthorn's neck sword from his head, or rather, his head, part of neck, and half an angled piece of his torso, shoulder, arm and all, flew from what remained of his body. Ryu stood to his full height, swinging out his great sword staff casually. Usually an arc of blood would follow, but his newly forged great sword staffs, each with a blade as thin as a cicada's wings, were impossibly perfect. So much so that during that cut, not only had he not felt a single ounce of resistance, it was too swift even for blood to latch on. The feeling of not having to suppress his power made him feel like a god. But even more so than that, the power alone was shocking. The gap between the World Sea Realm and the Sky God Realm was enormous. His chi should have no ability to deal with Peerthorn's, and yet his arrows, formed of nothing but chaos chi, had been able to pierce through as though they were equals. There was a problem, though. His chi was so potent that it simply didn't even make sense to use his bloodlines. The gap was too large. This was already his strongest state outside of using his Tao more actively and manifesting his birth phenomena. Of course, there was also using Infinity Mist, but that was a death sentence for him currently. Ryu's gaze sharpened and his body suddenly vanished. Bang! The location he had just been standing in erupted in a blaze of sword chi, or something that seemed to mimic it. Ryu's expression darkened. After the soul birth realm, cultivators already gained the ability to survive the death of their body. But Ryu obviously knew this, so whenever he dealt a death blow, he took this into account and drove his chi to rampage a body. Obviously, a mental realm sky god was even better in this regard. Let alone just surviving, they could live without their bodies entirely. The Zhu clan ancestors had to rely on a special jade to sustain themselves. But someone who had entered the true soul quintessence realm could survive years without their body. There were even some cultivators who discarded their bodies entirely. Of course, more didn't choose to do this as it painted oneself into a corner, and it also required giving up all of your talent outside of your Tao and soul nature. This was a path only extremists would take, especially since there were many other related dangers that Ryu couldn't be bothered to think of right this moment. The short of it was that he had been aware of this, so how could he not take action to prevent it? Unfortunately, it seemed that he had still underestimated sky gods. Boy! Peerthorn's furious roar shook the world. The agony in his voice was clear, but the rage was even clearer. His spiritual chi spilled over, fueling a suffocating presence. Chapter 1405 Black Spiritual Chi. The truth of it was that Ryu had caught Peerthorn off guard, and then pressed his advantage without giving the latter room to breathe. This was what his spacetime soul nature was best at, though shockingly enough, in terms of pure offensive power, it was likewise shockingly powerful. Peerthorn, for obvious reasons, had never fought someone that could outmaneuver him in such a way, and that was especially so when it was from a distance. A mental realm master's greatest strength was in long-ranged combat, but he had been completely outplayed. But now, he was absolutely furious. His spiritual chi lurched and then solidified. Like dominoes being stacked up in quick succession, countless barriers formed around him. Even after dozens had been formed, he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, and to make matters worse, each barrier felt like a moat of thousands of kilometers. Even with his spacetime soul nature, Ryu didn't feel as though he could cross even one of them, let alone so many. Fascinating. That was the first word that came to Ryu's mind, before he suddenly realized that the barriers weren't what he should be focused on at all. Those illusory swords formed in the air once more, but they were even more solid than they had been in the past. At the same time, he sensed the faint hint of something different, something quite subtle, and yet powerful. It was akin to a pinch of baking powder that would make pancakes rise, small and insignificant, and yet its lack of presence wouldn't be missed all the same. Tao. Ryu was certain, and once he latched onto it. His eyes reflected a sharp light as the illusory swords descended. Something told him that he needed to understand Peerthorn's Tao before they reached his range, or else dodging just might become impossible. Then it clicked. Close and yet far. The words came to Ryu's mind so naturally as though they had been whispered into his ears. It was the first time he had felt such a thing, but then again, this was the first time he had cared enough to try and understand a target's Tao after he had entered the founding Tao realms. This wasn't a matter of space or time, like it seemed, but rather one of illusion. Peerthorn kept forming swords, but he definitely wasn't anywhere near a sword god, nor a blade master. When they first appeared they were illusory, and then they solidified. And then there were his barriers. They were powerful, certainly. And theoretically, it was possible to form a spell that increased range and the sense of it. Ryu himself had done as much before even forming a Tao, and that was without even forming his spacetime soul nature. It was his self-created visualization, a technique he hadn't used in ages because it was far too weak now. Warped ripple. The trouble was that 1, it shouldn't have been so easy, and 2, shouldn't have been capable of countering Ryu so easily. Theoretically, had he run into someone with a space soul nature, or even that dragon he had offered to become his mount, assuming the same level of strength between him and them, his warped ripple would have been rendered entirely useless. By the same token, Peerthorn should have been against him as well unless he too had a space affinity, or at least had time to set up a more complex spell. The fact it wasn't meant the gap was being made up by a natural energy, his Tao. Mature dynastic Tao of the fragmented level. The moment it clicked for Ryu, the swords appeared before his face. He didn't move, his robes fluttering and his eyes forming a twin pair of circles that rotated in opposite direction, each more complex than the last. One white gold and the other dark gold. The suffocating presence of a founding Tao erupted, and the swords that had solidified in the air became illusory in his eyes once more. They layered atop one another, and the closest one was at his throat. Ryu shifted and vanished, dodging out of the way of the sword he hadn't seen until just moments ago. His sword god aura flared and the swords faltered further, dimming once more to become nothing more than keen beads of light in his eyes. Nothing of them was real but a small, centimeter-wide sharp hue of light. 99% of the swords were fake, but that only made it more devastating. The true blade could be hidden anywhere within the swords, and even his spiritual sense couldn't see through them. He might step past a blade that he thought he had already dodged, only to find his throat slit. But that was only the first layer of the illusion. The second layer was the movement of the illusory swords themselves, and then the third was their solidification. More important than all of that, though, was just how subtly Peerthorn used his Tao. If not for Ryu's hypersensitivity, he wouldn't have known he was using it at all. It was hard to imagine just how many had died to Peerthorn without even knowing how it happened. Is this how sky gods battle? How boring. Ryu raised a palm and his great sword staff slapped into his hand with a satisfying pop. He raised it leisurely, blade tip pointed toward exactly where the roaring Peerthorn was. Having lost his body, Peerthorn was absolutely furious. He didn't even seem to realize why it was that Ryu had managed to dodge his attack at all. But by the time this transient thought passed through his mind and he tried to remind himself to calm down, it was too late. A blade suddenly appeared before his somewhat weak soul form. But what was scary wasn't the blade itself, but rather what coated it. A dancing blade energy of concentrated spiritual chi. Black spiritual chi? He had never. His body was cut apart, shredded to pieces, and then consumed whole. Chapter 1406 Luck-Based. It was no surprise that Ryu had relied on the ability of his perfect Black Buddy soul. There was truly nothing more effective against other souls than the devouring character of his own. However, the troublesome aspect of this was that he actually had to devour. It wasn't that Peerthorn disgusted him as a person, though sneak attacking a World Sea Realm expert when you already had a foot into the Sky God realm was pretty despicable. The real reason his face twisted in disgust was because Peerthorn's memories had come with them, that and the fact he felt that this mental realm master's spiritual chi was nowhere near pure enough. Upon entering the soul quintessence realm, spiritual chi was no longer referred to as such and was instead called quintessence by some, spirit by others, and some others yet still called it spiritual quintessence. It should have been to spiritual chi what cosmos chi or god chi was to mortal chi or immortal chi, but it felt muddled and quite trashy when Ryu sensed Peerthorn's, as though he had been in too much of a hurry to break through, something odd considering his usual caution. Of course, what Ryu didn't know was that Peerthorn hadn't been in a rush at all. Just like normal chi's, spiritual chi had grades, it was just that this didn't become obvious until solidifying it all into soul quintessence. This grade was decided by not only your soul talent, but also your cultivation method. Ryu had been using a Tao Sovereign's training method until this point, and even after he had abandoned it, it was for good reason. Quite frankly, he had never seen spiritual chi this poor. As for before he had entered the true martial world, he chalked much of that up to his soul being messed with before his birth. Other than those disgusting memories and the odd quintessence, Ryu couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. Peerthorn didn't have a soul nature, and even if he had, it would have been useless for Ryu to absorb it. Due to the quirks of his soul, only if he managed to find a natural treasure or soul nature on the level of that silver star could he gain a second. Though, through the same token, if he accidentally absorbed one even stronger, then his spacetime soul nature would vanish. Not that he felt that that was very possible. There was nothing of interest in Peerthorn's recollections either. His master had too many enemies. The moment he died, they ravaged his belongings like a pack of wolves. Peerthorn didn't even dare to return, and was only lucky enough that he found out the news before he did. Otherwise he would have probably suffered a fate worse than death. The fate of this man was a bit tragic, or it would have been, if not for those memories. Not that Ryu ever felt much sympathy even when he killed someone supposedly innocent. That was just the way of the martial world. Suddenly, the ground rumbled and the separated peaks began to move. Though it was impossible to spot from this location, Ryu was certain that it was forming a formation of sorts. Soon, the mountains snapped into place and Ryu looked up as the formation stretched across the skies. Then, each one of the mountains opened up a passage, of which Ryu was pretty sure you should only enter one. Ryu didn't move immediately. He still didn't quite understand what these trials were about, but if he had to guess, he had probably cleared the first hurdle. All things considered, it wasn't too bad, though he had lucked out in the fact that Peerthorn was much too overconfident in his abilities. It was funny, even though he felt that he had lucked out, he had still ended up half dead previously. That was just his luck, he guessed. Regardless, now there seemed to be a prize segment of sorts. Potentially. Even that he wasn't quite sure of. It might just be giving him a chance to pick his next enemy. So which one should he pick? After a few moments, Ryu shook his head, feeling annoyed. He hadn't dispelled his Tao just yet, so he was still using it to read and analyze the world around him, but each and every one of those portals looked the exact same. It was, as he had expected, one of the most annoying kinds of trials, Purely luck-based trials. Why certain bastards and the heavens liked to test one's fortune so much, he would never understand. Then again, much of his strength now was due to the luck of what he was born with. That was exactly the point. The luck of the draw had already played out in all of their lives already. Doing it anymore was like slapping the faces of those that hadn't gained the luck of the draw with constant reminders of how inferior they were, never giving them a chance to rise up. Ryu shook his head. He didn't know when he had gotten so sentimental, but his stare quickly became frigid again. He looked forward and toward the entrances. He wasn't just anyone anymore. He was a man with a founding Tao. A Tao that could change the very fabric of the heavens should it be allowed to grow to that point one day. Reveal yourself to me, Ryu uttered lightly, his birthed phenomena rising from behind him. The portals seemed to swirl with various colors, much of which was a Ade, but a deeper layer of which was laid bare beneath his consciousness. His eyes locked onto one with a silvery construct wrapping around its base. It was familiar, calming, even. It was a silver that he had seen through for much of his life. His birthed phenomena collapsed and his body stumbled, but his grin spread across his lips. With a step, he vanished, appearing before the entrance and stepping through without hesitation. Chapter 1407 Lucky. Ryu frowned, but he didn't resist, not that he could. He could feel the intention of the path. It wasn't like him to turn back. Oddly enough, he couldn't even quite feel that he was moving forward right this moment. Even his proprioception was cut off. The only reason he was certain that he was moving forward at all was because of the confidence he had in his own willpower and his control over his body. But he also acknowledged that this could very well be an illusion. A feeling of disgust welled up inside of him again. If you were going to test luck, then just test luck. Why were you layering a competence challenge on top of that? It didn't even seem to make sense. It was more cruel than anything else. Ryu was slowly finding himself being disgusted with the heavens again. A novel feeling, at least it was novel compared to how he had felt in the past. After Ailsa woke him up, he felt a much deeper understanding for the heavens and found it to be just an amorphous blob following rules that had been decided long ago. As for who decided those rules, he didn't know, nor did he know if it was possible for a sentient being to decide such important things in the first place. However, as he had learned long ago, it was more important how one had come to a conclusion than what conclusion they had come to. In the past, he hated the heavens because of a false sense of unfairness, especially when he had been given so much more than most others. It was a petty hatred, and one that came from a place of weakness. But whether it was this heavenly path or the incomplete one, he found himself feeling dissatisfied with how the heavens did things for much more substantial and honestly mature reasons. Ryu didn't turn back. Even if he had made a mistake in his choice, he would go down with the ship. He was a sharp and decisive person. These petty tricks couldn't sway him, no matter how much pain they came with. With slow but purposeful steps, he continued onward. At the same time, he basked in this peculiar feeling. If there was one thing that he had neglected as he grew stronger, it was soul techniques. He remembered a particular technique that he had learned from the Radiant Star sect libraries that enabled him to snatch away the senses of others. He obviously didn't use it anymore because it was too weak for his current standard of battle, but this experience made him recollect it once again. He reminded himself to have a chat with Eska about her opinion on how visualizations translated to this world and if they were still viable at the highest levels. He believed the answer was yes, but since he had a woman who could give him a shortcut, why not use it? Ryu smiled to himself again. What a novel thought that was. Him? Ryu Tatsuya? Not insisting on doing things the hardest possible way. It was a breath of fresh air, one that left him with a brighter and brighter smile. This was the feeling of true freedom. Freedom was always something that he chased after, but he had never realized just how much he had chained himself. It wasn't just the heavens and his enemies that had shackled him, but even his mind was a prison of its own. He would have to pay more attention to this in the future. The mind of a cultivator, their very condition of being, was just as important as every other factor. It could very well be said to be the seventh pillar of cultivation. Suddenly, something flashed in Ryu's eyes. He imagined that if there was someone observing him now, especially if that person was a living, breathing entity that had set up this test in the first place, they would be rather dissatisfied. After all, Ryu was smiling, his thoughts lost in his own world. He hadn't even doubted his decision for a second. But maybe that was also why the trial came to a stop so quickly. When Ryu's gaze cleared, the cold needles were gone and he stood in a hall, a familiar one at that. It was extremely similar to the hall he had been in at the end of the incomplete heavenly path. God treasures lined the walls and sat upon the pillars. What was surprising, or maybe not so much, was the fact that these God treasures were just as powerful as the ones that Ryu had seen after stepping into that reward center of the incomplete heavenly path. But this was shocking for a different sort of reason. Was that it? Was that the complete heavenly path? Was this already the end? Of course, asking a World Sea Realm expert, especially a lower World Sea Realm expert, to battle it out with a mental realm master sky god was a top-level test in every perception of the word, but Ryu felt a bit dissatisfied. No, this should just be the first reward. But why does it emit a suggestion of finality to it? Ryu's gaze flickered and it suddenly landed on a floating cube in the skies. It bobbed slightly, radiating an ancient aura. But more importantly than that, it had words on it. Ryu smiled. He was so used to figuring things out on his own that he hadn't even noticed there were rules right in front of him. I see. The heavenly path wanted him to make a choice. He could take a god treasure now and leave happily. When his eyes cleared once more, he would be in the seventh heaven. Or, he could continue and try for greater rewards. Ryu's lip curled and he walked past the treasures, leaving out the other end. What he didn't know was that he was rather lucky in this regard. Chapter 1408 Protector Spirits. The heavenly path wasn't so kind, and it was surprisingly because of Ryu's choice that someone else was able to get lucky. Most who were lucky enough to reach the stage that Ryu had chose to leave, they had no business here, nor did they feel the need to continue risking themselves. The large majority of them were sixth heaven geniuses, and this was more than they had expected of themselves. However, the seventh heaven geniuses, many of whom were matched up against sky gods along at least one path, beaten and bloodied, glared at the cube and continued forward. These treasures that floated before them were ones that they would eventually get their hands on so long as they continued along their current path. But what they wanted as a chance to change their fate entirely, this wasn't enough. They were more ambitious. They wanted more, and they were willing to risk their lives for the chance. Ryu's gaze flashed once again, and he found himself in a lush forest. It was far less barren than the previous area, and though he was a bit tired after pushing his Tao to the limit, his smile didn't fade. This sort of small fatigue would vanish soon enough, and it was the far better fate in comparison to the state he had been in the last time. Feeling his chaos chi circulating through his body, Ryu actually felt quite vibrant. It was as though he had been forced to breathe through a mesh all his life, and it had finally been removed now. He didn't know if he would continue to use his chaos chi or not, as this world seemed different from the last. But at least for now, he allowed it to move freely. The truth was that despite his shift in mentality, Ryu wasn't going to rely on Primus fully. 10 years was just a short time, and if he revealed all of his cards, then he would be screwed when the time came. Also, Primus wasn't invincible. It was very likely he would cause so much trouble that there would eventually come a point that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Ryu wasn't worried about the taboo power aspect of things because Icemine was indeed a martial god. He felt that he could deal with that situation even without Primus. But if others found out the true depth of his talent, and then found out that he also followed a taboo path, on top of the fact he had a founding Tao, Icemine and Elena wouldn't be enough of a protective shield for him. Of course, that didn't mean that he would definitely not use his chaos chi. It just meant he would be cautious about the cards that he did reveal. And if he ended up in a one-on-one battle again in a closed-off space, he wouldn't even hesitate for a moment. This place, though, didn't seem like that. This shouldn't be another one-on-one battle. It seems that those were only the preliminaries. Ryu looked around. He had learned his lesson already. Since this heavenly path seemed to deviate from the normal path so much, there might be explanations for what was going on hidden in plain sight. Sure enough, high in the skies, there was another floating cube. Ryu quickly read what was going on and then looked at a list of names. Interesting, If the time he spent healing himself was neglected, Ryu would have definitely been one of the first to reach this stage. But because he had to hide away for so many hours to heal himself, he was lagging behind. This region was similar to a test of the incomplete heavenly path, but far more straightforward. Rather than cities, there were territories. These territories were the home to a protector spirit that tested certain aspects, and they were separated into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Unlike the cities of the past, once one cleared a territory by debt-eating the protector spirit, it would become attached to the person. If one wanted to claim a defeated protector spirit, one would have to defeat the person that carried it. If the target had more than one protector spirit on them, then you would gain them all. Of course, the obvious choice seemed to be to target those with the most protector spirits and relax in the beginning. But if you did so, you would only be shooting yourself in the foot. That's because the protector spirits could add to a person's power. If you waited too long, you could find yourself without a protector spirit and suddenly not a match for even those that were once far weaker than you. Ryu was in the high 4 digits, close to 5 digits in terms of his current ranking. It seemed that almost 10,000 cultivators had entered this region before he had, but he still didn't feel worried. Interesting. So it encourages teamwork. 2. How potent are these protector spirits? Ryu's eyes narrowed as he read the last of the rules. He was a bit stunned because he hadn't expected such a thing. The cube floating in the sky recommended that protector spirits above the bronze grade be attacked in groups. The group that succeeded would be rewarded evenly with the strength of the protector spirit. Ryu couldn't help but frown when he perused this. That was because the challenge of this heavenly path had already been modified to accommodate for the stronger specialists of the 7th heaven. If that was the case, then this warning wasn't one that could be ignored. But he really didn't feel like teaming up with anyone. His head turned toward a certain direction. The only way to find out whether he was assured or unwise was to fight a bronze-grade protector spirit first. He really wanted to see just how potent they were at this level. He took a step and vanished. Chapter 1409 Mocking. V. That golden-haired, green-eyed young man that wielded a glaive, the very same junior of the man that he sworn to be his first kill as a sky god. Ryu raised an internal eyebrow. Vi was much too strong currently compared to what he should be. Hadn't been that long. His eyes narrowed. That was right. There was a time stretch between the nether plane and the true martial plane. There had been one back in Sacrum as well, but the reason he didn't really consider it was because he didn't know if it translated to this world as well. He hadn't thought much about how many changes had taken place because he pretty much expected these sort of large, broad turnovers to occur. But he realized now that he had been neglectful. Vi had already cultivated to the middle of the World C realm, and he was side by side with 2 peak World C realm geniuses of his sect. They were working well to deal with the bronze protector spirit, so focused that they didn't immediately notice Ryu. Then again, they couldn't be blamed. Ryu had gotten into the habit of using his void spiritual sense when he could, so most wouldn't notice his presence unless they laid eyes on him directly. And sometimes even that was impossible if he chose to travel through the void. It could be said that he would already be among the best killers of true martial world, at least at his cultivation level, so long as he had the thought to do so. However, in this situation, he didn't really feel the need to hide himself. He took a strong step forward and the 3 young men realized that he was here. They frowned when they recognized Ryu, not having thought that they would be in such a situation. Usually they would disdain a lower World C realm expert, but it was hard to do so after learning his background. As for Vi, who understood even more about Ryu, his reaction was even more serious than the others. The last time he had met Ryu, he had been at the peak of the Tao pedestal realm while the latter was in the Path Extinction realm, yet he had lost handily. Now that they were in the same realm, he had thought about revenge, but now, he didn't even feel the confidence to stand before him. Much of the matters that had happened back then were muddied in Vi's mind due to the existence of Starlight, but matters that were directly related to himself, like how he had to pretend passing out to escape from the embarrassment of his loss, were fresh in his mind. His anger almost took hold of him, but then the roar of the bronze protector spirit shook him awake and he quickly turned back. The bronze protector spirit was ironically a golden bear with a circular patch of glorious white fur right on its belly. It was quite a beautiful creature, when it wasn't roaring at you, and the fact that it was slightly illusory only made it more mesmerizing. The cultivation of the bear was at the peak of the 11th order, the equivalent of the peak of the World Sea Realm, but this was less important than the pressure it gave off. All of the protector spirits had this exact same cultivation. However, their strengths weren't even remotely the same. The trio of glaive wielders had chosen to work together regardless, not only to bolster their teamwork, but also to minimize the risk while they gauged just how difficult the task ahead would be. In this time, they had realized that a single distraction could be fatal. The eldest of the trio looked back for a moment. "You two stay focused on the bear. I'll go deal with him and chase him away. If I can kill him, I will, but I want the FA of the benefit of the doubt in case I fail. Stay sharp." Vi and the other hesitated, but then they nodded in understanding. Suddenly, the eldest vanished, his glaive streaking forward and appearing between Ryu's brows. His killing intent was restrained and quite subtle, making it difficult to pick out. Ryu understood what he was trying to do immediately, and he even found it to be a bit amusing. His fingers reached out. Pong! The sound of Ryu's fingers pinching together was akin to a hammer forging a piece of hot metal. The eldest found himself frozen, his momentum entirely incapable of moving any further. Ryu's body alone was only a small measure from the sky god realms. In fact, it could be said that he was even a half-step, as he had technically completed what amounted to 10 life destructions, one more than the supposed absolute limit. Against weak World Sea Realm experts like this, he didn't even have to circulate his chi. The gap caused by that half-step was enormous. The eldest's expression changed, and he tried to retrieve his blade. Unfortunately, snap! Ryu twisted his wrist slightly and the rigid blade of the glaive shattered, crumbling to pieces that fell to the ground. Ryu looked down toward the fallen pieces with a hint of melancholy in his eyes, almost as though he lamented destroying such a weapon and wanted to apologize for it. The eldest, though, was far too shocked to be enraged by Ryu's clear and obvious mocking. Soon, though, he would have hoped that that mocking expression would have stayed. Ryu looked up, his gaze flashing with cold. "Trying to kill me, HM? Do you think your petty tricks can fool my eyes?" Ryu grasped at the air and the fingers of his hands vanished into thin air. Chapter 14:10 Insights. The eldest froze. He looked down at his chest. Ryu hadn't even closed the gap between them. The length of his glaive's polearm was almost 2 meters, and the blade alone was an additional 1.5 feet. The fact Ryu had caught the tip of the blade meant that there were at least 2 large strides between them. Not enough for a single arm to cross, especially not when Ryu hadn't taken a step forward. So, why did it feel like his heart? 5 bloody holes burst from his chest and blood flowed in 5 rivers. It dripped to the ground as he crashed backward, his expression growing dull as Ryu's 5 fingers appeared once more. However, not a single one of them was bloodied, as though Ryu didn't want to stain himself with the blood of someone so insignificant. Ryu strolled past the eldest, before he even hit the ground. Vi and his remaining partner were shaken. They still couldn't sense Ryu with their spiritual sense, but they could definitely sense the fall of their comrade. Their immediate choice was to retreat, moving back from the roaring bear spirit with their fastest speed. Ryu watched this scene without much of a chance in expression. He was far more interested in the bronze protector spirit. His goal, in the first place, was to see if they were really so powerful. As for Vi, he was an insignificant character he had already defeated once. He also felt it was more intriguing if Vi was alive for the day his senior died. How would he feel knowing that he was the trigger for everything? Vi felt a bitterness rise up his throat when he realized that Ryu had directly ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. But it also reinforced a sensation of inferiority that had been kept deep within his soul. At that moment, his gaze went red and he unleashed a roar, his toes slamming into the seemingly soft soil and leaving a small pit as he rushed forward, his glaive swinging upward. His Dao charm technique bloomed and he seemed to become a towering mass of chi. He rose from not even 2 meters tall to over 3, his glaive increasing in size to match him. His aura soared past the eldest and continued rising in an instant. It was clear that while his cultivation was the weakest among the 3, his talent and even his combat power was the highest. "Vi! Stop!" Ryu looked over. He was already within 20 or so meters of the bear spirit while the two had retreated to over 100 or so meters away. It wouldn't have been so easy for them to do so, if not for the danger the protector spirit felt coming from Ryu. It was clear that this beast had some intelligence. Ryu couldn't help but chortle somewhat inwardly. First Starlight, nor Vi. What was it about him that made cowards grow spines? Did he just enrage them that much? That must be a talent of some sort. The bear spirit, noticing that Ryu was distracted, swiped down with full force. The wind whipped against Ryu's scalp so sharply that it almost made him feel as though he didn't have any hair whatsoever. The raw power of this protector spirit was off the charts, but by the same token it didn't seem to have any other modes of attack. At the same time, Vi closed in from the distance, his glaive's blade screeching across the air. His Tao hummed into existence at the last moment, the aura of an immature sovereign Tao forming and increasing the strength of his strike all the more. Troublesome, Ryu thought faintly. The strength of the bear spirit was actually only a small fraction weaker than his own. While he was stronger, he couldn't just blow it away with physical strength alone. Of course, his thoughts were mostly about the bear, or more accurately, what it meant for this bear to be so powerful. If a bronze protector spirit was already so strong, what about the other ones? Would he really have to work with others? That idea was truly annoying. Unless, Ryu's thoughts flickered with an idea. Suddenly he moved. Vi's glaive descended, its blade so close to the tip of his nose that he could almost feel the coolness of its metal against his skin. Ryu's gaze sharpened and the aura of a fist god erupted. He punched out a single time and the world's wind seemed to come to a stop. Bang! The head of the bear spirit shattered into motes of light. A single punch and instant death. Ryu didn't even look toward the bear again after sending out that fist. His steps were faster than Vi could react to. He appeared by his side. Vi froze, his large body dripping with cold sweat. He could only look at the fallen bear spirit, not understanding. Their trio could have vanquished the spirit, that much he was confident in. Not much time had passed yet, which was why they hadn't, and they were also reserving their might knowing that they would have to battle far more battles. But even if they went all out, could they defeat it in a single strike? No, that was impossible. Just by function of the fact they were fighting in threes while Ryu was alone was a slap to the face of that possibility. He was simply on a level all to his own. Bang! My body folded as Ryu's fist slammed into his hip. A raging torrent of energy threatened to shred him to pieces, his body flying out like a broken kite caught in a roaring storm. At that moment, the final motes of light from the protector spirit latched onto Ryu and a barely perceptible symbol formed at the center of his forehead. Interesting. Ryu waved out a hand and he felt that his might had increased. But the thing was that he hadn't used the protector spirit's power. Instead, he had used its insights. It seemed that the protector spirits had more to give than just their temporary power. Realizing this, Ryu was more determined than ever to kill as many as he could on his own. Chapter 14:11 Martial Forms. Though Ryu understood this immediately, he was still surprised. He didn't understand it so quickly because it was simple, but rather because of his now complete origin flame and his founding Tao. There was very little he couldn't understand at this point, and his body was among the count that found it almost impossible to baffle him. Martial forms. It had been a long time since Ryu had thought of these two words. He had stopped practicing his 4 martial forms a long time ago because he had already reached the limit of their usefulness. Chapter 14:12 Fun. It was safe to say that many were furious, but curiously enough, there were also many who were mocking this man. They all knew who this white-haired man was. It was none other than the Tao Sovereign's descendant. And that was precisely why the polarization was so great. On the one hand, those that had their protector spirits snatched felt infuriated and thought that Ryu was simply abusing his status. On the other, those that had witnessed him running away felt that he wasn't worthy of having such blood run through their veins. Couldn't be helped. Not everyone was as stupid as Vi's seniors. When they saw that Ryu was interested in their protector spirit, they gave way to him as a sign of goodwill. Who in their right mind would want to offend such a monster? They even assumed that maybe Primus had stopped Ryu from entering before them, so that they wouldn't see what trump card he would hand him. How could they even fathom the idea of a World Sea Realm expert escaping a Dao sovereign? Then there were those that witnessed him running away. They were even more straightforward with their ridicule, feeling that someone like Ryu truly wasn't worthy. Like this, two groups of people grew to hate Ryu for completely different reasons, and Ryu, who caught a whiff of it, felt that it was more entertaining than anything else. Usually, he might just directly kill anyone he came across saying such things about him, but he found himself just laughing. If he wasted time here killing everyone who uttered something, then where would he put his tears when time ran out and he didn't create the ultimate martial forms he wanted to? Though there was no time limit clearly stated, he felt that only a fool would treat it as such. There would definitely be at least one other round, and there was no doubt in his mind that many who were dragging their feet now would regret it when that time came. If he only had to complete one martial form, things would still be fine, but having to complete 4 really restrained him. The bronze protector spirits were powerful, but the insight they gave was still limited. At the same time, Ryu didn't want to progress to silver protector spirits too soon or else he might find himself suffering. He had seen a silver protector spirit from afar earlier and it was no joke. It was at least on the same level as Peerthorn, and they wouldn't have a mental breakdown halfway through a battle, nor would they underestimate their opponent. They were like computers using their full strength right from the beginning. The large gap between bronze and silver also told him that it would only grow more exaggerated as he continued. He calculated that in order to defeat a silver protector spirit as calmly and smoothly as he had defeated a bronze protector spirit, all things considered, he would need to kill exactly 999 bronze protector spirits. On top of that, he felt that that number wouldn't decrease if he wanted to use his killing of silver protector spirits to deal with gold protector spirits. The trouble was that the number as one continued to go up the tiers most definitely lessened considerably. Would there even be 999 gold protector spirits total? What about silver? He felt that there were at least a few thousand silver protector spirits, but the problem was that he wasn't the only one hunting them down. He would have to dominate at least 10% of them if he wanted to clear gold protector spirits quickly enough to challenge diamond protector spirits before this matter ended. Ryu dodged out of the spinning stinger of a scorpion protector spirit. It's fast and agile. It has aspects appropriate for both the Qilin and Fire Phoenix marital forms. Realizing this, Ryu punched out with great strength, his body rippling with the insights of his previous several hundred kills. There was a very good reason he hadn't just killed every protector spirit he came across, causing his myth of running away to spread. It was because he felt that there was definitely a limit. That 999 number he had calculated wasn't just the number he needed to kill silver protector spirits as easily as he had killed the first bear spirit he had eliminated with a single fist, but it was also the limit this heavenly path would allow him to absorb as well. This was another worry. He wondered if the limit for silver would be even lower, making his dreams of killing golds effortlessly fly away with the wind. Unfortunately, he couldn't calculate that until he absorbed one first. Ryu punched out several times, feeling the insights of the scorpion inundating him. Less than 100 left. Ryu had already begun to radiate a strong bronze aura. His aura was radiating out in all directions, but this only made him smile. This aura made him easier to find. Usually, he would already be being overwhelmed from all sides. But the shield that useless ancestor of his gave him was actually quite useful. Many approached from the distance, but when they saw who it was, they turned tail immediately. This was a really good feeling. The last time he had had such a badge of protection, he had been a cripple of the Tatsuya clan. He wasn't really able to enjoy it at all, aside from being able to speak some sharp words to World Sea Realm experts that annoyed him. But now he truly felt free. It seemed these next 10 years would be fun. Chapter 1413 Not Enough. Ryu's hand gripped down, shattering the face of the 999th bronze protector spirit. After the first 100, the rest had become even easier to kill as the power of the spirits flooded through him. By this point, his bronze aura shone so brightly that it could be mistaken for gold under certain lights, and a blazing pillar of light surrounded him constantly. He could feel without even checking himself that his presence alone could be spotted from dozens of kilometers away through sight alone. If one used the feel of his aura and matched it with their spiritual sense, hundreds of kilometers shouldn't be a problem. By this point, Ryu had already completed the martial forms to a standard of the true martial world. When he used them now, he felt the world reacting just as violently as they once did in Sacrum. The problem was that he still felt that this wasn't good enough. He imagined that this was enough to stand tall in the seventh heaven. But the eighth? Definitely not. In fact, he wasn't sure if completing the Silver Protector Spirits would allow him to reach that level. It was likely that it would take him assimilating some Gold Protector Spirits to do that. As he thought about the matter, he flowed from one martial form to the next, his body practically screaming with excitement. His fused bloodlines agitated themselves in a positive way, reacting with a beauty and understanding that made Ryu's bones sing. Using the martial forms was far sharper than just relying on the insight the Protector Spirits gave alone. That was because these insights came in bits and pieces, and while it was subconsciously ingrained into your bones, what it lacked was the nuance necessary to flow from one state easily to the next. For example, if Ryu wanted to be explosive, his body would naturally tap into the bear spirit and spirits like it. If he wanted to be fast, it would tap into the scorpion spirit and ones like it. However, he couldn't seem to be both fast and explosive at the same time. This made sense. After all, the muscle memory was built in pieces rather than holistically over a long period of time. It was like training running form and breathing technique separately. If one wanted to go and run a marathon right afterward, but had never practiced them together, who was to say how well things would go? At the same time, Ryu could tell that once this round was over and the power of the Protector Spirits drained from his body, the feeling of sharpness that he got from the insights would also dull. The martial forms were different, though. By practicing them together, Ryu was getting this exact sort of holistic result that he was looking for. Over time, it would only get sharper and benefit his combat prowess. He would thus have to rely on his Tao and his origin flame less in analyzing his battles, and he cowl act and respond more instinctually. If he succeeded in doing this, he could free up bits of his mind or even allow his mind to work more efficiently, raising the level of his battle prowess, and that would both be in his ability to read and react, but also in how well he used his strength too. Flexibility, for instance, was a huge part in how well a cultivator could use their strength. If your hips were locked and your knees weak, how would you properly drive a fist through an opponent? The same principle could be applied across all disciplines, and of course, since Ryu had mastered so many god auras, he was well aware of this as well. He clenched and unclenched his fists, taking a large, sweeping breath that formed a vortex of wind in the surroundings. The ground shook and the trees swayed wildly from side to side, their weaker branches and leaves being ripped from their bodies as Ryu flowed the Ice Phoenix martial form. This also isn't enough. For me. Ryu thought this as he slowly closed his eyes, pressing down his palms toward the ground and exhaling a slow breath. His gaze flashed open with a hidden sharpness, his very cells singing. The martial forms were good, excellent, even. The reason he said it wasn't enough was because he felt that he could take it to another level. He could fuse them and make the perfect martial form for himself, one that only he could use. He just needed more insight. Silver it is. It was time. Ryu took a step and vanished. He was getting a bit obsessed to the feeling of this kind of speed, this kind of power. The Protector Spirits flowing through his veins threatened to overload his mind, and would have overloaded practically anyone else's. But from what Ryu could tell, both his soul and his Tao worked in tandem to suppress and control them. Once he fused with the Silver Protector Spirits, they would become the de facto rulers of his consciousness and this strength, and it would then become up to him to suppress and control them. Regardless of what it was, he felt confident in his success. Even though he thought this, he knew that the more powerful he made the martial form individually, the more difficult they would be to fuse. He had to be cautious with how he approached this, but he would also prefer nothing at all than settle for something imperfect. This region is a bit. The terrain didn't change much as it was still a dense forest, but Ryu realized now why he hadn't really been bothered until this point. It wasn't just because of Primus' protective shield, but also because the elite had already begun hunting much higher Protector Spirits. Clearly, they hadn't thought to limit out like he did. They probably didn't have sharp enough senses to realize that there was a max in the first place. Ryu came across the first Silver Protector Spirit almost instantly, and he was immediately interested. The issue was that the aura he was intrigued in wasn't the spirit itself, but rather the cluster of 5 battling it, each of them with a slight silver aura themselves. Chapter 14. A group of 5 faced off against a roaring wolf spirit beast with 3 spiraling tails. The tails moved like shadows, throwing feints and jabs that they were on high alert against, only to swipe down with its claws, catching one of the 5 off guard and knocking them back several paces. It was clear why Ryu wasn't interested in this protector spirit. Its main ability was in using its body and subtlety to trick its enemies into misunderstanding its true intentions. It was actually a beautiful style because it not only hid the fake in reality, but it could also hide the reality in what was fake. You could never see the real strike coming because it felt like just as much as a feint as all the others. Under normal conditions, Ryu might be interested in such a thing. It would pair well with his space-time soul nature. If he could layer reality and fiction throughout both time and space, he would be almost impossible to deal with. However, he was solely focused on one matter right now. If he split his attention, he would never accomplish his goals, and he couldn't waste precious space on useless spirits to him, at least relatively useless, that is. But that also meant that he would have to wait until these 5 finished. He didn't want to have to kill the protector spirit to deal with it, or else it would fuse with his body. It was a good enough time to observe them. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Down before one of the 5 was familiar. Iroh of the Twin Earth Dragon sect, that big-bellied young man he had met after exiting the little woman's legacy world. Chapter 14-15 Smooth. Iroh's pupils constricted. He could feel something stirring deep within him. His better judgment told him not to fight Ryu. It wasn't worth offending the ancestor that stood to his back. But the moment he heard those provocative words, his large belly thrummed with a bronze light, his gaze turning into slits and the earth beneath him rumbling. He reached out with his twin pair of hammers, his gaze as fiery as that of a dragon's. But that only fueled Ryu's fighting intent all the more. The other 4 reacted in the same way, suddenly surging forward. But even as they did, motes of starlight descended from the surroundings. The forest floor became like a gorgeous floral arrangement of twinkling light. It felt like countless seeds, holding the breath of life itself, floated in the surroundings. And in that very moment, Ryu that had already vanished, but was still firmly within their senses to grasp, slipped from their senses entirely. Absolute domain flourished, spreading out far further now than it ever had in the past. Its beauty was captivating, but the danger it posed was even more so. Ryu hadn't felt that such a marvelous movement technique was the best way to maximize his strength against Purethorn. But against these rumbling dragons? The difference was clear. 5 pairs of hammers swung toward Ryu. As expected of dragons, when they saw something they didn't understand, rather than being shocked into silence, their first instinct was to blast right through it. Ryu slipped through like a fish in water. His agility with his large and heavy great sword staffs almost painted the illusion that he was instead wielding a pair of thin short swords. His movements akin to an assassin in the night and flickering shadows beneath the moonlight. He struck out, knocking Iroh off balance slightly. His sword god aura flared. He gripped it and manipulated it, dulling the forceful and blunt hammer chi that Iroh used further. Before he could follow up, 4 more pairs of hammers came swinging down toward him. He wanted to flicker and vanished, but they stomped along the ground, disrupting his movement technique. Ryu's grin spread wider and wider as the pressure increased. His advantage had only lasted for a brief instant before it was unceremoniously crushed, the overwhelming power of his enemies coming forth like a tsunami onto loose sand. Even so, his smile only seemed to grow brighter, the excitement thrumming through his veins unlike anything he had experienced in a very long time. How long had it been since he battled to his heart's content? How long had it been since his battle wasn't just about life or death, but rather about his own desire, his own will, his own forged determination to reach the peak of all there was? His body glowed and the call of a phoenix echoed. Ryu used it as a proxy to activate the unbalanced mantra. What once was a soul-type technique was being wielded by his chi realm with the ease of breathing. As his comprehension of the 3 souls and 7 spirits deepened, his control only increased. Strengthen. He didn't have the time to swing out his blades, their bulky length becoming troublesome as they bore down on him and constrained his lanes of movement. However, he didn't panic. Still holding onto his polearm tightly, he struck out with a fist. The art aspect of the unbalanced mantra echoed, increasing his strength in an explosive arc. His Qilin martial form circulated and the fast twitch of his muscles suddenly expanded and pulsed midway through the blow, increasing its speed further. Bang! The face of a twin earth dragon sect geniuses collapsed, half of his skull being crumpled like a mix between papier-mâché and aluminum foil. Ryu's white-scaled fist glistened with a dancing rune and his gaze flickered with a rolling pair of 8 trigram diagrams. His body instantly rolled to the side, seemingly falling along with the genius screaming in pain. However, Ryu's reason was much different from that latter, using his self-created opening to rush out of the encirclement and vanish into his absolute domain again. When he had appeared once more, he was already to the back of another one of the geniuses. But at that moment, a roar echoed. Twin dragons rage. The 4, or rather 3, excluding Iroh, roared in unison, an expansive domain forming around them that twisted space. A power gravity-type domain descended and their veins began to pop across their skin and muscles, pulsing with a bronze light. Ryu's blade slowed and his absolute domain threatened to blink out of existence. Danger signs roared in his mind, but Iroh had already appeared before him, unaffected by the domain and swinging his twin pair of hammers toward his chest. It was too late to dodge. Ryu crossed his swords before him just as a rumbling force shot into his body. He could immediately sense that it carried a powerful vibrational energy, as well as a heavy chi that pressed down on his weapons, almost making him drop them to the side. Even after he had skid back a long distance, the chi continued to latch onto his weapons and he found that he couldn't dispel it quickly, at least not quickly enough to deal with the next attack Iroh was already leveling toward him. Blood leaked out from his lips and his bones creaked as several tendons and ligaments around them were partially fractures. Powerful. Iroh had only landed one strike on him, but it was so devastating. It was like he truly had a slumbering dragon deep within his body, one that Ryu was stirring awake with every action he took. Ryu let his great sword staffs sink into the ground around him. It was simply impossible to use them. He was confident in using his chaos chi to disperse them quite quickly. It was just that even a split second in a battle of this magnitude could decide life and death. He glided backward, using the momentum of Iroh's strike to shoot himself just outside the range of the latter's follow-up strike. But to his back the 3 had already begun to circulate, and even the 4th, which he had heavily injured, collapsing half his face, was actually standing to his feet. If there was one thing dragons were known for, it was their durability. Even if he had shattered every bone in his body, he would have still tried to stand one more. Ryu's gaze grew sharp and, finally, his Tao, which had been like a smoldering fire, needing just a single spark to erupt once again, roared to life. The suffocating presence of a founding Tao nearly pressed the 5 to their knees. They shook it off quickly, fear flickering in their eyes, soon replaced by determination. But a split second was all too important. Ryu punched out once, his body moving even faster as he stepped into the void. When he exited, his fist pressed down on the plated chest of another genius. Bang! His chest crumbled just like his fellow disciple's face, being crushed under the weight of Ryu's fist, targeting a weakness in his crafted armor, and also being powered by the art mantra. Ryu darted to the side, dodging out of the way of another hammer. It just barely grazed his shoulder as the flat of his hand slammed down on its body. The hammer, already swinging downward, swung down even faster, its speed becoming too great for the second twin earth dragon sect genius to stop. He was thrown off balance and found his nose colliding with Ryu's knee. Ryu drove his knee upward with a great amount of force. All of his energies seemed to be in perfect alignment. His soul nature reached out, neutralizing the domain around him. What was gravity if not a function of space? His chaos chi circulated through his physique like a roaring wave, fueling his every assault with a power that had no business being in the hands of a world sea realm expert. It matched the tsunami that was his vital chi, the 2 chis moving through his body in perfect unison and fueling his strikes. His spiritual sense, matched with his absolute domain, seemed to pick up on every and anything, from the slight twitches of his enemy's muscles, to even the slight beads of sweat that pooled along their pores as they began to strain them. His martial forms activated on their own from time to time, exploding his efficiency to another level, and his focused chi was like a steady stream, flowing slowly and efficiently. He darted in a meditation state without even realizing, and 4 of the twin Earth Dragon sect members fell beneath his fists, knees and kicks one after another, leaving none but Iroh standing, heaving deep breaths. Pa! Ryu's great sword staffs flew into his palms once again, the chi that had been weighing them down finally having been dispersed. Come! He pointed out his blade. Chapter 14-16 begin. Iroh's gaze flashed with rage, his chest heaving. He seemed to hesitate, and then he closed his eyes in resignation. Before Ryu could even react much, he released the protector spirit that the former was targeting and allowed Ryu to take it. Ryu's fighting spirit dampened, but he didn't say anything. Even after defeating the 4 others, he was still not 100% confident in dealing with Iroh. The logistics of fighting in a team made it so that even if you were extraordinarily powerful, it was more important for you to fit in than display some outward showcase of strength. Iroh had been greatly restricted in the battle because he not only had to cover for his teammates, but he also had to restrict the kind of attacks he used so that he only targeted Ryu and didn't harm his allies. He was quite confident in his own strength, but if he wanted to maximize the chances of his people and his sect, the best thing to do was to avoid this battle. It was impossible for Ryu to not be disappointed. At the same time, though, he also knew that it was a bit foolish of him to waste so much time here. He had a feeling that things wouldn't end so easily, but that only made his lip curl into a smile. He was technically in the wrong for this event. He had targeted them, and he was trying to steal the fruit of the labor. But Ryu had never been the kind to care about things like this. If someone did it to him, he would just directly kill them, and if he couldn't at the moment, he would survive and then kill them the first moment he could. As for doing it to someone else, he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Beaten and groggy, the 4 other members of the twin Earth Dragon sect followed Iroh's lead. Though they were reluctant, they were in the worst position to resist at the moment. Their hearts clenched and they seemed to want to burn Ryu's face into the memories, but the latter didn't seem to notice them. Without a word, Ryu turned and left, somewhat catching them off guard. They half expected for Ryu to demand the rest of their spirits as well. In fact, it was a risk that Iroh knew he had taken, a risk he might not take with anyone else. But he had sensed the dragon's pride within Ryu's heart. Since he had already spoken about what he needed, he wouldn't take more if he didn't have to. All things considered, this had gone far better than they had hoped. But that didn't mean that the rage in their hearts had lessened. Watching Ryu leave, they burned the humiliation into their hearts. That bronze aura is far too strong. We cleared a few dozen bronze protector spirits, and that was only because it had to be split between us. Indeed, they had wanted to get to silver protector spirits as fast as possible, and the only reason they defeated a few dozen bronze protector spirits in the first place was because there were 5 of them. Iroh, we need to kill him. My blood won't stop boiling until I do. I don't care who his ancestor is. Slap. Iroh slapped a palm on the top of the head of his senior brother. His eyes were burning as well, but they also carried a hidden sternness with them that overrode that fury. Keep your mind about you. He's in the heavenly path now, the best place to advance. The only reason why there isn't a constant stream of breakthroughs right now is because everyone is at the limit of the World Sea realm right now. Everyone except for him. Iroh's senior brother snapped up in a rage, but when Iroh's words sunk in, he shivered. In fact, it reminded him of something else as well. The 7th heaven geniuses wouldn't just sit idly by, waiting to be crushed by stronger existences in the sky god realm like they had. The only reason they hadn't sent such geniuses of their own was because they had miscalculated and things seemed to be moving in a completely unpredictable way. However, that wouldn't stop those that were already here from doing what they needed to do to break through into the pseudo-sky god realm as well. Many of those that had come from the 7th heaven had suppressed themselves for a long time already. They were just waiting for the perfect opportunity. This was to say that the greatest advantage they would have was here and now. If they wasted that time going after Ryu, how much regret would they feel once the others caught up? Any advantage they had now would become a disadvantage the further along they went. They had to maximize their time now and build up a huge lead. If they couldn't do that, there would only be regret. The worst part was if they squandered time. What would happen if Ryu entered the Middle World Sea Realm? The higher? Each step was meant to take years even to the most talented. But in this sort of environment, just how much faster would it be? At least for now, Ryu didn't seem to have any excessive ill will towards them and let them go. Their injuries were heavy, but they weren't lethal. If they wanted revenge, they had to keep their heads low for now, and only strike when the time was optimal. Iroh's senior brother balled his fists. Iroh stood to his full height. Let's go. I think we've neglected something here and it might be a key to us closing the gap. Ryu didn't wait around for the revenge of the twin Earth Dragon sect members. Did he think that they might target him later? Sure, but he did the very same risk assessment that they had. Going all out to defeat Iroh, just so that he could make sure they all died, would waste too much of his time. He wasn't particularly worried about his stamina. His chi was endless, and the spiritual sea was larger than even a sky god's, and his embryonic chi was slowly becoming a flowing river again. His great commodity this moment was time, and he wouldn't waste it on this. As for their attacking him for revenge, they were free to. The situations in which they could do so would be limited, and the few situations there were, he would have plenty of methods to deal with them. He was looking forward to it. His focus was on clearing out these Silver Protector Spirits, but as expected, the number of them was much lower than it had been for the Bronze Protector Spirits. And because very few people spent time gathering Bronze Protector Spirits eager to progress, there was a far larger number of people hunting at this level as well. This made it not only more challenging for Ryu to find the exact kind he needed, but he was also forced to offend quite a number of people. Not that he cared. After fusing with a Silver Protector Spirit, his strength doubled and the ease with which he crushed these people, and the next Protector Spirits he came across in the rare instant he found one unoccupied, was exceptional. His numbers continued to climb even as the number of infuriated parties did. But Ryu's smile was just the same. Very quickly, the rumors of Ryu running away were overshadowed. The individuals who had moved on to Silver Protector Spirits had much more backbone than those that had remained to target Bronze Protector Spirits. This resulted in far more clashes. That said, when they felt Ryu's strength, they still ultimately chose to take a step back, making the very same choice that Iroh had. This led to many half-fought battles and extremely resentful individuals, but their rage was mostly met with a chuckle by Ryu. If the situations were reverse, what would he do? Quite frankly, he wouldn't give a damn about a Dao sovereign and their great-grandson. Was it his fault that these people were cowards? Regardless, it was better for him, less time wastage. Even so, his pace was far slower than it had been against the Bronze Protector Spirits. The latter had only taken him a few hours at worst, but even after 3 days, he was only about 2/3 of the way through to the 999 number he needed. Even so, he could feel his physical strength increasing. His combat skills were sharper, faster, and it wasn't just a matter of the Protector Spirits, it was his martial forms. He realized that the act of comprehending and sharpening his 4 martial forms, and even more importantly the act of trying to fuse them into one, was making his senses incredibly sharp. No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It was more so that his body was finally catching up, albeit slowly, to how keen his mind already was. He hadn't acknowledged that there was such a huge gap. But the act of calculating and then having his body react rather than calculating and having his body react in tandem was huge. His battle prowess relied too much on his raw strength and not enough on his battle prowess. He also acknowledged just how much his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils had masked this weakness. It was also somewhat embarrassing that it had taken him so long to realize this, but he had been too concentrated on other things. He had thought that his greatest weakness was his lack of talent, but there were more ways than just increasing his talent to strengthen him. Ryu clenched and unclenched his fists, shattering the head of another Silver Protector Spirit with just a single blow. It was time to move on to Gold Protector Spirits, but this was likely where the true trouble would begin. Chapter 14:17 He should be. Chapter 14:18 Not a chance. Ryu chuckled to himself. The range of his spiritual sense was far beyond what those 3 knew, so of course he had heard their conversation. He found it somewhat amusing, and another part a bit warming. It was interesting having sect mates not try to stab him in the back. Not that he had much experience in being a part of a sect in the first place. He was much more used to being a lone wolf. Though he laughed, he began to take this several folds more seriously. If the protector spirits were so powerful, then anyone who had actually managed to kill one was on a completely different level. It seemed that he couldn't rely on the number of spirits he had swallowed alone to carry him to victory. We'll fight one first. Depending on how it goes, we can make a plan. Though he thought this, his mind was already spinning with such plans. His mind worked too fast, and he was immediately comparing and contrasting how things had gone on the side of the weaker spirits, and how things would go this time. What was interesting was that bronze and silver protector spirits were wanderers. They didn't have a restriction to their territory, but they would lose track of you if you fled far enough away from them, and you could also easily distract them by passing them off to another person or group. But it seemed that the reason golden protector spirits were so difficult to find was because they were hidden within their territories, and they didn't wander. Instead, they had defined barriers that they couldn't cross. With a flash of his step, Ryu crossed another several hundred kilometers and then came to a grinding halt. He could almost smell it, the scent of a formation so perfectly concealed that he had almost stepped into it even with the sharpness of his eyes. This person certainly had a great amount of skill, though not enough. At first, he thought that this was simply the barrier of the golden protector spirit, but after another split second, he tossed this from his mind. He had been following the trail that the trio had followed, reversing their steps so that he could land in the territory of the golden protector spirit that they had just fought. This made things easier on him. Since he had changed his plans, he might as well check out the easiest spirit to reach. Who knew that he would be targeted before all of that? The heavenly path hadn't allowed him to use any treasures he had brought in with him aside from his great sword staffs and his grandfather's bow. That meant that whoever set this formation had done so under their own power. He was quite fascinated. His gaze flashed as his eyes swept the region. His spiritual sense was already deployed, and yet he couldn't find this person. Is it him? This aura is a hint familiar. Albeit a small bit. Ryu never forgot anyone. Although this person had left a seemingly small impression, he still remembered them quite clearly. This was the first genius of the Heavenly Dew Pavilion, an extremely handsome man that had technically lost at Ryu's hands several times. But he should be an alchemist. Does he dabble in multiple fields? Suddenly, Ryu's gaze flashed. Heavenly Dew Pavilion? Heavenly Dew Branch. Names were extremely important, though he hadn't considered it before. Were they related? Technically, the Heavenly Dew branch of the martial gods, the very same branch that Icemine was born into, were as inferior as servants in the martial god clan. If they had any sort of importance, they would have never been sent to waste their potential in a small world like Sacrum, nor would they be under the control of an inferior peripheral wife like Elena's mother. However, their standing in the ninth heaven was one matter, their standing in lower heavens was a completely different one. That's right. His name was Adlil. His hair is also white if I recall correctly. How interesting. The Heavenly Dew branch is known for their body, but this man's soul is actually so powerful. But another question is, why is he here at all? Even a servant of the ninth heaven would be better treated than a king of the seventh heaven, let alone the fact that the Heavenly Dew Pavilion was far from a king. It was quite paradoxical for Ryu of all people to say this, especially when he would rather die than be a servant. But that didn't mean that he assigned the same level of pride to everyone else. Ryu's gaze flashed. He's not here. This is like an animal trap. There's no use in looking for him. With a step, Ryu entered the void, crossed the entire formation as though it wasn't there at all. In the back of his mind, though, he added one more competitor outside of the seventh heaven geniuses and those on the same level as Iroh. This Adlil, and that comforting, smiling, handsome face of his, was quite interesting too. Unfortunately, he wasn't clever enough to catch Ryu in a trap. After this, I will take my time to examine the formation. It must do something, and whatever it does do, it should have already targeted those three. There's no way that they crossed this region without being tagged first. Ryu stepped into the territory of the Golden Protector Spirit and froze. After this, I will take my time to examine the formation. It must do something, and whatever it does do, it should have already targeted those three. There's no way that they crossed this region without being tagged first. Ryu stepped into the territory of the Golden Protector Spirit and froze. It wasn't a large creature. It was the size of a normal mortal panther, sleek and black, potent and slim, radiating a dull golden aura. It almost looked real. The peril signs pulsed in Ryu's mind and his heart constricted. It was so wild and domineering that his hairs stood on end, his own white hair whipping back gently despite the lack of a breeze. I can't overcome this thing right now. Ryu, who had consumed 999 bronze protector spirits and 999 silver protector spirits, didn't stand a chance. Chapter 1419 Anyway. Ryu didn't move immediately, his senses firing at extremely high rates. Subconsciously, though, he felt like he understood something, and that was that he was nowhere near the limits of the World Sea realm. He didn't believe that the heavenly path was artificially inflating the strength of this 11th order beast, nor could he sense that there was nothing artificial about its strength at all. In fact, it was far more corporeal and real than the other spirits had been. Rather than being an illusory construct, the creature was very much real, or it at least felt that way. The only sign that it was a golden protector spirit was the aura around it. It was like the heavenly path was trying to display the truth right before his face, boldly presenting it and daring him to see through the reality. It was a harsh reality. Even with the boost of 999 bronze and silver protector spirits, he still couldn't defeat a spirit within the normal bounds of the realms below God Beast. And it made sense. Until now, the strength of the taboo powers that he had come across were absolutely overwhelming. The unbalanced art sect had given him the ability to enter the void even before the transcendent sky god realm. The nine-pillar flame sect had allowed him the ability to have the bodily strength of a pseudo-sky god of the body realm without even touching the dividing line between mortal and godhood. On top of that, it had to be remembered that the unbalanced art sect's inheritance had still not been quite successfully fused by Ryu. At the same time, he had only just completed his first life destruction. He still had 8 more to go before he even thought about crossing into the sky god body realm. Just how much more room was there for him to grow stronger? None of that even considered the fact that he was still at the lower world sea realm, though this matter was less important for this deduction for one very simple reason. If the taboo powers were so powerful, how had they lost? There was only one explanation, and that was that the 9 powers, including the martial gods and those of their ilk, were more powerful than even these explanations would suggest. Clinging onto the legacies of what were ultimately failed and destroyed clans and sects like they could possibly bring him to the pinnacle was likewise the pinnacle of foolishness. This wasn't even the Diamond Protector spirit, and he still felt like there was such a huge gap. Ryu took a breath, exhaling slowly. He even did this consciously, on guard against providing an opening for the Golden Protector spirit to attack. Bronze represents the limits of the 6th heaven. Silver, the limits of the 7th. And gold. These were just guesses on Ryu's part. He even felt that he was being too nice to himself. These weren't limits. These were probably just what the heavens felt should be average for a genius of such a heaven, and that was something that stimulated him all the more. He raised his hands and his great sword staffs slapped into his palms. He unleashed everything he had, his white phoenix, his bloodlines, his chaos chi, his founding Tao, his birth phenomena. He even kept a tight circulation on his infinity mist, ready and willing to deploy it if he got the chance. Did he think he could win? His calculations said absolutely not. But he wanted to fight anyway. Selhira gazed up at the skies with a hint of worry in her eyes. She was a far cry from her usual self, and she looked quite defeated and haggard. Though, her veil was still perfectly in place, as though it was the one thing that would always be unblemished by her battles. Unlike Ryu, she was in the depths of a desert. Even the sand beneath her feet felt like scorching hot coals, and if one looked closely, it was possible to see that many bits and pieces of the land had melted into shards of glass. Up ahead, an earth dragon with various injuries lay with its head low, but the more time passed, the swifter those injuries healed. In another minute or two it would be fully healed, while Selhira herself would be far from it. It seemed that she might truly have to form a team. She had been too prideful to do so, a seemingly misplaced feeling for a woman of such grace and gentleness. But Ryu wouldn't be too surprised had he known. After all those games of domain, He had long since discovered Selhira's true side. She was a gentle woman who wouldn't even mind sitting by his side as he ate and wiping his mouth from time to time, but when it came to things she took keen interest in, she was highly competitive. "I'm still so far away?" She looked up toward the scorching skies, the reflection of crystals bouncing from her blue irises. Her white hair shifted in the wind, though this wind was stale and far too dry, providing no sort of relief from the wind at all. She seemed to be very disappointed in herself, but if one looked closely, she didn't have the aura of even a single protector spirit. She hadn't absorbed even a single one, and yet she had beaten this earth dragon spirit beast to this point. Selhira suddenly looked up, her gaze narrowed. In the distance, a glowing golden armor became akin to a second sun. Selhira would recognize that armor anywhere. Who else would it be if not Jojo? She didn't seem to be alone though, followed by Lightyear and Riekian both. As they approached, Selhira could already tell what their intention was. Jojo gave a look to the earth dragon as she circled around its territory, her expression indifferent. The same, though, couldn't be said of the two young men. When they saw the lack of energy field around Selhira, their hearts jumped another beat. Chapter 14:20 Part of his strength. Jojo stopped 5 or so meters from the boulder Selhira was seated upon. Her nose was turned up in one part frustration, and another part reluctance. It was a look that made Selhira amused for a moment, before she realized what kind of response she would have to give for the coming question. The thought made her very unhappy, but she knew that it would be foolish to turn down a good thing. "Well, come on, then. Do I need to spell it out for you? Did all the meat in your head go to your chest?" Selhira raised an eyebrow and then sent a glance toward Jojo's chest. No one knew clearly what kind of figure Jojo had aside from herself. That was because she was quite notorious for her armor. She never took it off, with the only exception being when she had absolute privacy. However, that only made it more amusing. Whenever Jojo changed her armor to a new one, the most obvious change wouldn't be the color or the design, but rather the two rounded metal plates that would have to make space for her chest. Without fail, they grew larger and larger every time. At this point, they bulked as much as that enormous heavy sword on her back, to the point that it felt more comical than anything else, and if not for her gorgeous face, would have made many laugh at her. Women didn't usually wear such bulky armor, but because Jojo insisted on doing so, it was like she was always wearing 2 steel balls on her chest. Selhira had never heard of an already large-chested woman making fun of another large-chested woman. Wasn't she making fun of herself at this point? Of course, Selhira had thought of something else that was quite amusing, and that was the possibility that it was all a fa. Ade. It would be quite funny if Jojo's armor breast insertions were filled with nothing air. She wouldn't have enough tears for her laughter. Chapter 14:21 True Great Circle. Ryu already had a perfect map of the region in his mind. He didn't need to go and double-check. The problem was how he would set up anything. Doing it in advance was obviously impossible because that would require stepping into the beast's territory. Once he did so, it would have free rein to attack him as it pleased, and by then, he would have to focus everything on surviving. Of course, there was another path, and that was to focus all of his attention on closing the gap. But Ryu felt that it was impossible if he was also considering a time frame on top of everything else. In the back of his mind, though, he was constantly thinking of just where the gap lay, and he believed that he had some understanding. It wasn't just sheer talent, and it wasn't just sheer battle prowess either. Rather, it was a combination of the two that made the Panther Beast so absolutely powerful, and would likely also make the monstrous geniuses of the 8th and 9th heavens so powerful as well. In terms of talent, it wasn't just about having a high grade. If Ryu was correct, the 8th heaven had likely figured out a method of restricting the types of talents their descendants could receive, causing them to align far more. If one thought about it, Ryu's original talents had nothing in common. His ice jade crystal bones, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, his chaotic silk meridians, his perfect black buddy soul. Each one was more powerful than the last, and they were all equally his birthright, but they didn't fit into a single path properly. His bloodlines were even worse, clashing and fighting against one another, and just in order to have them coexist well with one another, he had to restrict a great deal of their power. talents of the eighth heaven, at least in Ryu's speculation, were not like this at all. Every one of their 6 pillars was in perfect harmony with one another, causing an effect that was larger than the sum of its parts. That was when Ryu made another observation. The humanoid races he had met until this point, they were mostly human. Of course, there were still some of the other races like the Dream Azuras and Akarasa clan, but the vast most were human. Why was that? In Sacrum, humans weren't all that powerful at all, and those that were had the bloodlines of ancient beasts like Ryu's family. But then it clicked for Ryu. It only made sense that humans were the vast majority on the lower planes, because humans didn't usually have race talents to restrict their paths forward. Take Ailsa, for example. She was born with dual meridians, one a flawless match for her cultist fairy bloodline, and another a perfect match for her mother's Kabus fairy bloodline. Ryu had never thought about it so clearly in the past, but this was a unique characteristic of special humanoid races. Their paths tended to blend down a single path, all stemming from their race talents. Humans were different. They followed such variable paths, and the powers that they did gain, like Ryu's Tatsuya family, came from outside sources like plundered dragon blood essence, or maybe half-dragons that had married into their clan. That's the difference. That's where the gap is. It slid into place for Ryu. He hadn't forgotten about Serial. He was certain that if she was anywhere on the first 7 heavens, he would have already met her. There was no way a woman like her wouldn't be in the mix, even if she was trying to maintain somewhat of a low profile. The fact she wasn't meant that she was at least on the 8th, and the fact that she was meant that that was where what remnants remained of the Fey race were. That coincided perfectly with Ryu's guesses. A great circle talent. No, a true great circle talent. It wasn't just having all talents at the same level, but talents that perfectly complemented one another, layering atop of one another, uplifting one another, pushing them to such an elevated level that they echoed with a strength beyond their grade. Exceptional geniuses of the 8th heaven were like at least omniscient true great circle talents. That actually seemed low, but if Ryu's comprehension of the situation was correct, then even a true great circle talent at this level could crush him. The question then was, how could he fight back? Or, how could he fuse his current talents into an approximation of a true great circle talent at the very least? I've got it. Unfortunately, these words weren't for the answer to his question, but rather for how he would deal with the panther beast. In reality, all of these thoughts of true great circle talents had happened at the back of his mind. Was he discouraged? No. In fact, he felt a faint excitement bubbling up within him as he charged into the panther's territory. Ryu's gaze was sharp as he moved with a nimble quickness. Star Chi descended from the skies and formed a star map that hovered just above the ground. He pushed his absolute domain to the limits as a streaking black shadow closed the space to him with great speed. He suddenly flickered and vanished, but the moment he did, the panther beast reacted, pivoting as though inertia couldn't affect it at all and rushing toward the location Ryu would appear nearly before he did. However, when it got there, it found that Ryu was still in the place he had been before. Ryu's aura flared and he slapped his palms together hard, a flourishing tide of spiritual chi spilling out in all directions. This time, he didn't hide anything, and his spiritual chi rolled with a dense blackness that nearly looked like dark fog crawling along the ground. It felt like any moment a boneyard of skeletons would rise from the ground, reaching out of the dense, black fog. However, just as quickly, the fog condensed, forming innumerable kernels that sped off in all directions, each one carrying the dense characters of Morver's visualization. The Formation Eye Visualization. Chapter 1422 Sightless Eyes. The Formation Eye Visualization technique had been incredibly useful to Ryu in Sacrum, but here, it wasn't able to sustain the formations of the true martial world. They were essentially meant to be like portable, self-created formation flags. However, they didn't have the proper supporting fundamental runes to work properly in this world. Ryu hadn't had the skill or the time to improve them to the standards of the world. Even now, he still didn't, though it was probably more a function of time than skill now. So why was he deploying a useless visualization technique? It was because he was cheating. Each kernel of a formation eye was sustained by his birth phenomena and his founding Tao. Using the much weaker core of the visualization as a foundation, he was able to trick the heavens into thinking that it was indeed a formation eye that was present. A formation eye was essentially a signal to the heavens. When they were arranged in a certain way, heaven's laws reacted accordingly and allowed a formation's effects to take hold. However, if a formation flag was too weak and tried to form a much stronger formation, then it would fail and shatter. But Ryu realized not long ago that he had a built-in ability to stimulate the heavens to follow his will. His birth phenomena pulled in and controlled much more chi than he could alone, while his founding Tao carried a supreme power over the laws that allowed him to understand all things. Together, they could form a weak approximation of the real thing. Ryu knew that it wouldn't last long. He had poured far more strength into the form of the formation eyes so that they would be able to sustain themselves, but they would last for nothing more than a few minutes at best before collapsing under his might. If that happened, he would need to trick the panther beast into giving him enough time again, and it would be much harder the second time around without a doubt. Ryu roared, the delicate skin across his body, and even the flesh beneath, suddenly splintering and cracking as roaring black lightning began to descend from his birth phenomena. The violence was heart-shuddering, and the chi in the surroundings, as though being judged by a higher being, began to scatter and rush about, the commotion becoming so violent that a whirling tornado of blackness shot into the skies. Sightless eyes. Ryu's palms, pressed together so hard his wrists fractured, began to outpour with a whirling violence of spiritual chi just as volatile beneath the raging black lightning. As for what this black lightning was, it was none other than Ryu's first usage of primordial chaos chi in the true martial world, and it truly didn't disappoint. The sightless eyes formation of the unbalanced art sect relied on volatile chi to create a confusion field that was easy to step into but impossible to step out of. This was just the core of the formation, though. When it was used cleverly, the panther beast stood on the spot, and then suddenly spun around with a vicious expression, attacking. But it hit nothing but air. Its face might have contorted in confusion if it wasn't just a mere construct. But because it turned and attacked again. It was using its senses to track down Ryu, and it believed that it knew exactly where the latter was. But because of the volatile chi and the formation, the true effect of sightless eyes activated. It was certain of its choices, and yet that only made it all the more wrong. Ryu took a deep breath, his intent blazing as he raised his bow. Crackling black lightning continued to split and char his skin, but he didn't dismiss it. He had access to chaos chi, but he had already realized over the course of the battle that while it made him exceptionally powerful, it wasn't enough. Chaos chi alone only really had the ability to swallow and devour other GIs, or more accurately, destroy them. It wouldn't deign to take in weaker life forms into itself. However, without another method of directing it, outside of this purpose, Ryu could only use it to amplify the strength of his attacks. He was lacking in techniques, or more accurately, techniques suited to the power of chaos chi. As such, his primordial chaos chi was actually the far stronger trump card, because even without techniques to direct them, they were fierce and oppressive. And better than that, unlike Infinity Mist, he could control them perfectly. Shoo! Bang! The panther's spirit went flying, its head becoming a mangled mess of blood and flesh. It almost immediately stood to its feet, looking around with a furious sort of gaze. It had dodged, it was certain that it had dodged, but it had somehow ended up rushing right into the path of the arrow. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It actually hadn't died from that single strike. He pulled his bow back once more, the raging, crackling black lightning thunderous to light. But this time, there was an added trace of black flame. This black flame wasn't his rage flames or his death flames, but rather a dense mass of destruction that seemed to have aspects of both. Primordial chaos fire chi. Shoo! Bang! The panther beast tried to dodge again. It moved in the wrong direction, but it did so with such speed that Ryu still somewhat missed, causing his gaze to grow cold. Even so, the ribcage of the golden protector spirit was blazed open. His skin a mass of boiling flesh, its bones cracked and haggard, its inner organs threatened to fall out. What strong defenses! Ryu fired several more arrows. He could feel that the formation eyes were about to waver and vanish, but he didn't panic. In the state the spirit was in now, it could no longer threaten him. However, the load of using such powerful primordial chaos chi was practically ripping him from the inside out. He released a final arrow and the panther spirit seemed to unwillingly collapse. Ryu's gaze suddenly flickered. In all of his thought and effort, he had forgotten one very important thing. Did this panther spirit even align with his martial forms? Why was it that he couldn't tell immediately? The moment he had this thought, the sightless eyes formation collapsed. Chapter 1423 Perfect Picture. A feeling of danger blared in Ryu's mind. Chapter 1424 Much better. Ryu found himself going back further than he thought he would have to, or more so, it wasn't that he had to, but instead that he found himself entranced. The movements of the panther spirit were just great enough that he felt overwhelmed, intrigued and highly impressed, but they were also weak enough that he could actually see what was so special. The strength of the panther spirit was perfectly controlled, almost too perfectly controlled. Every movement was intentional, and yet could be stopped in an instant and reversed at will, almost as though it could. A sense of enlightenment overcame Ryu. He was thinking too much about his muscles and firing signals to them, but not nearly enough about his vital chi and how it circulated. In fact, he didn't think very much about circulating his vital chi at all. The only times he did was back when he had to absorb the vital chi of beasts to improve his body, and also when he used his master's technique. He felt that he had had this revelation before, but he had never taken it very far. At the very least, he never tried to apply it to concepts of his martial forms. His vital chi was the fuel of the engine that was his body. Whenever he used his body's strength, he would only circulate his vital chi passively, but there was much more strength to be had, especially if. Ryu's heart shuddered again, the 9 pillars that anchored his flesh and bones vibrating, as he felt like he had come to understand something. There were more applications of the 9 pillars than he knew. He just hadn't had the time to continue to meditate on those fundamental runes that he had already memorized. Subconsciously, Ryu tried it. He ran his vital chi as fast as he could in one direction. Then, abruptly, he changed the direction to the complete opposite path. His stomach expanded by a size and his eyes turned bloodshot. His blood vessels popped one after another and a suffocating feeling of death and destruction came out from within him. His organs ruptured one by one, and his heart took the brunt of it, shredding itself into pieces. If not for his realm heart, he would truly be on the brink of death right this moment. He keeled over, gasping for breath, but even the small and delicate capillaries of his lungs had been shredded. The pressure buildup of his blood had been so great that it expanded out in all directions, pouring into all the locations it could to disperse the pressure. But the result was that he had practically shredded his body to pieces. This was what it meant to start and stop so abruptly, but not just to stop, but to try and reverse directions. This was the weight of that. Ryu was used to doing this with his chi. His meridians were unbreakable, so he hadn't thought much about doing it with his vital chi. But now it was all too clear just how large the gap was and what advantage he had being able to use his chi like that. The worst part of the devastation was what happened to his brain. Vessels rupturing elsewhere was still fine, but his brain ruptured as well, pushing against his skull and leaving him in an even sorrier state than he had been in before. However, in the back of his mind, Ryu promised himself that he would take more benefit of the nigh indestructible character of his meridians more. The ability to start and stop so suddenly, and even cancel and reverse, was so invaluable. The weakest character of the chaotic silk meridians was something that he had neglected far too much because it was precisely that, its weakest character. He had been fooled by the ancestral grade moniker and didn't realize just how precious such an ability was. Until now. Ryu didn't actually believe that the panther spirit was starting and stopping so suddenly using such a crude method. Rather, it was that it was able to control and parse the flow of its vital chi. It didn't full commit to an attack until it was sure that it would land, and when it did, it would finally use its vital qi in a sudden and fierce burst. It was a complex balance, one that required using vital chi in steady and small streams all at once across the entire body, and then converging them when you commit, or using the separate streams to release the pressure when you wanted to cancel or reverse. It was a clever method that would take years of training to master perfectly. Even for Ryu, he felt that he would need several weeks to get it just right. It was akin to using your veins and arteries like a plumbing system, adjusting water pressure, valves, and capillary action to maximize both your strength and the adaptability of its use. However, Ryu had another method. He coughed up another mouthful of blood before pushing himself up weakly to his feet. He flowed his embryonic chi once again and his body quickly healed. Then, he did it again. If others were watching him, they would think him to be a madman. He had nearly died the first time, but he didn't even hesitate to try again, and this time he seemed to go even harder than he had before, pushing himself to the utmost limits. But this time, 9 pillars lit up. Ryu threw out a punch with the full strength of his blood backing it, but just when it was halfway there, he pulled it back violently, his vital chi circulating in the reverse direction as he took a step back. But just when he was halfway through his step back, the circulation of his vital chi changed again and his hips pivoted, the leg he was using to step back suddenly becoming a furious kick. His leg lashed out against the air, the after images of his punch and his step back still lingering. Crack! The snap of wind was fierce and immediate, a scythe-like invisible blade cutting against the stone and ripping a hole through it. Ryu slowly lowered his leg. Just with this alone, he felt his combat prowess had increased by at least 50%. In fact, that was still quite conservative. But it wasn't enough. I can do better. His stare flickered as he turned toward his bone structure. Chapter 14:25 Himself? Ryu was still considering the best ways to use his bone structure. In reality, its ability could be described in a single phrase, and yet it was exactly that ability that provided him such a broad range of possibilities. In truth, this was probably the case for all bone structures, and he was not exactly special. His far weaker ice jade crystal body had 4 abilities, but each one was broader and more variable than the last and could be used in an endless amount of applications. Take his sped-up cultivation as one. It essentially allowed perforations in his skin that enabled him to absorb chi through his skin instead of just through his mouth and nose like everyone else. This increased flexibility was great and made the ice jade crystal body comparable to much higher forms of Meridians in terms of cultivation speed, especially when paired with his chaotic silk Meridians. Ryu had never really thought about it before, but naming this ability speed cultivating had pigeonholed him. If he had instead looked at that ability as the connection between his skin, pores, and Meridians, the strengths that he would have been able to unlock would have been on a completely different level. For example, if he had made use of this ability for anything other than cultivation, he would have been able to use external chi before entering the appropriate realm. He could have easily expelled chi from his palms, his fists, his elbows, his legs, even his head had he so chosen, catching his enemy off guard. As a fight tactic, this would have been invaluable. Even after he gained the ability to attract atmospheric chi, this ability would have still been invaluable because it could catch enemies off guard. Everyone could sense atmospheric chi being gathered, but no one except those with the best of heavenly pupils could see what was going on with the chi inside your body. There was a clear advantage in using one over the other. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought of this method until now, long after he had already had his bone structure replaced and his body reforged. Even so, it was a proof of concept that let him understand that he had to open up his thoughts and think outside of the box. The good news was that having a new bone structure that had maybe never before appeared made this much easier, because relying on the opinions and long-ingrained biases of others, he would rely solely on himself and formulate a new discipline. A large part of the reason he had never thought of such an application for his ice jade crystal body was because it had been practically drilled into him that it was only a supplementary bone structure. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was so much more he could have done with what he had. What if he could use the friend of beasts facet and harmony with nature to trigger a larger pool of control over his atmospheric chi? Or what if it could amplify his Tao and make a weaker level or grade of Tao exhibit the strength of a stronger one? His perfect flexibility and balance had always been something used passively by him, but what if he had tried to use it more actively? What could it have done in conjunction with this new fight style of his? How could he have applied it to his vital chi? And back to his speed cultivation ability, would not the new connections between his skin and his meridians formed by the bone structure create little, minor changes to his meridian pathways? What secrets did those pathways hold? How could he have used them more effectively? The questions practically burned a hole within Ryu. He felt like he had left so much on the table and almost wanted to go back in time to shake his younger self awake. He was focused so much on increasing his talents that he did not take a step back to truly understand what he already had. Who knew? Maybe he could have honed the special abilities of his Meridians to such a fine and sharp blade that its grade would have naturally increased. Where else was he making this mistake? If there was so much to gain from a much weaker talent, what about his much stronger ones? Did they have even more flexibility? Or did they have much less because fate constrained them so much as powerful talents? His mind was spinning, however he was able to force himself to calm down. No matter what constraints held back his other talents, his bone structure was a blank slate. It was up to him to see just how far he could push it. He could use his bone structure in conjunction with his soul nature to form a domain of sorts within his body separate from the outside world. This allowed him to cultivate at an accelerated speed. Objectively, it was even more useful than his ice jade crystal body just in terms of cultivation speed alone. But if he could speed up the circulation of his chi for cultivation, what about other things? That was much harder. This was because the time dilation worked the easiest within his body where it was the center of his own universe. He had to expel chi for the sake of an attack. That would change the scope of the time chi, and it would be as difficult as trying to affect the timeline of another person, requiring much more energy. But what about vital chi? Vital chi did not have to be expelled from his body at all, and it simply fueled his physical strength. Something is missing in the loop. Still, the act of punching or moving at all is impacting that outside world, and would thus require me to increase the scope of my time chi. Unless Ryu's heart skipped a beat. He did not need to continue the time dilation through to the end of the attack. What if he simply used it to position himself instead? Chapter 1426 Hunting. Ryu's thoughts were simple. With this new fighting style of his, he was relying quite heavily on the feint, but his speed hadn't increased at all. In fact, although his vital chi was being stabilized and controlled by the 9 pillars, his actual explosion toward his true attacking posture was a small measure slower. His mind could pick up on this easily, and it was a matter of just a small few fractions of a second. But even at the World Sea realm, fractions of a second were the equivalent of several meters if not dozens of meters of movement. The difference was vast. But what if he used his 9 pillars and his bone structure at the same time? It would be difficult, extremely difficult, maybe even more difficult than learning the method the Panther Spirit used, and that would have taken weeks to perfectly master in Ryu's estimation. But for some reason, Ryu didn't feel that this one would take him as long because this method was complicated for many different reasons. While the former method, the method of the Panther, relied on control, specifically vital chi control, this wasn't about that. Instead, it relied heavily on timing. And with Ryu's mind and his origin flame, perfect timing was well within his strengths. The Panther Spirit's method required splitting vital chi into several streams across the body, one main stream and several smaller streams of equal strength. The main stream would be used to direct the path of attack. If the attack was chosen to be followed through with, the smaller streams would converge on the point of attack. If the attack was abandoned part of the way through, the smaller streams would still converge, but rather than adding to the strength it would ebb it away, weaken it, and turn the momentum to another direction before splitting once again and repeating. It was clear how much manipulation and concentration this took. To apply it in battle would take great talent, hard work, instincts, and an expansive mental capacity. Ryu's method, though, was still even more complicated than that, not in explanation but rather in application. He planned to continue using the 9 pillars to control the flow of his vital chi and stop it from ripping his organs to pieces. However, he incorporated one thing, a brief complete stop. Stopping your movements in the middle of battle was probably a death sentence, especially if you have to be completely still. But what if it happened for only the briefest of moments in the midst of a flurry of feints? And what if in that brief pause you gained back seconds of momentum? In that brief stop to his movements, he would use his bone structure and spacetime soul nature. A split second of pause could easily gain him seconds worth of circulation, but he wouldn't even need all of it. He could pause for far briefer stints than that. He needed less than a second to circulate his vital chi throughout his whole body, so why would he even need several seconds in the first place? Ryu immediately moved. He didn't rush forward or backward. He simply threw fists and kicks, his feints leaving countless afterimages in the air with a fluid motion. But suddenly, his gaze glowed bright and his movement inexplicably became faster despite the relaxation on his face remaining just the same. 10%, 20%, 30%. Eventually, his speed of attack was twice as fast as it usually was and without even sign of slowing down. Afterimages of him remaining in place began to layer atop of one another, giving the illusion of a Buddha sitting down in prayer and yet attacking at the same time. The speed was mind-numbing and the powerful power was bone-crushing. Ryu suddenly began to move more actively. He shifted forward and backward, shadow boxing with a sharp speed and nimble movements. Afterimages of himself frozen in place dotted all across the terrain. The slight pauses he made remained somewhat a permanence in the scape of reality. Ryu continued to move, his movements still getting faster and pushing upward of 250%. Then, his aura changed and his chi began to circulate. He controlled his chi and vital chi at the same time, the former far more violently than the latter. His 9 pillars didn't work on his normal chi, but it didn't matter. His chaotic silk meridians were nigh indestructible. I don't have to pause to use my chi unless I'm immediately about to activate it to perform a technique or I'm using it to supplement my motion speed and powerful power. That means, Ryu's speed exploded forth, his vital chi and his chi working in tandem to fuel the strength of his body. His pauses became slightly longer, causing his afterimages to have slightly more permanence, but his overspeed rose by a great measure, his attacks becoming more layered. Suddenly, his speed dropped again, but this time, after he left another afterimage, his body suddenly appeared in his hands and an arrow trembled to life. It was so fast it was blinding. Not the arrow but the formation of the technique. It was as though Ryu had manifested it from thin air. 13 soaring azures. Snow. A blizzard formed in the surroundings as the arrow was released. All around, a icy cold wind of sharp chi spun, ripping the surroundings to pieces. Ryu appeared out in the cold winds of the snowy fields, his expression calm as his hair danced behind him. In the midst of battle, he could use those small pauses to accelerate the completion of technique patterns. Meaning, when he began to move again, he could instantly cast his techniques without the slightest lag. This definitely wasn't the only application either. He could do the same for his mental realm techniques as well. If his previous discoveries had increased his strength by 50%, this was at least a boost by a factor of 3. Overall, he was almost 5 times stronger than he had been before. Let's go hunting. Chapter 1427 Missing Something. Ryu slid out of the way of a swinging vine, or at least it moved so quickly that it was truly difficult to pick up on what it truly was. Thick fur? A tentacle? A tendril of some sort? It might have even been an arm moving at extreme speed. Even so, Ryu slipped and shuffled forward, moving in the midst of the swinging vines as though he had eyes dotted all across his body. There was nothing that he couldn't see and his movements were no longer hindered by such speed. When he was fighting against the panther spirit, the reason he kept getting caught up wasn't because of his mind. His mind was plenty fast enough to see through the movement and his eyes were the strongest part of his body. While these vines looked like blurs to almost anyone else below the sky god realm, to Ryu they practically moved in slow motion. His problem the entire time was that his body couldn't keep up. By the time he registered a feint or a change in trajectory, the attack would have already landed. But now, things were very much different. His body still couldn't keep up, but what had changed was the fact that he could suddenly and abruptly change his direction, something that would have completely shredded him apart in the past. Of course, it also helped that he had already absorbed a golden protector spirit. Even with the addition of just one, his speed and power had undergone a sharp increase. Due to this alone, he would have already been just barely able to keep up with the changes of speed. But with the addition of his new perspective and abilities, he looked like a fish in water, shifting and moving, pausing and accelerating at will. He left countless afterimages through the bundles of vines, or what his sharp eyes were easily able to pick up on as hair. Up ahead, a mountain-like beast that looked like a mount of white-shaven fur stood. Ryu had never seen a creature like this, nor had he ever heard of records of it. But he wasn't a beast tamer, at least not by any official metrics, so this was still acceptable. Even though these tendrils did look like thick lines of hair, or fur, Ryu could feel an aura of flexibility coming from it, an aura that reminded him of his Ice Phoenix martial form, that made him feel as though these weren't hairs at all, but rather arms covered in hairs, or maybe even that feeling was part of the illusion of flexibility that was being projected to him. The mystery enthralled him, pulled him in. Was there really such a beast? Or was it something else? His irises spun with life, each one gaining a white gold and a dark gold 8-trigram diagram. The sharpness of his eyes increased and his founding Tao beared down with full force. He could see it, the patterns of lines being drawn across in the skies in an elegant sort of dance. Without hesitation, he accelerated backward, his space-time soul nature activating when he found a gap and transporting him outside the range of the beast entirely. He exhaled a breath and his breathing grew steady. These days, his southern heavenly wind didn't feel as useful as it should, mostly because of his embryonic chi, but he could still calm his beating heart with a single huge breath, letting him know that it was very much still there. Ryu hadn't retreated because he felt inferior, he actually thought that he could win the battle. It was rather that this golden protector spirit wasn't suited for him. Everything about it was an illusion. Still didn't use chi, but what was fascinating was that it could do so much with just its body alone. The hair, or rather fur, was very much real, and that was part of it. The tendrils that were being used to attack him were like thick dreadlocks, the individual furs locking around one another and twisting to create a thicker, more violent form. As for the creature underneath, it was just a single bear that had grown used to using its fur as a proxy by which to interact with the world. Its true body, though, was actually quite fragile and probably the weakest of the golden protector spirits in terms of this matter. Even so, it completely fascinated Ryu. Indeed, the hair was a part of the body, no less so than the blood that carried his vital chi, and that could be freely controlled by him. With the effort of cultivation, one could even learn to control muscles you were meant to, like the heart and the digestive system mechanisms. In that case, why would the hair be so much different? This beast, had it been the first golden protector spirit he had tried to take down, he would have ended up in an even sorrier situation than he had against the panther spirit. But there was something that was calling out to him here, something that filled his heart with an intent, but not enough that he could fully grasp what it was. Did Ryu suddenly want to use his hair as a weapon? Of course not. He had seen hair attacking techniques before, it was just that they relied on chi, and they had never fascinated him like this. Rather, it was just the idea that vital chi could be used in this way as well. He looked down at his nails and circulated vital chi toward it. His nails were the point of his attack whenever he used clawing techniques that had a great foundation in most dragon-related arts. They grew whenever his bloodlines circulated, and he would usually use some kind of blade chi to slice them off when he was done. They grew, as he expected, when they came in contact with his vital chi, but far greater than when he had done it passively in the past. They grew to 3 inches immediately, and would have easily crossed a foot in less than a second had he not stopped it so quickly. He casually slashed out and his mind seemed absent and blank as a sharpness rang in the air. Soon, a sword chi flew by and cut his nails into clean brackets. A state he liked the best, but he still wasn't quite satisfied. He had never consciously done this before, but it wasn't as though it was a groundbreaking achievement. His nails wouldn't be sharper than his blade, though it might help him marginally when he was executing claw techniques. No, he just felt that there was something deeper here, something hidden in the methods of circulating vital chi, but he couldn't quite grasp what it was. He shook his head. He knew that since he hadn't thought of it immediately, just standing around here wasn't going to help him. He flickered and vanished, trying to find another golden protector spirit to target. The location was the enclosure Ryu had left not too long ago. The signs of battle hadn't faded, and even seemed to be screaming with life as though to make sure the world never forgot what happened here. A white-haired boy flashed and landed, a slight contemplative look on his face. His formation was still there, intact, and it was working as expected, but the golden protector spirit he wanted was actually gone. Whoever had been here had not only been able to detect the formation, they had avoided it, and then cleared the spirit anyway before leaving. It was unfortunate. His formation was actually designed to do nothing at all, unlike one who had the protector spirit. It would have trapped whoever exited here so long as they had it, and then he would come and deal with them. He couldn't help but wonder just who could evade him so easily. He didn't lose often, even when he had been holding back for so long. Only that one stain on his record existed, and he would deal with that person eventually. It was just a shame that they hadn't entered this time. He smiled to himself and turned to leave. Oh well, it was still fine. There were plenty of other traps to check. Ryu rushed forward and slid, moving with greater and greater speed as he pushed against the space in the surroundings to decrease the resistance against his slide. Suddenly, he felt like he was in the depths of space, moving without the slightest hint of slowing. The more he fought these battles, the wider range of applications he thought for his abilities, and the sharper his intuitions seemed to grow. He didn't think that he was stretching himself too thin. If anything, he wasn't stretching himself thin enough. He had a complete origin flame, his ability to handle and select from a number of abilities to use in any given situation was better than also top standard sky gods. At the same time, paired with his founding Tao, his ability to master and perfect these abilities was on an even higher level than that. If he didn't master 1,000 techniques, and then acquire 1,000 more, he would be undervaluing himself. His wrist shifted and his blade tilted up, slashing against the underbelly of the lion spirit. Sparks flew and his gaze turned sharp. Indeed, being able to move and keep up in speed wasn't enough to close the divide in defenses. However, he had something for that. His gaze exploded with sparks of black lightning. It appeared he would have to use his primordial chaos cheese again.
Chapter 1428 No idea.
Ryu hopped out from behind the lion spirit after sliding out from underneath it. He hopped to his feet with a swift agility, his head bending backward to just dodge out of the way of its whipping tail. Even as he did so, he sensed the lion spirit's body leaning forward, pressing its great weight onto its front paws. Ryu understood what it was trying to do immediately. It was a double kick with its hind legs. It flowed smoothly from one failed attack to the next, its attempt with its tail not having stopped its follow-up strike. This thought quickly buried itself into Ryu's psyche. In the state that he was in, leaning back, his knees bent, and his momentum swinging strongly in one direction, it didn't seem like he had the time to dodge at all. In addition, because he was moving, even if it was only by gravity, the burden of speeding up time within himself was far greater. Ryu nodded silently to himself. It seemed that his new combat method still had a great deal of weaknesses, and these weren't weaknesses that he could make up for by being more clever, unless. Ryu's gaze flashed and his spatial chi flared. The air around him solidified and his body came to a sudden and jarring stop. Just as the two hind legs were about to cave in his chest, his vital chi circulated with a huge surge, tearing a path toward the heels of his feet. His northern heavenly wind took root and his power bubbled up. He drove his heels into the ground, shooting backward with a great amount of speed, just dodging out of the way of the two hind leg kicks. However, he didn't move far, his body suddenly freezing in the air again just a centimeter out of the way. His vital chi shifted from his legs to his arms, fueling a large amount of force in his torso as he landed heavily on the ground. With a furious intent, his primordial chaos lightning surged and he swung down with all the effort and strength he could muster. Bang! The lion spirit beast was smashed into the ground, a long line of blood splitting its back in two and slicing into its spine. The earth beneath its feet shattered into a crater and its body curved as it was swallowed up by Ryu's force. Ryu's feet flashed and he appeared above the lion spirit before it could move. The mountain character in his eyes lit up with a raging torrent of wind and his space-time soul nature surged, bending the world around them and increasing his weight by several times over. He smashed down with a boom, his black lightning flickering as his two blades pierced into the shoulders of the lion beast. As it roared, he twisted. A shocking flood of black lightning and black flames poured into its body, and soon, its roars fainted into faint whispers and then nothing at all. As Ryu inhaled, another surge of golden protector spirit rushed into his body. Insights of bulldozing power and control flooded into his mind and he slowly began to refine his martial forms even more. The lion spirit was a master of attacking even while preparing its next attack. Right now, Ryu's movements looked fluid, but that was an illusion. He was acutely starting and stopping a lot, reversing the flow of his vital chi using his 9 pillars and then attacking again. How much faster would he be if he prepared for his next attack before thinking about it? But even though he thought this, it was easier said than done. For one, It required a method of vital chi utilization that was no less complex than the one the panther beast had used. That would take him quite a while to get used to, but that was just the first problem, and not even the largest in Ryu's opinion. In fact, if it was just this alone, he might even still consider it. The true issue was the pre-preparation part. It required something beyond what he was doing now, which was just reading and reacting, whereas preparing the next combination of movements required prediction. The reason for this was because Ryu's body was currently his limiting factor. Being able to prepare your next movement, like the lion spirit did without the need for prediction, necessitated a force of some sort. This force referred to forcing your enemy into a passive position, or locking down their movements until there were only a small number of counters they could use to deal with you. The problem, then, was obvious. Ryu was too weak to force these golden protector spirits into a restricted number of counter moves. That meant that his predictions would need to be wide and variable, and mostly reliant on the opponent's skill set alone. A skill set that he wouldn't be fully intimate with until after several exchanges. Even then, it might still not be possible. If his opponents were anything like himself, it would mean that he would need to account for hidden trump cards. He wasn't exactly a god, so how could he do that? Reading and reacting was the absolute safest thing for him. This didn't mean that he had gained nothing from this battle. He realized that if he kept a small and limber domain of spatial chi around himself, it was even easier to come to a stop. In fact, when he needed to dodge or even needed to accelerate his movements just a bit, he could use his wind chi. However, this didn't feel good enough. Using atmospheric chi like this was still good, but without a technique to direct it, it was limited. In order to gather the control he needed, it required more focus than he was willing to give, so that's it. If I want to give it the proper control, I can adapt Master's elemental war god visualization to it. I can adapt the staff stage, the outline stage, and the will stage into a cloak, and then... Ryu's gaze flickered several times, deep in thought. Then it clicked. He had already seen the fundamental runes he needed to do this. They were all on his god treasure, the spectral wings. If he could adapt them, he could use some of the abilities of the spectral wings even without them. And, into the future, he might not need them at all as he improved beyond them. He closed his eyes, falling into silence. The minutes ticked by, long and slow, until, whoosh, a transparent cloak formed over Ryu's ragged white robes, making them perfect and whole. It looked as though he was dressed in the starry skies, almost like he had printed a star map onto himself. Ryu shot into the air, came to an abrupt stop, went forward, then backward, then rushed down. Every time, the movement was abrupt and sudden. However, it was still quite jarring. Using a visualization or a spell as the proxy by which he controlled the elements made the process smoother, almost too much smoother. He felt like his inner organs were being rocked with every sudden movement. He realized that he would need to match the process with his 9 pillars, at least slightly, just to make sure his insides didn't rock too much. Ryu's toes touched down on the ground and he shot off into the distance, looking for a new target, but his thoughts were still focused on the lion spirit. He wasn't quite satisfied just yet, even though he was improving by leaps and bounds with every battle. Came down to one word: prediction. Prediction should be what he's best at, and he truly used to be, before his eyes were sealed. By using lines of fate, he could see the most likely outcomes even without understanding all the trump cards of the person he was facing. Of course, the longer he battled uttered individual, the better the predictions would become, but far beyond what he could do, not for sure. The only other way he could think of to close that gap aside from awakening his eyes was more battles, more experience, more life and death experiences. He felt like he had plenty, but it just wasn't enough. He needed his tactics to be in his very bones. Ryu suddenly felt something rumble within him. His eyes narrowed. His bloodlines? He thought back to the overly furred bear spirit he had faced before the lion spirit. There was something about that battle that he had missed, something that felt like it was on the tip of his tongue but didn't quite click. It felt like it was stirring again, but he still couldn't quite. Ryu entered the territory of a new golden protector spirit. He felt like his progress was far too slow, so even as he thought, he attacked, unleashing a furious barrage as his absolute domain formed once again. In the not too far off distance, a recognizable team of 3 had gathered. Iroh of the Twin Earth Dragon Sect, Juno and Zovies, 3 individuals that Ryu had entered the Favor Alchemy Sky God's legacy world with. The density of bronze and silver on them suggested that they had each slain hundreds of each between them, and their strength was quite excellent as a result. Interestingly, though, Iroh was no longer with his senior brothers, seemingly having traded up for stronger teammates. Unfortunately, this didn't seem to have helped. The 3 kneeled on the ground, defeated and bloodied. But they had no idea where their opponent was. Chapter 1429 Battle Hungry. Ryu's movements became more and more erratic. It was impossible to tell which direction he would go and when. Sometimes he chose the best option to dodge, sometimes the second best, and at other times the third. Sometimes he would attack rather than dodge at all, distorting the future path of the battle with a subtle grace. He would move up and then abruptly downward. To the right, then suddenly up. To the left, and when it seemed he would change his trajectory again, he would continue, or even sometimes come to a complete stop. When equaled with the absolute domain, to say that Ryu was easily 10 times more powerful than when he came into this round wasn't an exaggeration at all, and this was the case when the protector spirits and their boost to his overall strength was ignored. The drastic change made Ryu wonder how much more he had left to unearth. How much more strength was buried within him that he had ignored in favor of chasing after more talent. This was a product of his own mistakes, his own arrogance. He was too used to being the most talented person in existence. Before he had left Sacrum, that was what he truly was. He could crush everyone around him with his talents alone. There was still a small need to unearth its secrets, but he had always just relied on his base abilities to do so. Was it really doing his best to unearth his talents if he just relied on one of them, his heavenly pupils, to casually see through everything? Just how much stronger would he have been if he had truly taken all of this seriously? In truth, much of Ailsa's teachings were also geared toward elevating his talent levels. But he didn't blame her at all. The fact that she could raise his talent at all when it was already so great by Sacrum standards just showed how excellent of a life partner she was. Beyond that, he was already guaranteed to reach the pinnacle of Sacrum. It was only a question of how much he lapped everyone else. But now, he was behind, so far behind that he couldn't quite see where the pinnacle lay. Forced into a corner, and without a route to increase his talent in a short time, he was forced to pick up what he had and forge it into gold. There's more, I know there's more. Ryu's gaze blazed. He had improved so much in just a few weeks, he knew there was more to gain. He knew that this was because of his origin flame. His ability to process and tend toward efficiency was on a completely different level. This boon was far greater than what he had thought it would be. He had spent so much of his life with an origin flame, but not until now did he know what it truly meant to have one by his side. But that also made him realize that there was more to be had. Ryu suddenly vanished again, his body appearing with a sharp forward momentum that came to an abrupt stop. He utilized another method of combat that he had learned in that time. Gathering up the momentum of the twisting of space that had suddenly come to a stop, he transferred it to his blades. His strength exploded and his once forward momentum was perfectly transmitted to his blades. The faster you moved, the heavier you were. This was the law of the universe, of all of existence. He had learned to gather up the strength of his abrupt stops using his spacetime soul nature, and then use them as a bludgeon to crush his enemies. Each one of these things were just small changes, slight tweaks, and yet when they were built up into the fighting prowess of a single person, it was like he flooded the world with his strength, each drizzle, each tiny droplet, coming together to form a furious tsunami that toppled his enemies. The roaring turtle spirit was smashed into the ground. Its great shell, filled with runes and patterns, flared in protection, causing Ryu's mighty strike to come down like nothing more than a glancing blow. But Ryu seemed to be prepared for that. His great sword staff came to another sudden halt, and the surrounding folds of spacetime gathered and pooled together. He raised his second great sword staff and swung down with new momentum, plus the old. It glanced off once again, but Ryu repeated the process, swinging his other great sword staff. Then he repeated again, gathering the other. The violent storm of blades descended in a continuous, furious barrage. His skin glowed with runes, his bones creaking and bending beneath the continuously increasing might. But as though he had lost his mind, he continued to strike, again and again, each powerful swing coming stronger than the last. Boom! The turtle spirit's for powerful legs gave out, its body crashing into a crater of its own creation, and its shell cracking like a fragile egg. Ryu raised both of his great sword staffs, a violent swirl of black lightning and black flames gathering into one as he roared and swung down a final time. The turtle spirit was obliterated. From head to toe its body was ripped to shreds and then burnt to ash, torn apart like a pillow filled with goose feathers, and incinerated as though it had stood there to be cremated. Ryu landed heavily on the ground, sucking in a deep breath as the surrounding winds raged, pouring into his lungs. For the surrounding several kilometers, winds poured in, a heart-shuddering hurricane forming as Ryu filled his lungs. He swallowed so much that his wounds burst at the seams, pooling over and dripping, but he didn't seem to care as he unleashed a roar. Flames billowed from his mouth in a cone that swallowed the clouds above. He was battle-hungry. He hadn't taken a rest for weeks, but he still wanted more, needed more. The feeling of constant improvement was addictive, and he never wanted to give it up. Chapter 1430 Curious. The Ice Phoenix represented life. The Fire Phoenix represented rebirth. The Dark Phoenix represented death. The Emperor Phoenix represented creation. The Fire Dragon represented rage, the truest kernel of fire, of kingship and emperorship, of rulership. The Lightning Qilin represented judgment. As Ryu continued to battle, he continued to think about what it truly meant for his bloodlines to be fused into one. But even more important than that, he wanted to understand how he could match it with the rest of his talents, but he had made little progress, mostly because he couldn't understand the first question. He stood just outside the territory of yet another golden protector spirit. One of his great sword staffs was held out, trembling with a surge of micro-movements. The condensation of spatial chi upon it was enough to tear through the void several times over. Suddenly, he moved. When he appeared again, he stood to the back of a gorilla spirit beast, slowly lowering his blade. The gorilla spirit beast was completely frozen in place, space pressing down around it until it exploded. It was shredded to pieces by countless sharp blades of chi that looked like swirling disks of concentrated galaxies. And then the spirit fell, broken into pieces. Ryu turned back with an indifferent expression. Space was said to be the sharpest chi there was, but Ryu felt that this was the analysis of the ignorant. It was all dependent on several factors, and ultimately there was no sharper chi than blade chi. The sharpness of space was dependent on creating a space of nothingness that everything else was forced to bend around or disappear within. When this was used cleverly enough and with enough skill, it could match up and surpass a blade. However, it was also easier to deal with, at least in Ryu's opinion. The only way to block blade chi was to either physically block it or meet it with an attack of equal or greatest strength. However, an opening in spatial chi could be dealt with in a number of ways. A domain could be used to solidify space. A domain could be used to disrupt space. It didn't even have to be something as constructive as a domain. Either pulses of wild chi could disrupt space. A strong solidified shield of chi could disrupt space. Even Daos of a certain level could crush openings in space, while just regular neutral chi of a high enough grade, when backed by strong enough laws, could rip it open or pull it closed. The stronger a person was, the more control they would have over dealing with such attacks. Spatial chi was actually the only chi in existence that one could casually gain access to so long as they grew strong enough in their own path. After all, that was why transcendent sky gods were able to step into the void at will and even collapse space with a thought. When it was put like this, a space soul nature might be rare, but it didn't seem so special nor so powerful as it seemed at first glance. Time had even more of the same similar restrictions. He couldn't even use it on himself without a great deal of sacrifice, and while he could use it on techniques, the moment his enemy released any sort of AoE attacks, the burden on him would increase several-fold. It seemed that this ultra-powerful soul nature had more limitations than not, and was only an active benefit when his opponent was far weaker than him, and could only be used as an auxiliary ability when his enemy was equal to or much stronger than him. When Ryu reached this conclusion, though, he didn't despair. In fact, he grinned. Because unlike his bloodlines where he couldn't even understand the first question, let alone answer it, this breakdown of his spacetime soul nature was exactly the answer to the first question he was looking at, that being what the core truths of his gift was. If you took a step back, it was true that so long as anyone grew powerful enough, they would gain great control over space, and time would have even less effect on them. But that was based on one thing: sheer power, not skill, not talent. The distinction was important, and it was a clue to Ryu, making his spacetime soul nature truly powerful. While using his spacetime soul nature casually had an alluring appeal, it was too easily crushed. What he had to do was layer it in complexity, shroud it in mystery, and take advantage of his talent so that his enemies wouldn't be able to see through what was happening easily. When he jumped through space, it was foolish to only open a single tunnel when opening many would be just as easy for him. When he was distorting time, why only speed things up or slow them down? Why not stratify them with countless minor changes, each stacking atop of one another, either both positively and negatively, to form holistic change? And when he was slicing through space, why only use one blade? Why form a simple line that could be followed even by a child? Why not rely on the chaos of space, the raging fury of a black hole? Looking toward the pieces of the gorilla spirit beast, he felt like he had comprehended something else once again. For once, chasing effortlessness was leading him down the wrong road. He had to take advantage of his sight, of his sharpness in the ways of space and time, and crush everyone else with sights they had never seen before. It had been over 3 months since he had started hunting golden protector spirits, and he had finally felled one in a single strike. His spirits brimmed with power, and his combat prowess could only be calculated on an entirely new scale. Ryu took a deep breath and closed his eyes, absorbing the new insights. Then he moved. Ryu came to a stop not long afterward. Down below, he saw the cadavers of 3 individuals. He didn't know exactly who they were, but he recognized the emblems that rested on their chests. This was Iroh and the others, but they were part of another segment of potent Sixth Heaven. There were 2 main alchemy powerhouses, the Heavenly Dew Pavilion and the Tranquil Hand Pavilion. From Ryu's understanding, these 3 should be a part of the latter, and they should be no less potent than Iroh. The fact they were dead, and seemingly not with the ability to struggle at all, was curious. Chapter 1431, Target of Interest. Ryu stayed there for a while. It was definitely one person, he could tell that. Although they had put quite some effort into making it seem like it was more than one, what they couldn't change was the essence of their attack, its very core. However, it seemed that they knew that some sharper individuals might be able to tell this, and had, as a result, morphed and changed what their aura was. Ryu didn't recognize it, and he didn't feel like taking the time it would take to decipher it all. It was true that he could, but why? These people had nothing to do with him, and whether this person would be a threat to him in the future. So what? He already had too many enemies in here. He hadn't forgotten about Starlight, and there was still Jojo. He had also yet to come into true conflict with those geniuses of the Seventh Heaven, but it was really only a matter of time. The only reason he hadn't clashed with them yet was because there were so few hunting golden protector spirits. By now, everyone had realized just how difficult it was to hunt above the silver level, and many were still focused on bronze. At the same time, many were beginning to notice the benefits that Ryu had from the very beginning. They began to attempt to gather more and more, and this led to more conflicts as the number of spirits began to whittle down. Just due to this alone, even if he had the mind to, was enough for Ryu not to care about this matter. As the number of spirits lessened, he could feel the walls of time closing in around him, and very soon the beneficial round would come to an end. The feeling of improving every day, every moment, even, was intoxicating, and Ryu almost didn't want to move on at all. However, he exhaled with a smile. Why should this be the only place he could improve? He had a feeling that very soon he would come against plenty more enemies he could sharpen himself against. With a step, Ryu vanished from the region of the fallen corpses, not thinking much of it at all. A long distance away, though, an encounter was taking place. Adlil stood on a hill of green. This region was a field, but it was anything but flat. As far as the eyes could see, rounded hills of green with vibrant, tall grasses stood. It was a beautiful region, especially when you stood atop a hill and could catch its full glory in your eye line. On a hill across from him, another young man stood, just as handsome, just as gentle in expression, but wearing robes of black instead. They almost looked like mirror images of one another. but this was nothing more than an illusion. It was clear that they weren't related, nor were they similar. Upon closer inspection, the truth became clearer. It wasn't their looks that mirrored one another, but rather their auras. They were a perfect match, but considering how far they stood apart, and the smile in their eyes, it was impossible to tell if they were the greatest of friends, or the greatest of enemies. But what was more shocking than all of this was the dense pillars of gold around them both. "You've made your move so early, Adlil, that's unlike you," the black-robed man spoke. "I don't know what you mean," Adlil replied with a similar smile, though it was clear to the both of them that they were both quite well aware. Adlil had killed those of his faction, and though he had hidden it well, the black-robed man was well within his abilities to expose this truth. However, in typical fashion, as things usually went between the two of them, the thin layer of cordiality never vanished. "Interesting card to play. Ignorance, is it? I would expect something more clever from you." "Well, we can't all be genius ruin masters, now can we? My small little mind can't possibly compare to yours. I'm just barely holding on." Ho-ho, a man on the path of both alchemy and formations, and yet stands out as a genius in both, claims to have a small little mind. "I didn't think that you'd have also become a comedian since I last saw you. How fascinating." "Ah, but it's exactly because of this that I'm no match for you," Adlil sighed. "I've been told since a very early age that my journey is foolish. How can one individual give their all to more than one path? I'm afraid that I am a comedian, but for very different reasons. I've made a fool of myself." The two sighed at once. It was the kind of conversation that truly made an observer want to punch them both in the face. The feigned humility made them come off as more arrogant than it did humble, and it was hard to tell if they were aware of this or not. "This much is still fine and acceptable," the black-robed man finally spoke. "I can allow you this small victory, but I would hope that you remain cautious. There's been some very interesting changes. There's even a particular young man that I have my eye on." "What a coincidence. I have my eye on one as well. He's quite interesting." "Ah, I have a feeling I already know who you're speaking about. It's typical of you to be so concerned with someone you lost to. Like my parent always said, a true man should know when to let go, to instead learn from it and grow from it." Adlil chuckled. Indeed. I have a feeling I know who you're speaking about as well. Considering your father's words, it would make sense that you have an eye on him. After all, he lost quite handily to my target of interest." "Very true, but I believe that he will shine from this instant onward." "You speak of shining quite candidly as though you have no intentions of killing him when it suits you. That smile on your face is quite casual as well. Is this also the candor your parents spoke of?" "Of course, how could it not be? To greet every day with a smile of confidence and radiance. That is the way of a true man. I might swing by your target of interest to see if he can do the same." Chapter 1432 Air. Ryu didn't expect to be interrupted. It had been months since he had entered this round, and those that he came across tended to steer well clear of him, even when he had this swirling pillar of bronze, silver and gold around him. However, up ahead, over 10 kilometers away, he could see a young man in black robes. This distance wasn't enough to tell if a person had come for you, at least by normal standards. But even at this distance, Ryu was quite certain. His steps came to a stop and he continued to look ahead indifferently. He didn't seem to have any intention of closing the distance for this person. Not that 10 kilometers was a large distance considering their cultivation realms. Even so, that didn't stop the black-robed young man from being surprised. Ryu had spotted him not from 10 kilometers away, but from over 100. The dense trees didn't seem to impede his sight at all, and the only reason he had continued forward was because this was the direction of his next target. But seeing that this person was also observing him from so far away, he felt that he wasn't planning on vanishing like all the others had. He didn't say anything, just standing in place, looking at the young man. Usually, one might feel some pressure to speak, but it was as though Ryu was looking at air. His cheery mood had vanished, and it was replaced by his usual cold demeanor. He didn't feel like this person was a friend, and no amount of smiling on their part would change that. The black-robed young man blinked. He had expected Ryu to notice him only when they were within a kilometer of each other. He hadn't exactly tried to hide himself. He was just waiting outside the barrier of Ryu's destination, waiting for him to approach. Just behind him, there was a monkey golden protector spirit that he knew was Ryu's target. Ryu's wrist trembled slightly, and suddenly all of the trees in the 10-kilometer radius between himself and this man were shredded. First they were cut off once, rising into the air from their trunks upward, and then by some mysterious force of the wind, they were split into countless strips of wood, raining down in such a fine mist that the skies somehow still remained clear. The black-robed young man pursed his lips into a smile, looking down at his robes. There was a single line going through them, though they quickly healed. His smile couldn't help but brighten. Sorry. My name is Dash. Not interested, Ryu replied lightly. Draw your blade or piss off. There was an uncomfortable feeling in Ryu's chest. It was the kind of feeling he got whenever people tried to challenge him. He abhorred that feeling. Testing him implied that someone else deemed themselves above himself, worthy of standing above him and casting judgment on him and his accomplishments. This was something he would always hate, no matter what changed about him. The black-robed young man blinked. It was hard to tell if he was surprised because he lagged a bit in being mad, or if it was because he had truly never met someone like Ryu before. Then he suddenly laughed. I didn't want to fight you, I just wanted to play a game. Aren't you interested? Not in the slightest. Not even if it was a competition for our protector spirits? It would be fun. No? And quite high stakes. You could gain all the hard work I've put in for these last few months in an instant so long as you win. Ryu didn't say anything. His silence only lasted for a split moment before he moved, but in that fraction of a second, his thoughts swirled with many things. In a bet like this one, without a third party, who would be the arbitrator of this bet? How would the other force one of them to keep their word? Why would they trust the other? It all came down to a single thing. This man didn't think he needed an arbitrator because he believed that he could make Ryu comply when he ran. It was nothing but a farce from the very beginning, and Ryu didn't have the patience for it. The black-robed young man was astonished once again. He locked down space around him, prepared to battle, but to his surprise, his senses suddenly flared. Tunnels of space opened up all around him, encircling him in a tight bind, and it was impossible to tell which one Ryu would come from. It was as though he was coming from all directions at once and yet none at all. In the distance, Ryu's afterimage had still yet to fade, but the attack was upon the young man. To the young man's surprise, as his perceptions were flaring out, wondering which direction Ryu would come from, Ryu came right from his very front, his blade swinging down with a mighty force right before the former's eyes. The black-robed youth blinked, seemingly slow to react. This Ryu that Adlil had been interested in was quite curious. Having a half-step Dao god as an ancestor was interesting enough, but to be this, well, odd, was another layer of mystery that left him quite baffled, especially since he seemed to have seen through the truth of this round. After a moment of what gazed like hesitation, but was instead a casual thought, the black-robed youth struck out with a palm, and hit nothing but air. Ryu had suddenly vanished again. The black-robed youth realized too late that the portals around him and never closed. Not only that, but they had looped and been layered around one another, intertwining in a mess of spatial chi that he didn't have nearly enough affinity to see through. The only way to deal with them was to crush them by brute force. But by the time he crushed one layer, 10 more would show up in its place, and if he made a second attempt, Ryu's blade would descend. Bang! He miscalculated. His body was sent flying forward. Somehow, Ryu's blade strike was even faster now than it had been before. Ryu didn't even look at the young man. His blade pointed toward the monkey spirit from just outside the territory boundaries. His spatial chi condensed and quaked, and he suddenly moved. In a flash, the monkey spirit froze, rising up into the air under a mysterious power before it was shredded to pieces by countless silver radiant blades.
Chapter 1433 Dividing Sin.
Ryu slowly lowered his blade, looking toward the black-robed man. The latter had already landed on his feet, his smile still there. The gap is pretty big, huh? Though he had this thought, Ryu didn't really seem to be very panicked. However, his deductions were spot on, that much he was certain of. By this point, he had already assimilated over 600 golden protector spirits, and by his estimations, this young man hadn't taken in even 100. Of course, it was also the case that the more spirits you absorbed of the same rank, the less obvious the benefits. But even so, the fact he had taken Ryu's strike so easily meant that at their base strengths the gap was quite large. Ryu was quite curious about who this man was, but observing him seriously for the first time, Ryu actually smiled too. That was because he felt like he was looking at a young man he had seen before. This black-robed young man and Adlil were actually so similar, they might as well have been carbon copies of one another despite not looking like the same person at all, and Ryu found it quite amusing. "So between the two of you," Ryu suddenly said, "who's the leader and who's the puppet on a string?" For the third time in the short moments he had met Ryu, the black-robed young man was startled again, and this time he didn't quite recover quick enough. The reason Ryu found all of this so amusing was because two grown men didn't just happen to share the same personality. There were only two options: either they were raised by the same person, or one had latched onto the other, following his footsteps very closely before breaking off and deluding himself into thinking he was his own person. The first felt unlikely, mostly because they looked dissimilar enough that it wasn't a possibility that they'd be siblings, even if they differed by one parent. Plus, Ryu was very good at reading auras. Unless someone had been perfectly veiled or changed their bloodline, he would be able to sense such a thing in a single glance. Of course, it was possible that they were instead raised by the same master, and that was why they had come out so similarly, and Ryu was more receptive to this sort of explanation. It might even explain why they seemed to be so pitted against one another. After all, if there were inheritances that required bloody conflict to pick out one successor, there were some masters cruel enough to do that to their direct disciples. However, Ryu found the second explanation far more amusing, and judging by the black-robed young man's response, he felt that it was even more unlikely. Ryu hissed and clicked his tongue. "Judging by that reaction, it seems that you're the little brother holding onto the hem of his elder brother's robe. Huh? I've always thought about what it might feel like to be an older sibling. It was just unfortunate that my parents had to try for years just to have me, so it's unknown whether I'll ever get the chance. But seeing it here in the flesh, I don't know if I want it anymore. Would my younger brother be able to have his own personality? Though, I guess if it was a younger sister, it might be a bit easier on her." The black-robed young man fell into silence. He tried to smile again out of habit, but it came out more forced than he expected. It was only after a few more seconds that he truly relaxed. "This is your Tao," he uttered with a smile, as though he had finally understood something and had exposed Ryu. "It's quite powerful, extremely so. I didn't expect that, or maybe I should have, since your ancestor is a half-step Tao god. It would be difficult for a descendant to be mediocre. It should be at least on the verge of the ancient grade if not a half-step in. Congratulations. Once you become a sky god, you'll immediately defeat the majority of those here." Ryu's smile didn't fade, though the implication was clear. "Oh, you noticed? Not bad. I guess you do have some insight of your own." The black-robed young man found himself being far more ticked off than usual, mostly because he felt that he only had part of the story. He felt like he was missing something. He didn't usually try to grasp straws when he was facing off against someone in a war of words, because feigning omnipotence was far stronger than guessing. If you guessed wrong, then your F.A. Ade of greatness would shatter, and he felt that his already had. What he had sensed wasn't Ryu's Tao, but rather a small part of it, and a small part of it not actively activated either. This was Ryu's dividing sin, or at least his dividing sin in part. Dividing sin was the mirror of dividing karma. The latter could already see through the thoughts and intentions of people, but the former could comprehend them, ripping them open layer by layer, forcing open wounds and pouring salt into them. When Ryu had uttered that he could become the most supreme of court ministers with just dividing karma alone, he wasn't lying. If he used dividing sin at the same time, or even combined their functions into one as he was able, breaking down the resolve of a young man like this with just a few words was as easy as breathing. When Ryu had uttered that he could become the most supreme of court ministers with just dividing karma alone, he wasn't lying. If he used dividing sin at the same time, or even combined their functions into one as he was able, Breaking down the resolve of a young man like this with just a few words was as easy as breathing. That's because no matter how talented this young man was, what he didn't have for certain was a founding Tao. The black-robed young man wasn't facing a half-step ancient Tao at all. He was facing a true founding Tao, and existence of the level of which he had never graced before. He knew that he should control himself. He knew that Ryu was trying to get him riled up, but it simply didn't matter. When a future Tao god spoke, you listened. The young man gripped his fists, his smile becoming colder. Chapter 1434 Identical. Ryu pointed his blade forward. I already know what your elder brother would do. He would smile and leave without a word. It's not quite time yet for him to reveal himself, after all. But I'm far more interested in what you'll do. I mean, unless you want to follow in the footsteps of your big brother a bit more. The black-robed young man took a breath. He was intelligent, highly so, far beyond what these geniuses of the 6th and 7th heavens could compare to. He had already succeeded in his goal on the 6th heaven, and so had his elder brother. The heavenly path to them was just a convenient way of returning to the 7th heaven, whereupon they could return home with ease. They still planned to benefit from the path as it seemed far different than what it had been in the past, and there might even be some things here that even they could benefit from. However, the goal stayed the same. They couldn't bring too much attention to themselves. That sounded amusing to say. After all, Adlil was known as the best alchemist of one of the top 2 alchemy pavilions of the 6th heaven, while he, Ramon, had likewise taken a similar position in the opposing pavilion. They were as high profile as they could get, but it was all relative. They had already been forgotten in the grand scheme, and that was always their plan, a plan that had gone perfectly until now. And what had changed? Well, Ramon really wanted to kill right now. Ryu beamed, his smile brightening up the world. Come. The word had barely come out when Ramon moved, his speed tearing space in two, a trail of void following in his wake. It tore apart Ryu's attempts at controlling the space around him, and he almost couldn't react when a palm had appeared before his chest. Without even a forced thought, Ryu could tell that if he let this strike hit him, it would pierce right through his chest as though he wasn't standing here at all. He wouldn't die thanks to his realm heart, but he would be in a state where battle was next to impossible without using his embryonic chi. Even so, he didn't seem to panic. His Tao flared up and it crashed down with the full force of a mountain descending from above. When Ramon felt it, his eyes widened into saucers. He felt like his perspective was being flipped on its head. Founding Tao. Twin pairs of 8 trigram diagrams spun in Ryu's eyes, and all the secrets of the world were laid bare before him. He could see it all, everything there was, and he realized that Ramon hadn't torn space apart with sheer power. He was a ruin master. He used his matrix to find the nodes and attack them with precise force. His skill was so high that he painted the illusion that he was no different from a transcendent sky god. This told Ryu a few things in an instant. The first was that there were more than just transcendent sky gods that could disrupt his spacetime soul nature. The second was that his founding Tao was far more powerful than he knew. With swift movements, Ryu threw one of his great sword staffs into the air, flipping his palm over and taking out a matrix. His gaze flashed with a blinding silver light, and all of Ramon's attempts at destruction were reversed in an instant. Ramon might be a genius ruin master, but what he didn't have a space soul nature. When faced against Ryu, who was also a genius ruin master, what opportunity did he stand of stopping the latter? Ryu's figure flashed backward, disappearing into space as he pierced with his great sword staff. Ramon's brows jumped several levels. He didn't even have the thinking speed to process what had just happened when Ryu's blade threatened to pierce right through his hand and toward his chest. He could even feel that heart-shuddering attack Ryu had used to slice a part of that golden protector spirit in just a single strike forming, but he could also tell that there was no way Ryu had the time to form it. Ryu had shrunk the time he needed to complete the attack from over a minute to just a second in these last few months. But an entire second in a battle of his caliber was like asking to die. Ramon's mind spun. He knew that Ryu wasn't so foolish. Someone that could outmaneuver him, and was obviously a ruin master of great accomplishment, couldn't possibly make such a stupid mistake. But that was the thing. The best plans weren't the most clever ones. They were the ones where an opponent knew what was coming, and yet couldn't do anything about it. A portal suddenly opened before Ryu's blade and Ramon's palm hit nothing but air. At the same time, dozens of portals the same size as that one appeared all around Ramon.
Ramon's brows jumpat.
He couldn't sense which portal the blade would come out of. He threw his effort behind his hidden matrix and he began to calculate, his mind spinning at a high octane before he struck out at a portal. He sneered, his smile forgotten as Ryu's blade appeared out from his right. But then, his expression changed. Out from every portal, an uniform piercing blade came out from them all. And each and every one had a completed vortex of raging spatial chi around them. There were too many, and Ramon didn't have time to understand how Ryu had suddenly multiplied his blade. Spatial chi couldn't do this, and there was no technique that could make each one so perfectly identical. Bang! Ramon was swallowed up. Small vortexes of spatial chi swallowed him whole, suddenly combining and forming an attack that raised him into the air, shredding him from top to bottom. He unleashed a shout of anger, but even after obliterating the first layer, there was another and then another. His shout was distorted and swallowed, his body disappearing beneath countless crisscrossing blades. Chapter 1435. Far enough. Ryu lowered his blade slightly and he vanished, appearing on one of the few trees remaining in the region. His expression didn't seem to be one of victory, but it wasn't one of fear either. Right then, Ramon fell out of the air, his clothes shredded to pieces and his skin covered in dents, but thin lines of blade marks. He looked to be in a sorry state but Ryu could also see that it was very surface level. Ramon had obviously been able to protect himself from the greatest damage, likely relying on some sort of chi shield as his body didn't seem that impressive to Ryu. My Dao is far more useful against actual humans than it has been against the spirits. It's no wonder. Ryu had gotten the feeling when this battle started that his Dao was far more effective, and now he understood why that was. Using it against real people who had thoughts and emotions and could be manipulated was far easier than constructs that only knew how to battle. It was no wonder, although he was certain Ramon was far more powerful than any single spirit he had battled until now, Ryu still felt that he was still in more manageable ranges in terms of what he could deal with. Even so, Ramon was truly impressive. Ryu was certain that even if he gave up all of the Golden Protector spirits he had, that attack just now could still kill a Golden Protector spirit in a single strike. But Ramon's life wasn't even in danger despite the blood covering his body. Impressive, truly impressive. Ryu grinned. He had learned something else. He had done it on a whim to counter Ramon, but the feeling felt good. Having a matrix in one hand and a blade in another felt right. But at the same time it was also a bottleneck. In the past, this matrix had helped him greatly, but now he felt like it was holding him back. Of course, it was still a help, but it felt like it could only amplify a small part of his strength. This made sense. After all, he had both an origin flame, a complete one at that, and a founding Dao. It was no wonder that his matrix couldn't keep up and amplify it all. I wonder. Ryu thought to the formation he had used to replace his soul cultivation, and then he thought about how Ramon clearly used a matrix without bringing one out, and he grinned to himself. He had known it, from the very beginning. The basis upon which he had used to forge his own mental realm cultivation method was built off the back of the matrix. He had had thoughts about doing this, and he took a leap of faith, and now the person that he needed to complete it was right in front of him. If he succeeded, then he would not only no longer need a matrix, but that feeling of a bottleneck would vanish. His speed of thought would become faster, his Dao would become sharper, his mind would. Ryu allowed himself to fall out of the tree, controlling the space-time fabric around him to accelerate the gravity and fall even faster. He just barely moved out of the way of the coming Ramon, his mind still working a step ahead. His matrix rapidly calculated as he observed Ramon, and then his spiritual sea rolled. At that moment, a hidden formation, embedded within like spiderwebs in glass, rumbled and took shape. Ryu was instantly shrouded in void spiritual chi, and a dense fog wrapped around Ramon in a domain. Ramon didn't say anything, his face an icy cold crisscross of injuries. His robes had rapidly healed under some mysterious power, but his body itself was slower too. As he moved, his blood leaked, but Ryu could tell that soon enough, even this would come to a stop very soon. Ramon's healing factor wasn't bad at all. A small snort left Ramon's lips as a barrier of chi rushed around him, blocking against the void spiritual chi. But to his surprise, it failed. Spiritual chi? Ramon's eyes sharpened. Perfect black buddy soul. He recognized Ryu's talent immediately and his pupils constricted. A founding Tao and a perfect black buddy soul? In addition to such a high attainment in space soul nature, he didn't feel like he was fighting against someone from the sixth heaven at all. The void spiritual chi lapped against his skin, feeling like a cool breeze, and then he felt as though every inch of him was being scanned. This only lasted for a split second before his own spiritual chi rumbled forth, vibrating and dispersing Ryu's spiritual chi. However, Ryu had already hit the ground, accelerating backward and skipping through space. Baby, say hello to your elder brother for me. You think you dash. Ramon looked around and Ryu was gone. When he looked toward the ground, his gaze flared with anger. Even during the battle, Ryu had been forming a large-scale teleportation formation concealed within the layers of his attacks of space and time. He was simply on a completely different level. Ramon had simply never seen anyone beneath Sky God had such a strong space soul nature, and to use it like this so cleverly with such layers of complexity, even Sky Gods couldn't do that. Even now, he didn't comprehend how right he was because he had still not picked up on Ryu's time affinity at all. It was too deeply hidden, too perfectly shrouded. Chapter 1436 Fragmented Sky God. Ryu appeared in a dense miasma of snow. It took him a moment to realize that he was actually buried deep within a snow mound. But he didn't mind. He had known that his teleportation would be a bit crude as it was a new ability he was using and he was teleporting to an unfamiliar place, so he had designed it to send out a pulse of spatial chi first, that way he wouldn't find his body magically fusing with snow and killing himself. Since it was so convenient, he decided to stay in place. The cold of this place used to bother him even with his Ice Phoenix bloodline, but that had stopped after he gathered more golden protector spirits and had improved his martial forms. Plus, even if it was too cold for him, the best place to be in that sort of situation was buried in the snow anyway. He crossed his legs and began to meditate, namely focusing on what he had just learned. I was right, he whispered to himself. Black steel bone structure, black steel meridians, black steel soul, black steel spiritual foundation, and a bloodline the name of which Ryu didn't know, but most definitely emitted an energy that melded and fused the other ones well. A perfect set of omniscient grade talents and a bloodline that supplemented them all. There were very few talents that shared a name across the 6 pillars, but black steel was one that did, at least across 5, and Ramon was the beneficiary of it. Despite the sound of its name, the black steel talent wasn't one of purely defense, though it was quite great at that as well. Its main attribute was the first part of its namesake, blackness. This wasn't just in the sense of the color, but in terms of the philosophy of it. It absorbed, consumed, swallowed everything in its path. Ryu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The black steel soul was like the child of the perfect black buddy soul. Although the former started as an omniscient grade talent, and also had some characteristics of an indestructible soul, it would end as one as well. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if Ramon was suddenly very interested in his soul now, not that it made much of a difference to him. In fact, now that he thought about it, the black steel meridians had some mirrors of his chaotic silk meridians as well. It was very strong and sturdy, and was probably among the top most meridians in terms of durability. If he had used his chaos chi during the battle, or more accurately, had projected it outward, there was no doubt that Ramon would be intrigued in it as well, not that that was saying much. Everyone wanted his meridians. This wasn't what Ryu was focused on, though. The reason he had scanned Ramon's body so thoroughly, at the risk of exposing his perfect black buddy soul, was so that he could see where he was hiding his matrix and gain a perfect reflection of it in his mind. That way, he would finally be able to perfect his own foundation. When Ryu saw it, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It was the most complex series of connections he had ever seen. Rather than looking at a matrix, it felt like he was staring into one of the Little Woman's star maps. The absolute domain technique had been just as complicated, and Ryu had to figure out a workaround just to use it effectively, so it could be imagined how complicated this matrix was. If it was so easy to create matrices, they wouldn't make life as easy as it seemed. However, the Ryu of now wasn't the same as the Ryu of back then. Not only did he have the origin flame that allowed him to memorize this entire star map matrix in a single glance, but he also now had a founding Tao. With a thought, Ryu began to set up a protective formation around himself that kept him both hidden and secured. Then, he entered his world of his eyes. Using this method, he would likely only be gone for a few seconds even if he spent months here, but one lapse in caution was all it would take to ruin everything and lose your life. Ryu tapped into the abilities of his heavenly pupils and entered Breath of World in a single bound. His focus was so flawless and whole, fusing together with his origin flame and his foundation Tao, that he cut down the time he would need from months to just a few weeks. When Ryu had entered that state of enlightenment after learning of Ailsa and Yana's disappearance, he had understood exactly what he required for a formation that would replace his mental realm cultivation technique. An internal matrix. When he made the decision, he hadn't pondered that there would already exist such a thing, nor would it be so handy to read and copy one made at the hands of a master. But he wasn't complaining in the slightest. This would cut down the time he would need to flawless his matrix from a lifetime to just a few weeks. Once he succeeded, his soul itself would become his matrix, but not needing to use a matrix when entering a ruin would be the least of the benefits. Right now, Ryu's mind was like a data collector. His Tao could see through countless details, and his origin flame helped him to memorize and organize them all with great speed. However, what he was lacking was something that could be used to parse out these details, ignore what was useless and combine what was useful into a single answer. There might come a day where his Tao was so powerful that it would be able to subconsciously tell all of this on its own. But even when that day came, his soul would grow to the point where this internal matrix of his could even see through to the future. The weeks passed by in a flash and Ryu opened his eyes, exiting his eyes world as though only a few seconds had passed. Then, he grabbed onto the kernel of his origin flame and crushed it. He grabbed out with his other hand and began to use the formations to draw, writing out a formation that looked like flickering stars in the night sky, dense and vast. The more he wrote, the clearer he felt his mind was. The larger the formation grew, the slower and slower the trickle of his focused chi became, as though he was a machine of efficiency. When he finished, he wanted to raise his head up to the skies and roar. With the combination of his origin flame, his self-created mental realm cultivation technique, and his founding Tao, his Tao functioned as though it stood beyond its station in maturity. He saw the world with impossible clarity, and matters that he couldn't understand in the past shifted into place, slotting in as though they had always been meant to be there, and most shocking of all, that feeling that had eluded him for so long, that deduction related to his bloodline, grew, the slower and slower the trickle of his focused chi became, as though he was a machine of efficiency. When he finished, he wanted to raise his head up to the skies and roar. With the combination of his origin flame, his self-created mental realm cultivation technique, and his founding Tao, his Tao functioned as though it stood beyond its station in maturity. He saw the world with impossible clarity, and matters that he couldn't understand in the past shifted into place, slotting in as though they had always been meant to be there, and most shocking of all, that feeling that had eluded him for so long, that deduction related to his bloodline, clicked into place. For maybe the first time in history, a World Sea Realm expert had a Tao no less powerful than a fragmented sky god. Chapter 1437 Molded. Ryu felt an unimaginable level of control. It wasn't power, not exactly. It was more like he could sense every little thing, even down to the atoms of the world itself. Everything was in his grasp, and nothing could escape his attention. He had never felt this way before, even when he had fully unlocked his heavenly pupils, even when he was in a far weaker world with far greater restrictions like Sacrum. It was all simply unimaginable. It almost felt like the heavens themselves were pouring power into him, and in a real sort of way that was exactly what was happening. A Tao was exactly that, an external source of strength granted to you by the heavens as a reward for your comprehension. Depending on what you had come to understand about the reality of the world, certain amounts of its laws were laid bare before you, opening themselves up so that you could use them as freely as your focused chi would allow. The amount that had been opened up to Ryu hadn't changed, But a few things made it feel as though that was what was happening, the most important of which was efficiency. Having a founding Dao was both a gift and a curse. Most didn't actively use their Daos in battle, but rather did so passively because of the drain on focus chi. It wasn't until they entered a hyper-intense state of battle that they would lay it all on the line and ignore the potential consumption. Even the saint's disciple was like this. His use was so subtle in the beginning that Ryu had almost missed it. For Ryu, this was even more so. He was lucky that he had received the origin flame not long after forming his founding Dao, or else he would have felt the drain far more significantly. Without the prayer mat, his chances of using his founding Dao, his current greatest reliance, in the midst of battle would be like a baby trying to wield a heavy-duty god treasure. But even with his origin flame, Ryu had been very careful with how he used his Dao, not only for the sake of hiding his identity, but also sparing a thought for his focus chi as well. Now, however, whereas using his Dao in the past cost a steady river, it was no more than a drizzle. With his entire Dao opened up to him like this, he didn't have to be so cautious, often using only quarters of it at a time. He could use them all at once, exhibiting its true strength passively. Or, he could actively tap into its strength, opening himself up to the world, or rather, forcing the world to open itself up to him. When Ryu had the idea to build a matrix in his mind, he had thought of many potential applications. The most obvious to him, especially in the last several weeks, was the potential it had for helping him to quickly lock onto the deficiencies in his battle style and fix them, maximizing his own strength all the more. He hadn't expected that it would have such a profound effect on his Dao and its strength, and even beyond that, Ramon had enlightened him to its possible applications in battle as well. These were benefits that even he hadn't seen, and he realized just how great of a benefit this was. No, it wasn't a boon. It was something that he had created with his own hands, his own taboo power of sorts, and it made him feel alive. When Ryu had run into the Refinement Sutra in the lowest reaches of the Radiant Star Sex technique libraries, he had known that it was perfect for him. But he had also felt that it would take quite some time before he could truly unearth its potential, and by extension, his own potential. Sitting here, so he had just roared away billowing and spinning around him, he felt that he had still underestimated himself. It had taken years, but the moment he sniffed the slightest hint of enlightenment, the benefits had all come rushing together. But he felt that this was only the beginning. This was just the slightest taste of what it felt like to blend your talents down a single path. Ryu had just managed to align his soul and his Dao, and not even perfectly yet, but the benefits were so great. If he began to use the Refinement Sutra to incorporate his other aspects, even fusing his 3 cultivation methods into just a single one, just what level would he be able to reach? What station would there be waiting for him at the end? Would he already be at the top of the world by the time he succeeded? Battle. He wanted a battle. Ryu flickered and vanished. His passive use of his Dao was so great that even with a casual intent, he easily crossed what was 10 times his previous greatest distance, leaping across thousands of kilometers. With just that single step, he had already appeared within the territory of a golden protector spirit. Absolute Domain was activated again, but this time, Ryu used a level the little woman would never think possible at his level. The technique was divided into grades, and certain levels were always restricted in their use against certain enemies. A heaven grade Absolute Domain, for example, would always be useless against a World C realm expert no matter how cleverly they used it. So what about the fragmented grade against one? The white-scaled crocodile spirit seemed to rush itself onto Ryu's blade. The gap in tactics and movements was so immense that a third-party observer would have assumed that the spirit was simply tired of living, of the hardships of life. Ryu didn't even have to use his space-time soul nature cleverly, nor did he have to use his chaos chi. He didn't use anything but the strength of his body, and even that was less than 10% used. He stood in silence as the spirit poured into his body, its physical form collapsing. He suddenly comprehended just how potent Absolute Domain was, and by extension, he understood just what kind of monster he had formed with his own hands. Chapter 1438. Interesting. The power was intoxicating. Every enemy he came across didn't have the ability to last even a single exchange against him. Absolute Domain used the very stars to map out projections that could allow for a perfect defense. If you were still enough, this perfect defense could easily become a perfect offense. If you were even more skilled, then you would have to sacrifice nothing at all. A perfect offense and defense would seamlessly meld into one another, creating a battle style far beyond anything that Ryu had self-created in the last several months. Soon, though, this intoxication wavered and Ryu's coldness returned. In fact, it was a coldness that suffused from the depths of his soul, and it dashed all the previous happiness he had had. He had put his everything into these last several months, carefully honing himself and building little changes to his combat strategy that made large differences in his strength. But the moment he made use of Absolute Domain, it all became useless. He felt like he was being pulled along by someone else's strings, and he was relying on a Tao forged by another person. It was a feeling that made him unhappy and disgusted, and if this was the him of just a year ago or even a few months ago, he would have vowed right here and now to never use Absolute Domain again. He didn't like the feeling. It was like an elder was casually patting him on the head, and an elder he didn't know or have any love for, shaking their head at his naivete. Indeed, how could anything he could accomplish in a few months, even with the backing of a founding Tao and an origin flame, possibly match up to what he was experiencing here? The Absolute Domain was indeed very difficult to use, and it required memorizing all the star maps of existence itself. However, there was a proportional reward for succeeding. Usually, a technique with such a steep entry requirement would be too greatly flawed to be used by anyone and it would be cast as a failure. But this technique was obviously one of the very few that was worth it. It was a sharp reminder, an almost painful one, of how far he still had to go, and his happiness toward the success of his self-created mental realm technique was dashed. No, it wasn't dashed. Instead it turned into a boiling flame of lava that poured through his veins. Ryu quickly used the Absolute Domain to tear a path through the remaining quantity of Golden Protector Spirits. He knew that Absolute Domain or not, the Golden Protector Spirits could no longer pose a challenge to him. If he wanted to catch up, creating a method of combat that could rule over even Absolute Domain, then he needed to fight against the Diamond Protector Spirits. When he succeeded, a roaring pillar of golden light pierced the skies and Ryu's gaze narrowed. Until now, he hadn't come across a single Diamond Protector Spirit. He had wondered why this was, but it seemed that he was about to get his answer. Ryu didn't believe that the requirement was gathering up 999 Golden Protector Spirits like he had, or more accurately, he believed that this was only one of the potential triggers. There simply weren't enough spirits remaining for this to be an expected course of action. The other trigger was probably far more reasonable, like a percentage of Protector Spirits. Regardless, it seemed like the Diamond Protector Spirits would appear now, but now before. As expected, several powerful auras appeared over the horizon, speeding toward Ryu. The disparity between 998 Golden Protector Spirits and 999 was enormous. He wouldn't be surprised if the pillar of light that surrounded him now was visibly everywhere. It was likely they thought he was the spirit. Ryu crossed his arms and didn't move. He had no need to flee, and it wasn't as though it mattered if he did flee. With the density of the pillar around him, people would find him no matter where he went. Of course, whether they could actually catch him was another matter, but he didn't have a propensity to flee. Several who saw him from a distance decided to directly stop coming forward. However, just because they halted moving forward, didn't mean that they left. Anyone with the courage to come after what they thought was a Diamond Protector Spirit was also smart enough to know that if they were attracted, then other people would be. It was relatively harder to gain knowledge in this environment, and if such a big showdown was about to happen, it would all be for the best if they observed it personally so that they couldn't be manipulated due to their ignorance later. It wasn't long before the true powerhouses began to appear. Ryu spotted 3 squads from the Azure Lightning sect, 3 teams from the Stalwart Sun sect, another 3 teams from the Raging Inferno sect. Every team that came forward was surrounded in a swirling pillar of mostly silver, but he could see quite some gold within as well. Seemed like for them, the search for gold had just begun. Each one was taken aback when they realized it wasn't a Diamond Protector Spirit at all, but rather a man. They slowed to a stop, but unlike the first group of stragglers, they were much closer. Clearly they weren't here just to observe. And then came the team of the Fading Star sect. There were 5 of them, that being the number of teams. As for their numbers total, there were 20. None of them seemed to have any distinctive characteristics, but with just a glance, Ryu picked out Starlight as though it was as easy as breathing. He grinned, but he didn't say anything. And then came those 4, maybe the 4 that everyone had been waiting for from the very beginning. Lightyear of the Azure Lightning sect, Ryukian of the Stalwart Sun sect, Jojo of the Raging Inferno sect, Selhira of the Radiant Star sect. Ryu raised a slight eyebrow. Interesting. Chapter 1439, An honor to be by his side. Jojo shot forward like a meteor streaking across the skies. The pillar of gold around her seemed thirsty for power as it greedily drank in the surrounding chi, fueling her, empowering her. Ryu wasn't too surprised by this. Everyone would follow different paths. While he was focused on internal constructs like maximizing his explosive power or flexibility, others like Jojo might have focused on finding methods of forcing the reaction of atmospheric chi with nothing more than her body. Maybe a few minutes ago this would have baffled Ryu. Wasn't controlling atmospheric chi a strength of the chi realm? He had never heard of vital chi doing such a thing. But this time, with just a single glance, even while using his Tao passively, he saw through the secrets. When he used his Ice Phoenix martial form, he could swallow a large amount of air, and then guide this air through his body to promote his speedy recovery. It was the perfect sort of blueprint for the ability he was seeing right here. Wasn't that a rudimentary form of his body using atmospheric chi to its benefit? Taking it a step further, wasn't this a concept his master's magnum opus was based upon? His master elemental war god visualization could carve out pathways in veins and arteries to mimic the passages of ancient and powerful beasts. Then these circulation patterns could be used to provoke the activation of talents you shouldn't have access to at all. Wasn't this another method of atmospheric chi usage? The difference lay in the fact that Jojo wasn't absorbing the chi into her body, nor was she fusing it to a technique. Rather, it was like the heavens had enveloped her with a second skin, causing each and every one of her actions to thrum with its support. It was a more active usage of an ability that one could passively gain access to after forming their cosmic seeds, but adapted to be used with one's bloodlines. But more pointedly than that, it was a far weaker version of what his birth phenomena could do. Ryu had these thoughts even as Jojo appeared before him, but he didn't seem to have the intention of moving at all. Selhira had already appeared, grabbing her wrist. The knuckles came to a stop a mere half-centimeter from Ryu's sharp nose, and the smile on his face never faded. He looked into Jojo's eyes without much care and even a bit of a teasing light. She was powerful, truly powerful. If it was before he had succeeded in creating his mental realm cultivation technique, he might have to run from her like he had from Ramon, even despite the completion of his absorption of 999 golden protector spirits. But now, he didn't feel like he had to fear her at all. It's a bit inappropriate to attack my junior brother when we're working on the same team. Don't you think, Jojo? Jojo grit her teeth. Let me go. I'm gonna tear a layer of skin off this bastard's face. How dare you stop me? Tearing layers off? Ryu asked, looking somewhat surprised. Have we reached that stage in our relationship already? Selhira let go of Jojo's wrist, but Ryu tilted his head to the side even before her fingers twitched, causing Jojo's fist to fly by his cheek. Ryu chuckled. It seemed that Selhira had her own temper as well, though he didn't think that that action was out of jealousy. Instead, it was because she thought that he was antagonizing Jojo while relying on her power. If that was the case, then it was like he was using her, and that wasn't something even the gentlest of people would like. It could be said that releasing Jojo's wrist was a test, much like gauging his reaction toward Aika's marriage was another. If Ryu's calculations were correct, this woman had tested him in at least a dozen different ways. He never seemed to get enraged, though, a fact that was amusing in its own way. It seemed that he had his own bias toward beauties. Ryu suddenly vanished and appeared barely a meter away and by the opposite side of Selhira, casually slipping his hand into hers before she realized what was happening. She was stunned, not expecting this sort of thing from Ryu. She even felt that she had misjudged him. Had her tests not been thorough enough? She looked toward Ryu, a slightly dangerous look in her eyes, but the smile on Ryu's face never changed. "There it is," Ryu suddenly said. "I've known that you've had that look in you for quite a while, and for more than just the game of domain at that. Gentle women are nice, but I much prefer arrogant women. A woman who would deem to test me so many times can fall into one of two categories. Either I'll kill her, or she'll be my woman. I wonder what category you'll fall in." Selhira was once again stunned by Ryu's words, the casualness of the action, and the future tense in his words, as though he really might kill her if she acted inappropriately. She realized now that she wasn't the only one being tested, and Ryu's arrogance wasn't a Ade. It was even deeper than she had realized until now. Ryu's hand squeezed Selhira's gentle palm, and her bone almost seemed formed of clouds. But he let go of a moment afterward, as though he wasn't interested in taking exploit of her either. And then he walked away, vanishing. He sensed the diamond protector spirit. Why would he stay here? To coddle a woman's feelings? Selhira was a bit stunned. She didn't know how to react. Jojo, herself, blinked, before bursting into a fit of laughter to the point of slapping her knee. The echo of her gauntlets slamming against her knee brace caused a roar to echo through the skies that made it feel as though it might collapse any moment now. "Holy shit! This is hilarious!" Jojo seemed to have forgotten that she hated Ryu's guts. Instead, she was having the time of her life. When she spoke about Ryu's relationship with Selhira, she had made the same assumptions that Selhira had. She thought that since Selhira had shown the slightest fascination in Ryu, then it would really only be a matter of time. Selhira's instincts were sharp, and if she liked a man, even if it was just a little bit, he was worthy of a second look. After all, she knew things about Selhira that no one else did. What she, and clearly Selhira, hadn't thought of, was the possibility that the man Selhira had her eyes on might reject her. If it was someone else who had uttered what Ryu had, it might have come off as posturing, even an attempt to make Selhira chase him rather than the other way around. But Jojo already knew enough Ryu to know that there was little to no chance that he would do such a thing. That man too boldly spoke what was on his mind, and she could sense that he meant every word. And clearly Selhira could too, or else she wouldn't have reacted the way she had. This was better than even a birthday present. It was better than stumbling on a god treasure in the wild. It was better than even if she would step into the sky god realm right this moment. To see Selhira embarrassed like this, she could live out the rest of her life with a blinding smile on her face. She had never seen this gentle beauty take such a loss, and she was having the time of her life. She fell to the ground, slamming her fists as she laughed. She almost forgot to chase after Ryu, and most had. Who could blame them? Who hadn't heard what Ryu had said? Who hadn't seen what he had done? Ryukian, however, looked as though he wanted for bloody murder. Ryu didn't think too much about what had just happened, looking at the colossus before him. While it was true that his women could be as willful as they wanted, those women could only have the title of wife, and they had to actually be his woman. He didn't have a habit of bending over backwards just because someone was a beauty, even if she showed fascination in him. If he took in every woman who showed interest in him, he wouldn't even have enough time to go around. Was it a bit cruel to Selhira? Probably. But he was getting a bit displeased that she just assumed that she could have him if she wanted him. He was Ryu Tatsuya, a man destined to stand on the tallest peak of the world. It was an honor to be by his side, not the other way around. A mountain in the distance rose into a titan of over 10 meters tall, wreathed in blue armor that radiated like crystals. He pointed his great sword staffs forward. "Let's end this battle before any unwanted guests arrive. Shall we?" Chapter 1440 Stupid Heavenly Path. Ryu inwardly whistled, feeling the strength of this titan. The gap between the golden ranks and the diamond ranks was more than twice that of the silver and golden protector spirits. It felt ridiculous that someone not in the sky god realm could be so powerful. Even now, it didn't seem like it was using chi. Was this what ninth heaven geniuses felt like? To be so powerful even without full access to its abilities. It seemed that the ninth heaven lived up to expectations. Even so, there was absolutely nothing this beast could do that Ryu couldn't see through. There's only one diamond protector spirit? Not multiple. In that case, one don't have much time at all. The distance between here and where he had just left from was a few tens of thousands of kilometers. If the strongest of them used their greatest possible speed, it was a distance they could cross in less than a dozen minutes. Could he defeat this titan that fast? His confidence said yes, but his understanding about his Tao said, maybe. The spirits didn't function the same way humans did, and his Tao wasn't as effective against them. However, Ryu's confidence overrode his other thoughts as a grin spread across his face. With a stamp, he flickered and vanished. As soon as he moved, the fist of the Titan spirit moved as well, collapsing all of the spatial tunnels that Ryu had formed. Ryu's brows couldn't help but jump as he came to a stop in the void, just barely avoiding the fate of being crushed into a meaty paste. Alright, maybe he was a bit too eager. This spirit was something else power-wise, and it was obvious that no one, not even someone who had consumed 999 golden protector spirits, should be able to defeat him. There was only one diamond protector spirit because he was meant to work with everyone else who was worthy. However, Ryu wasn't a fan of the idea. He stood in the void in silence for a long while. Well, it was only a few seconds, but such a thing was an eternity in a battle of this scale. What interrupted his attempt at thought, though, was a sudden pressure that came from the Titan spirit. Some part of its bloodline was pressuring him, trying to close down the spatial nodes he was standing within. Ryu could fight back against this with ease, especially with his affinity, but it still made him an extra hint cautious. This Titan spirit was even more powerful than he knew. His better judgment was right to tell him to be cautious, and he was foolish to have tried to ignore it, albeit for just a split moment. Ryu sighed. He had gained some insight about his bloodlines after he succeeded in completing his mental realm cultivation method. He had learned that he could use his bloodlines as an extension of his instincts in battle, almost like a sixth sense. Within his bloodlines carried a whole host of memories that came from beasts he shared a lineage with. Within those memories not only included the talents that he had awakened one by one, but also various miscellaneous thoughts and experiences, anything that survived, really. Part of the reason it was so difficult to awaken talents was precisely because of this. There was a sea of completely useless information within, but there was also a whole host of useful information in there as well, not related to talents at all. The blood had paths that it preferred to move along, muscle memory born of countless generations of experience, and a tie of fate that made it run more smoothly when completing certain pathways. However, tapping into that required a subtlety and talent that was even beyond what it took to find and unearth talents within your bloodline in the first place. For geniuses who had all of their talents follow down a single path, this was easy. Their talents would awaken naturally because it was their sole focus to begin with, and then they could throw all their attention behind picking up on these subtleties. The level of cheating was even beyond what Revu had expected. They didn't even need to build their battle experience off the backs of countless life and death experiences because all the battle experience they needed was already built up by their ancestors. They just needed to unearth it. Of course, this was just the simple explanation. The reality was more complex than that. It still required a great amount of talent to unearth these combat styles hidden within your bloodline, and only the worst of the geniuses would fully rely on them. So, as Ryu had expected, the golden protector spirits he had fought didn't represent the pinnacle of 8th heaven talent. Rather, it was quite middling. Well, middling by Ryu's standards for him. These were rather what the average to below average prodigies of the 8th heaven could accomplish, and by extension this diamond protector spirit was only average on the 9th heaven. When Ryu had this thought, his expectations came to a head and he made a decision. There was absolutely no chance that he would share mere crumbs with other people. This heavenly path actually expected him to be happy with mediocrity? Boom! Since he couldn't vanquish this Titan spirit head to head like he wanted to, he would just have to cheat. Since they could do it, why couldn't he? Ryu took a breath and his gaze sharpened. An overwhelming pressure poured out as his birthed phenomena took shape and his founding Tao rose into the skies like a looming mountain. His irises flashed with twin 8-trigram diagrams and a blast of chi raged into the surroundings. Black lightning flashed. Black flames rose from the grounds. And in the middle of it all, a heart-shuddering, and yet beautiful mist took shape. The last of them only appeared for an instant, but it caused reality to nearly collapse. The improvement, or rather relative improvement, of Ryu's Tao was the headliner. Thanks to his mental realm cultivation method, his Tao, though still being immature, could exhibit shades of a true mature Tao. It made sense that such an ability would take the forefront. But that didn't mean that there weren't also benefits. Along with the increased efficiency, so too did Ryu's spiritual chi gain a huge bump. For formations he created through the use of his visualizations, their potency could exhibit a level that was a half step into the god realms. So, this time, when Ryu used the Sightless Eyes formation, it was so potent that the Titan stood blankly in space, not understanding what was happening. The Panther spirit had at least been able to mount somewhat of a resistance, but the Titan spirit felt stripped even of its proprioception. It was akin to its soul having been ripped out of its body and sent adrift into an endless. There was no up, no down, no left, no right. There was no heaviness, no speed, no time. Couldn't move because it didn't even know how to go about doing so. All of its sense of body was stripped from it, and it became as lame as a newborn, unable to do anything for itself. Ryu took a breath. He didn't have much time. If the Titan wasn't a spirit, it would probably just rage and send its bloodline pressure outward. Any power that it could send out that had its full brunt behind it would be enough to shatter this formation. Ryu still wasn't sure if it could do that, so he didn't want to risk it at all. He raised his blade and his gaze sharpened. It all came down to whether he could harm this Titan spirit or not, and he only had one thing that he felt could allow it. His infinity mist cosmic seed flared. His control was much better now, far better than it had been in the past, but it still felt as though he was trying to leash a dragon, the spurts of failed control causing his body to shred itself apart. Even so, his gaze flared and he rushed forward, swinging his blade down with a mighty pulsing strength. Bang! The feeling of slicing something apart never came. Rather, it felt like it was fracturing everything in his path. Even his great sword staff shattered into so many pieces it looked as though it had been burnt to ash. Toward this result he could sigh. That was why he had only tried it with one great sword staff. It seemed that he would only have one weapon from now on, aside from his bow, that is. The Titan's head was crushed, and the only reason the rest of its body hadn't followed suit was because by that point, Ryu's control had dissipated. All at once, Ryu was suddenly flooded by a radiant blue energy, and the amount of acumen was so great that he was certain he would have roared out in pain if not for the origin flame. He suddenly understood that maybe it wasn't the fact that the heavenly path was being stingy, but rather that it simply hadn't believed a single person could take in so much. But now, it was all his. Unfortunately, the procedure was much longer than he expected it to be. Ryu almost snarled. This stupid heavenly path wouldn't let other individuals impede with me, would it? He had only just had this thought when the first blazing paths of individuals entered the frayed edges of his quickly shrinking spiritual sense. Chapter 1441 Rounds. Ryu took a breath, his body entering a state of focus. It was incredibly hard to do so when he knew quite well that there were a whole host of people rushing toward him, though. Even so, the first thing he did was check on the state of his body. His chi could move, albeit slowly. His body was a bit languid and his reflexes were shot. But the greatest change was in his mind. It was practically shut down, as though a business that was boarded up and closed off for the day. Its full effort was placed behind assimilating with this coming information. Then Ryu understood. The reason his thoughts were so slow and his reflexes so shot was because he could only control himself with a sliver of his mind right now, only barely enough to remain conscious. He had a feeling that, if not for the origin flame, he wouldn't be awake right now at all and might even fall into a coma for an extended period of time, leaving the others to do whatever they wanted with his body. He didn't even have the mind to spare for computing exactly how long this would take, and for all he knew, it could end either in the next second, or take several years to finish. Ryu snarled inwardly. This didn't make any sense. The origin flame was a god treasure that stood at the pinnacle and its greatest reliance in the help it provided to bolstering the mind. Plus, he had just made great headway into his self-created cultivation techniques. His mind should be the sharpest it could be. Ryu grit his teeth and disregarded it all. Figuring out the reason this was happening would take a mental capacity that he simply didn't have right now. There was no use in trying to figure out when, very soon, he would have some unwelcomed guests. He gripped his remaining great sword staff and closed his eyes. Relying on his mind right now would be impossible. He exhaled a breath and white scales manifested all across his body as his bloodlines thrummed with life. A wide pair of wings spread and horns that arched toward the skies grew from his forehead. He took another breath, this one slower than the last, and then a third even slower than the second. His breathing became so rhythmic and lethargic that it seemed as though he had begun to sleep. Adlal's eyes widened. He stood on a mountain range in the distance, and he was among the first to reach this location because he had never gone after Ryu in the first place. He had been able to distinguish between Ryu and the true Diamond Protector spirit. However, Ryu still got here before him. That was fine because Adlal's goal was never to personally defeat the spirit. That would cause him some issues. Instead, he much preferred someone else to do so, and then he could wait his time. The only reason he had insisted on getting here first was because it would only benefit him. The less he missed, the better chance he would have to be fully prepared. He didn't know what Ryu had done, but the powerful spirit he was sure he couldn't defeat actually fell to a single strike. And then, instead of immediately imploding due to the influx of energy, he actually withstood it, and now he seemed to be preparing for a fight as though he knew what was coming. Adlal didn't know that Ryu had the origin flame or a founding Tao, and he definitely didn't know that Ryu had just succeeded in creating his own cultivation method, at least up until the World Sea realm of the soul. But what he did know was what absorbing that spirit meant. The complete heavenly path was different from the incomplete one. Rather than having a set path it took every time it opened, it rather had a pool of challenges, of which were randomized and then picked from. Usually, there could be anywhere from a single round up to 3. There were even some instances of 4 or 5, and it was difficult to tell exactly what triggered the differences. Even so, after so many cycles of opening, all of the rounds had pretty much been logged, though no one dared to say this for certain. On top of this, there were certain patterns that were unearthed as well. The fact that round 1 was a single elimination-style round was a sign of the path this heavenly path was taking, and it was a bloody one. Usually rounds, like that one, so straightforward and ruthless, only appeared when the heavenly path had a great reward to give out and it only wanted a chosen few, or even just one to benefit from it. But what didn't make sense was that this single elimination-style round was followed up by a team battle-style round. It was completely inconsistent and it didn't line up. It was as though the heavenly path was confused. Or was it? What if, the entire time, this was the outcome it wanted? For just a single person to gain all of the benefits? Were they just in assuming this was meant to be a team battle round just because the introduction of the rules had uttered so? But in that case, why had the heavenly path said so at all? Adlal was certain that if it had simply said nothing, most people would try work alone until they were forced to do otherwise. But in this situation, Mose had teamed up first, and then begun to battle. This wasn't the only oddity either. Usually, the heavenly path was only open to World Sea realm experts and below. Those that had come from the 7th heaven, and even himself and Ramon, had remained in the World Sea realm as a result of these thoughts. But this time, half-step sky gods had entered, many forgoing their foundations to force this change upon themselves, and the heavenly path had allowed it. Beyond that, it seemed that most of the World Sea realm experts had been purposely matched up against the half-step sky gods of the 6th heaven just to gain a right to enter this team battle round. Chapter 1442 far more interesting. The confusion weighed heavily on Adlal, and it made him hesitant to take action. He had a feeling that if the others of the 8th and 9th heavens had been aware that these huge changes were coming, they wouldn't wait for the convergence to reach their heavens before taking action. They would have sent their youths down as well despite usually disdaining the lower heavens. Were both he and Ramon wrong? Had they been too casual up until this point? Should he throw caution to the wind and take this victory for himself? Adlal's eyes narrowed slightly. He was a cautious person by nature, and he much preferred to lean back and plan diligently. This was a far cry from how the rest of his branch family members were, most of whom were crazed, battle-hungry maniacs. But it was also because of this that they were constantly and unwittingly, often, the pawns of others. He was tired of that kind of life, but clearly the pride of being a heavenly dew was ingrained into his veins. He had come to this heaven, but he had still disdained it, still believed that there was nothing much it could do for him aside from a scant few things that he carefully decided upon. I will wait until the next round. If things are still so odd, it will mean that am correct in my presumptions and this heavenly path opening is far different than it ever has been before. Adlil continued to stand in place, watching as the countless auras converged onto Ryu's position. He didn't have any intention of moving, but it seemed that Ramon wasn't the same, and it also didn't seem like this was out of any attempt to gain benefits, at least not the same benefits that Adlil was after. Ryu's breathing was steady and even. His eyes were closed and his spiritual sense had already been torn to the point it couldn't maintain its state at all. It winked out of existence entirely and Ryu was left with nothing. And yet he didn't seem to have the intention of opening his eyes. The first grounds that made it to his location were those of the Radiant Star sect, but not long after the 4 immortal deities appeared. It seemed that the Radiant Star sect had a combined movement technique that they used that pulled upon star chi to function, allowing them to outstrip the immortal deities who were only casually working together. Group after group arrived to find Ryu standing in silence, seemingly sleeping on his feet. Selhira frowned. She hadn't said much since the incident that took place just a few minutes ago, not that she said much usually. Jojo was still having the time of her life, and it could be said another reason why they were so slow was because of this. They could all tell immediately that Ryu had somehow already defeated the spirit and it was now being absorbed into his body. But it wasn't immediate. And now he was clearly exposed to attack. Selhira came to a pause and looked around. She had no ability to stop all of these people. What was she thinking? Why did she even want to? She had never been embarrassed like Ryu had embarrassed her in her life, and her pride was bone deep, since Ryu was so confident he could get himself out of the situation. She bit her lip. Maybe if he asked for help she would. But if not, then Ryu didn't even look in her direction. To be fair, he couldn't even tell who was coming and who wasn't. Even if Selhira joined the attack, he wouldn't be able to tell one way or another. He was completely focused. A sudden arrow came in from a long distance away. Even when everyone looked toward where it might have come from, they saw nothing. It was clear that whoever had attacked had done so with concealed intentions. They likely wanted to gather up all the benefits while hiding their identity. But their attempt was too stupid. The moment Q's spirits transferred to him, there would be a clear line to follow. In fact, he might be even worse off than Ryu, unable to assimilate the spirit and just directly die. Selhira's heart lurched when she realized that Ryu's head was about to be pierced through. She had stubbornly come to a stop, but that slight pause made it so that she wouldn't be able to reach in time. It was then, though, that Ryu suddenly took a step to the side. It was a precise 6 inches, just enough that the arrowhead and the arrow's aura missed him. His hair danced in the wind, but nothing else happened even as the ground behind him was torn to shreds. Ryu's body might be in a sorry state, and his chi might not move to his command, but he had an upper hand that everyone else didn't. He was the only one to have absorbed a diamond protector spirit, even if it was only in part. Ryikian suddenly cut forward like a blazing sun. "Ryikian, you dare?" Selhira suddenly roared. Ryikian's flight stumbled for a moment, but his gaze only became a steely cold as he rushed forward. Not far behind him, Lightyear moved as well, but Lojo didn't do anything to stop him. She just looked on, quite amused by the situation. She had thought that Selhira would be infuriated to the point of maybe even attacking Ryu herself, but to think that she would actually say something to stop Ryikian. This was all much more interesting than killing Ryu herself. Selhira sent a gaze toward Jojo and then shot forward. Jojo didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her either. She just sat back and watched the show. If it was just Ryikian and Lightyear, there would be no suspense. But she could sense that there were many other participants at play here, and she wanted to see who would sink or swim. Who knew, maybe she could reap the benefits in the end. Chapter 1443 Frustration. Ryu couldn't feel anything. He saw nothing but darkness, the only exception being a slight spark of blue in the far-off distance. But this blue wasn't a light at the end of the tunnel. It was instead the power of the Diamond Protector spirit engulfing his senses. He ignored it, focusing on the darkness. Suddenly, slashes of red, gold and blue appeared all around him. They seemed intent on slicing him to pieces. He could feel his body being pulled in several directions. One part wanted to crush them with absolute strength, another part wanted him to slide by and dodge flexibly, another part wanted him to roar and force them into submission. Each and every one of his bloodlines, even while fused, had their own ideas on how to deal with the situation, and what made it worse was that just picking one didn't seem to make sense. There was another layer of complexity that Ryu had neglected to mention earlier, and that was that all of these bloodline memories that had managed to make it so far came from absolute experts who had once stood at the top of their cultivation paths. How would such existences react to being in the body of a weakling like Ryu? Would they even be able to acknowledge the fact that they weren't as powerful as they once were? Were these attacks possible to crush? Was he even fast enough to dodge them? Could he roar them into submission? He didn't know the answer to any of these questions, and the pressure of indecision weighed down on him. There was no path that seemed correct, they all felt wrong. He took a step and felt a searing pain rack his body, dulled by the occupation of his mind. It was hard to tell if he had just been grazed, or if he had lost an entire limb, but he still didn't open his eyes. The flashing lights overwhelmed him again. There seemed to be even more attackers now, a large number of them, and there seemed to still be more coming from the distance. His world of black was overwhelmed by blades of light, varying in color and spanning across the entire rainbow. He once again felt the several pulls on his body, each one wanting him to do something different. His instinct was to reign in control of his blood, to command it as it was his. But in this situation, this wasn't an option. If he didn't, then he would have to rely on his own combat prowess right now, and his mind wasn't nearly sharp enough to do so. The only way forward was to find a kernel that linked them all, to find a method of counter-attacking that aligned with all of them. But even as he tried, he was starting to get more and more frustrated. As he continued to move, he continued to get hit, and for all he knew, he was on his last breath, and the only thing burning within him was his frustration. He had gone through all of this trouble to fuse his bloodlines, even giving up the talents that he had painstakingly awakened, and for what? The boost to his body was negligible compared to his cultivation method. His bloodlines had once been the leading reason for his strong body, but now he was entirely reliant on a cultivation method that made him stronger in some aspects, but far weaker in others. The 9-pillar flame sex body realm cultivation method made him more powerful in body than any 9-life revolution expert should be, and yet it was the reason one of his strongest trump card, his embryonic chi, was now suddenly far more useful on others than it was on himself. It was a double-edged sword that swung at him every time he swung at an enemy. The frustration of his breakthrough came boiling over. He had just made the greatest breakthrough of his life, allowing his Tao to accomplish something he was certain that, at the very least, no one on the 7th heaven had accomplished before. And yet, just mere minutes later, he was reminded of how far he had to go by the little woman's absolute domain technique. Every time he made a huge breakthrough and he thought himself to have taken a large leap forward, he would find out soon afterward that he wasn't nearly as strong as he thought himself to be. He was one person trying to fight against the foundation of lineages that had existed for periods of times even Tao Lords couldn't possibly put into context. This frustration wasn't something that Ryu would usually feel so violently. He wasn't a child, he knew the world wasn't fair, and he didn't expect it to be. The usual him would have already shrugged it off, but the him that had most of his mental faculties occupied by something so ridiculous caused the usual protections he had in place and much of his rationality to fly out of the window. "Fuck off!" Ryu suddenly roared, annoyed by his bloodlines being pulled in so many different directions. If he had been aware of what was going on, he could have come up with a far better solution. Maybe he could have used his new internal matrix to try and filter out the coming suggestions and then only allow the one he felt made the most sense to activate. That would slow down the reactions by a small measure, but if he grew used to it and created a formation adjacent, just to focus on this one task, then he might be able to slow down the lag until it was truly negligible. But he didn't even have the mind to come up with plans right now, and his disappointment quickly became the only thing that he could focus on. Like a child whose mind had been consumed by their unhappiness, he lashed out. His boundless cosmos bone structure released his cosmos fog into his body, wrapping around his blood vessels and squeezing them down. The raging pull and voices were cut to nothing, and Ryu suddenly felt an avalanche of even greater pain. Without his bloodlines to guide his steps, the attacks bombarded against him from all sides, and it was only his circulating embryonic chi that kept him on his feet. His frustration grew and he suddenly lashed out. He threw out a fist with all of his strength, a violent roar leaving his lips. He felt as though he was ripping everything in his path away, and without even noticing it, his bloodlines had fallen into a line. Ryu's rampage was catastrophic. He didn't even seem to open his eyes, but his physique was covered in both his own blood and that of everyone else. Corpses were strewn around him, and his power had a lethality that didn't match the size of his body. To his back, 5 monstrous beasts stood, each one just as imposing and mighty as the last. The fire dragon, ruby-scaled and wings opened wide, raised its long neck and roared. The Lightning Qilin's hooves trembled with black clouds and vibrant royal blue lightning. The dark phoenix, the fire phoenix, and the ice phoenix all flickered between a physique of incorporeal flames and a corporeal body wreathed and the most gorgeous of intricately sculpted feathers. The auras that radiated as one brought many to their knees. When Ryu appeared before their kneeling forms, they couldn't even mount a resistance, finding their heads twisted off and their torsos bloodied with an extra bowl-sized hole. The 5 beasts began to shimmer as though forming a formation of sorts, but seemed to be lacking something to take that final step. Even so, it didn't seem to matter at all, the suffocating weight of their emanations bearing down with full, overpowering might. In the distance, Selhira faced off against Ramon. She hadn't been able to get close from the beginning, this mysterious figure appearing to block her path. She didn't even know who this person was, but no matter what she did, she couldn't get by him at all. When she felt the sudden change, her raging bloodlines settled and her eyes opened wide. Lightyear was thrown away like a broken rag doll. Ryikian had an arm ripped from his shoulder and a leg broken in the wrong direction. This, she mumbled to herself, not understanding what was happening. Of course, she knew better than most. Those were definitely bloodline phenomena, but they should only be able to appear in the strongest of each race. Ryu himself had activated them before, but that was only in Sacrum. It had been impossible to even think of doing so in the true martial world. He was too far away from it. The strings of karma here were too powerful to allow a human to tap into such things. But even if Ryu could succeed with one, how could they be okay with sharing space with the others? It was right then that a 6th beast appeared. A phoenix wreathed in golden flames rose up and roared with a sonorous call that made one feel as though it was tapping into the very embodiment of nature itself. Ryu's strength soared again and his punches and kicks became more furious. Ramon looked toward what was happening and his eyes narrowed. But then he looked toward Selhira as well as though something else had caught his interest too. I see, no wonder. Now, veiled beauty. Would you mind telling me what a crystal dragon is doing walking around amongst humans? Selhira's eyes snapped back toward Ramon, her radiant blue eyes suddenly becoming a stream of rainbow as her pupils turned into slits and her white hair began to emit its own rainbow-colored light. Speak again and I'll kill you right here. Chapter 1444 Crystal Dragons. Ramon's lip curled into a smile. He didn't seem to take Selhira's threat very seriously. It was either because he didn't feel that the threat was worth his time because Selhira wasn't willing to do what it would take to follow through, or it was the case that he didn't fear Selhira whether she did so or not. However, the thoughts toward the truthfulness of the second option was put into question if one could see the fist he held in his robes as he clasped his hands to his back. He seemed to be prepared for battle if he had to, but he also felt that if Selhira was here and his assumptions about her lineage were correct, then in all likelihood what she was facing was similar to the restraints he likewise had on himself. In that case, there was truly less to worry about. In the end, after taking one loss to Ryu, he was unwilling to take another in such quick succession, especially since it seemed that Ryu would be able to pull himself out from his predicament. Well, at least this predicament. What it would mean for him to enter the 7th heaven with all those here knowing he had such bloodlines and could even access their bloodline phenomena. That was another matter entirely. Crystal dragons. They had gentle spirits and they were unwilling to war and shed blood like their fellow brethren. They even descended from the 9th heaven, avoiding conflict and settled into the 8th heaven. But I wonder, why is it that one of their own is on the 7th heaven? It can't be that the crystal dragons feel that even the 8th heaven is too bloody for them, right? Does your race want the true martial world to provide a nursery for them? Selhira's expression darkened considerably. Ramon didn't seem to notice that his words had begun to lack their usual airiness. There was nothing cloaking his animosity at all, or at the very least, it was hardly as veiled as it had been in the past. Instead, he seemed to be having a hard effort shielding the true intentions in his heart. But that was also because he truly was curious about Selhira all of a sudden. Although his words were a bit crude, it was the truth. The crystal dragons were the most docile of the dragons, and unlike many of their kinds which followed various paths of wrath and carnage, the crystal dragons were actually the exact opposite. According to the legend, the fire dragons might have been the emperors of the race, but the crystal dragons could be akin to the prime ministers. Chapter 1445 Rage. Ryu's rampage raged on, and he didn't even realize what was happening to him. It wasn't because he had lost his mind or that his bloodlines had altered his thoughts. It was rather that this was simply the side effect of having such a small part of his mind left to his control. Just the activation of his bloodline phenomena had resulted in his mind being completely focused on the signals it was sending him and how to act. He had no idea how much time passed, but when the fusion with the Diamond Protector spirit finally came to a stop and he could finally use his spiritual sense once again, he spread them out just in time to find his phenomena slowly fading away one by one. Ryu's eyes opened in slight shock, but before he could even understand that view, what he saw around him left him speechless. He looked down at his hands to find them marred by flesh and blood. The space beneath his nails was clumped with skin and bone he had ripped apart, and his body was completely drenched. It wasn't like Ryu was a saint, so he didn't really care about how many he had killed. The main problem was that he didn't remember enough of it, and the moment he regained his lucidity, all that strength had vanished. Well, a part of it had. The main reason he was able to kill so many wasn't just because of his bloodline phenomena, but mostly because of the Diamond Protector spirit. It was just so much more powerful than the Golden Protector spirits that even absorbing a small smidgen of it had made it so that his strength output was far beyond everyone else. In fact, the longer he fought, and the more he assimilated with it, the greater strength he absorbed and the more helpless the battle had become for everyone else. Of course, realizing that it was helpless, many had run, and most of them had escaped. They could just consider themselves lucky that Ryu didn't have a spatial bloodline, or else there was simply no way they could have succeeded. He would have definitely killed everyone. The reality was that with his mind occupied the way it had been, he couldn't use his soul nature properly, and this was doubly so since most of his battle instincts had been controlled by his bloodlines just now. Ryu took a breath. What a joke. He hated his bloodlines, not for their poor strength, but because of the chains that weighed them down and their cowardice at the worst of situations. But it was also because of them and relying on these very chains that he had survived this situation with relative ease. I can't have forgotten everything. I can sense it. If Ryu didn't have the origin flame, he might truly be out of luck. But he was confident in himself. Even if his origin flame had been mostly occupied by the assimilation, just a small gap should be enough for him to grasp the bits and pieces of what happened and pull them together into a cohesive story. The first thing Ryu understood was why it was that he was in this situation in the first place. The Diamond Protector spirit was indeed meant to be absorbed by many people, and the reason for that was because the vastness of the information was beyond what someone beneath the Sky God realms could consume. Even a false Sky God would struggle a bit, albeit just a small bit, no more than a light jog of a few miles. The origin flame could easily process all of that information, but the difficulty and the limitation lay in his own body. When he usually used the origin flame to remember things, it was one at a time and it could pluck from a large selection before sorting it for him and handing it over. However, in this situation, the reverse was happening. It was taking in a large selection from an outside source and then piling it into his mind. He almost never had to use the origin flame like this. The treasure was powerful, and it allowed him to do things that would otherwise be impossible, but the bottleneck would always be himself. The bad news was that he limited this treasure. But the good news was that it would always grow with him and it would never become less useful. That was acceptable, and what Ryu was more focused on was just how he had entered that state, and surprisingly, it wasn't difficult to figure out at all. The combination of his Tao and the origin flame, plus the insights that he had just assimilated with, made it all too easy. Once again, it was his 7 corporeal souls. Ryu never really thought about it before, but what did the rage flame truly represent? How was it possible for a flame to get stronger just because of your emotion? Was emotion more physical than he thought? What was he missing? But then it clicked. The 7 corporeal souls, they didn't just symbolize his inner organs, but didn't they also represent various emotions and emotional states as well? There was fear, aggression, affection, mood, joy and pleasure, desire, and finally melancholy. But when were things ever so simple? This was just one translation, and the true manifestation of these words represented something much higher. For example, what was mood, and how was it different from just about everything else? And what was the difference between joy and pleasure versus desire? There was something deeper here, and it was something that Ryu had neglected. What about aggression? If he thought through the possible translations, he could get anything from a fearsome will to protect, to insecurity and retaliation, and then finally there was rage. In that state, when he had suppressed everything else and began to feel frustration and unwillingness, he had tapped into something extremely primal, something beasts could do naturally and yet he couldn't do as easily as a human. Ryu understood then that the clue to controlling his bloodlines and his bloodlines phenomena actually resided in his 7 corporeal souls. Chapter 1446 Spiritual. The more Ryu learned about the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the more he realized that the odds that he was the only one who knew about them was middling at best. He had run into too many of his abilities that would benefit from them to believe that he was the only one who could have figured all of this out. He was arrogant, but he wasn't foolish. He wasn't the only one ever born with mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. If he had been, it wouldn't be ranked number 1, as the ranking was dependent on the feats of its past owners and the ties of fate between them. He wasn't the first to form a founding Dao, and he most definitely wasn't the first to ever have an origin flame. While he was in a unique situation that allowed him to master these things so early on and without the backing of others, there were definitely other geniuses out there that had ancestors that could lay out the truth for them without any effort on their part at all, and there were most definitely lone cultivators who had progressed into the sky god realms deep into them, at that had Daos much more powerful than his current that could see through the secrets of such things. However, whether or not these people had an understanding of the full scope was unknown, and only time would tell Ryu that. Much of what he knew about the souls were based on folktales he had pieced together. He hadn't run into any information on them even in the taboo ruins that he had visited 2 of by now. However, that didn't mean that there wouldn't be clues on higher heavens. Regardless, he would just have to keep this matter in the back of his mind. Right now, what was most important was understanding the changes to his body and what might have triggered it. His most important gain was understanding that emotion was intangible at all. When you felt rage, your body heated up. When you felt sadness, there were pangs in your heart. When you felt anxiety, your mind would fizzle out of control and your blood might race at speeds it shouldn't. When you felt depressed, you might feel a feeling of emptiness. The deep and profound effects emotions had on the body were clear and obvious, almost like an open secret that could be easily waved away. Ryu, for example, just assumed that since emotions were just a balance of changes to the brain and soul, the fact they could impact the function of the body was only natural. What he hadn't considered was if there were certain centers of such things within his body itself, separate from his brain and soul. It sounded ridiculous, foolish even, like a pseudoscience concocted by some brain-dead granny clutching her crystals and whispering to herself. But Ryu's mind had been completely occupied by the assimilation with the Diamond Protector spirit. If his mind was so occupied, how could it have time to feel emotion and then cause changes in his body? It meant that there was something deeper, something far more primal, something buried within the fabric of his body itself. And this was where the strength of his bloodlines came from. And then it suddenly clicked. Beasts didn't have the usual 6 pillars that humans and humanoid races did. Their Daos were replaced by their runed bones and beast crystal-infused runes. As for the rest of their 5 pillars, they were practically fused into one, forming the system of flesh that housed their spiritual roots. Within a beast's body, they didn't have meridians, or at the very least it wasn't a separate system from their veins and arteries. Instead, it was a single whole system that they used called spiritual roots. This was something true across Sacrum and the true martial world as well, though the beast crystals and various runes were distinctive to the latter. If you cut open a beast and took out their spiritual roots, You wouldn't find anything spiritual about them at all. It would just look like a wiggling mass of bloody organs. But why was it that they had such an enlightened name? It all fell into place for Ryu right then. The beasts had evolved differently from humans. Humans' 7 corporeal souls had become somewhat dormant, lying in their bodies and only barely pulling out the strength that they would need from time to time, often not even at the behest of their host or owner. Focus Chi was a perfect example of this. However, the 7 corporeal souls of beasts had taken a different line of evolution, forming into a robust cultivation network. It all made sense to him now. They were called spiritual roots because they were truly spiritual. They were the very core of a beast's being. It wasn't that a beast didn't have a soul in the normal sense, but rather that their own manifested in different ways. Then, the question was obvious. What did it mean for Ryu, who had taken the bloodline of beasts and yet didn't have spiritual roots to use them properly? What roadblocks would he run into? What difficulties would he have in controlling and manifesting their talents? Ironically, all this time he had been so focused on his bloodlines as being a part of his body, trying to wrestle with his vital chi, his bone structure, even his master's elemental war god legacy to figure out a method of using them. However, all the while, the secret was far more spiritual. Beasts were often seen as unaware and unintelligent, endowed with their gifts from the heavens and being unallowed to change their fates. But what if from the very beginning this was just the sacrifice for their spirituality? What if they were even more spiritual than humans could ever hope to be? And what would happen if a human like Ryu finally comprehended all of this and pieced it together one by one? Chapter 1447 Time? The avalanche of insights made Ryu feel as though he was riding on a cloud. He was sure that if he hadn't fused his inheritances with his Tao, allowing the former to progress smoothly along with the latter without much effort, he would have formed yet another right this moment, and this natural endowment might be even more powerful than his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. What mattered most in cultivation wasn't that you knew something, but rather how you came to know of it. One conclusion of the exact same thing would be worth different weights to different people depending on how they had made their way to said conclusion. Ryu had always known that beasts were more in tune with the heavens. He had always known that they were more blessed and that their cultivation was often smooth sailing so long as they had the talent to continue forward. These were things that everyone knew, but it wasn't until now that he understood what it truly meant. This was why ancestors couldn't just pass down their Tao insights to their juniors. It was the one pillar that couldn't be messed with, at least not by normal means. That you knew something didn't mean that you understood it. And even if you felt you understood it, you might have come to understand it poorly or in a manner that was far too lacking compared to what its true grandeur deserved. That path before Ryu seemed to have opened up wide, and he knew what he had to do. Somewhere within his 7 corporeal souls and the 8 organs that made it up, there were the secrets of his bloodlines. He now firmly believed that some combination of pathways in his veins and arteries, and certain links between these organs could represent that natural path of his bloodlines. For example, his fire dragon bloodline didn't just represent wrath or rage, that was just a singular aspect, and maybe even a foundational aspect, but it wasn't the whole. In Ryu's understanding, the fire dragon represented defiance of the heavens, or maybe the will to battle against the heavens. The wording could change in countless ways, and each might have a slightly different approach or produce a different result. The closer he got to the truth, the more strength he would be able to pull from his fire dragon bloodline and the more powerful the talents would become. If he took on defiance of the heavens as the foundation, it would incorporate some of the aggression organ, but it could also incorporate some of the desire organ as well. Defiance could mean several things in several languages, but it ultimately boiled down to will to resist, the important part being the word will, which would definitely require the desire organ. If he took battle against the heavens as the foundation of his fire dragon bloodline instead, it would incorporate the aggression organ as well, but the desire organ would fit less. Such a path might incorporate more of the joy and pleasure organ, representing a love of battle, or it might incorporate more of the fear and melancholy organs, representing an unwillingness to do battle, but an understanding that it had to be done. Just laying out these two paths that seemed to mean the same thing, but had completely different approaches compared to each other, not to mention within each other, made Ryu realize just how complex this could become. The complexity would only become worse when one understood that Ryu didn't just need to come up with a path for each one of his bloodlines individually, but then he would need to find a method to fuse them all into a single cohesive whole. Only then would he be able to pull out the truest strength of his body. However, this didn't dismay Ryu. Instead, it made him grin ear to ear. He might struggle bringing his bloodlines to 100% efficiency, comparable to what Dao gods could do, but with his mind now, would he be weaker than what a World Sea Realm expert could do? Given some time, he might even be better than what fragmented god beasts could accomplish with their spiritual roots. If he wanted to use his bloodlines one at a time, he could even accomplish that right now. He would need even more time to find a path to fuse them all together, though. Or would he? There was one piece to this puzzle that Ryu hadn't slid in yet, and it was a piece that was resting on his palm, prepared to be used whenever he so chose. His grin widened. Under normal circumstances, he would have to be very careful about what wording he chose or what way he selected even after choosing a wording. However, that was only when he had to consider the binds of fate that bound him. If one could theoretically disregard those ties of fate and the paths their predecessors had taken in the past, so long as they chose a road that their bloodline was compatible with, one wouldn't be hindered at all. For example, in such a situation, one could turn the fire dragon bloodline from a more intricate and inwardly brooding bloodline to one that was purely rage-filled. You could discard all the complexity and just focus on wrath, and the bloodline would be perfectly fine with that. You could even make it even more simple and shed the pretext of emotion entirely and just focus on the power of the flames, and the bloodline would still be alright with that. Without the influence of previous karmic ties, one could follow any number of paths their bloodline was suitable with. And Ryu just so happened to have a method of doing exactly that. Time? He didn't need duration to figure out an optimal method of weaving a needle through all of his bloodlines that would make all of his ancestors happy. His boundless cosmos bone structure thrummed and his cosmos fog pooled into his blood. Take form and conquer the heavens. The world around Ryu shattered as his bloodline phenomena appeared once more. Chapter 1448 Take Form. The violent storm around Ryu raged. It was a furious tempest, the kind that could pull apart the seams of space even without the reliance on soul nature, or maybe it was precisely because of the passive effect of his soul nature that the result was so exaggerated. The birthed phenomena that appeared high in the skies seemed to blink into and out of existence. What destabilized them wasn't Ryu's inability to control them, but rather because they seemed to be somewhat hesitantly fusing and yet were still incapable of taking the final step. Even in this weird half-fused, half-unfused state, the power that was coursing through Ryu's body threatened to roar out on its own. The 9 pillars within himself barely managed to contain it, but even then, every time his birthed phenomena partially fused, a thunderous power would awaken and nearly shred them apart. Ryu could feel that it was already madness to take things this far. The strength of his body right now wasn't just a few times stronger. He felt like he could rip mountains apart with his bare hands, like a single stomp could create a river that split a single continent into two, like he could pluck stars from the skies and plant them into the earth below. It was like his foundation had finally awakened and his body realized just how much power was hidden within it. The bloodlines all synergies into one and their output would already be too great to imagine if it was just a sum total, but the reality was that every time they hesitatingly fused just a small bit, they would erupt with strength beyond themselves. Ryu realized after a moment that what was limiting him wasn't the wording he had chosen, nor was it his bone structure. No, what was limiting him was the actual strength of his body. His bloodlines still had an air of self-preservation. If they truly fused, he would be ripped apart from the inside out. When Ryu was originally born, the heavens had only allowed his existence because his bloodlines were whole but separate. Not only were they separate, but they also weakened certain aspects of one another, not allowing any particular single entity to display their full might. This was why when Ryu opened his body pulses and body vessels, each of his bloodlines took a hit in the amount of power they should have been able to provide him even in sacrum. But now he was trying to bypass those limiters, and in doing so he was taking on a strength that was beyond him. Even so, Ryu grinned and the chains he had latched onto his bloodlines began to release. The moment they showed the slightest inkling of doing so, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, one of his shoulders imploding into a rain of blood as though a bomb had gone off inside him. Ryu coughed and his smile was still a bloody grin. He was confirming something and it seemed that he was correct. This power he was experiencing now, It was a mere fragment of what he truly had access to. He suddenly slammed his hands together and his birth phenomena began to blink out of existence one by one until there was nothing left but a roaring red dragon. In the past few moments, his birth phenomena had been mostly illusory, their true strength being unable to shine through properly. But now, with just a single remaining, it was so solid that it almost looked as though Ryu had summoned a true fire dragon. It scaled a dense ruby red with a concealed black flame dancing within each one. Take form and burn the heavens. Boom! Ryu's body exploded with red scales, his height growing from over 2 meters to over 4. Claws grew out from his hands and a pair of scaly wings wreathed in black flames took shape. His rage flames returned as he took a step forward, clawing at the air. Burn could mean multiple things. It could refer to flames alone, kindling under the power that fueled it. It could refer to a cycle of death to lead back to life, in much the same way a forest would grow back more vibrantly after devastation. Or, it could refer to an internal, undying will, one that could even be passed on generation to generation or turn the bounds of time to ash and echo through all layers of reality. Ryu unleashed his dragon's claw talent, dividing the skies into 6 and tearing menacing holes into space. Take form and command the heavens. His body shuddered. The corporeal fire dragon in the skies became a towering Lightning Qilin, radiating a sapphire, royal blue light. The skies boomed with thunder and arcs of blue descended. Ryu's storm talent brewed as every strike split space apart, leaving craters so large in the ground that the continent was devastated. Command could mean multiple things. It could refer to leadership and the responsibility that came with it. It could refer to a cruelty, an imposing malice that forced those under your thumb to bend to your will. Or, it could refer to a final word, a resounding and final judgment that could bend even the skies to bow. Ryu's tribulation lightning seed thrummed and a whipping kick flew out like a scythe, splitting a line in space that crackled with blue lightning around its edges. Take form and forge the heavens. Boom! Ryu's body erupted with golden flames. His rebirth flame, tinged with the majesty of both creation and emperorship, echoed through the surroundings. Even the slightest hints of fire chi were forced into submission and corralled into the embrace of their lord. Forge could mean multiple things. It could refer to a persistent will to rid one of impurities, the time and effort one had to spend in wringing en or dry of its worst parts and helping it to achieve the shine it always deserved. It could represent an iron will, one tempered through countless years of hardship and the evil whims of the heavens and fate. Or, it could refer to a forceful change, a commanding blaze that would not be stopped, a lack of care for fate and the whims of the heavens and a willingness to take what you were given and mold it into a treasure, to create something from nothing. The call of a phoenix left Ryu's lips. A cyclone of golden clouds appeared above the shredding apart the thunderous clouds of the Lightning Qilin before it and blazed with a fire that seemed to bless the world around it. Countless heavenly patterns appeared, each one doing so naturally as though Ryu didn't even need to think or consider before they manifested, as though they came to him as naturally as they possibly could. The swirling patterns of the dark phoenix, the sharp edge patterns of the ice phoenix, the fragile feather patterns of the fire and emperor phoenix. They swirled in a mass of profound creation that echoed across the skies. The power was intoxicating, and for the very first time in his life, Ryu felt that he could truly sense the power of his bloodlines. This was the strength that he had been born with, strength that was ripped from him, concealed from him, strength that he had unearthed himself and strength that he would continue to empower. That was the beauty of the balance he had struck. The heavens had bestowed this upon him, and it wasn't as cruel as he had once thought it to be. He was a naive boy, enraged with the world, and demanding that it owed him more. But it didn't. All it owed him was the chance. He was bestowed strength in one part, and he took strength in the other. He both created this strength and was bestowed this strength. This was the beauty of the heavens. This was the freedom of what it meant to live. It was why he strove to reach the apex of all things, to test his fortitude against those that dared to create strength as he had. And there was still far more to gain, far more to take. Ryu smashed his fists together and his heartbeat resounded into the surroundings. He felt good, better than he ever had in his entire life, as though the world itself was in the palm of his hands and it could escape unless he allowed it to. However, he knew that there was still more he had gained from this second round. These benefits were the ones he had taken with his own hands, benefits that he had forged with the treasures already within his body. But there were external treasures that he had yet to benefit from, only that way would the cycle be complete. His thoughts wandered the Diamond Protector spirit and the insights that it had passed on to him. These would be the new benefits that he gained from the heavens, and one day he would create more power from it as well. But for now, it was about time he found out what he had bled for. Chapter 1449 Lines of Fate. Ryu's senses flourished, after what felt like eons of battling it out in his own mind. He could finally feel the freedom of having full control of his faculties once more, and quite frankly, it was exhilarating. Up until this point, the Protector spirits had caused minor changes to his muscle memory. They didn't actually change anything fundamental about his body, and he expected that this would continue. Whatever the Diamond Protector spirit gave should be far beyond what the other spirits had been capable of, but whether this was a good thing or a bad thing still remained to be seen. Until now, the focus that Ryu had toward increasing his own muscle memory and increasing his battle prowess while working with what he had was great. However, the breakthrough in his understanding of his bloodlines and how they might be related to the 7 corporeal souls made him less enthusiastic about it. He no longer needed martial forms, or even the self-created fusion of his martial forms, because he could tap into the truest strength of his bloodlines whenever he wanted now. The martial forms weren't necessary. Of course, this martial form would still be the perfect foundation for the future rebuild of his clans, but that was of no use to Ryu now. Although it sounded selfish for him to not be excited about this, the return of Ryu's clans was entirely dependent on his personal strength. While there were still his parents alive, and Ryu believed in them as much as a person could believe in their parents, he still chose to see things this way as there was no better method of spurring him onward. With that framework in mind, while such a boon would be useful, it wouldn't be useful enough in the interim. In fact, it might even be detrimental. If he had all of these other muscle memories, pulling and tugging at his body while he was trying to battle, he would have to waste valuable time and mental fortitude to pick the right one amongst them and use that. It might even force him to change the current paths he wanted his bloodlines to take to be more in line with what his body wanted to do now. Of course, this was all the worst-case scenario. Ryu had more belief in the heavens than that. It couldn't possibly reward him for going above and beyond expectation by strapping him down with a greater burden, right? He thought this somewhat jokingly as he was fully prepared for this to be the case. He had come to understand the heavens as an entity that could be sometimes a useful idiot, at other times an unwitting pawn, and somehow still choose to be a devil incarnate and a holy saint back-to-back on the very same day. This was just the way of the heavens. This trial didn't seem like it was formed for just one person to benefit, and in the eyes of the heavens, if Ryu overestimated himself by doing this, then he only had himself to blame, much like he had almost died just hours ago. Even so, Ryu wasn't worried. If he was strapped with another negative gift, then he would just have to break through like he had just now, taking his fate into his own hands. One day, he'd be able to make whatever curse he was afflicted with a blessing. He smiled to himself. He had all of these thoughts in the blink of an eye, but when he actually explored into the truest center of his body, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Ryu's current body was formed of what he liked to call 6 important centers of power. There was his dantian, which was currently an endless ocean of white waters, covered by a dancing white flame that looked more like cotton than it did an oppressive fire. In the middle, his cosmic seeds had intertwined their roots and they almost looked like Tao pedestals. There was his heart, or rather his heart and realm heart combination, which both housed his true spiritual foundation, and that at the same time contained his realm heart, a trump card that had saved his life on more than one occasion. There was his spiritual sea, which was currently an ocean of black, containing an array formed of red-gold flames. It looked like clear, black epoxy had been poured in 2 portions, one portion forming the foundation, and the second sandwiching a gorgeous formation of intricate patterns and runes. Of course, his spiritual sea also contained his birth soul and the various primordial eons of his women. The 4th was his body. This included the new pathways that he had learned controlled his focus chi and various other hidden secrets of the heavens that he wasn't too familiar just yet. The fifth was, of course, his Meridians. They contained a world within, and Ryu would never forget about such things. It had its own mysterious strengths to unearth, and he was also mindful to consider how best to take the next steps of his cultivation, so that he didn't suddenly lose every aspect of this chaotic silk Meridians. Though he had been far less concerned about that ever since he gained his second spiritual foundation back. He was certain that very soon, he would have already laid the perfect foundation for his Meridians and would no longer need to fret. Instead, his focus would be much better spent on figuring out the best ways to utilize his Chaos Chi and what techniques he could either steal or create himself that would benefit him. Finally, there was a new addition, his bone structure. They too seemed to hold a world of their own. But this world wasn't one that existed anywhere else on the outside, but was instead solely his own boundless chaos. Right this moment, within his body, he could feel a faint link between all of these aspects. He had felt this sort of feeling before. It was one that came only when his intuition activated and he could feel the silky strings of karma pulling him forward. He was astonished. He understood what this meant immediately. The reward for absorbing the Diamond Protector Spirit wasn't a curse at all. In fact, it was far better than anything that he could have ever imagined. He had been wrong all along. The real reason it had taken him so much effort to fuse with the Diamond Protector Spirit wasn't even because of him. It was instead because of the heavens. It had been taking its time to read him, to analyze himself, to fuse everything that it knew about him into a single cohesive whole. The heavens had been creating a cultivation path for him. Not just a cultivation path, but a method of one day fusing all of his talents into a single mighty flagpole. It was weak and even incomplete, but Ryu could feel it. If he allowed these subtle feelings to pull him along, he could read ahead to find out exactly what path the heavens wanted for him. If he used his self-created mental realm cultivation method, the feeling wouldn't even have to be subtle. It would be like having a cultivation jade handed to him for his perusing. He couldn't even fathom what it meant to have gained such a reward. But he could guess something. Was it that the powerful clans of the 8th dimension, the ones that had fused all of their talents into a single path and had formed true Great Circle talents, had all received this reward in the past? Was that how they had built their hegemonies? Ryu's heartbeat threatened to rush out from his chest, and he let it all sink in one beautiful thought at a time. And then, he couldn't help but laugh to himself heartily. It was no wonder this reward was meant to be split. If he had enlisted the help of others, this reward could have been split most probably about a dozen ways. They wouldn't have allowed the rabble to participate, so it would have been himself, Selhira, those other 3 immortal deities, and probably Starlight as well. If he had gotten a sixth of the benefits, the rewards would have still been excellent and beyond him imagining. He could have probably focused the lines of fate on his chaotic silk meridians and elucidated their truest path for himself. But now, he could do that and then some. He knew that there was a limit to what he was feeling right now. For one, there was time. As more time passed, the lines of fate would grow weaker and it would be harder to glean the secrets the heavens wanted him to see. Second, there was his strength. He could read the lines of fate clearly, but only up to a certain point. Anything beyond was marred by mysteries that even Tao Lords and beyond would have trouble seeing through. And he would need his Tao to be at least that strong to peer into the secrets. However, what did it matter? Since this was a reward of the heavens, he didn't just need to ramble about and wish that he was correct. He had 100% confidence in its validity. Of course, this was only in the individual strands of his various talents. Whether he agreed on how the heavens wanted him to fuse them together was another matter, but that was a bridge he would tackle when he got there. Right now, he could finally see through the true path of his chaotic silk meridians, and he didn't hesitate to delve into the lines of fate to see what it was. Chapter 1450 Vessels. Ryu didn't want to wait. Although he knew that he had more leeway with his chaotic silk meridians now, more than he ever had, he still wanted to be certain that he was most definitely walking the correct path. If he didn't do this now, who knew if he would accidentally take a step so wrong that he would regret it for a lifetime. He had made recultivating sounds like an easy task, but that wasn't even true recultivating, as his cultivation level never actually fell. In this world, if you took a step forward, you would often be finished. Ryu had considered methods of wiping cultivation clean, but such methods were drastic and the required one to restart from absolute zero. And then, from further on, Every step they took would be arduous and difficult. That was especially so when it came to recomprehending what had been lost. But now he had the path right before him. How could he wait? Ryu entered the world of his heavenly pupils and began a focused session of meditation. He didn't miss even a single detail, and the more he learned, the more astonished he was about just how lucky he was. In fact, it felt like something more than luck. It felt much more like divine intervention, as though some Tao God was watching over his every step. But the amusing part was that that was technically true. Reason being, intuition was the reason he had been guided to this step to begin with. But it wasn't entirely like that either. For example, entering the spiritual severing realm, the fourth cultivation realm in his journey. Back then, he had failed his severing, and it was probably one of the only times that Ryu had actually failed in a step of his cultivation. There hadn't been another moment like it since, but it was precisely that allowed him to take the first true step in path, fusing with his realm heart. According to his understanding, something he had muddied together by loosely and then firmly tying the lines of fate together, in order to access the truest power of the chaotic silk meridians, you needed a vessel of sorts. The grade of this vessel would decide how strong your chaotic silk meridians could become into the future and how much of its strength you could eke out. The lowest level vessel would be something like a treasure, one crafted in the hands of a blacksmith. Of course, this would have to be a god treasure, but even so, it was the weakest one on the list. This god treasure would be fused to your body and follow you for life, and it would also, hopefully, have an upgradable path just in case anything unexpected happened. Chapter 1451 Order and Chaos. Finally, there was a path just above that of Ryu's but just below the greatest path, and that was to fuse with a realm heart that was just on the cusp of forming a new world, right when it was at the very peakmost of its potential. Although it was a little bit disappointing that Ryu wasn't using the strongest of all the paths. The fact that he had stumbled into such a high-class path for his meridians without even knowing what he was doing was a blessing. If he had never failed in his spiritual severing, he would have been out of luck until he reached the Tao God realms. Unfortunately, the path to becoming a Tao God to unlock his meridians was cut off from Ryu now that he had already stepped onto another path. He could no longer reach perfection with his meridians by relying on his cultivation alone, but it was still fine. This outlined, though, why Ryu felt that he was so lucky. What were the odds of something like that happening? He even had a feeling that the protector spirit of Sacrum had forced him to fail on purpose, knowing what it would mean. When those warriors of heaven descended and called him a traitor, Ryu came to understand that his place in Sacrum's heart was actually quite high. If he was supposed to be a hero of his world of some sort, then why wouldn't the protector spirit be looking over him? In doing something like making him fail in his severings on purpose was all too easy, especially considering how reckless he had been back then. Ryu shook his head. These things didn't matter for now. What mattered where one would take it from here. Just what was this vessel for? Two things. The first was the most obvious, and that was as a secondary vessel to a second spiritual foundation. There were grades for the fusion of his spiritual foundation as well, but none of them applied to Ryu because his starting point was so ridiculous. His second was actually his first, the one that he was born with, making his compatibility be off the charts. He didn't fall into a category with the others because he had blown them out of the water. The second one was more of a shock to Ryu, and it went to show him that he had truly lucked into these things, not because he had just so happened to use the vessel perfectly in both aspects, but rather because he hadn't thought of nor used the second method at all, and that was to store chaos chi. This sounded ridiculous. After all, the greatest store of chaos chi that Ryu had access to was in his meridians that were connected to the chaos plane. Why would he need to store it elsewhere? It didn't make any sense. And that was precisely why he had never thought or considered it. But even so, this second reason was extraordinarily important, as it was what allowed a user of the chaotic silk meridians to truly become what the heavens called a child of chaos. The reason why one's compatibility with one's vessel was so important, and why it was considered a higher grade should you have high compatibility, was because this vessel was best used as an extension of your arm. Living beings, by definition, were children of order. It was because there was order brought to the world that lives could exist. If not for order, the universe would be just a soupy mess of hot energies. Ironically, though, it was the existence of living beings that helped the universe tend toward chaos. It was a beautiful cycle of things, a cycle that Ryu felt enlightened by, and yet didn't give much thought regardless. A child of chaos was different, much different, and it could be said that becoming one was akin to gaining a constitution of sorts. Just the mere existence of a child of chaos could cause techniques to fall apart, laws to cease to be, and even the cheese of the world to collapse. Up until now, Ryu was forced to dispel his disorderly chi and use it as a sort of great divider to crumble the techniques of others. But if he had been filling his vessel with chaos chi from the beginning, he wouldn't even have to expel chaos chi to do so. Just a touch would be enough. It was like how once one formed cosmic seeds, every movement pulled on the natural laws of the world. This was what made Cosmic Seed Realm experts so much more powerful than Tao Pedestal Realm experts, and also why it was a huge dividing line. There was a reason Cosmic Chi was named as such. It could pull on the rules of the world and meld into them, using them to fuel you. Becoming a child of chaos allowed you to do this, but toward the chaos plane rather than the real plane. This was meant to be the Cosmic Seed Realm equivalent for his chaotic silk meridians, and he had almost missed out on it entirely. Not only this, but finally doing so would give Ryu the immunity to original disorderly energies that he had been looking for so long. He would finally be able to use them freely and without restriction. And once he tied himself to the laws of the chaos plane, he would finally be able to take the first step toward understanding chaos enough to begin to build skills around his disorderly chi and use its truest strength. He felt that there were more capabilities that an offspring of disorder should have, but before he even began to delve into them, he turned his focus toward his realm heart. After confirming the method, he began to pour all the disorderly chi he could muster into his realm heart. Not long ago, he had sensed his realm heart coming into being, and he could finally sense its natural enlightenment. But now, he was happy that he had been too busy to meditate on it. He didn't need another inherent awareness of order. He needed one of chaos. Chapter 1452 Familiar. Ryu snapped his eyes open a long while later. He had lost himself in cultivation, and he didn't seem to care very much for the next round. In reality, though, he was only being smart. Once the second round was over, the strength boost that the Diamond Protector Spirit had given him, not to mention the other 3 sets of 999 Protector Spirits of various grades that he had gathered, would all be gone. In that situation, his ability to climb cultivation ranks to challenge them would be limited, and he would need to be far more cautious. It could be uttered that there was a potential chance this might be the last one he would receive for a while, depending on how the next round would go. As expected, all around Ryu, there was a familiar treasure room. Though he used the term familiar loosely. That was because while this treasure room looked almost identical to the one he had seen after the first round, the rewards were even more tantalizing. Just the first one Ryu saw was of a Tao Lord treasure, and he very much doubted that it was the strongest thing here. The gap between Omniscient and Tao Lord didn't need to be described, but it should be understood that it was enormous. This gap was as large as the gap between Omniscient and True. It was clearly a honeyed trap. The Heavenly Path wanted to test the resolve of the survivors once again to persevere, and this time many might really come to fall. After all, Ryu had taken the largest benefits from the first round, and what the others had received might very well be limited. Some might see a treasure room with treasures that hadn't improved at all, or maybe their selection of treasures might be even worse than the first round. Would they gamble on a better result? Or would they simply just take what they could get and accept things as they were? Did they have the resolve of a cultivator? Ryu stood and shook out his arm. He could feel a power surging through him and a confidence in his gait. He had already been confident, but that was most an internal matter, something driven by his own heart and his own thoughts. But right now, it was as though the tune of the universe itself was singing with him, as though the lines of fate had aligned and the heavens felt that he most definitely did have the right to be confident. It went well, but I wonder how much more I have left to give. Ryu wasn't exactly new to the idea of infusing his vessel or realm heart with high-level energies. In fact, back in Sacrum he had used chi pulses to raise its level. And after coming to the true martial world, he had made use of heavenly favor to progress it as well. But the method taught to him by the heavens was different, and infusing might not even be the right way to describe it. In fact, the method almost sensed like he was destroying his realm heart rather than improving it. After a few hours, he sensed that he had reached the first stage. The heavens called this the initial success of chaos, or an initial child of chaos. If Ryu had been aware of this method long ago, he might have already progressed much further than just this, but this was all he could hope for right now. According to his calculations, if he wasn't to form a small child of chaos constitution, it would probably take him several more days. Beyond that, it would take weeks, then months, then years. If he wanted to reach the great circle of perfection, for one, it was unknown if his imperfect vessel could even handle going beyond 100% infusion, and second, even becoming a Tao god might not be enough. Even so, the fact that he had a clear pathway from initial to complete just went to show how lucky he was. If he had stumbled into a weaker version of a vessel, like a low-tier one, for example, not only would it take far more than just a few hours to reach initial success, he would be capped at small success for the rest of his life. But he wouldn't need to worry about that. What he did need to worry about, though, was the odd movement in his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. His spiritual foundation had clearly formed a home in his realm heart, and changes to the latter would impact the former. But he didn't quite know how. The heavens had mapped out a path for him, but it had already taken him over a day to outline the path of his chaotic silk meridians up until this point, and his spiritual foundation seemed to be even more difficult to manage than that. On top of that, there was the added layer of complexity that came from trying to marry not just one path, but two of them. Ryu sensed that it was okay to stall for time here a bit, but he didn't want to end up wasting too much time, or else he would start the next round too far behind again. There needed to be a balance, like all things. The lines of fate the heavens had drawn for him weren't going away just yet, and he could still sense them with resounding clarity. He would just have to wait to see what his spiritual foundation was trying to whisper to him. With that thought, Ryu's body flashed and he exited the treasure room, not even glancing at what was around him. A flash of blinding white light assaulted his senses. When Ryu appeared, he saw an endless sea of pillars and almost couldn't refrain from chuckling. It appeared that testers in the heavens were very much fond of pillars, though he had to wonder what that meant for the little woman.
Chapter 1453, Heavenly Favor.
Chapter 1454 Impossible.
Author's note. I ran out of ideas? Limao. I'll never run out of ideas to torture my lovely readers. Enjoy, love. Son of a bitch. Ryu held a hand to his chest, still feeling as though it was practically being ripped apart. Even given the situation, after the first round of pain, that is, his smile returned and he couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe in the past, he would have been enraged by this sort of thing and started lifting up a few middle fingers to the sky. He might have even started roaring. But right now, he found this situation more hilarious than anything. Of course, his laughter was more than a little bit self-deprecating as well. Since when had things ever really been easy for him? Imagining that he would get a victory on a silver platter. Well, it wasn't like the world to allow him that. He could vaguely gain a hint of what had happened, just before much of his Tao was cut out. His eyes were still sealed, so he couldn't gaze upon his fate star anymore, but his senses were far sharper than they had once been, and he could vaguely measure its presence. Just like it had always been, his fate star was unmoving and stalwart, like a blazing light that would burn brightly, and yet give out just as quickly. It was the very same feeling his fate star had always given him. Nothing had changed, even after all the improvement he had made. It was like a constant reminder that his demise was inevitable and he would never reach the pinnacle. Now, though, his Tao heart was simply far too firm to give a damn. He had ignored his fate star, and he felt that it was only a moment of time before he found a way to shatter its restrictions, much like he had shattered the restrictions of his spiritual foundation. But it was unlike these bounds placed on him to not at least cause him some trouble before he dealt with them. His spiritual foundation had caused him such bad backlash that he felt months feeling as though he had stepped into a burning, hellish inferno. There hadn't been a single inch of his body, back then, that hadn't been harmed. Now, it seemed like it was his fate star's chance at a turn to screw him over. Such was the cycle of life. But it was also why Ryu was chuckling. Wasn't this also a chance? Maybe, if he carved a path out just like he had for his spiritual foundation, he could shake it free once more. By then, the last of the restrictions the martial gods had placed on him would be dealt with and he would be ready to bring them holy hell. Wasn't this a matter to laugh about? Wasn't it so incredibly funny? There hadn't been a single soul here that hadn't been paying attention to Ryu. Seeing him wiping blood from his mouth and chuckling, it looked as though he had lost his mind. Different people dealt with grief differently, and some would have been able to accept that this was a laughter of defeat. But what was with that glimmer in his eyes? Veins of black latched onto Ryu's body and chains began to appear, tightly wounding around him. They flickered into and out of existence as though painted illusions, but every time they almost solidified, Ryu's body would unleash an imperceptible tremble. Ryu coughed again and slowly rose to his feet. It seems you're all in luck. Maybe you have a chance after all. No one uttered anything, but any sympathy, or at least neutrality, toward Ryu's situation vanished. How could a man who looked so weak now speak with such bravado? In the not too far off distance, approximately a dozen or so pillars separated from Ryu, Selhira felt her heart tremble. She found a smile creeping up on her face before she forcefully pushed it down. How ridiculous. She wasn't alleviated approximately this guy at all, not until he apologized to her. She caught herself again. When had she become such a tsundere? It's all that guy's fault. Couldn't he tell that she liked him? Couldn't he treat a lady more delicately? What was that nonsense he had said before? She looked away unhappily. She didn't feel like herself right now, and it was for more reasons than just Ryu. She knew that. She cast a slight peek toward Ramon. This man she didn't have complicated feelings toward. Instead, she really wanted to kill him. But to kill him she would have to do something she really didn't want to do. He could count himself lucky. Ramon didn't seem to notice Selhira's glance, but it wasn't an act either. Usually he would be far more focused on his surroundings, but in this situation he simply couldn't be. He was so completely focused on Ryu that he had forgotten everything else. His heart was beating out of his chest as well, and he almost couldn't put his thoughts into words. It was like all speaking ability was deprived from him. Once again, he was the only one other than maybe Ryu and Adlil who understood what was going on. No, maybe only he and Adlil. If Ryu knew what was really happening, maybe he wouldn't have gathered up the conviction to begin cultivating at all. In fact, he couldn't believe that Ryu had made it to the World Sea realm at all, let alone so fast. How was that possible? If it wasn't for those chains, how powerful would he be? Would he already be a Tao god in just a few handful of decades? The word sounded ridiculous, and even Ramon felt that he was a fool for even thinking them, but from what he knew approximately those chains, it hardly made sense for Ryu to be alive, let alone for him to be capable of cultivating. The only way for it to be possible was if his original fate so far outstripped the restrictions that even with it, he was able to do so much. But it was still only just that. With those chains, touching the realm of the sky gods was simply impossible. Chapter 1455 Martial Gods. Those chains. Ramon gulped, unable to breathe properly. The martial gods were among the most powerful 9 powers of the 9th heaven. This was a truth everyone knew. However, Ramon knew better. They weren't just one of them, they were the most powerful entity. For whatever reason, they chose to keep the facade of their equality with the other 8. The entire race was an anomaly. They called themselves the deity race, but even this was something they had made up. The so-called deity race were just humans who had reached the extremities of cultivation and became so powerful that they no longer deigned to call themselves human. Instead, they called themselves gods. The martial gods were a power that none but maybe their Tao gods could understand properly. They had countless bloodline branches within them, each one seemingly having no relation to the other, and each one capable of reaching the pinnacle of cultivation. The 4 branches that had come to Sacrum were only considered minor bloodline branches of the martial gods, and yet if the strongest of them decided to descend back to the 8th heaven, it would only take a handful of years for them to form a hegemony. And yet to the martial gods, they were mere minor branches not worth thinking too much about, small rabble that could be used to bolster their strength in the outer regions of the universe, and even worth little enough to have their potential sacrificed to a weak middle world like Sacrum. Outside of their minor branches, there were still their elite branches, and then there was still their main branches which were further split up into minor, elite, and the true deities. The martial gods had no less than dozens of powerful bloodlines, and by the time one reached the main branches, each one could form a powerful force of their own on the 9th heaven that could survive on its own. A single bloodline of their true deity bloodlines could easily split off from the family and form the 10th power. This was how powerful the martial gods were, how infallible their hegemony was. At the very top, though, of these countless bloodlines, only 3 reigned supreme. The divine wing bloodline, the divine hegemony bloodline, and the most powerful of them all, the divine chain bloodline. And those chains that bound Ryu, were most definitely from the divine chain bloodline. The power of this bloodline could be described in a single phrase: to chain the heavens and restrict it to the earth. Ramon felt as though he had been struck by lightning just thinking these words. The corner of his lip drizzled with scarlet blood, so bright it looked as though it had been cut free from a gorgeous ruby. His essence blood. Just thinking these words in passing, not even focusing on them, had caused such harm to his spirit that he had lost a segment of his blood essence. A segment he would take months, at the very least, to recover. This was the destruction of the martial gods and their strongest bloodline. And for whatever reason, a Tao god of the divine chain branch had chosen to target Ryu. Not only had he targeted him, but he even sealed away Ryu's fate star, restricting him from ever advancing to the sky god realms in his lifetime. Looking at the wild, bloody grin on Ryu's face, something else birthed within Ramon. Fear. It wasn't a fear toward the martial gods. It was a fear toward Ryu. How could he stand with those chains wrapped around him? How could he smile? How could he say such arrogant words? Crack. Ramon's eyes rolled back as he collapsed.
Ramon.
It was Adlal's voice. Ramon barely heard it. But even though he just managed to, how could he focus on it? His Tao heart had shattered. He was as good as dead. Adlal's expression turned red. Maybe even Ramon himself would be shocked to see such a thing. Since when had this senior brother of his cared so much? But maybe that was simply the predicament of siblings. The younger didn't understand the offerings of the older until it was too late. Adlal's aura leaked and his fury towered. An illusory white flame danced in his long hair and golden fundamental rune appeared around him, causing space to crack and fragment as though his fury alone was enough to rewrite reality. He grit his teeth hard. Martial gods! I swear I'll slaughter you to the last man. Even in his fury, he didn't dare to think of the names of those he wanted to slaughter. Even in his fury, he didn't dare to think of the name of the divine chain branch. Ramon's pillar trembled, and it began to sink into the ground until it vanished entirely. He seemed to be holding on to a last breath, but to the task at hand, it simply no longer mattered. Ryu sent a glance over, as did many others. The strength that Adlal just revealed made them all grow cold. Even so, Ryu was focused on something else, and maybe that was because Adlal's gaze was focused on him. He could see a familiar fury in the eyes of the young man who had always had a serene smile on his face. The only difference was that Ryu had dealt with that emotion by becoming cold and detached. As for Adlal, he had dealt with it with a pretense of politeness and agreeableness. Maybe this was the gap that separated a man born at the top of his world and a man born at the bottom of his. Killing intent suffused Adlal's gaze. He couldn't kill the martial gods now, but he most definitely could kill Ryu. If one part of the blame for Ramon's fall was those overlords of the ninth heaven, then the other half fell onto Ryu. It was a preposterous shift of blame, one that made Adlal seem far weaker than he was. But seeing that familiar gaze, Ryu's bloody grin only became wider. His aura blazed. Chapter 1456 Random. Ryu turned his attention away from Adlal. If he didn't have such a tough road ahead of him, then would it even be worth it? This was what he came to the true martial world for. As much as he wanted to say that it was to grow more powerful so that he could protect his family from the martial gods, that was only one of the reasons. In truth, even if Sacrum wasn't in danger of being constantly targeted by these bastards, he would have still come. What he wanted most in life was to battle against the strongest, to feel his blood boil even as it leaked from his body in the midst of a bloody battle. He wanted to feel that euphoria of crushing his enemies in his fists, of climbing over adversity and coming out on top. His aura flared and was quickly suppressed by the blinking chains. Spikes of pain shot through his body, but his grin didn't fade as he focused on the rules. He scanned them quickly and understood what was going on. This was a battle of snatching heavenly favor that relied on the Tao, but with a twist. Rather than them all starting at the same point, they would have a divide between them, and ironically, it was those that had to climb up from the first heaven to reach this place that had an advantage. Or at the very least, those that had performed well did. This was a struggle between those that had been handed all the luck in the world, whether that be in terms of backing or talent, and those that had fought for everything tooth and nail. Ryu realized now that even though only his name was on the list of the ancient cube, there were some here that had survived the incomplete heavenly path that had managed to gain a small boost compared to others as well. He assumed that these were people who had come down from the fourth or fifth heavens in order to participate. But their boost was negligible compared to his own. In the coming round, there would be a series of challenges and duels, both of which would provide opportunities. The challenges were divided into bronze, silver, gold, and diamond, much like the second round. The greater the challenge, the more heavenly favor you could snatch from it. But likewise, the penalty for failing would be far harsher as well. Duels had two categories that they fell into, and within each of these categories, there were further divisions. The two main categories were challenge disputes or normal duels. Challenge disputes occurred when two participants wanted to target the same challenge. A challenge could only be taken on by one participant at a time, and therefore there would be a battle for supremacy over the right of challenge. Normal duels could occur instead of a challenge. In this case, a participant would choose to challenge another participant instead of a challenge. Within each duel, there were also bronze, silver, gold, and diamond levels. This would decide how much of your heavenly favor you were betting. A bronze duel would cost 10%, a silver would cost 20%, a gold 30%, and a diamond 50%. What was immediately obvious was that the more heavenly favor you had, the more of a disadvantage you seemed to be in, and there was an opportunity presented to those with weaker heavenly favor to catch up quickly. Unless, of course, they died. In the case of any death, as opposed to a successful forfeit, a participant would lose 100% of their heavenly favor to their opponent. As for how the progression of the round would proceed, it was quite simple. They would be ordered in terms of heavenly favor, and this would decide the progression path of the rounds. Ryu, as the one granted the greatest amount, would be first. During his turn, Ryu could select to complete a challenge or compete in a normal duel. This was where the benefits of having more heavenly favor would come to bear fruit. If Ryu chose to challenge and another wanted to dispute and take the challenge for themselves, they could do so, but there was a requirement. They had to have at least half the heavenly favor that Ryu did. When Ryu saw this, he had mixed feelings, because the truth was that no one here had even remotely half of his heavenly favor. Even if he gave them a small chance at it, they wouldn't be able to challenge him until the last stages of the rounds. Unless Ryu looked at the chains on him. How would the heavenly path decide how much heavenly favor he had? Exactly. Would he still be first to go? And if he was first to go, how exactly? There was really no knowing. His fate star had seemed to screw him over, but he wouldn't know how much until he started. The first part went more effortlessly than he expected. After finishing its calculations, the heavenly path lit up Ryu's pillar and it moved forward by a step. The faint markings of a domain board lit up, and when Ryu looked upward, he could see tears rising into the skies. Interesting. The challenges began to flash before Ryu, each one carrying a different, but slightly shrouded aura. It seemed that this trial would test his senses as well. Unfortunately, he could sense the deficiency in Tao. Right now, it was like he was cut off from the heavens. He wasn't even sure if his Tao was even as potent as a lineal Tao any longer, let alone a founding Tao. He couldn't sense anything ahead of him clearly as a result. Ryu's eyes continued to scan the challenges, each of which represented a different position on the board. Fine, I will pick at random. Then, he thought somewhat bitterly. The moment he pointed, he felt the descent of a task rock his pillar. Chapter 1457 Challenge. Ryu raised an eyebrow. The challenge came, but soon after, it shattered. He took a look at Adlal's pillar as it was forced a half-step back, and it seemed that his position was weakened considerably. The floundered attempt at a challenge knocked down his heavenly favor by a peg, and the position of his turn was pushed back. It seems that my heavenly favor still counts as the same. It seems that no one will be able to challenge me. Ryu's indifferent gaze met Adlal's furious one as he vanished. He didn't have time to care about this person. He didn't even know where he was going right now. He might very well be going off to his death. He was sure that these folks would get a kick out of that. Ryu appeared in a world. The moment he looked around, he sighed. He should have known better than to rely on his luck. But what other choice did he have, exactly? The world wasn't dangerous, or anything, but it was an endless vastness of calm and still waters. The skies above were a gorgeous blue, and the waters were so clear that the docile wildlife and plant life below could be seen with surprising clarity and depths. This was clearly a world that relied on maybe one of a few things. It could be tranquility, peace, and it would likely also have some large relation to water, all things his own Tao had nothing to do with, let alone with it being so weak. Under normal situations, who the world was created for the sake of was meaningless to him. His Tao could see through all things, so he would be able to figure out the essence of the challenge without issue. Now, however, Ryu took a breath and calmed himself. If the heavenly path sensed that he wasn't making any progress, he would be kicked out in a few minutes at best. There was little to nothing he could do about that. However, there wasn't exactly nothing he could do. He had to find a path that could help him to progress regardless of the obstacle, and in order to do that, he needed to understand what exactly the state of his body was. He sat into a position of meditation on the water's surface. His body was more incorporeal than not, so he had a feeling that it was just his soul that was sent in and not much else. But that made sense. A Tao discourse focused on comprehension, not combat. The dual aspect of the round came purely from the other participants, not the challenges themselves. Of course, that didn't mean that the Tao discourse would be completely harmless. If this world was filled with destructive bolts of lightning instead, and he had no ability to read and react to them, then he might very well die to one of these challenges instead of another person. Even so, he was quite calm. These sort of situations that pushed him to his brink were exactly what he needed. After inspecting his body diligently, Ryu became aware of a few things. First, although he had coughed out blood, the strain wasn't on his physical body. However, with the good news there was also bad, that being that it didn't matter. Whatever restrictions there were seemed to be like a dampening of his strength, functionally making it so that his output of strength was as though he was heavily injured. Second, as he had already guessed, that black blood, likely coming from his 7 corporeal souls, were that very same deathly energy that had once afflicted him when his Tao heart had shattered, but this time, rather than just coming from his realm heart and spiritual foundation, it had seeped into his body. All of the organs that represented his 7 spirits were covered in web-like black veins, pulsing with that dark karmic energy. His 3 souls were also impacted. His birth soul showing the most obvious results as it was pulsing with an eerie black light different from its usual clear and uncorrupted black. His spiritual sea had gone from a clear, reflective, obsidian and oil-like black, to a black more reminiscent of thick, acrid smoke. The ultimate result was that his Tao was shoestrung and hampered. If he could get rid of these chains, it would return. But he tried to circulate a drop of embryonic qi to see what would happen and observed that it actually had some position effect. At the very least, the pain in his body receded and the pulsing black veins, well, pulsed a little bit less. At this rate, I'll need about a month to deal with it. This was just a guess on Ryu's part. There was no telling if the energy would try to retaliate or not and make the situation worse for him when he was close to succeeding. Since these chains seemed to have a life of their own, it was possible. After all, even the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation had been able to read and react to his intentions, let alone chains that could bind even his fate star. Either way, the restrictions were almost solely on his 7 corporeal souls and 3 incorporeal souls, and he also now had a method of weakening it and trying to gain back aspects of his Tao. But it was too slow. Would he even have the time? No, there's something. Ryu's gaze sharpened. After some hesitation, he took a step in that direction. He split his Tao in 2 once again, and suddenly a rush of power came back to him. It seemed that he was correct. His Tao had 2 aspects, one more in tune with order and another more in tune with chaos. Dividing Dharma and dividing Sin fell into the latter category, and as a result, their restrictions in the face of this backlash was far weaker. In thanks to this, He had gone from feeling as though he only had a lineal Tao or weaker hegemonic Tao. Even alone, dividing Dharma and sin should have been ancient at worst, but it seemed that though the restrictions were far weaker, they were still there. Even so, this was a great boon and could help him tide the waves until he could fix the situation completely. However, there was an unfortunate trade-off. Dividing Dharma and sin didn't work well against constructs or in challenges like this. This was why his Tao was stronger against actual people than the protector spirits. Looking at the world now, he felt no sudden enlightenment. That meant one thing. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to take the path of clearing one challenge after another and blasting through to the end. If he wanted to use his Tao and have a chance, his only option was to challenge actual people. Ryu chuckled a bit. Well, at least this would make things somewhat more interesting. He suddenly felt a strong pull on his body and he was ripped away. In a bit of disoriented state, Ryu appeared on the pillar once again, his figure the subject of many gazes. It seemed that he had been ejected. He failed. Chapter 1458 Idiot. Ryu remained in his seated position as his pillar moved back. The chains around him flickered into and out of existence, and it almost felt like his entire body was an open wound. They were akin to searing alcohol, pouring into his organs. However, he remained calm. He could sense the gazes, most of which were marred by ridicule, but he didn't mind it. Normally, he would directly strike to kill these people, at least his former self would, but given the state of the round, he doubted that such an outside interference would be allowed. Instead, he began to inwardly meditate, not minding the world around him. For the moment, the second chosen to move forward was Selhira. She gave Ryu a glance but didn't say much afterward. The good news was that no one could challenge Ryu in this state and he would be able to protect himself by relying on the large influx of heavenly favor that he had from the start, but it was hard to tell how long this would last. The problem wasn't even just whether or not the heavenly path would allow it to continue or if there might be penalties to consider, but there was also Revu himself. Knowing him, would he allow himself to rest here in mediocrity? Of course not. She knew with absolute certainty that if he couldn't succeed in clearing these challenges, he would choose another path instead, even if it meant putting his life on the line. Selhira looked away and picked out a challenge. Everyone watched as she entered a world of tranquility not much different from Ryu's. The difference was that the moment she appeared, the world around her began to shift and change, moving forward with great speed as though she didn't need to move because the world itself would move forward. The seconds ticked by and before even a minute had passed, Selhira exited. Her steps as calm as her expression. Her pillar moved into place and everything clicked. The square of the domain board she stood within flickered and lit up as though a piece had been placed. Who decided to let this bimbo go before me? Absolutely ridiculous. Jojo muttered as her pillar began to move. She soon appeared in a world of fallen golden spheres. Each one was polished to perfection and reflected like a blinding star. At the same time, they were enormous, dwarfing mountains in size. If just a single one landed on the earth below, it would be obliterated, let alone Jojo who stood upon it. However, she simply punched out and the world seemed to crumble. It could only be said that she was a monster in sheep's clothing. If a sheep was a radiant golden armor, even grown men would struggle to pick up a single piece of. She walked out with a snort, looking at an imaginary watch. I beat you by at least 3 seconds. Selhira looked over. It wasn't the same challenge. What is the point in comparing? Sounds like the words of a loser to me. Jojo sneered. A laughter came from the side as Lightyear stepped forward. There's only really one loser here, no ladies? Someone who couldn't even complete his first chosen challenge doesn't really deserve to be among us. Many gazes fell onto Ryu, but he was still in a silent state of meditation. It was a thought he hadn't heard anything at all, his mind completely focused. Lightyear might have very well focused on Ryu even regardless of what happened last round, but now that what had happened had spread, he had even more reason to do so. Ryu might not remember what occurred when he was fusing with the Diamond Protector Spirit, but how could everyone else not as well? Lightyear had never suffered such humiliation in his life. For him to not only team up with others, and yet still barely escape with his life. The worst part of it was that if Ryu had been conscious of all his actions, he might not have had a chance to escape at all. Back then, Ryu's senses only reacted purely on instinct, and he changed his target many times over. So long as you weren't foolish enough to continue attacking him, or unlucky enough to be locked onto him for pursuit, your chances of surviving were actually quite high. And yet, even with all of that said, there wasn't a single person here aside from Selhira, Jojo and Adlil who hadn't suffered at his hands, and the grudge they all possessed as a result was quite deep. Which of them wasn't a genius amongst geniuses? How many of them had never faced adversity in their lives, let alone have such a close shave with death? It was unacceptable. Selhira unconsciously almost said something, but when she remembered she was supposed to be made at Ryu, her lips pouted slightly. Not that anyone had a chance to see it beneath her veil. Trash, Lightyear said coldly, his pillar finally locking in place as he made his choice. However, just when he was about to enter his challenge, his pillar rumbled and a pressure descended. At that moment, Ryu's pillar shot forward even though he stayed in silent meditation. He didn't even open his eyes as his pillar and litters faced off. You! Lightyear's expression darkened, his gaze flashing with a dangerous light. Ryu didn't attack Selhira or Jojo, but he actually dared to attack him in this state? Are you angry about my words? Lightyear said with a laugh. Just die with that anger. Then, he suddenly punched forward, his might descending in an endless torrent. Idiot! Ryu said lightly, his eyes still closed. Lightyear was blasted back and his pillar glowed red as he was forced into a retreat. He gazed around confused, but could do nothing as his pillar was pushed back to the starting line, and then even further back than that as though a punishment had been calculated. Chapter 1459. Both. Lightyear was a fool. He spoke about Ryu being enraged by his words, and yet the one between them to make the foolish choice was him. As Ryu had expected, attacking outside the confines of the rules of the round was strictly prohibited and would be punished accordingly. Lightyear wasn't thrown out, but he was sent backward a substantial amount, probably what amounted to about 1.5 turns. That meant that unless he could do something drastic, he would always be a half step behind everyone else. He was also likely lucky that he had learned this lesson now. There was a chance that the punishment could have been far worse the further along they went. Beyond that, Ryu also confirmed something else. It might have been called a duel, but it wasn't one in the normal sense. Anything that happened in this round would happen within the confines of a Tao discourse. Although Ryu hadn't gotten up or opened his eyes, it wasn't just out of arrogance. It was because he knew he didn't have to. Had Lightyear waited just a few seconds, the heavenly path would have likely spawned a duel arena for them akin to the challenge arenas that they had seen for the first 3 turns taken. Then they would have a battle of Daos. This was how things would work. But he was impatient and he took Ryu's challenge as an insult, and as a result of that he was crushed. Luckily for him, it was just a bronze challenge and he only lost 10% of his heavenly favor. But he didn't feel lucky at all right now. Instead, he felt furious and wanted to vent, but he truly had nowhere to do so. But what now? Ryu wondered, his eyes opening as he looked forward. The steel in the skies had explained a lot, but it seemed to have purposely left some things out as well. For example, the punishment was definitely not listed, or else Lightyear would have never made such a mistake. Another thing that wasn't explained was what would happen in this situation. Was his challenge considered successful? Was it cancelled now that Lightyear was punished? And if it was successful, then what would happen now? These were all things the round seemed to want them to figure out for themselves, and this felt interesting to Ryu. Seeing how the surroundings were designed like a domain board, he vaguely understood the purpose. The board should be more a facade than anything, a red herring even. The point wasn't the board, but the state of mind. It was letting everyone know that this wasn't just a game of strength, it was also one of strategy and observation. The rules might not be conducive to a game of domain, but it was a game, and there were advantages and disadvantages to be had. Domain was a game meant to simulate battle, or more accurately, battle on an impossibly large scale. When you were working with a battlefield like that, absolute strength wasn't enough unless you could appear anywhere, anytime, instantly. But it was curious that this was the lesson the heavens were trying to give. Shouldn't it want them to pursue absolute strength? Or was it trying to tell them that the Tao of strategy was one that was far too overlooked? As Ryu was thinking, the challenge that Lightyear had been targeting flashed and then crumbled. He took over the location, but the pensive look in his eyes didn't fade. He felt like he was missing something. As he was in thought, Riekian's pillar moved and Ryu instantly challenged him as well. But just when he was making the attempt, his own pillar trembled and stopped. His attempt at starting a duel had failed. Ryu's gaze narrowed further. There was a problem with this, and it was beyond just the fact that his continuous challenge had failed. Others could witness his attempts. Everything was broadcasted. Even individual challenges were shown to everyone, and exactly how the challenge was dealt with was placed in full view of everyone. In such a situation, every move he made to learn something new would be instantly learned by everyone else. It was like his efforts, and even his eventual mistakes, would be used to make everyone else stronger. Interesting. He felt that he was starting to understand the game within the game because he had another thought soon after. Just now, his challenge had failed. The obvious thought would be that continuous challenges weren't allowed. But was that really the case? Ryu could think of several other potential reasons. One could be that Lightyear's punishment had affected him. It was unlikely, but there was a small chance that this was the case. Maybe the heavenly path decided that he was partly to blame as well. Though this sounded ridiculous, what was important wasn't logic or fairness. What was important was what hidden rules there may or may not be. The second was that the heavenly path wouldn't allow him to challenge someone on the same level as himself. If he challenged Riekian now and lost, he would move laterally and not forward, so maybe he would have to fail another turn, wait for everyone to start their second challenge, and then he could trigger another duel. The third possibility was that there were hidden duel types, maybe more than the two that were introduced. These hidden types could be related to heavenly favor quantity, heavenly favor ratios between the two participants. It could be related to the challenge type or compatibility. Maybe challenge disputes triggered while a challenged party was going after a highly compatible trial would automatically fail. After all, part of one's turn was picking the right Tao trial for yourself. So maybe there was a hidden reward for picking perfectly. These were just three possibilities. Ryu could think of dozens more, and that was the point. Now he had to play another game within the game. He had one of two choices before him. The first was to lean back and allow others to make attempts and mistakes, learn from them, and build a database of hidden rules in secret. The second was to choose methods of testing out the rules out in the open that might misdirect others into choosing the wrong possibilities or premises of the rules. Why not both? Ryu thought to himself, watching Riekian complete his Tao trial. Chapter 1460 Tiles. Ryu didn't seem to have eyes for anything else other than his task. His mental focus was entirely drawn to the minute changes of the world around him. He didn't even seem to notice Elhira, who was just a stone's throw away. If he had paid more attention, he might have noticed her slight glances every so often. But the state of his mind really didn't allow him to focus on anything else. Initially, his thoughts were skewed toward being more forceful. Before he noticed the subtle hidden rules of the round, he had planned to attack every person who made an attempt and crush them in that way. He thought that maybe if he did this, not only could he force others back, but he would be able to accelerate his forward progress as well. But now that he took a step back, he noticed many issues with his previous thoughts, issues that went beyond just the fact he had failed to challenge 2 trial takers in a row. If he had been allowed such a continuous challenge, what chance would others have? Taking a step back, there would be no reason that Ryu would be the only one capable of taking this sort of action. Would the heavenly path essentially allow free reign of the strong? A more cynical Ryu would say yes. The heavens were cruel and uncompromising. It only wanted the strongest to flourish. But if that was the case, then why had it allowed him to begin with such a head start just by virtue of the fact he had stepped onto the incomplete heavenly path? That path, by its nature, was constructed for those of lower birth and gifted them a chance to change their fates. This told Ryu something. The heavens might be cruel, but they always left a path for survival, and it wasn't in its best interest for one power to rise up and then continuously suppress the budding flowers that could have bloomed into lofty trees. The heavens didn't just want experts, it wanted those experts to be constantly pushed and strained. If those experts were permitted to snuff out any resistance before it could even take form, they would naturally stall evolution and even weaken over time as a result. The current situation of the true martial world, where Daos were suppressed and limiters were placed on the number of experts that could be raised up, should be exactly the kind of situation that the heavens didn't want to see. The fact that they were so far from the true cap of Daos painted that picture perfectly. In fact, the convergence might be the attempt of the heavens to change the current status quo, to raise up something that could crush the current system and hopefully not uplift it themselves. These thoughts were fleeting in Ryu's mind as he watched one after another go. Some failed, but they were in the minority. Anyone who could make it this far was definitely capable of clearing a bronze challenge. What was more interesting was how much effort they had to put in, and that was where the variability was quite wide. One would think that the deeper they went into the round, the less strong the participants would be as they were granted less and less heavenly favor. But this wasn't the case at all. There was a roller coaster of performance levels. Some didn't surprisingly well, almost matching the performance of the three immortal deities. Some were clearly holding back in Ryu's estimation, and there were some who performed quite terribly, all things considered. Of course, the worst of them were those that failed on purpose, and the best of them was Adlil. Ryu noticed something else during these rounds. He couldn't sense anyone's Daos clearly. This didn't make sense, and it didn't have anything to do with his suppressed Daos right now either. Everyone was waiting around for it to be their turn again. Many might have already sensed and come to understand what Ryu had and were paying close attention to every little detail. And yet, looking around, it was clear that no one had any idea as well. It was another piece of the puzzle. The round wanted them to come to understand the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents by watching the challenges. It might even be the case that they could replicate what they struggled with the most, increasing their odds of winning a duel. It was an interesting wrinkle, but it was also one that was quite troublesome. That being because Adlil was surprisingly last to go of them all. It was hard to tell why this would be, especially since everyone had sensed his strength earlier, but Ryu had an idea. Looking at the man's white hair, and remembering his aura from earlier, he was certain. Adlil was indeed a member of the Heavenly Dew branch, and though Ryu wasn't certain what level of strength Icemine had now, or more accurately how that strength would translate if her realm was in the World Sea realm much like Adlil, but what he could tell was that if he contrasted their starting points, Icemine wasn't comparable at all. Of course, this was if he disregarded the fact Icemine was born in Sacrum, and as such had her true talent stripped and limited. This meant that there were tiers of existence even within the Heavenly Dew branch. But this made sense. Even if they were the unwitting pawns of Elena's mother, or even willing pawns, how could they allow their absolute best to be sacrificed? Icemine had probably shed off some of that weakness, or maybe even all of it by now. But that was unimportant in the face of the strength of this man, especially since his grudge with Ryu was threatening to burn holes into the latter's eyes. And now, Ryu had less information about him than he wanted. In addition, if he was too slow with his progress, soon, even if he started off in last position, Adlil would be able to challenge him directly. Adlil had learned from his first unsuccessful challenge and he hadn't made another challenge since, but Ryu didn't think for a moment that he had given up on it. He was aiming for another angle. Ryu's lip curled. It was once again his turn. What to do? He looked forward, not moving immediately. Why should he? The person who took the longest to move had taken up at least a quarter of an hour before there were signs of him losing his chance, so he would take advantage as well. The domain board has a second function. It's not just a division of progress, or a subtle hint that this is a battle of wits as well as one of brawn, but it also completes one of the most important functions of the board. It's based off of territory. The game of domain was complex, and one of the reasons it was so difficult was because of the territory triangles, squares, pentagons, and hexagons. The board was filled with these shapes and they came together to form various territories. These territories provided various buffs and debuffs to your units and could affect the success of your assault or defense. This was a simple concept and it was something that could be found in many games, but what made Domain different was the various shapes as it was far more akin to real life. Most game boards were uniform. Go, for example, was an array of squares, the corners of which were most important. Chess was similarly an array of squares, but this time their centers were most important. Domain reflected the variability of nature, and each shape had its own function. It was too complex to explain in a short time, But essentially what was most important about the shapes on a domain board wasn't the shape itself, but rather how it interacted with those around it. A triangle could come into contact with 6 other shapes, 3 from its sides and 3 from its corners. A square could come into contact with 8. A connection to a side represented a strong influence over the tile, and a corner connection represented a weak influence. Each tile would have a base affinity, but it would require a formulae taking into account each surrounding shape to unearth its true affinity. If there were a piece or pieces on the tile, its affinity would be influenced once again depending on the piece and its actions. Realizing this, Ryu came to understand something new. Picking out the perfect challenge seemed to rely entirely on your senses. But was that the case? What if he could guess the affinity of a tile ahead of time without access to his Tao at all? Since he had gone first, he didn't have enough data to complete the formula. But now he had just witnessed the turn of dozens. He felt that he could take action with about 70% accuracy. With a confident smile, Ryu locked onto a challenge and surged toward it. It seemed that he wouldn't have to be so passive after all. Chapter 1461 A Clue. Ryu smiled as his eyes quickly scanned the region. He had been about to choose this particular challenge, but then he came to a stop just before, seemingly thinking about something. The choice wasn't as easy as it seemed, that being because his Tao was weakened considerably. He needed to find a challenge that could be cleared with the dividing chaos, that being the fusion of his dividing Dharma and his dividing sin. But the problem was still quite clear. His Tao was less useful against inanimate beings, and now that it was weakened even further, it was even more difficult to use it for outside its intended purpose. Dividing Dharma was the mirror of dividing judgment. It was meant to present punishment. The latter was a punishment of the heavens, and the other was a consequence of cause and effect. To make a complex matter simple, dividing Dharma could only work when there were karmic strings formed and a line of cause and effect could be followed, and that required intent. Dividing sin was even more unreasonable on this front. It could be said to be a punishment as well, but rather one doled out by Ryu himself. It once again required a target that had an intent of their own, or else how would he manipulate them? These last months had taught Ryu a lot about the weaknesses of this Tao. Truthfully, he had gotten complacent and cocky within himself. He had formed a founding Tao, something only a handful of people throughout all of history had been able to accomplish. Why shouldn't he be cocky, especially when that was his normal disposition to begin with? But whether it was his battles against the protector spirits or this trial, he had come to understand that there might very well not be such a thing as a flawless Tao, even if that Tao was a founding Tao. From the beginning, his Taos and his comprehension ability had been two of the main reasons he was so confident in his ability to reach the peak. While he had always been focused on improving his other talents as well, this was always something that he could hold on to. But now, it was almost too obvious to him just how flawed that line of thinking was. These chains could even strip him of his connection to his Tao, and why would that be surprising in the first place? If it could even stop his spiritual foundation from connecting with him, stop his fate star and strip his fate from him, stopping him from sensing his Tao seemed like the easiest of that long list. Ryu looked down at the chains that bound him. He had known long ago that the chains that he could replicate were missing the essence of what these divine chains truly were. It was part of the reason he was so lazy with naming them and also why he rarely used them. But their strength was still undeniable, and quite frankly more than he had thought them to be originally. At the same time, there was another thing as well. A clue. In the Sky God realms, what separated Taos wasn't just a name. The gap between an immature Tao and mature one was far deeper, and it was also the realm of existence one had to be in to begin using their Tao as a conduit for self-created techniques. These were called Tao methods. Tao methods were a lot like Tao charm techniques but far stronger. The use of Tao charm techniques would still be prominent in the Sky God realms, but only because creating Tao methods was so difficult. Ryu suddenly wondered, since his Tao could exhibit the strength of a mature Tao thanks to his mind, could he create a Tao method in advance? He turned his palm up and down, observing the chains that bound him. He knew what his divine chains were lacking. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had gotten the form perfect. What it lacked was the substance within. Ryu had a crazy idea, and it was actually that at the highest levels of the true martial world, It wasn't just 5 pillars that aligned, but all 6. If he was correct, whatever branch of the martial gods that had this chain as their main ability would in due time learn how to fuse their Daos into it, following a line of progression that would make their abilities stronger one by one. Bloodline, soul nature, meridians, spiritual foundation, bone structure, Tao, all formed into a single line wound around one another. The more Ryu thought about it, the more the thought churned and bubbled in his mind. These chains would actually be the perfect vessel for his Tao, and it could build the foundation of his first Tao method as well. Of course, most would only have one path method that they constantly trained and perfected over a lifetime, but this wasn't something that Ryu would allow himself to be tied by. But the question was, should he do it? Is this fool too scared to choose? Lightyear sneered. Ryu didn't seem to hear the words, nor was he rushed. He looked internally. Namely, he focused on Elena's primordial Qilin. He didn't really know much about the upper echelon of the martial gods, or what level Elena was at, but if her father was any indication, it was probably very high. There was something about the martial gods that allowed them to exist as they were. It was quite curious. How could they be of just one clan, and yet form so many different bloodlines? Looking at the chains wrapping around him, Ryu felt that he understood, even if, albeit an inkling. The Holy Wing clan of Sacrum had been known for their wings. They weren't real wings, but rather a manifestation of power that took shape. They didn't walk around like human birds. Rather, they only appeared when they fought. What Ryu didn't know was that the Holy Wing branch of the martial gods was a weakened corner of one of its top 3 strongest branches, the Divine Wing branch. But that information wasn't an important distinction to him at the moment. What was important was that in the past, he had thought the Holy Wings to be akin to an immortal rings. He knew that this wasn't entirely true now that his scope was much broader. But it wasn't entirely false either. What was more important than any of that, though, was his comprehension of the fact these manifestations, the Holy Wings, the Divine Wings, or these divine chains, each had a unique ability to hold spirituality. This was the best word that Ryu could find to describe it, and he felt that it was a secret that might be able to fix the weakness of his Tao. But he knew that he couldn't do it all in a single step. Even trying would be foolish. Much like his lineages, which would have taken trial and error to figure out if not for his bone structure, his Daos were much the same except far more complicated in his opinion. However, Ryu still felt that it was a bit poetic. A chain for his Tao of dividing chaos. Wings for his Tao of dividing order. There was really only one question. How would the martial gods react to this? The moment he thought of the question, he laughed. The timing of his laughter, due to his speed of thought, was barely after Lightyear had finished. What would the martial gods think? Why would he give a damn? Ryu clapped his hands and chains began to surge out from him. At the same time, his soul connected with Elena's primordial Qilin. He caught the vague outline of a pair of wings and he latched onto it. Immediately, Ryu realized that he was being too casual with his thoughts. He could feel a strong suppression against his actions. It was immovable and suffocating, and yet nothing against his cosmos fog. The resistance shattered as Ryu's cosmos fog flooded the chains and the wings, severing them from the greater bounds of existence and from the karma and fate that bound them. The process was far easier than Ryu thought it would be. His bone structure shouldn't be so strong yet. But he understood why this was a moment later. The chains were as bound to him by karma as they were to any martial god. Since his very birth, it had been tying down his fate, changing the course of his life. In a way, he had more of a right to control these chains than any junior of the Divine Chain branch. Since they had taken so much from him, he would start collecting that now. As for the wings, they were his wife's. By dominating Elena's primordial Qilin, they were as much his as they were hers. Who would dare to interfere the matters between a husband and wife? Chapter 1462 Ash. What happened next was unlike anything the juniors here had ever laid their eyes on. The complete heavenly path, the flawed trial of the heavens, the very location that they were certain that even Tao Lord, sovereigns and gods alike could never directly interfere in, quaked. In the white expanse of the land they were in, dark clouds suddenly formed and boomed. It was a sound so loud that it was impossible to properly describe. so much so that even these prodigies of the various heavens felt their minds collapse as their ears began to breathe. Their entire souls were consumed by fear, by inadequacy, by a willingness to drop down to their knees and obey. Ryu looked up from his seated position and shook his head. Idiot! As soon as he thought this, a pressure even more overpowering than that descended. It crushed the clouds and destroyed them to their last wisps of misty waters. The booming crackling of lightning arched through the skies, but it didn't make it very far at all before fizzling out. Ryu somewhat understood what had happened, which was why he had said what he said. The martial gods were very used to taking control of matters of fate, whether that be their own or that of their targets. This sort of power had given them a great deal of control over what they could do, even to the point that they could seal away a talent like Ryu. But this came with its own drawbacks as well. Chapter 1463 Ash 2. Ryu stepped out from the challenge world, stretching his neck. Now that wasn't too bad, right? Then, his gaze landed on Lightyear, who suddenly had a look of horror pasted on his face. What's the matter? Aren't you taking a bit too long? Hurry it up, would you? Beads of sweat began to pour down Litter's brows. He could even look at Ryu directly without feeling a fear constrict his heart. He knew that it was partially because he had access to nothing but own Tao in this world, and it was clearly inferior to Ryu's own, but that didn't do anything to move the needle. If you told a child that there was nothing lurking in the dark, would they even believe you? Right now, Lightyear felt like that child, and he couldn't even seem to bring himself to take a step forward. His heart was beating out of his chest, and he didn't even know which challenge he should pick. Maybe that was the key. Maybe if he picked a random challenge, Ryu wouldn't follow through with challenging him? They had all seen the last round play out. There had been a few challenges and each one taught them something interesting, but none were more interesting than a challenge that succeeded. It turned out that after a successful challenge, you would then have to face the challenge zone that the person you had forced into a duel had challenged. This added another layer of complexity because even if you hated someone, you had to make sure that their Tao was similar enough to yours that if you won, you wouldn't screw yourself over. And at the same time, even if your Tao was similar enough, you had to be wary of whether your enemy would pick poorly on purpose and lose just to mess with you as well. There were really only two options. Either Ryu was bluffing him and wanted him to pick poorly on purpose, or this Ryu had just cleared a fire elemental challenge. His Tao clearly skewed in that direction. The reason why Lightyear was so hesitant was because his own Tao was related to lightning, obviously, as he was a genius of the Azure Lightning sect. And he had seen Ryu's Lightning Qilin manifestation, so he had been all too hesitant to move forward. But just because Ryu had the bloodline didn't mean that he could use it. Fire and lightning were the two strongest elements there were. He had simply never heard of a Tao that used them both. Lightyear grit his teeth. If he picked poorly on purpose, he might accidentally stumble into a challenge that was beneficial to Ryu rather than the other way around. In this situation, he had to go all out. His eyes scanned and he picked after several minutes of heavy scrutiny. He felt lucky that his robes were high quality, because if not, it might have already attached to him like a second layer of skin. Unfortunately, that couldn't do anything to hide the beads of sweat falling down his face. His pillar surged forward and Ryu's surged to meet it. Lightyear gripped his fists. He had guessed correctly. This time he was patient and didn't attack immediately. The moment he sensed the aura of their pillars connect, though, he paled considerably once more. Although he couldn't feel the strength of Ryu's Tao as something had obscured it on purpose, what he could feel was the tsunami-like pressure of Ryu's heavenly favor. He realized immediately that if Ryu didn't challenge others, they would simply never be able to challenge him. Even if he lost 50% 3 times over, it still wouldn't be enough. Lightyear immediately regained his composure and prepared to escape. Of course, escape was impossible when the arena was just a slot of illusory land that connected 2 pillars. Rather, he was planning on directly giving up and watching Ryu fail. But what he didn't expect was that Ryu wouldn't attack him either. Instead, he smiled. "So what are you going to do? Give up?" Lightyear froze, his jaw clenching tight. Everything from the playful light in Ryu's eyes to the oppressive might he radiated made him feel small, made him feel inferior. "Go on. I'm not going to stop you. If you think that the challenge you selected would slow my steps, Let's see if you're correct. Lightyear didn't respond, his fists clenching tight. What's the matter? Didn't you like to tell people to hurry up? What are you dragging your feet for? There's still a lot of people left to go. We can't all be waiting on you. Lightyear's gaze turned red. He felt a heart-shuddering amount of rage brewing up within him. So much so that he felt like he might suffocate if he didn't unleash it right now. But his rationality was telling him that Ryu was goading him on purpose, that he wanted to harm him, to kill him. Lightyear released a turbid breath, one filled with such heat and animosity that small clouds of crackling lightning formed. Ryu smiled, that disgusting, overly confident, uncaring for the world smile. And then Lightyear suddenly felt small. His pillar broke off and the challenge was won by Ryu. Oh, what a shame. Ryu clicked his tongue. I could have sworn with all that talking you were doing, you'd have some strength to back it up. Lightyear felt something within him snap, and for the moment, JoJo had a serious expression on. Something rarely seen on her delicate features. Since Ryu had been here, he had already shattered the Tao heart of one person, and had clearly just heavily swayed Lightyear's. Just what kind of person was he to do this so easily? If she knew that just a few months ago Ryu had also induced the hearts of several sky gods to shudder as well, how would she react? Ryu's chuckles echoed as he entered into the challenge. Thunderous lightning flood dragons plunged from the skies and toward Ryu, looking to crumble everything in their path. Once again, Ryu punched a single chain-infused fist, and the world fell to ash. Chapter 1464. Well and truly. Ryu stepped out, still absent-mindedly thinking about something as he looked down at his chain-covered hand. He was trying to gauge whether or not his Tao was truly stronger in this state. Of course, having a method of using your strength, rather than just blasting it at everything, had its benefits. The main issue, though, was that a founding Tao was on a completely different level. Would he be able to clear the challenges as easily with a founding Tao as opposed to this? The answer was yes. Even though his Tao had a weakness against inanimate objects, the term weakness was only relative. What chance did challenges of his level pose to a founding Tao? Especially one that was equivalent to a mature Tao. Ryu was quite certain of this, but he still felt that there was something beyond his former Tao right now. It made him understand that he had overestimated himself once again. Just because he had formed a founding Tao didn't mean he was invincible, and if he wanted to maximize what he could get out of it, it was likewise in his best interest that he put all the effort he could into improving it. If he treated his founding Tao like he did his weaker talents, and focused on pulling out every inch of strength he could from it, just how much stronger would it be? In just a few months, just by focusing on his combat style, he had increased his battle effectiveness dozens of times over, and those were with talents that were considered quite weak at this level. So what about a talent that was strong? It's not that simple, Ryu thought to himself. What separated powerful talents from inferior abilities was often that they were already nearing perfection. It would be likewise dozens of times more difficult to make the same leaps in improvement he had with his weaker talents. Even so, he kept this in mind. And first, he would start his Tao in two halves like this. In fact, he felt it would be even better if he split them once more into their four original foundational pieces. If he could find an ideal receptacle for dividing sin, dividing dharma, dividing karma, and dividing tribulation, his comprehension of his individual Taos would skyrocket and his application of them would likewise take huge leaps forward. But that thought alone had some interesting implications. Why did he have to comprehend his Tao? It didn't make sense. His Tao could only form by comprehending it in the first place, so how could he comprehend something that he had already comprehended? At least not without his Tao progressing. But wouldn't that defeat the purpose? If every time he comprehended more of his Tao, it strengthened, then he would be chasing his own standards of perfection in an endless loop. This was a layer of complexity that Ryu had never really confronted before. But after another moment of thought, he understood. Comprehending a Tao didn't mean that you had fully mastered it. It rather meant that you had gained a kernel of understanding and that the heavens had filled in the blank for you. In the past, Ryu had already realized that he could accomplish the same things his Tao could without actually activating it. The difference was that it took him much more time and effort. But this didn't make sense either. If he had previously understood his Tao, shouldn't he be able to use its strength whether he triggered it fully or not? This was part of the line of reasoning that led him to create his internal matrix. He had wanted something that would make the use of his Tao flow more naturally. What he hadn't realized was that he had inadvertently slipped onto a kernel of truth that hadn't been obvious to him before, and it once again affirmed to him that it wasn't what you knew that was important, but instead how you had come to know of it. He realized now that the problem that he was trying to solve was one that he had already solved. His internal matrix was the answer to it all. So long as he continued to strengthen his soul, the output of his Tao would always be extremely powerful. The feeling that his Tao had matured even while it was still in an immature state, maybe that was the sign of his success. From now on, his Tao would always exhibit a tier 1 beyond its current condition because of his successful endeavor. Ryu almost wanted to laugh again when he thought to this point. He had almost stressed himself out with yet another path he had to grit his teeth and walk to the end of, but for once, he already had the answer. His aura changed and a flicker of a white flame danced between his brows. It pulsed with a radiant light and the auras of his divine chains and divine wings shifted. Then he looked up. He seemed to finally notice Selhira's gaze on him and he grinned. She snorted, a sound that came out far more adorable than he thought it would, and looked away. But that only made the laughter he was holding on to echo. The echo was just as grating on the ears for everyone else as it had been the first time Ryu laughed. But this time, there was no sudden change to the situation, no heart-rending pressure, just the endless, undying confidence of a man who stared adversity in the eyes and came out on top regardless. The geniuses present all felt a weight on their shoulders sink them down. Selhira couldn't help but look toward Ryu again. When she first met him, he wasn't this bright, he wasn't this cheery. She didn't know what had happened in those few months he had disappeared, but that chilling wind he usually gave off had vanished. But he also hadn't suddenly become soft either. He was just, well and genuinely Ryu Tatsuya. Chapter 1465 failed? The round became one of horrors, at least for the others. Surprisingly, Ryu began a series of continuous challenges that made others afraid to even move forward. It turned out that the rule that you couldn't challenge twice in a row was nothing more than a facade. The reason Ryu had failed to challenge twice in a row in the past was because Lightyear was foolish enough to get punished even before the challenge even began. The real rule was simple. So long as you succeeded in your duel and the challenge that followed it, you could continue to challenge others. And so, Ryu continued to do so until he realized that it was well and truly not worth it, at least not for now. What was the point in challenging others when they had hardly moved forward? His pillar was bouncing back and forth to the left and right rather than actually moving forward. The only benefit really was the heavenly favor, but his own was so large that it hardly made a dent. At the same time, every time he accumulated more heavenly favor, the pressure on him would increase as the backlash of the chains would increase. Though that didn't matter to him much. Ever since he had flooded his Tao into the chains, he could manage quite well. The suppression was more so on his fate star, but who cared? How could it get any more suppressed than quite literally being unable to move at all? In fact, Ryu wondered if he pushed it far enough, would the chains just snap like they had in the past? He didn't know. Whatever suppression was on his fate star was clearly far more troubling than what had been on his spiritual foundation. But what he did know was that he wouldn't allow it to slow his steps, and eventually he stood before Adlil. Ryu's pillar rumbled as Adlil began his challenge, and he stood across from the ladder soon. His arms crossed and his smile having faded. He didn't like people like Adlil. He hated this sort of person even more than he hated the likes of Lightyear or Riekian. He and Adlil had no real grudges. The reason why he was so enraged was because of Ramon's shattered Tao heart, a matter that had little to do with Ryu unless Adlil was blaming him for the crime of being sealed as a baby. And yet, this was enough for the latter to look at him with such a strong grudge. Of course, he would have killed Ramon eventually regardless. This person had attacked to kill him in the past, and he wasn't a fan of allowing those that had done so the right to live while he had the strength to kill them. If Adlil had waited until afterward to display such a grudge, he would have allowed it. After all, such a cycle of karma was the way of the world. But doing things this way just made him feel pathetic. Even when their pillars connected, Ryu didn't do much of anything. His contempt shone through more than fiercely enough in his gaze, because he knew exactly what Adlil would do. Much like Lightyear, he would never fight Ryu now. He would give up. When he thought himself to be strong, he would act with impunity. When he knew that he was at a disadvantage, he would bide his time. He would plot and scheme, and he would try his very best to become a burden at Ryu's side. Funny enough, Starlight was also taking a similar approach. He, too, was participating in this round, but he was so inconspicuous that Ryu had barely thought about him. The reason was quite simple: he didn't really have a grudge with Starlight, at least not one that extended beyond their normal competition for supremacy. Compared to Adlil, Ryu felt that Starlight was much better by a large margin. Starlight was strong in his convictions. He faced Ryu surpassing him with the courage of a real warrior, and he didn't feel the need to compensate for his failure by bloviating and bragging his chest like Lightyear. Ryu knew that he had become a target in Starlight's heart. He was probably a large reason why the latter was fighting with all he had. Starlight might be far weaker than Adlil, but a time would come where he would surpass the latter, that Ryu was almost willing to bet on. As for why it was almost instead of certain, well, why would he bet on anyone other than himself? Adlil's unhappiness was clear in his expression, but looking at Ryu now, all the words he had planned, he felt too embarrassed even to speak. He had originally wanted to threaten Ryu, to let him know that while Ryu might defeat him here, he would destroy him in the outside world, that one day, no matter how long it took, Ryu would die at his hands. What else could he do? Although he didn't know Ryu's exact Tao level right now, he could guess that it was in the high ancient Tao levels. This was a level that was impossibly rare even on the 9th heaven, let alone here. He knew that he couldn't match Ryu in a Tao discourse, whether the latter was suppressed or not. But all of those words were stuck in his throat. He could feel the depth of Ryu's disregard and derision, and it branded itself on his soul. For a moment, he felt like he was the little brother for the first time in his life. Without a word, Adlil directly gave up the challenge. Now, he could guess that it was in the high ancient Tao levels. This was a level that was impossibly rare even on the 9th heaven, let alone here. He knew that he couldn't match Ryu in a Tao discourse, whether the latter was suppressed or not. But all of those words were stuck in his throat. He could feel the depth of Ryu's disregard and derision, and it branded itself on his soul. For a moment, he felt like he was the little brother for the first time in his life. Without a word, Adlil directly gave up the challenge. Ryu suddenly looked down at his pillar as it rumbled. Under the astonished gazes of those present, Ryu vanished. Selhira's reaction was the fiercest. The last time a pillar vanished, it was due to Ramon's crumbled Tao heart. Without a Tao heart, he couldn't sustain a Tao, and without a Tao, how would he engage in a Tao discourse? But how could Ryu have possibly failed? Chapter 1466 Vertigo. Ryu's gaze flashed with a blinding light and his senses felt as though a flashbang had gone off. It took much longer than normal for it to clear, something that was decidedly odd for him considering he was so used to his eyes being powerful. When he could see again, he found himself in a world of vast whiteness. It was hard to tell if there was a real floor beneath him. The ceiling did not seem to have a limit, and he couldn't sense any walls. It was impossible to tell if he'd smack into a solid wall after one step or a million steps. What the hell is this? Ryu felt that there was a non-zero chance that he had failed. In context, it didn't make any sense, but there was really no telling. If rules were hidden, this might very well be a punishment that he didn't know about. Because of his continuous challenges, Ryu hadn't made any forward progress, and had instead been moving laterally. Each time he did so, he had to challenge another bronze challenge. It was very possible that there was a hidden rule that limited the number of bronze challenges that one could take on at a time. It was also possible that every time Ryu challenged, it counted as another turn, and there was a hidden rule about the number of turns one could have without progressing forward. Ryu could think of dozens more potential rules just like this that would have resulted in him being kicked out like he had been, and they made him sigh. Although he still wasn't sure that he had actually failed, the more possibilities he thought of, the more likely that it was. The only reason he was holding on to some hope was because this world was too odd. Was this a waiting room for the failures? But if it was, then where was Ramon? Then again, maybe there was another reason? In domain, there were pieces, and these pieces could both be sacrificed and revived. Since the proceedings above took place on a domain board, could it be that he was a piece that could be considered to have been sacrificed? As for why Ramon was not here, maybe his disqualification was different from his own. After all, Ramon had lost his Tao entirely. His ability to participate was in question. If he was a piece that could be considered sacrificed, then revival would be contingent on someone other than himself, meaning. Ryu's thoughts came to a stop. He had absent-mindedly taken a step forward, and a bout of vertigo made him sway. A seasick-like feeling came at him in waves, and he almost collapsed. What the hell? In that moment, he felt as though his brain had been grabbed by two hands, and then sent into a tailspin within his skull. How could taking a single step make him feel like that? It was like his inner ear was completely disoriented. He forced himself to come to a stop and wanted to take a seat for a moment. But he found that even when he tried to lay down on the ground, just the act of bending down made him want to throw up. He was a cultivator of great power. He could step across hundreds of kilometers with a thought, and as someone with a space-time soul nature, odd parallels, disorienting planes and sudden jumps and changes in speed were all things he was highly resistant toward. In fact, the new, self-created combat style he had formed for himself relied heavily on this. Never did he think that he would run into such a thing. He hacked and wheezed, his guts threatening to spill out. But then he remembered just how long it had been since he had eaten something. His stomach was completely empty. There was not even much acid to spill out, and he ended up coughing at the air, a thick lump forming in his throat.
Son à bitch.
By this point, Ryu was truly speechless. What the hell was this? He had already cast away the idea that he was some sort of sacrificed pawn, at least mostly. There would be no reason for this world to be like this outside of the heavens being sadistic. Unless, of course, there was a method of walking out of this world, and the reward for doing so was a chance at revival. Even though this was semi-reasonable, Ryu did not believe that this was what was going on here. It was more likely that this was a separate world entirely. At least 60% likely. But why was he sent here? He tried to take a deep breath, but even the act of contracting and relaxing his diaphragm caused another bout of vertigo. It was like just trying to control his body in this world was asking too much. The good news was that, at the very least, the strength of the vertigo was much weaker. If he made his breaths more shallow, took it slower, and most importantly did not move, he could limit the dizziness to a minimum. What a bad joke! Even controlling his chi gave these bouts of dizziness, and it was even more oppressive than when he had tried to take a step before. This world was making certain that he stayed completely still, and there was obviously a reason for that. Ryu eventually managed to straighten himself and stand tall. Afterward, slowly but surely, he began to test each part of his body, checking each one thoroughly to see what gave the strongest bouts. Slowly but surely, he began to notice a pattern. His gaze became sharper, albeit slowly, of course, and he began to test his hypotheses, and it was all becoming clear to him. How fascinating. This room, I wonder if it would be possible for me to replicate it somewhere in the future. Ryu threw those thoughts to the back of his mind, focusing on the task at hand. He mapped out everything and pieced them together. Then, he lifted his foot again to take a step forward. Chapter 1467 Easy? Ryu began to feel a hint of excitement. Someone else might have taken quite a while to understand what was happening, but felt that he had already figured it out, and if he was correct, this wasn't a punishment at all. It was a boon even better than the line of fate he had been able to sense before the chains descended upon him. The formation in this place, or what he thought was a formation, was more complex than anything he had ever sensed in his life. It was so far beyond his understanding that he didn't even bother to try and see through its secrets, and he was entirely focused on benefiting from it. The bouts of vertigo that he was experiencing wasn't because the room was making him feel dizzy. It was rather the room sending him signals that he was using his body incorrectly. Just think about what it felt like to ride in a vehicle. The purpose of motion sickness was the signal that told your brain that your senses were experiencing something that your body wasn't. That sort of cognitive dissonance was the root of motion sickness, and it could even be said to be an evolutionary quirk of those that had sharper senses in general. It didn't need to be explained why sharper senses were better for an individual, but what was important here was that this room was amplifying that inherent sense millions of times over. To make a long story short, it was like Ryu's senses were constantly relaying back to him that what his mind was commanding his body to do wasn't exactly what his body was doing. It took a small little imperfection, stacked them up, amplified them, then relayed all of that back toward Ryu. The number of flaws like this were so numerous that even when Ryu was trying to just take a single step, his body almost shut down completely. It seemed that according to this room, he wasn't even walking properly, let alone fighting, circulating his chi or vital chi properly. Ryu began to focus on causing minor changes to his gait as he walked forward. With the origin flame, he was able to remember every feeling and sensation perfectly, and every time he made a small change that lessened the feeling of vertigo, he never forgot it. Even as he walked forward, he found that chi began to move around him as though he was becoming in tune with the heavens. But the closer he got to that feeling, the more he felt a different discomfort, one separate from the original vertigo. He came to a stop and sighed. Nothing could be easy for him, right? He had already made such a large advancement in just a few seconds. He had planned to flawless his gait, then his run. After he did that, he would work on using his vital chi alongside that. Once he had his body perfectly in line with itself, he would then try to get his chi going properly, and then take things one step from there. If he was able to do that, every one of his movements would be in tune with the heavens. This was a bit of the strength that forming a cosmic seed would give you. But for context, if he had gotten this room from the moment after his awakening, he would have gained some of the strength of a cosmic seed realm expert from the very beginning. Ryu had learned of a bone structure that could be perfectly in tune with the heavens before, vaguely. It was a true origin grade talent, one known as the heavenly harmony bone structure. From birth, those born with this bone structure were able to battle leagues beyond their cultivation level just based on this one ability alone. As an awakening realm expert, they'd be able to defeat divine vessel realm experts already after having just completed a single rite. The gap between them and everyone else at the start was that wide. Of course, the benefit of being in tune with the heavens would begin to decline after entering the cosmic seed realm as everyone else began to slowly gain this strength as well. But this was only one ability of the bone structure, and it also didn't take into account the improvement of said bone structure as its owner strengthened as well. This room was giving Ryu an opportunity to mimic some of the effects of that bone structure using his perception alone. Unfortunately, Ryu sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had just become a child of chaos. Although it was only at the initial success, the benefits were there already, albeit suppressed in this round due to the focus being entirely on Tao. His child of chaos constitution was interfering with his ability to benefit from this boon. How could he be in tune with the heavens when his body was literally formed to reject the heavens? If he kept pushing and succeeded, he would actually go backward. His alignment with the heavens would cancel out his child of chaos constitution, and he would then just become normal. At least that was what he speculated. He couldn't be certain. But the feeling of discomfort was clear and obvious. The moment his alignment reached a certain level, it began to push against his constitution, and the clash was already starting to weaken them both. And that was just with him fixing the rhythm of his gait. The alignment would definitely grow far stronger once he began to line up far more important things with the will of the heavens. Nothing can ever be easy, huh? Ryu fell into deep thought. There had to be a way out of this. This room was either based on a timer or he had to walk out of here. If it was the former, it was fair enough, but if it was the latter, wouldn't he be stuck here forever unless he could resolve his two halves? His immediate go-to was his bone structure once again. It had helped him out of a countless number of ruts just like this one. But how could he separate himself from the fate of the heavens themselves? Especially when it was at the heavens that had bestowed this bone structure to him in the first place. Chapter 1468 Muscle Memory. Chapter 1469 Martial Forms. Ryu's gaze became so fierce that he directly ignored the vertigo that came from his sudden movement. A blazing light of desire boiled within himself as he realized the answer had been right in front of him the entire time. So much so that it was almost amusing that he hadn't seen it before. The heavens had already given him the answer he needed. The protector spirits. Every time Ryu absorbed a protector spirit, it taught him something. But even putting it like that wasn't quite accurate. Rather than actively teaching him, it was more like it branded his mind, turning something that wasn't originally his default state into one that was. When it did that, the protector spirit turned into streams of energy that entered his body. Ryu was certain, if he used the origin flame to replay those moments in his mind, he felt that he could build a similar system with these natural energies around him. The heavens hadn't made changes to his actual brain, it had instead made changes to his soul, and then by proxy made changes to the filter through which his brain saw and reacted to the world. His eyes. Ryu had only experienced it a single time. He might not have enough information to translate those methods into something that he could use here. After all, what the protector spirits had done and what he was attempting to do were on two entirely different levels. The protector spirits, especially the bronze ones, had only wanted to target a very small portion of him. They keyed in on small details like a slightly more efficient method of swinging his fist, a sharper and more efficacious method of changing direction. However, what Ryu was doing was on a much larger scale than that. And luckily, he already had a blueprint, his martial forms. He had yet to fuse these into one, not because he couldn't, but rather because he felt it was a waste of his time at this point. In the beginning of the second round, he had thought the martial forms to be a huge opportunity, and that they were, but the Diamond Protector Spirit, alone with his own breakthroughs in the Tao, had blown them out of the water. Due to that, and time constraints, it wasn't worth it to waste his time on this matter for now. But it was the perfect blueprint, the blueprint he needed to diffuse the best method of using his body to be in tune with the heavens, one perfectly suited for himself and one that matched his bloodlines and his path to absolute perfection. Of course, that was only relative. He needed to fuse them first, and there was no telling what changes might occur as he attempted to do so. But did he even need to worry about it any longer? This world around him would be sure to let him know every time he made a mistake, even if it was the most minor of mistakes. It wouldn't allow him to take an improper path. The only question that remained was how would he get it into his eyes. But once again, that was answered by the protector spirits. All he had to do was copy the method the heavenly path used to make the subtle alterations to his soul. Once that was completed, the next steps would be easy. The eyes were the window to the soul, and the two were deeply interconnected. He wouldn't have to experiment with his brain at all. The two already had perfect and unbridled access to one another. When Ryu finished his thoughts, he immediately began to act on it. The first thing he did was map out the path the first 999 bronze protector spirit had taken. Then he repeated the same for silver and then gold. When he was finished, he went over the changes that happened to him when absorbing the diamond protector spirits. Upon further observation, he recognized just what he was dealing with. Each method of change had its own subtle implications, and each was likewise heavily tied to his 7 corporeal soul. As he thought about it, he realized that these 7 spirits and the organs that represented them were like engines dotted across his body, while his vital chi was the fuel. When these things were put together, the influence they had on his body without even his knowledge was groundbreaking. Ryu began to cross-reference the changes, breaking them down into their simplest parts and like the building blocks of a language. The more he did so, the more he began to comprehend the flow patterns of his 7 spirits, much like he did with formations and their individual parts. The greatest boon in the end might actually turn out to be this very understanding, because it even allowed him to understand the circulation pattern of the prayer mat more than he ever had before. After feeling that he had all of the building blocks of the language, Ryu began to translate, taking the 4 perfected martial forms that he had created and turning them into flow patterns that moved through his 7 spirits. Once this was completed, he began to layer those understandings on top of one another, almost as though he was trying to align their shadows just right. Even when he was using the perfected martial forms individually, bouts of vertigo came in waves and he realized they weren't nearly as flawless as he had thought, so he made many changes until they shone resplendently. If Ryu put any one of these martial forms up for auction, even the likes of the Emperor Phoenixes, Fire Dragons and Lightning Qilin would fight tooth and nail for them. But Ryu wasn't finished as he finally seemed to realize the problem was no longer his martial forms, but rather that he didn't have enough of them. That was right. He had long since had more than just 4 bloodlines, so why did he only have 4 iterations? He shaped a 5th and then a 6th. Then he fused the phoenix ones together, the shrieking design of a radiant white phoenix taking shape within his body, and then he began to force his dragon and Qilin martial forms into one. He bent and distorted them with his will, his body trembling mightily until just 2 remained. Then he hurled them both toward his soul. Chapter 1470 Complacency. Ryu was very much used to pain. It was practically his way of cultivation. Any step he had taken forward at this point required at least a half step back, if not something far worse. He had experienced all sorts of things, whether that be trials of the heart, trials of the mind, and the most frequent of them all, trials of the body. He had been ready for this to happen to him once more, for a heart-rending pain to shear his soul into 2, or for him to be forced to roar out in pain, or anything else on that spectrum of outcomes to occur to him. But the truth was very much different. He felt at absolute peace, so much so, in fact, that it was as though his soul had been bathed in a warm spring, like he was a baby once more, being cradled in the arms of his mother. It was gentle, subtle, and yet gorgeous all at the same time. He couldn't find even a single thing wrong, as though he was finally at peace, as though he had finally taken his final step toward the pinnacle of all that was. And that was when he snapped out of it. His gaze turned sharp as he looked around. All around him, the vast expanse of whiteness was still there, endless and without defined borders. Just what had that feeling been just now? It was a lot of things. Calm, soothing, caring, gentle. But they boiled down to one preeminent emotion in Ryu's estimation.
Noé, o complacency.
That was the feeling that had been pumped into him just now. He had already taken his final step toward the pinnacle? What kind of joke was that? He had just fought the Diamond Protector Spirit, and if it was just like the Gold and Lower Protector Spirit before it, even it didn't represent the pinnacle. Instead, it represented what was average. The true geniuses of the 9th heaven were impossibly far beyond it, and yet he had no choice but to use tricks to defeat it, even with the support of 3 sets of 999 Protector Spirits bolstering his strength. The final step? No matter how arrogant he was, it was always toward the realization that he would one day reach that step. Not that he was already there, not that he deserved that sort of adulation and praise just yet. If he had allowed himself to sink into that feeling, his Tao heart would have been destroyed, but in a different sort of way. Rather than shattering like it had in the past, it would have instead greatly weakened, being torn off its current path and thrown onto another. That was dangerous. Ryu's frown deepened as he looked inside his body. In this world, he had no way of telling if his eyes had grown sharper once again. How could he tell when there was nothing more than expanse of whiteness? Within his spiritual sea, though, he could vaguely feel a hint of something new. That uncomfortable nudge within him had vanished, and when he took a step forward again, the world changed. Golden runes danced and a swirl of power surrounded him. When he walked, when he breathed, even when his heart beat just a single time, it was like a dense rhythm, pulsing and beautiful. It was hard to tell just exactly how much more powerful he had become, and he was surprised to realize just how uncomfortable it all was. It wasn't his body that felt uncomfortable. Every movement he made was absolutely perfect, and it didn't lack in any way. He had never felt more healthy in his life, and the feeling of vertigo had vanished completely. Instead, it was his mind that felt uncomfortable. He could tell. The strength of this ability would be dependent on where he was. If he was on the 9th heaven, of course the ability would be far stronger, as there would be stronger laws to weave under his net of control. But, likewise, if he was on the 1st heaven, it would weaken considerably. This wasn't too bad, as this was what happened to all those that relied on their talents for their strength. The likes of Ramon and Adlil were most definitely far weaker in the 6th heaven than they would be on the 7th, same went for Jojo or Selhira. The main problem he had with this was that his Child of Chaos constitution didn't rely on his location, because the vessel was internal and the source of power for the vessel was the Chaos plane itself, which he could access directly through his meridians. This made him feel uncomfortable. He no longer hated the heavens, but he had come to like having the control of his abilities in the palm of his hands. It wasn't just about satisfying his own vanity either. Once his Child of Chaos constitution grew to power, it would suppress his Child of Order constitution depending on the region. That would cause an imbalance, similar to what he was feeling now. Of course, this wasn't the strongest his Child of Order constitution would be, as it was reliant on his eyes and his cultivation level. But Ryu knew that there would only be so much he could mitigate this risk in the future. Unfortunately, This wasn't a problem that Ryu had the ability to fix. He racked his brain for a moment, but eventually shook his head. He was being too greedy, expecting everything to be perfect immediately. That was never how his path of cultivation had worked, so why would it start to work like that now? Plus, this was far better than any gift he had ever been given before. Even under a soft estimate, his strength had increased by at least 100-fold. Even when he stepped onto the seventh heaven, he shouldn't fall behind those that would regain the maximum access to their talents. Now, he only had one task left. He had to get out of here. Chapter 1471 Out to Get Me. Lightsvel.Siamachronem Ryu shot forward with blazing speed. As he moved, the world of white began to twist and warp as the golden runes around him grew more and more dense. Just by perfecting his running form, he had gained at least a 10% addition to his speed. Whether it was the recruitment of his muscles to explode forth at once, or the stabilizing of his core in maintaining an upright posture, or the smooth transition from ground to forward momentum, the springiness of his calves and Achilles up to the perpetual motion of his arms, everything was absolutely perfect. A running coach might shed a tear watching him, and the heavens seemed to continuously praise him as a result. Bang! Ryu suddenly came to a halt, a large number of swirling golden runes spinning around him, layering upon one another in a complex formation, and then suddenly sinking into his body. Ryu raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He actually felt his cultivation bump up by a small level. So he would get rewarded for being in tune with the heavens by the heavens cultivating for him? How ridiculous! Someone born with that bone structure would be an absolute monster at this sort of pace. They might enter the sky god realms before they were even 10 years old. That sort of pace was something Ryu couldn't even keep up with. Ryu could tell that he had lost quite a bit of efficacy from the attempt to help him cultivate. The heavenly favor had been neutralized by his chaos chi, and there didn't seem to be a workaround for this. Even so, if he relied on just this and now his embryonic chi at all, he felt that he could reach the middle world sea realm in about a month or two. That pace was absolutely ridiculous. Even geniuses of the seventh heaven like Jojo and Selhira spent years in individual world sea realm stages. Ryu would have never been that slow thanks to his embryonic chi, but just the fact this ability alone had helped him like this was world-changing. It was like he could translate his comprehension ability directly into cultivation speed, and that was something that would truly put the world on notice. Ryu shook his head and looked around. As expected, he was once again the treasure room, but this time he was absolutely certain that it was the final treasure room. It seemed that he had been too paranoid before. The heavens hadn't punished him or disqualified him at all. Instead they gave him a one-way ticket to a round all on his own. They might as well have gifted him strength on a silver platter. Of course, Ryu knew that this wasn't true. That round, to anyone but him, would have been nothing more than a hell's cape. It was truly that bad. If not for his heavenly pupils and his breakthrough in creating his own cultivation method, he would have been stuck, completely unable to move. If even thinking gave him those terrible bouts of vertigo, how would he even figure out the purpose of the round? It would have turned him into a vegetable before he could even realize that it was an opportunity. And even if he did realize that it was an opportunity, so what? How would he have been able to logically find a way out if even thinking would make him want to vomit? Could be said that Ryu had lucked out, and he had come out far stronger on the other side as a result. And now he was being rewarded again for being rewarded. These days truly weren't bad to him. What Ryu didn't know was that the round he had just completed had only appeared a few times in history, and yet no one had ever been able to record information about it. The reason was simple: everyone that had ever entered it had died. There was no time limit to the round. It was either you managed to walk out or your life would be forfeit. Chapter 1472 Unexpected Details. Ryu shook his head. The heavens were giving him a choice. Either he could pick 5 treasures from any of the given god treasures here, or he could receive a divination of fate that could be used to bring him toward exactly what he needed to perfect one thing. Ryu assumed that this one thing was meant to be a limiter on what he could ask for. For example, he couldn't just ask to perfect his path of cultivation itself. Lightsenville.Siamachronem, he actually didn't believe that the heavens would stop him from asking such a thing of it. The problem was how much quality the response would have. Someone might jump at the chance, but Ryu, as a ruin master, understood better than anyone else what it truly meant. One thing, translated in this context, wasn't about quantity necessarily, or at the very least not directly. Rather, it was a hidden warning about the breadth of the requests heaven would allow. One of the most poetic and enigmatic lines of all cultivation was as follows: 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. The rawest understanding of the saving was that all things were connected, but there was a secondary portion that was often ignored, and one that Ryu felt that he had come to understand over the course of his life. All things were connected, but it wasn't up to you to decide how they were. All sorts of things could happen throughout your life that you might have never expected, because a living being could never truly comprehend the vastness of the world. A pebble kicked today might become a boulder that caused an avalanche the next. The fluttering wings of a butterfly might create a storm thousands of miles away. And one seed of cultivation planted now could become far more broad and all-encompassing in the future. It was the heavens giving a subtle warning. Start small and you might receive a great many things in return. Start too large and you would miss the forest for the trees. The heavens would never leave a message as crude as pick one thing. The only explanation was that there was a far deeper meaning to it, and it was yet another test. Even though he saw through it easily, Ryu still felt that he was being screwed over. The heavens might be able to divine exactly what he needed and where exactly to go to get them, but he would likely still have to risk his life to do so. And yet, on the other hand, he could pick out 5 god treasures. It was clearly dangling this matter in his face. He could practically imagine the warriors of heavens up above getting a good chuckle out of this ridiculous farce. Did these bastard heavens even understand what it meant to be able to pick out 5 god treasures? There were dozens of lord treasures here, hundreds of sovereign treasures. Even the whole of the 8th heaven might not have this many accumulated treasures across all of their powers. A single pinnacle power might have a total of 5, and yet the heavens were giving him an opportunity, right here and now, to match them with ease. He spotted a defensive treasure just now, that even without his input, was indestructible against attacks of beings below the transcendent realm, and that was at no cost to himself. If he chose it, he could literally slap a perfect sky god across the face and they would be able to do nothing to him. As he grew more powerful, the treasure would likewise become more exaggerated. Just upon stepping into the sky god realms, he would be immune to any attack beneath the omniscient realm at only a small cost to himself. At that stage, he would be able to block dozens of attacks as he attempted an escape. And why would he need to worry about escape when there was another treasure here that could forcefully teleport either himself or any enemy beneath the transcendent realm away? With his spacetime soul nature, he would even be able to raise it a level and do the same to transcendent sky gods. The idea of being able to forcefully teleport a sky god away without them being able to resist was absolutely ridiculous. Being able to teleport yourself away sounded like enough, but what if you happened to be fighting over a treasure with a sky god, in which case you teleporting away would mean losing the treasure? This might be a situation that Ryu would find himself in very soon, since he needed to find more origin natural treasures for his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. And yet, he would only be able to choose one or the other. If detecting treasures was his problem, there was a perfectly good compass treasure right there. It could lock onto any natural treasure beneath the Lord realm within 1,000 kilometers, and it could even become the center of a confusion array that could fool the eyes of any beast beneath the Lord realm for long enough for you to snatch it. Ryu missed the ability to just be capable of casually detecting treasures like that. He truly missed his wife. Of course, there were treasures here that could likewise increase his offensive capability to an insane degree. It felt like the heavens had whipped you to their cock and started pissing all over him, because in the distance, he truly saw a pair of great sword staffs. Just how rare were sword staffs as a weapon, let alone dual-wielding them on top of that? What blacksmith would waste their time forging a pair of identical great sword staffs aside from himself? And yet, there they were, 2 sovereign-grade great sword staffs that also radiated an aura of time and space. He could make them as light as a feather, as heavy as a black hole. He could use them to amplify his control of space even more than the spectral wind wings allowed him to, and they could multiply his layered usage of space with incomparable ease. The best part was that they came outfitted with 2 domains, one for each. One was a time domain that could freeze even a perfect sky god in time for an entire second. Against someone of his level, he would practically be invincible with this treasure. The other was a space domain that could be used as both an absolute attack and an absolute defense. He could form spatial shields that could block even the attacks of false sky gods casually, or he could use a charged attack that could kill a false sky god just as casually. The worst part was that wasn't even the only one pair of great sword staffs present. There was another pair, but this one was wreathed in fire and lightning, one a gorgeous sapphire blue and the other a beautiful ruby red. At that point, Ryu was certain. The heavens were doing this on purpose. They wanted him to pine for these treasures, and they had even perfectly picked out these treasures for him. Maybe some heavenly messengers had even forged these weapons specifically for his sake. Even so, the reason Ryu was so frustrated and irritated wasn't because he was deliberating on what to do. Instead, it was because he had already made his choice and he was annoyed that the heavens were testing him. No matter how much he changed, that part of him would never change. He absolutely hated to be tested. Fine, I'll allow it this time. Give it to me. Ryu took an annoyed breath and spoke. Enlighten the path of the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation for me. Specifically, I would like to know what treasures it needs to allow it to enter the sky god realms. After some deliberation, Ryu decided to make it as short and concise as possible. The matters of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation already roped in a ton of highly contentious materials. Just the first two cosmic seeds it had formed both used two of the greatest treasures in all of existence. So while he was feeling a bit reluctant, rather than asking for the heavens to lead him down the path of true perfection, he instead went for perfection through the cosmic seed realm and into the world sea realm. Essentially, Ryu was asking for the location of the relics he would need to release the cosmic chi sea and form his world sea. What he received, though, was something more comprehensive than he thought he would. For a moment, as he watched all of those beautiful relics around him vanish one after another, he felt that he had narrowed down his scope too much. But after a while he shook his head. This was perfect, and this was a truly worthy exchange. The first thing he received was a perfect roadmap to each natural origin treasure. Not only did he suddenly know all of their locations, he was even given several methods of entry that he could use, what dangers were associated with them. There were even some clues on how he might survive, though these last tips were far vaguer than the others. If he felt the danger was too great, the heavens actually provided a roadmap to relics of slightly lesser value that would still allow him to complete his task. In fact, he even had the decision of using fewer natural origin treasures and breaking through prematurely. These details. Chapter 1473 so similar. This was far more than anything Ryu could have expected. And the best part of it was that he didn't need to worry about this suddenly vanishing from his mind like his previous rewards. That was because this was raw information, but that also told Ryu something else. In all likelihood, this information only painted things as they were now. If he dragged his feet too much, or took too long to take action on this current information, what he had now would become more and more inaccurate. Ryu shook his head when he realized this. The heavens were really trying their best to screw him over, but there wasn't much he could do about it. At the same time, it made sense that this information wouldn't just continuously update at his leisure. For every update, it would take another analysis of fate, and after a couple times, the amount of energy that would cost would far outweigh the rewards Ryu deserved. Even so, just the fact that the heavens could just take a peek at everything across existence and pick out exactly what he needed in a flash was fascinating. He began to wonder if he had really made the right choice. Had he been too selfish? Should he have asked the heavens to find Ailsa and Yana? It hadn't even crossed his mind because the wording designated something that would help his cultivation. But what if he had twisted it a bit to suit his needs? After all, Ailsa was his life partner, a true cultist fairy. Technically, wasn't she a help to his cultivation too? This thought stuck with Ryu and he felt an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. The reason this thought had suddenly come to him was because of the data he had received. Some of the locations weren't even in the true marital world at all. Some were in the abyssal plane, some were in the true nether plane, but there were also some on smaller worlds as well. The heavens had actually given him multiple choices on how to progress forward, and among those choices, there was the chance to gain origin treasures from weaker worlds, and then find a way to upgrade them. What was important to Ryu wasn't this. He felt that the effort to upgrade origin treasures was even more difficult than just finding them, so there was no point. He might as well aim for the real thing immediately. The main reason he was harping on these so much was because of one obvious thing. The heavens had scanned the entirety of existence. If Elsa and Yana were out there somewhere, and not flung onto a completely different timeline, then the heavens would be able to find them in an instant. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, shaking his head. He knew he was being too emotional about this. With how long those two had spent in his inner world, they were far more powerful than he was by now. If they were really in a location that could be easily accessed and reached, they would have long since come to him. It wouldn't be up to him to save them. Even by conservative estimates, Ryu believed that they were at least true sky gods. He simply didn't have the strength to overcome something that they could not. This said, there seemed to be plenty of other things he could have asked about, his fate star being one. But Ryu felt that he was already on the path to breaking free. In addition, his spiritual foundation was seen as so important that even though his fate star was already sealed, the martial gods chose to take a step further and end his path of cultivation anyway. There was a not insignificant chance that raising his spiritual foundation to the ends of the world's sea realm might actually be an impetus to break his fate star free. As for his chaotic silk meridians, he had already gained enough data about it thanks to his last set of benefits from round 2. Although it was a shame the lines of fate had vanished, Ryu had a feeling that they would reappear as soon as he fixed his fate star. He could only hope that they wouldn't have faded too much by the time he succeeded. The only other things that enticed him as much as his original spiritual foundation were two things really, or three, depending on how you looked at it. The first was his bone structure for obvious reasons. Right now, the number of his strengths that relied on his bone structure working properly were numerous, but that only made him think of how much more powerful his bone structure would be if he had more than just a bare skeleton understanding of what its abilities were. The second, or third, was his white phoenix spiritual foundation and its white flames. The white flame was a curious mystery that he had yet to fully understand, and the potential of the white phoenix in supplanting the strengths he gained from the unbalanced art sect intrigued him, although he had yet to use its slash in battle. Even so, he felt that his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was definitely his best bet, and that was a decision that he was comfortable with. Ryu pressed a hand to his chest, taking a deep breath and exhaling. He could face death without his Tao heart wavering. He could appear in the world of endless white without his Tao heart wavering. He could face the chains of a true Tao god without his Tao heart wavering. But just a single thought of his wives had made him so uncomfortable. He could see now why powerful cultivators often severed much of their karma. His Tao heart was stronger than most sky gods at this point, regardless of level, but he was still so heavily impacted. And yet, he didn't see it as a weakness. I'll find you both. And if someone is responsible for you being unable to stand by my side once more, even if they are a Tao god, I will cut them down. Ryu took a step forward as the last of the treasures around him vanished. A flash went off, and when he appeared again, the first thing he saw were vast blue skies. Ryu took another breath. This was the seventh heaven? The air smelled so sweet. Lightsville? Omicron he could feel the countless gazes that converged upon him. He couldn't tell if he had emerged too early or too late. But what he felt was a shame was that he didn't get a chance to see that annoyance's complete inheritance, so he'd have a chance to shatter it again. Of course, the annoyance Ryu was talking about was the Tao sovereign of the incomplete world, the chaotic space sky god. Likely, only he would dare to refer to a Tao sovereign in such a way without even having entered the sky god realms himself. And the idea of wanting to find an inheritance just to shatter it was even more ridiculous. Still, Ryu really was hoping that there'd be another round. As he breathed, the heavenly laws around him thrummed and golden runes pulsed. They danced along with his white hair, fluttering in the wind and painting a scene that was almost too perfect. There were several individuals present, many of them the sky god representatives of their various factions. Among them, there were many god realm women who wouldn't even care to give men of their own realms a second look, let alone a world sea realm brat. And yet, at that moment, their air seemed to have been swept away by Ryu's breath. Several of the male sky gods frowned, but they also didn't take action immediately. They didn't recognize Ryu, But those golden runes were a different matter entirely. Just who was this child to have such a constitution? Exactly? Suddenly, the golden runes were absorbed into Ryu's body and vanished in a blink. At the same time, his cultivation took another step forward. More than the heavenly path for sure. This speed of cultivation is not bad. Ryu's eyes suddenly opened and his gaze landed on a particularly striking beauty. Lightning crackled in her irises and her hair was a gorgeous azure color. He had sensed her stare for an extended while, and he returned a smile. It was clear she was of the Azure Lightning sect, one of the 3 most powerful factions of the 7th heaven. In addition, despite her youth, she radiated the aura of a true sky god already. Impressive, indeed. Ryu believed she was definitely not more than 1,000 years old. The 7th heaven sure does have his share of fairies. The sky god, one known widely as Fairy Azure or Fairy Lilac, was startled. The embarrassment of being caught by a junior made her blush slightly. She looked away, but by the time she understood what she had done and tried to force herself to look back, Ryu had already vanished, a pair of translucent wings appearing to his back as he tore into the void. "Where do you think you're going?" A voice boomed. They didn't want to rashly take action against Ryu. But that didn't mean that they would allow him to casually leave either. How could they not have questions? "You want me to stick around and play politics with you all?" "Unfortunately, I have things to do. You can ask your juniors how I embarrassed them when they come out." Fairy Azure's heart skipped a beat. Those words, "You can ask your junior how I embarrassed them when they come." Why did they sound so similar to that man? She blushed once more, even more profusely than the first time. Chapter 1474 Natural. As Ryu moved, his mind flashed with several thoughts. He knew that Primus likely already knew where he was, and he also knew that even though he had yet to show himself, he was likely only a thought away. He didn't believe that the barrier between the 6th and 7th heavens would be something that would stall Primus. He had to lose him. The reason for this was simple. As amazing as it sounded to drag a half-step Tao god on adventures and have a perfect sheen of protection, there were several issues with this. For one, these areas weren't places that even Tao gods could ignore. Even a Tao god would have to be cautious against something like infinity mist, especially if it appeared in large quantities, let alone a half-step Tao god. That said, if Ryu was to say that he was caring for Primus' safety, who would even believe him? Chapter 1475 Smile. The square of people turned silent. Had they just let a World Sea Realm expert escape them? Just what level of spatial affinity did that take? Of course, they had seen the god treasure, but they were all specialists of the 7th heaven. How could they not comprehend that Ryu could enter the emptiness even without the aid of that treasure? Just who was that boy? Was he from the 8th heaven? They looked toward one another, but no one had an answer. They could only wait. What none of them expected was that that wait would take another 3 months. Ryu had exited the heavenly path, so they had all assumed that the next batch would come soon. But this wasn't what happened at all. After waiting for so long, some even began to think that maybe it was the case that Ryu had fallen for the allure of the treasures and he wasn't that great at all. That would explain many things, and maybe the artifact he had taken out was just a facade for the real treasure he used to escape. But very soon, as their geniuses finally began to come out, they soon realized just how ridiculous their thoughts were. These thoughts, though, didn't even have a chance to fully take root as a rumbling of the ground shook them to their core. A sect was rising. They had lost count of how many generations had passed since this last occurred. The suppression of the 7th heaven on the 6th was so absolute that they even dictated the number of hegemonic Daos that could appear below. They sent individuals recently to deal with the fact that this quota had been surpassed, and this was a bit of a precursor to the fact that it seemed the 6th heaven was rebelling, but they had still received no news in return as to why this might be the case. And now it seemed that they were going to receive their answer. The 7th heaven was completely shaken when a sect they thought to be long gone had returned. Not only had the Radiant Star sect come back, but they had come back with a Tao sovereign at their helm. How could you all allow this? Didn't I say to slaughter every Radiant Star sect member you came across? We did, Starlight replied lightly. Unfortunately, their rise to the 7th heaven was accomplished thanks to one person. And even if he didn't succeed, Selhira would have done it on her own. So Selhira truly joined the Radiant Star sect? What is she thinking, exactly? Her family allows her to do as she pleases despite the tantrum she is throwing. It is simply the way of the crystal dragons. They do not force obedience. They simply allow individuals the time and space to realize and come to comprehend the error of their ways. They believe that Selhira will one day return to them of her own volition, once she realized that they had always been correct. Starlight spoke in a light tone. In truth, he had always been a calm person. He greeted mostly everyone with a smile that was just as calm, and the only one who had ever made him lose his temper was Ryu Tatsuya. Now, he seemed to have matured further and his calm had solidified. Even facing his elders now and their uproarious rage, he was still just as calm. Currently, he stood in a grand hall of the Fading Star sect. The walls and fixtures were decked out in black marble with sparkling veins of silver. Chandeliers of gold with flickering flames of dark rainbow hung high from the ceilings off of the walls. It was hard to tell if this place was meant to be a paradise, or if it was nothing more than a depiction of hell. The atmosphere was no different. At the helm, an old man with a vibrant aura of youth sat. His skin was partially grayed, but his eyes were sharp. This was a man who rarely showed himself, and the one Tao sovereign of the Fading Star sect. Sovereign Black Worm. It was hard to tell why such a man would pick such a name for himself, but what was obvious was that he had already reached a station in life that cut off any thoughts of snickering or subterfuge. Of all the enraged voices in the hall, only he and Starlight seemed to be calm. "You seem confident, child," Sovereign Black Worm uttered softly. The entire hall became silent, any roars or unruly voices becoming muffled in an instant. "I have succeeded in my goal for now, and I've already set a new one. I have purpose and drive I didn't have before, Ancestor." Sovereign Black Worm looked at Starlight for a long while. Just when he was about to say something, he changed his mind and a peculiar glint lit his pupils as he veered the conversation in a different direction. "Explain. I faced a true founding Tao almost a year ago now and it awakened something within me. I've realized that I still have much room for growth and a long road to travel. I cannot, myself, form a founding Tao, but forming a founding Tao is not the only way to reach godhood. The Tao is ultimately just one of 6 pillars, and if I cannot bring one to the extreme, then I will do my best to raise up the others. After the last round of the Heavenly Path, I was lucky enough to receive the complete inheritance of the chaotic space Tao Sovereign." "Oh!" The eyes of the various elders lit up even more than Tao Sovereign Black Worm. "Yes, I will take from the inheritance what I need and discard the rest. I will make it into my own path, and once I succeed, I will face that founding Tao wielder once more, and this time, I will not cower." Tao Sovereign Black Worm's very eyes seemed to curl into a smile. Chapter 1476 Valuables. Adlil stood over a bed in silence. Upon it, Ramon slept, deeply and soundly. It was hard to tell if he would ever awake, and from what Adlil could see, he was lucky even to be alive. The feeling of helplessness overwhelmed Adlil, especially since he hadn't been able to find Ryu after he exited. It was as though the latter had just vanished into thin air and was nowhere to be found. This filled him with frustration and rage, but there was nothing that he could do about it. Even within the Heavenly Path, even after Ryu had vanished, he still hadn't been able to take first place. He was too consumed by rage and couldn't fulfill what he wanted to. It felt like all that time, all those years, all that effort was completely worthless in the end. It hadn't meant anything. Ryu Tatsuya. He gripped his fists. "I swear I'll dash." "Who?" Adlil was startled as a cloaked figure emerged to his side. If Ryu had been there, he would have recognized this cloaked shadow as the very one that had changed that ice woman's fate, the very owner of the cabin he had raided to learn of the convergence. "You dash." "Who?" The voice echoed again, this time firmer and more undeniable. It pressed down on Adlil until he couldn't so much as breathe. "Ryu Tatsuya. That name again. It's impossible for it to be that name again. On the first heaven, not the second, on the third, and now he ruins my plans even on the 6th and 7th. This boy dash." The voice echoed from the hood in a gravel-like rage. A finger stretched out and a rune emerged in the air. Just die. Bang! The cloaked figure shot out and blood exploded from their hood. They quickly took out several talismans and only barely managed to stave themselves off from death as they collapsed. However, they could do nothing about their fading consciousness. Adlil stood in shock, not knowing what to say or do. Did he know who this person was? He did. It was part of the reason that he had felt such a wave of fear all of a sudden. This person was the very same master that had raised both himself and Ramon, but they were also the reason why he and Ramon had begun to grow apart. Adlil had been old enough back then to see through what was happening, but Ramon wasn't, and the latter's respect for their master only seemed to continue increasing while Adlil's own continued to plummet. But what could he do against such a powerful existence but accept the cards that were dealt to him? There was truly nothing else to do. But to his shock, this person that had ruled over his life for so long, this person that had controlled every aspect of his being from the moment he was a child until now, was dead? No, they weren't dead. Instead, they were heavily injured to the point of falling unconscious. The fear in Adlil's heart bloomed. He should help, he should prepare a bed for them and assist them to recover. Maybe once that happened, they would reward him. They hadn't rewarded him in so long. That desire to be loved, to be praised, to just see a grin seemed to take deep root within Adlil's heart, and he wanted nothing more than to have a master that treasured him the way he hoped to be cherished. But then those disdainful eyes flashed in his mind's eye. It wasn't his master, though he felt that it was some of that in part. Instead, those eyes were a sharp silver, one that looked down on the world as though there was nothing at all that could possibly be worth his attention. His notice, that arrogant son of a bitch that looked down on him at every turn even though he could have killed the latter with a single stroke of his finger. Ryu Tatsuya. Adlil's stare turned cold, and before he understood what he was doing, a dagger had emerged in his hand and he drove it into his master's heart. Rage consumed his fear and he didn't have time to hesitate. If he had been of his right mind, he would have had several thoughts, several concerns. If he killed this person, would binds of karma mark him? Who knew what sort of background this person truly had? They had kept their identity a secret for so long. Or what about other kinds of karma? The kind that might form a heart demon? Or the kind that might cause him to fail in becoming a sky god, or more importantly, a Tao god in the future? But, for once in his life, he didn't consider those things at all. He cared for nothing more than these strokes of his knife. His insistence on making certain that this person died, not just to release his anger, but Adlil didn't know how many times he stabbed down, but his breath was heaving gasping breaths. This dagger in his hand was the only treasure he had been able to exchange for. It was a sovereign god treasure, and it was precisely created for the sake of killing those far beyond yourself. He had thought himself foolish when he exchanged for it. His goal was to kill the martial gods. What good would a sovereign treasure do? It wouldn't be able to utilize its abilities on a Tao god. Now would it? But now he understood. He did indeed hate the martial gods with an undying passion, but the one this dagger was designed to kill wasn't them at all. It was his master. As he huffed for breath, looking down at the mangled, unrecognizable corpse, he didn't feel a wave of disgust, nor did he feel any sort of pride. Instead, he finally felt calm. For the first time in a long time, he truly felt calm. Then he got to work. He didn't know how powerful his master was. He knew next to nothing about his master. But what he did know was two things. For one, his master was a part of an extremely powerful organization. And two, his master, for whatever reason, hadn't been able to return to that organization for countless centuries. That meant one thing: all of the valuables that his master held was on their person. Chapter 1477 gone. Adlil might not have gained much from the heavenly path, but this boon would be the greatest of his life. The irony was that it had happened thanks to Ryu Tatsuya, but his will to kill the latter hadn't diminished in the slightest. In fact, with his will now being akin to tempered steel, his murderous intent was even thicker. Finally, he reached down and peeled the mask off of his master's face. What he saw left him stunned. Primus waved out a hand. Thick karmic strings that had attempted to kill Ryu in a single swipe were crushed. "Oh? I didn't kill them?" Primus raised an eyebrow. Just now, something had attempted to use karma to kill Ryu, and he had obviously stepped in to stop it. The real problem was that this person, despite only having the aura of a Tao Lord, had been able to evade his detection and preserve their life. Of course, he was also fairly certain that this person was still heavily injured, but he found it to be very impressive. He had remembered this person's aura. If he saw them one day, maybe he might choose to experiment on them as well. Whoever this person was would most definitely be a part of a powerful organization with powerful means, but since when had he, Primus Tatsuya, cared about such things? At the same time, down below, even as he continued to rush forward, Ryu frowned. He had sensed something odd and uncomfortable just now, but it had vanished as quickly as it appeared. Even so, his senses were too sharp. Whoever had attempted to do this might have been talented, but they were a true fool. Ryu's fate star was completely bound by divine chains, likely set upon him by a true powerhouse of the Tao gods. Trying to then use karma to kill him was akin to attempting to bypass the restrictions of this Tao god. Even if this person was a Tao god themselves, they would have experienced an unprecedented backlash, and they were likely very much dead. This was a shame, though. Ryu really wanted to know who this was, and under normal circumstances, he could have used his eyes to follow the lines of karma and locate this person even if Primus had intervened. But now, mostly in thanks to his attunement with the heavens, he could barely sense where this person was coming from, only just enough to tell that they were indeed on the seventh heaven, but nothing more. Never mind. There are a ton of people who want to kill me. Let them come. At least for the next 10 years, I have a convenient bodyguard. Ryu stepped into a land impossibly sharp winds. This was obviously reminiscent of one of the heavenly winds, but this wasn't Ryu's target. Instead, it was something else entirely. Within the detailed plans of the heavens, there was a mention of a whistling wind sky god. The whistling wind sky god was an individual whose main weapon was a flute. He combined the Taos of music and wind into a deadly dance, but in the end, he had only managed to become a perfect sky god. He was deserving of reverence only because he had actually traveled the road of sky god, but not enough for most to just take a knee, especially in a place like the seventh heaven where powerhouses were truly everywhere. The ruin of the whistling wind sky god was within this valley, and though this place was dangerous to most, Ryu's northern heavenly wind was satisfactory that he was just fine. It was also then that he felt another benefit of the golden runes that followed his every movement aside from speeding up his cultivation speed. When he looked at the world before him, he felt more in tune with his northern heavenly wind than he ever had before. It can help me to bring out more potential from these natural treasures? Ryu's gaze sparkled as he noticed this, and he even began to feel a sort of giddiness before he refocused himself. Took several hours, but Ryu eventually made it to the center of the valley. If anyone else was witnessing this other than Primus, they would have been stunned silent. A World Sea Realm expert truly had no business making it to the core of this valley. Although this place was relatively lowly ranked on the list of dangerous zones of this heaven, it was ultimately still a danger zone of the seventh heaven. This was a place even true sky gods would struggle with, but Ryu had managed to create a path toward its center. In this region, the rustling of the robust trees and the grass beneath his feet, buffeted by these strong winds, truly sounded akin to the chimes of nature. A beautiful chorus played in his ears, but they sounded off. Ryu was a master of the four arts, so his musicality was beyond that of most people. While these might sound beautiful to a layman, the time signature was in an odd 4/9-beat progression, and it felt just barely out of balance with the heavens themselves. He took a step forward and he traced the root of it before landing before a single tree. The tree seemed to be the weakest of them all, with the thinnest trunk, and yet it had the most unbending will. Ryu reached a hand forward and placed his hand down. Seconds later, he vanished. A ruin? No, a legacy world. Interesting. Primus thought from above. He felt that Ryu was definitely up to something. Although he knew his great-grandson was an outstanding ruin master, even the best ruin masters couldn't just find these places out of thin air. He should have researched ahead of time. But how had he researched on the seventh heaven when this was the first time he had come here? Primus vanished in the next instant. This ancestral realm was limited to just World Sea Realm experts, and it even received the help of the heavens to ensure that it would remain this way, but what did he care? Could a perfect sky god, even with heavenly intervention, stop him? But when he entered the legacy world, Ryu was unexpectedly gone. Chapter 1478 Abyssal. Moments ago, Ryu entered the legacy world with a sharp look in his eyes. He knew that he didn't have much time, and that elusive countdown began to tick the instant he stepped into this place. Worst part was that he knew even if he managed to succeed, that timer would start up again. From now until the moment he gathered up his last treasure, he was on a pressured time run, one where he had to evade Primus to the best of his ability. He couldn't afford to make a mistake, a false deduction, or take a misstep, at least not without putting a considerable lead between himself and Primus first. This legacy world he had decided to begin with was probably the best on the list to take this step. For one, it was relatively close by. Secondly, it was the one the least likely to have any unwanted variables. It was a nice and easy lob for a ruin master with his skill, at least it was considering the information that the heavens had given him. Legacy worlds were the magnum opus of the cultivators that had left them behind, but they were formed with the aid of the heavens as well. While much of it was reliant on the strength of the cultivator, to allow a world to exist in a plane of its own for so long after one's death wasn't something a normal individual could do. Thus, legacy worlds were located on a very plane of existence, one that Ryu had quite some intimate familiarity with, the abyssal plane. They were then anchored down to specific locations and left for future generations to find. These worlds, though, were prone to collapsing. They couldn't exist indefinitely, and usually after the treasure or legacy was claimed, the world wouldn't last long afterward. This was what happened with Ryu's grandmother's world. Many had ended up dying because they were stuck in the world long after Ryu had already claimed his inheritance. This also made legacy worlds easy to use for one particular matter: entering the abyssal plane. It was sheer madness, honestly. Entering the abyssal plane as a World Sea Realm expert, the true abyssal plane at that, was truly putting one's life on the line. The last time Ryu had stepped into the abyssal plane, it was just with his consciousness, but he had his realm heart guiding him. Before that, he had done something similar, but he had Ailsa to rely on, and that was back when he first claimed his realm heart for himself. Now, Ryu didn't just want to send his consciousness in, he wanted to send his real body in. According to the information the heavens had given him, the spatial laws of abyssal plane were off and hard to manage. This was why back when Ryu had the idea of soaring through the abyssal plane with his realm heart as a surfboard, looking for other realm hearts to consume to strengthen it, he had been more foolish than not. His realm heart had felt like it could cover impossibly large distances, and he felt like he was making progress, but how much progress was he really making in the end? If reality could be described in folds, then the abyssal plane was akin to those folds being smoothed out and expanded. The abyssal plane was thousands of times larger than the real plane, and even that might not quite do it justice. Even so, it had some unique advantages that Ryu could take advantage of. For one, moving through the abyssal plane, as long as you had a proper vehicle, was a lot like moving through the void. It was quick. But it also had another advantage on top of that. If you stepped into the abyssal plane, no one could sense you like they could in the void, and it was also impossible for attacks from the outside to harm you until you stepped out and returned to the real plane. It had to be understood that the only reason the void hadn't collapsed upon Ryu when he was in the Infinity Mist wasn't because the Infinity Mist couldn't penetrate the void. It was rather because of the special properties of Infinity Mist. Usually, treasures of that level weren't nearly so docile. Just their presence alone would cause countless twists, bends, and tears in space. This was why space was both seen as extremely powerful, and yet capable of being used by practically every powerhouse in existence. Of course, this was a conclusion that Ryu had already reached in the heavenly path. Ryu's spacetime soul nature wasn't yet strong enough to cross into the abyssal plane on his own, and it could be until he was at least a Tao Lord judging by some things. However, if he used the close connection of a legacy world to the abyssal plane, stepped into it, then used his realm heart to move across it and exit from his next destination. Of course, this would only work once. Once he stepped out from the abyssal plane, not only would he be assaulted by whatever danger was on the outside, but there wouldn't be another convenient legacy realm to use to re-enter the abyssal plane. Even so, that was a problem he would have to deal with when he got there. For now, Ryu blazed through the legacy world. It was one designed for World C realm experts just like him, though he didn't think that this would stop Primus at all. Sure, the heavens helped the legacy world holder to maintain control over its rules, but the point of cultivation was to defy the heavens. That alone proved that the heavens weren't infallible. In truth, Primus' attempted break-in was exactly what he needed, and the moment he sensed a rumble, his heart thumped and his gaze sharpened. This was it. He reached the end of the legacy world, treating the trials as though they were air. Up ahead, there was a reward that remained. From what he could tell, it was a treasure that was a copy of the Western Heavenly Wind, the Wind of Sharpness. It was a nice little treasure, but it was ultimately not the real thing. What Ryu was interested in wasn't the treasure itself, but rather, he snatched it and the legacy world began to fall even faster. He stepped into a tear and into the abyssal plane. Chapter 1479 wasn't more. Ryu's realm heart was right beneath. Obviously, as he moved through the real plane, his realm heart likewise moved with him. It wasn't anchored in any one particular spot, so he already had his transportation prepared. What was odd, though, was that when his real body entered, he formed right in the middle of his realm heart. It should have been a place akin to the core of a world, blazing with heat and a whole soup of volatile cheese that should have ripped him to pieces in an instant. It was a far cry from that feeling of surfing he had had when he just sent his consciousness in here. What was odder was that he felt like he was within his own heart, as though his body and his heart had swapped places, and rather than the former enveloping the latter, the reverse had occurred. The steady thumps of his heart felt more real to him now than they ever had before. Due to his heart being layered across 2 dimensions, Ryu hadn't been able to feel it clearly for years now. Now, however, it was like it resonated all around him, as though his own heart had become akin to his mother's womb. It enveloped him, protected him, shielded him from the horrors of the world and made his mind feel at peace. It was such a beautiful and tranquil feeling that Ryu almost fell asleep, but then he felt a sudden jolt shake him awake and he broke out into a cold sweat. That just now was even more dangerous than what he had experienced in the heavenly path. If he had truly fallen asleep, he didn't know if he would have ever woken up again. He and his realm heart would have practically become one entity, one existence, and the Ryu of the past would have become some unknown, faraway memory. Ryu shook his head furiously and sent his realm heart rocketing forward. He didn't think his realm heart had any malicious intent. Its growth had been stunted after he fused with it, so it had ultimately failed to form a consciousness, and its sole purpose now was to be a part of Ryu. It was also him as he was it. The real problem just now was that its will was still that of a world. It was large, imposing, and demanding. If it wasn't for Ryu's firm Tao heart, just a single pulse would have been enough to rip his consciousness to pieces, leaving nothing but the realm heart behind. Then both of their growths would have been stunted. Ryu would be all but dead, while his realm heart, which had lost the chance to mature, would simply just float around until some lucky bastard managed to sweep it away. "Guard your heart," Ryu said to himself sternly. "Did you forget I existed? What the hell are you doing?" The sudden voice caught Ryu off guard before he realized it was the little woman. Then he chuckled to himself. Indeed, he had forgotten the little woman existed. No, it was hard for him to forget everything. It was more like he didn't really consider her before he started off on this crusade. During the heavenly path, she was sealed away and he couldn't sense her. Now, however, she was obviously free and clear. The reason she was so anxious and silent was because of Primus. But when she saw Ryu enter the abyssal plane, she was truly left speechless. She thought he had a death wish, until she realized this annoying brat actually had a realm heart. "I'm treasure hunting," was all Ryu said. He didn't have time to deviate his attention. He didn't have a margin of error here. The location of that wind elemental perfect sky god's legacy world was extremely close by to his target by abyssal plane standards. And with his realm heart guiding him, cutting his way through would take no more than a few minutes. Suddenly, Ryu stopped. He looked around and didn't see anything special. There were stars off in the distance, some of which might very well be spiritual foundations, but there was nothing here. That made sense. After all, if he could sense anything here, then it wouldn't be so safe to be in the abyssal plane, now would it? The reason that he was so confident in this method was because of the way the heavens provided him the location. The heavens obviously wouldn't direct him like a human would. A human might give him some landmarks to reference, or if they were a true fanatic, they might give him a star chart. The heavens, however, saw all things and were all things. When it provided directions, it did so with such precision that Ryu's head spun. It provided not just a star chart. It provided a void chart, an abyssal chart, a chaos chart. And as though all of that wasn't enough, it left a tiny strand of fate in his consciousness that could adjust those charts with the orbits of the worlds and stars, and could let you know when you had reached your destination. Due to that, Ryu was able to find the exact pinpoint location, even within the abyssal plane, within a margin of error that was infinitesimally close to the smallest measurement in existence. Ryu took a deep breath. His life truly refused to be easy. On the other side of this, there was a treasure that could blast even Tao gods to smithereens if they were not careful, and yet he had to go. He chuckled to himself. He looked up and found his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation had appeared above him at some unknown time. Or maybe, it had always been there, radiating that delicate blue and silver color. Well, come on then, let's play with death. Ryu slapped his chest and a throbbing, beating lightning seed grasp seized shape. He roared as though to amp himself up as his sapphire scales began to manifest. When he moved, walked through a tear in the abyssal plane, he emerged in what can only be called judgment of the heavens. And that was indeed its name, a location that held some great meaning to the clans and sects of the eighth heaven. The moment Ryu appeared, off toward the end of the judgment of the heavens, a young man who held been in meditation scowled, grimaced slightly and glanced up. The aura that radiated from him in that short moment was that of a perfect sky god. And yet, he wasn't more than 40 years old. Chapter 1480 Infinitely Beyond. The moment Ryu took that step, it was as though his mind began to scream. To the very depths of his bones, it felt like every peril sense that he had was roaring out at him, telling him exactly how unwise he was being. The fact that he had pushed his Lightning Qilin bloodline to the limit, the fact that he had taken out his tribulation lightning seed, even the fact that he had pushed his Tao as far forward as he could didn't matter in the slightest. And why should it? He was facing off against a destructive might that could smite even a Tao god off the face of existence should they not be adequately prepared, let alone himself. He was entirely unprepared for this sort of danger. If it was all going to be so easy, then why would he have cursed the moment he got this so-called reward? Ryu wouldn't be surprised if at least half the things on the list were well known by many of the region, and had simply never been taken due to the danger associated with them. Chapter 1481 Hurry. Ryu didn't actually believe that Child of Order was so much better than his heavenly pupils. They were ranked number 1 for a very good reason. But with his eyes sealed, he was certain that the feeling wouldn't have been nearly as transcendent without it. The second facet was the fact he was in the true martial world. The breadth of his world and the breadth of Sacrum were on 2 completely different levels. They couldn't even remotely be compared. This was, without a doubt, the most potent one with self-state that he had ever entered. But he didn't have the time to enjoy it. The meditation states drained focus even faster than your normal state of focus would for obvious reasons. The spirit-seeking lilies would mitigate this somewhat, but because Ryu was putting in so much effort to be attuned with this lightning so that this sea of judgment would treat him as one of their own, the help he gained from the spirit-seeking lilies was being swiftly crushed. In his optimal estimates, he felt that he had 3 minutes. In those minutes, he not only needed to take the treasure at the core of this land, but he also needed to start the next leg of his journey. That second part would be the far trickier of the 2. He was already in the core of this world. He had appeared here on purpose to save time even though it would be far more dangerous. He had to be cautious and couldn't stretch out his spiritual sense, so he could only rely on his eyes. The problem with using his spiritual sense in this place was twofold. It was either his spiritual sense would be shattered and impact his soul, or he could protect it like he was protecting his body now. It seemed obvious to do the latter, but if he did so, his focus chi drain would be exponentially worse. Let alone 3 minutes, he might not even have a few seconds. There. Ryu's eyes finally locked on to what he was looking for, but he felt his heart skip a beat. It was a beautiful oblong egg. Its surface was smooth, but it was also transparent. Within, there was what looked to be a Qilin, folded up and silently absorbing the lightning in the surroundings without the slightest care. It took Ryu only a moment to dismiss those thoughts. This wasn't a real Qilin, not in the sense that it was flesh and blood. Rather, it looked to be an elemental spirit of sorts, the strongest sort of lightning elemental spirit, one that would take the shape of the heaven's chosen rulers of lightning, the Lightning Qilin. This is troublesome. Ryu's gaze flashed. It was one thing to take a treasure. It was another thing entirely to take a treasure that might have a consciousness of its own. The former would fight a battle, the latter would fight a bloody war. There was a reason why infant realm hearts were so valuable. It was because they were in such a docile infant stage that even though they had a consciousness, it wasn't dangerous relatively speaking so long as you had proper patience and guidance. But it was hard to tell if this spirit was the same. It might look like a baby, but that didn't mean that it was one. Who knew? It might have the consciousness of a billion-year-old monster. There was simply no telling. The good news was that it was asleep right now. Maybe I should take it and worry about potentially absorbing it later. Ryu's mind spun and his inner matrix began doing a series of calculations, but he felt that this was too far beyond him. His internal matrix was only as good as his soul as strong. This threat level was too far beyond him for him to confidently decide on anything. He took a glance at his tribulation lightning seed. By this point, it was brimming with power. He had lost count of how many times it had broken through, and in its current state, it was already no weaker than what one would expect from a fragmented sky god Lightning Qilin. When Ryu saw this, he put it away and felt as though his body took a huge shock. But he grit his teeth and endured. He felt that his body could take it. However, if he had let it grow any stronger, he would have ended up crippling himself. He actually didn't plan on using this lightning strictly as it was intended. Once he was out of here and in a safer training environment, he would pour its energy into his bloodline to strengthen it. Although he uttered that the lightning seed was as strong as what one would expect from a fragmented sky god Lightning Qilin, that was only with one with a bloodline at Ryu's current grade. Ryu obviously wasn't satisfied with just this. Seeing that one of his goals was completed, Ryu took a breath and reached out. "Are you crazy?" the little woman practically shrieked. Ryu inwardly rolled his eyes. This woman really liked to wait until the last minute to say anything. If she had a solution, then why not speak? Why all this waiting? Let me cut you off right there, Ryu said somewhat quickly. My focus chi is draining fast. If you have an approach of dealing with this, say it quickly. I will not leave here without this. You! The little woman was speechless before she grit her teeth. Use your spiritual foundation directly. You won't have the luxury of storing it for later. If you don't absorb it here and suppress it, you can forget about taking it away. That's a true lightning spirit. It's more attuned with the lightning element than even fairies and fae. It's destruction incarnate. If you allow it to wake up, it could blast 1/10 of this heaven to nothingness. Ryu was speechless. This was the 8th heaven. What kind of nonsense was this woman saying? Hurry up then. Ryu nodded and felt a connection with his spiritual foundation form. But then he hesitated. How was he supposed to bring this into his spiritual foundation without touching it? All elemental spirits are reaching for the extreme. Your spiritual foundation takes it a step beyond. This sea of lightning is the chosen home for this spirit because it's the best. Make your spiritual foundation even better. When the little woman uttered this, it finally clicked for Ryu. Chapter 1482. Who are you? Rather than redirecting the lightning toward his bloodline, Ryu directed it toward his realm heart and his spiritual foundation instead. But after just a few split seconds, and before the little woman could talk, he realized that he was being foolish. He didn't have to do all of this. He thought back to when he first summoned the divine chains and how they had come from his spiritual foundation. Then, instead of directing lightning toward his spiritual foundation, he instead directed his tribulation lightning seed toward his spiritual foundation instead. Ryu's thoughts were simple. His tribulation lightning seed wasn't very strong, especially not compared to the spirit of lightning before him. However, It contained ancient markings that represented the very core of an extremely important Lightning Qilin talent. These ancient runes had been refined over countless generations to do just one thing: absorb lightning. And on the other hand, his spiritual foundation seemed to be very good at copying. It had taken hundreds of thousands of years of being sealed for his spiritual foundation to copy the divine chains. However, his lightning seed was his own. He already had a perfect understanding of it. As a result, copying it was as easy as thinking it. Above his spiritual foundation, dozens of lightning seeds appeared, then hundreds, then thousands. They were but hollow constructions. Although Ryu could give them form and use them each as their own vessel, it wasn't worth it. This was because his body had already reached its limits. Having an extra tribulation lightning seed would only be a detriment to him. But the lightning spirit didn't know that. All it could feel was a dense aura, the very essence of his tribulation lightning seed, increasing in momentum. Soon, the fundamental runes that were the most appetizing to the lightning spirit came out in such large quantities that it could no longer ignore it. Ryu saw the spirit stir, but this didn't make him happy in the slightest. He didn't want the thing to wake up. He wanted it to just move into his spiritual foundation. If it woke up, it might be able to see through what was happening. After all, his intention was to turn it into a cosmic seed. That's enough, the little woman said quickly. Inwardly, she was panicking as well. Why couldn't Ryu ever do anything in half measures? It was getting ridiculous. When she said to make the best environment possible for the spirit to fall into, he didn't mean to make it this good. Although it was artificial, the aura Ryu was giving off right now was countless times more potent than even the sea of lightning they were standing within right now. When a good thing became too good, the spirit wouldn't just naturally drift toward it, it would salivate and rush toward it. The former would be done gradually, and the likelihood of waking up for a spirit was next to none. But if it was the latter, the result would be obvious. Now touch it. It shouldn't resist. Ryu acted quickly. He didn't really question the little woman, mostly because he had already had the intention of doing so and he had his own failsafes. But to his surprise, the moment he did it was as though he was guzzling water into a funnel. The spirit disappeared instantly, appearing within his realm heart. Soon, though, Ryu understood what was happening. Lightning always followed through the path of least resistance. He had made his spiritual foundation so appetizing that rather than moving through his body, the instant he touched it, it had already shifted through the planes. But that made him shudder as well. Even he, as a person with an extraordinarily high spacetime soul nature, couldn't shift through the planes. By his calculations, it would take until he was at least a Tao Lord before he could do that even with his talent. And yet, the spirit had done so with such ease. He understood he couldn't let it just float around. If he did so, then, Ryu soon understood that he was worried for nothing. Gazing upon the spirit within his realm heart, hovering above his spiritual foundation, it was so utterly and completely docile. It didn't move, it didn't shift, it didn't even crackle with lightning or attempt to lash out. It was like it had been completely and utterly subdued. Ryu's brows shot up. However, he didn't have much time to consider how his spiritual foundation had done what it did, because the sea of lightning began to scream out of control. That was when he understood. The little woman had said that the spirit picked this environment. That meant that the spirit wasn't the source of this lightning at all. It was actually something else, something even more unruly. Without the spirit as a conduit for the largest and most violent lightning strikes, the entire region would soon become hundreds of times more dangerous. Damn it! Ryu began to carry out his retreat plan instantly. His body shifted and the glowing golden runes pulsed as he shot into the distance. He could feel his focus chi draining even faster now. But he didn't really have much of a choice. It was either this or, well, die. The pressure should have been diminishing the further out from the core he went, but instead the opposite was happening. Because there was no longer such a large, insatiable funnel, the realm was gradually intensifying instead of weakening. As Ryu zipped by, his gaze narrowed as he sensed someone approaching. However, obscured by lightning, and not daring to release his spiritual sense, he couldn't see exactly who it was. However, he was relatively calm. That was because if even his void spiritual sense couldn't handle this environment, there was any other talent that he knew of that would be capable of it. From his estimation, only someone who both had an exceptional lightning soul nature and had a spiritual sense of at least the Tao Lord realm could endure it. Of course, the odds of such a person being here wasn't exactly low. If there was any place such a person would come, it would be here. But Ryu had a feeling that this wasn't what he was facing. Who are you? Chapter 1483 Eat. Ryu heard the question, but he didn't have any intentions of stopping. What a joke, his existence was on the line right now. Did he have time to converse idly with this person? The youngster looked quite young, but it was impossible to discern without his void spiritual sense. He could very well be an old monster, but Ryu had to pretend to be just the same. His saving grace was that he had come out from deep within the region. Because of that, only a fool wouldn't be wary of him, especially since it seemed that he was the cause of the change to the region. But there was a weakness in Ryu's attempts, his speed. Chapter 1484 So what? Of the two, the healing pill worked quite immediately and miraculously. It gathered up the latent tribulation lightning that was rampaging around in his body and seemed to vibrate them until they were in tune with his own spirit body while expelling the portions that refused to do so. It in one part healed him, another part strengthened him, and a final part expelled any latent danger. It was hard to believe that this was a pill that the Favor Alchemy Sky God had come with on a whim. Compared to this, the Focus Chi restoring pill was almost a bit lackluster, but this was to be expected. This pill was the first of its kind, at least from Ryu's understanding, while the healing pill should have been built from a skeletal understanding that the little woman had for another, similar type of pill. Even so, it recovered about 10% of Ryu's Focus Chi immediately, and then it had a lingering aftertaste of sorts that continuously replenished his Focus Chi. From the pace, it could add an additional 1% to his Focus Chi about every 2 or 3 minutes, and judging by the medicinal efficacy, it could restore about 50% of his own before it ran out of energy in a couple of hours. Any side effects from taking more than one of the Focus Chi restoring pill? Ryu asked.
No.
The only drawback is that if you take more than one in a 24-hour period, the immediate restorative effect will be limited. Right now it can restore 50% immediately, but if you take a second it'll be closer to 30%, and if you take a third it'll be closer to 10%. The lingering effect should be the same, though. Ryu raised an eyebrow, but he didn't say anything. 50%? He had only regained 10%, and this was obviously the first time he had taken the pill. Even so, he didn't have time to have this conversation right now. He took a step forward and began to move. From his understanding, it wouldn't take that youth more than a few hours to make it out of the valley. A few hours head start for him, especially since he was on the 8th heaven, was next to nothing in face of a sky god. He couldn't cut through space as wantonly as he could on the 6th heaven. In fact, he couldn't even step into the void currently, at least not without the help of his spectral wind wings. It also didn't help that the unstable energies in the air, caused by the tribulation lightning, made space far more unstable. But he had already planned for this. In fact, this would only help him in his estimation. That was because it would be far harder for Primus to track him. Damn it! Ryu had only just had these thoughts when his eyes spotted trouble. He had already shrouded himself in his void spiritual sense, but he didn't know if it was nearly potent enough to continue hiding from. The little woman's pressure descended and shrouded Ryu as well. Ryu exhaled a breath. This little woman was being surprisingly helpful recently. Honestly, most of his plans didn't take her into account, at least because he was used to weathering danger on his own. In the far-off distance, several auras were approaching with quick speed. At the same time, the sky god youth who he thought should take hours to come out of the valley appeared in a flash, smashing into the ground in a slightly sorry state. But compared to Ryu, he only suffered a few charred marks. Everyone was here for the same purpose, obviously, and that was to understand what was happening in the valley. But the only person who knew that Ryu was likely to be responsible was the sky god youth. Knowing his luck, though, Ryu knew that he would be the one targeted. That was because when he swept his senses over the youth for the first time, he realized just how young he truly was. He was closer to 10 years older than Ryu as opposed to 20. There was no way he was an unknown character in his world. If these approaching powers would interrogate anyone, it would be him. Seeing this troubling situation, rather than panicking, Ryu actually grinned. What was a troubling situation to others simply looked like a pie in the sky to him. His true destination wasn't far from here. He had picked out a route of progression through the various treasures that linked with one another so that he wasn't wasting too much time traveling. The unstable space in the surroundings made for the creation of all sorts of treasures, but the treasure in Ryu's eyes was the volatile space itself. His eyes glowed and he deployed the sightly eyes formation once again. The formation took root with greater speed than Ryu had ever seen it do so. This was both due to the nature of the unstable energies that were around, and the fact that Ryu had kept the size down to just him. This formation was created to a standard of a fragmented sky god thanks to Ryu's internal matrix. And thanks to the unbalanced mantra and the wild energies, so long as he kept it on a small scale, he was completely obscured. Between these two groups of people looking for him, he slipped right by them both. No, only one group was looking for him. The others focused their eyes on the sky god youth. No matter what kind of background this youth had, was his prestige worth more than a treasure in this kind of place? The youth wanted to blast by those present and continue chasing after Ryu, but he was respectfully stopped by his seniors that wanted to ask him some pointed questions. Ryu didn't even look back as he slipped into the surrounding forest. The landscape was gorgeous in a way he had never seen. The elements of space and lightning combined to create all sorts of wondrous sights. Ryu saw a tree with roots and branches, but no trunk, as though air itself was holding up its enormous canopy. He saw a tree that had roots and a trunk, but branches that were entirely made of lightning frozen in time. From time to time ripples in space would suddenly manifest like whirlpools in raging waters, and at other times seemingly vibrant earth elemental plants would randomly spark with lightning. It was clear that this sort of place was as dangerous as it was beautiful, and it also seemed to explain why the youth was the only one in the valley, or at the very least, the only one that seemed to survive. The valley wasn't the only dangerous place here. Even reaching the valley was a journey through hell. Ryu wasn't fazed, though. His control over space might be far weaker on the 8th heaven, to the point that even shrinking the ground was difficult, but his senses over space hadn't dulled in the slightest. And when one understood space as deeply as he did, understanding how the lightning would react to it was another easy stroke. There it is. Ryu smiled as he located another legacy world. You've actually come to my lands, child? Ryu froze. An overwhelming pressure descended around him from all directions and it threatened to crush him entirely. And yet he could tell that this person wasn't trying to pressure him at all. Instead, they were simply talking to him. Even a glimmer of astonishment seeping into their voice. This voice, this tone, Ryu recognized it all too well. The chaotic space sky god. You've gotta be kidding me. If Ryu was in a more comedic mood, he would have definitely slapped his forehead. Although he could feel the pressure, he was already used to ignoring the pressure of big shots. The real reason he didn't move was because he needed every inch of his body focused on what his next action would be. He didn't believe that this was actually the land of the chaotic space sky god, or more accurately, not the stretch of Earth in specific. Rather, the Tao Sovereign should be referring to the 8th heaven itself. That meant that this idiot had somehow sensed him just because he stepped foot on the 8th heaven? Ryu realized now just how much he had undervalued sky gods. Much like with space, and to a smaller extent on time, when you reached a great enough level of strength, peering into and controlling karma just came with the territory. Although Ryu had never accepted the chaotic space sky god's inheritance, how many times would a Tao sovereign witness his legacy being crushed instead of happily received? Ryu's karmic ties with this Tao sovereign were already strong enough for the latter to do this. The pressure was increasing, and Ryu could feel that this was because the Tao sovereign was sending more and more of his attention in his direction. He was running out of time. Ryu's gaze flashed with coldness as the dim divine chains that surrounded him suddenly pulsed, solidifying. He moved fast, his arms reaching out and his hands grasping at air before twisting and pulling hard. Invisible lines of fate seemed to be grabbed, twisted, and shattered in an instant. Go wait patiently somewhere in a ditch. I tend to hold a grudge, Ryu growled before he stepped into the legacy world. The faint hum of a chuckle echoed in his ears. How fascinating. I though won't be making a move against you, child. My chosen will. Ryu didn't have enough facial expressions to show his utter contempt toward these words. For one, his chosen was definitely Starlight, and he didn't plan on even struggling against someone he had already defeated before, let alone losing to them. And secondly, as if he believed that this audacious Tao sovereign would be so noble, he would deal with him soon enough. He knew that Starlight had been granted a set of chaotic silk meridians now. But, so what? Chapter 1485 Three Treasures. Ryu didn't slow down or relax after he entered the legacy world. He didn't believe that the Tao sovereign had locked onto him for long enough to tell where his exact location was. But he wasn't taking any chances. Primus had managed to sense him without Ryu even being aware of what was happening. Of course, Primus was also the stronger of the two, him being a half-step into the Tao God realm, and there was also likely some factor to play in the fact that while the karma between himself and the chaotic space Tao sovereign was strong, it couldn't be stronger than what he held with his great-grandfather. But even so, Ryu had already learned not to underestimate Tao sovereigns once today. He wouldn't make that mistake again so casually. In all likelihood, the Tao sovereign hadn't even been actively looking for him. What the Tao sovereign had done just now was the equivalent of a mortal being on a stroll and catching the sight of someone he recognized in a crowd. Except for the fact the stroll in this case was likely just the Tao sovereign meditating in his chambers, while the crowd was the entire eighth heaven. If he had been actively looking for Ryu, instead of just casually noticing his presence, he would have locked onto Ryu long ago, and he might have been able to do it so subtly that Ryu wouldn't even notice. Luckily, Ryu's next destination wasn't the eighth heaven, but he did have several other locations that would be. This left him in a bit of a bind. Just how would he handle this situation moving forward? If that Tao sovereign just sensed him popping in and out of the eighth heaven as he pleased, just what kind of problems would that cause for him? What if he got curious and wanted to both understand how Ryu was doing it and why? The thoughts swirled around in Ryu's head like a raging torrent and his jaw steeled. It was no wonder people had such a hard time shattering the current ruling structures of the true martial world. You couldn't even proceed secretly or hide. What a farce. It is possible to avoid that sort of detection. Most powerful factions would give such methods to their young, so that they can't be targeted ahead of time to pull out the weeds. But I just do not understand. You have a half-step Tao god as an ancestor. No, he is close enough in your lineage to be your grandfather, your great-grandfather at worst. Even if your relationship with him isn't the best, he couldn't have possibly left nothing behind. Right? You'd be underestimating his shamelessness. Ryu sneered. The little woman fell into silence, not knowing how to respond and most definitely not wanting to say something doubtful of a half-Tao god. Those kinds of people could hear mere mention of them when you didn't have adequate protection, let alone an insult like that one. She had her own protection, but she could not give it to Ryu. In fact, it was for his own good since they were traveling together like this. The Tao sovereign that was targeting him at least didn't seem to be outwardly hostile, while his great-grandfather was still looking to protect him as well. However, if she unveiled herself, the problem would be more than what her words could describe. She hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. Ryu felt something pressing against his soul. He raised an eyebrow but ultimately let it in. Absolute domain? Didn't you already give me this technique? I told you already that the technique is a holistic one. Less than a technique, it's more of a battle style. Even battle style might not be enough to properly describe it. Even if you wanted to breathe properly, this manual would teach you how to. The purpose of it is not to align your movement with the stars, but your every action. And this, you aren't one of my people. You struggled even if you understood just the movement aspect of it. It didn't make sense to release the rest of it to you. Did I? Ryu's lips quirked into a smile. He did struggle for a moment, but that time was minimal. He even managed to change the style of use of the technique just a small measure, making it better suited to himself. Could that really be considered struggling? But after a moment, he felt that the little woman was actually quite serious. This technique has been with my family for countless generations. Any changes and alterations that could be made have already been. While your method is ingenious, the most impressive part isn't its novelty. It's the fact you figured it out on your own. But ultimately, your use of it is still too crude. While I couldn't interact with you in the heavenly path, I could still observe what was happening. You need to put more effort into utilizing this technique. Like I said, it's more than a technique. You should almost treat it as though it were a way of life for you. If you only use it as a tool, then you won't get anywhere. Ryu thought about this for a moment, but it was only a moment. He didn't like the idea of putting in that kind of exertion for an external technique designed for a completely different people to use. While the little woman had been quite covert about it, she ultimately spoke too much, and he was quite sure that she wasn't human. That made things quite odd because he had never heard of her race before. There was even a point when he thought that she might be one of the branches of the martial gods, since their clan was made up of so many. He no longer thought that, but that only made her even more of a mystery. Ultimately, though, his decision had nothing to do with the woman herself. No matter how she described it, it was ultimately a technique, and if his use of it wasn't as great as she wanted it to be, then the exertion it would take to get it there was beyond the effort he was willing to put in. And why did you send this to me just now then? This portion allows you to conceal your karma using the same methods. It's more complicated than the version you know and essentially uses the stars as a confusion matrix of sorts. Though he asked, Ryu already understood. As for why she would give this to him despite feeling that he couldn't even grasp one portion properly, that was obviously because she had witnessed the changes to his mind. Although she likely didn't know exactly what had happened, she likely had her guesses. Regardless of what she knew, she likely had a firm enough understanding that this sort of task was the kind his mind was the very best at. Good enough, Ryu thought after a few minutes. The base of the technique didn't change, the hardest part was still memorizing the star maps, but he had already accomplished that. He just had to shift his thought process around their use, and then he felt his mind shrouded by a sort of heavy curtain. He still existed within the world, but it was as though he was stretched across the stars, making his precise position extremely difficult to find for someone who didn't have an intimate understanding of the technique he was using. He realized that this crushed two birds with a single stone. Whether it was Primus or the Tao Sovereign, they would both struggle to find him. Of course, he still refused to underestimate these sky gods. He had to keep moving to maximize his chances. The next month was grueling. Ryu lost count of how many times he had brushes with death. In return for his efforts, he collected 3 more treasures. To add to his lightning elemental spirit, he gained Gaia Essence, a seed of darkness and a seed of light. Gaia Essence was a kernel of concentrated and pure earth Qi. When used for its normal purposes, when in contact with any object that contained earth Qi, it could elevate it to a new level. For example, it could turn graphite into diamond in an instant. This same principle could be scaled even up to god treasures if enough time was given. It was a treasure the likes of which blacksmiths all over would wage bloody wars over. The seeds of darkness and light were opposite and opposing one another, and both of them almost took Ryu's life, but none more than the seed of life. One would have thought that a treasure as gorgeous as the seed of light would have been the easiest to retrieve. But when the fastest object in existence surrounded you with blades, well, Ryu had lost more than just a single layer of skin. It had made the Valley of Judgment look like a joke. Now, however, Ryu stood in the realm of another beautiful treasure that seemed to be even more deadly. A rainbow swirl of wind sat in the midst of a hurricane, radiating some of the most gorgeous colors Ryu had ever seen. He was certain that he had teleported to the center of this realm. How'd he end up here? Ryu took a deep breath. Here we go again. He took a step forward and exploded forth. Hopefully his northern heavenly wind would start doing some heavy lifting. But when had things ever been so easy for him? As Ryu did this, a legend he didn't know he was creating was beginning to spread. Chapter 1486 Keg. This rainbow-colored wind elemental was something that Ryu didn't recognize. He hadn't known that such an existence could flourish until the heavens pointed him in this direction. This rainbow wind was known as true heavenly wind, and it was a point upon which all 4 heavenly winds converged. However, it wasn't as simple as just taking up this wind and suddenly gaining 4 heavenly winds. Each of the heavenly winds embodied their own path, whether that be of storm, of natural wind, of sharpness, or of healing. The true heavenly wind, though, embodied the chaos of wind and focused on one word: change. In the real world, wind was unpredictable, and it was at the center of weather being so unpredictable. Even a Tao god could likely not predict the weather more than a set time ahead without risking being entirely wrong. This was simply the way of wind. Ryu found this curious, though. The northern heavenly wind was known as the king of wind. It could help its owner to meld into the tides of wind and become akin to a blowing leaf in the air or akin to an ancient, unmoving tree even in the midst of a storm. What he wasn't to understand was which of these would win out. The rainbow wind seemed to have the obvious advantage, but honestly, Ryu wasn't so sure. He didn't know where this feeling was coming from, as it mostly stemmed from his intuition. But something about this rainbow wind felt unnatural. Days later, when he finally closed in the distance, he realized how right he was. From a distance, it looked as though the wind was fused into one. But when one got close, the true spectacle was a lot different. Northern heavenly wind formed the center of the formation. Southern heavenly wind formed the exterior almost like a motherly embrace holding everything together, and western and eastern heavenly wind bounced within the two like rampaging children. As expected, they were never one to begin with. This was a natural formation created by serendipity. For heavenly winds managed to manifest in this place, and they formed an odd balance between themselves. However, due to this, they sat at the extreme of the wind element. Chapter 1487 Return. Ryu appeared in the abyssal plain, gasping for breath. Everything about these matters was annoyingly difficult. Of course, if others heard his thoughts, they would curse him to the high heavens. The list of natural treasures that the heavens had given him would be worth entire clans and sects even on the ninth heaven. It was a boon the likes of which hardly had any match at all. The more Ryu thought about it, the more he actually felt that his actions didn't quite warrant such fanfare. It was almost like the heavens wanted him to finally complete the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Ryu had always wondered why the martial gods went through so much trouble. It all seemed that their actions had simply pushed him to this point. Maybe he would have never maximized his talents if they never interfered with him in the first place. After all, there was a point in his life where he thought sacrum was all there was. Of course, Ryu felt that no matter what, he would have eventually found the true martial world. But by then, he would have likely long since become a sky god of sacrum. Changing his foundations at that point would have been almost impossible, or at the very least, far harder than what he was doing now. Even if he became a Tao god, those lingering issues from using the wrong cultivation methods for so long would have made him among the weaker Tao gods, and they could easily deal with him even with all his talents. Plus, if he had become a sky god before coming to this place, then how would he have entered the heavenly paths? The main reason for most of his success until this point? There's likely something I'm missing. Ryu coughed as he pushed himself up, heaving deep breaths. Since the rainbow wind incident, he had gathered several more treasures. By this point, 2 entire years had passed. He somewhat wondered how others were taking his sudden disappearance, but he didn't care enough about it to go back and check on it, especially if this might lead to Primus catching him. Thinking of that annoyance, Ryu chuckled. He wondered, since he had evaded that man for 2 years, did that mean he could have 8 years of protection left? Actually, it should be closer to 7 due to the complete heavenly path. Or, did that mean that Primus would tack on an extra 3 years? Ryu threw those distracting thoughts away and looked within his spiritual foundation. There was the Gaia essence, darkness and light seeds, the northern heavenly wind, the lightning elemental, and since then he had also gathered a black hole. The black hole didn't have a special name. It was just well and truly a black hole. It was the reason he had taken an entire year and a half to get to this point. It was entirely focused on just this one treasure. The problem with collecting a black hole was that he couldn't even get close without dying. Teleporting directly into the middle of it would have consigned him directly to death, or sent him sprawling into a completely separate timeline depending on what theories of physique subscribed to. The black hole was both the representation of time and space, warping both of them wildly. So in order to gather it, he had to likewise toy around with time and space as well. It had only been a year and a half to the outside world, but Ryu had experienced decades. There was even a hint of maturity beginning to show on his face as a result. Of course, decades were nothing to a World Sea Realm expert, so it wasn't like he had become an old man. but his cultivation until this point had kept him perpetually in a state of a young man who looked to be in his very late teens to early 20s. Now, however, he looked more like he was approaching his mid-20s. If he was in Sacrum, this would have never happened. But obviously, in the true martial world, the trade-off for using its power was that your years weren't nearly as long as they were in small worlds. That aside, Ryu only managed to capture this black hole after countless years of planning and only by using his spiritual foundation directly. That was right, he had caught this black hole within the abyssal plane itself. As for Primus not catching him in this time, it was because he used the little woman's methods and because he sat within the influence of the black hole, bending and twisting time around himself. He was practically impossible to find in such a situation. But he had finally succeeded, and there was just one more treasure to gather. He had earth, wind, fire, and water. He paired that with light, darkness, time, and space. The only thing remaining to bring balance to it all was a kernel of the heaven itself. He needed a representation of order. Something that could allow his spiritual foundation to take that final step. Technically, the heavens already said that he was perfect. On its list, there wasn't any such thing written upon it. Which made sense. Why would the heavens give up a portion of itself for him? It was only during those decades in the midst of a time warp that Ryu began to feel that something was missing, that something was out of place. Then it clicked for him. He sighed as he stepped back into this familiar world. He had returned to Sacrum. The clans and sects of the 7th, 8th, and 9th heavens were in a complete uproar. Over the last 2 years, some troublemaker had appeared at key sites, one after another, causing disturbances to their divine lands of cultivation and shifting their balance. However, every time this person escaped completely unscathed. This triggered a wild legend to begin to spread, one of a thief in the night and a master that could evade the capture of even Tao gods. At one of these spots, Titus Tatsuya stood firmly in silence for a long period before his voice boomed with laughter. The ground cracked, peaks collapsed, and the skies split as the skies ruptured.
Chapter 1488 Favor.
Sacrum. Felt odd to step back into this place after so long. Of course, this wasn't due to a suppression of sorts. Due to the fact he was born in Sacrum, no matter how powerful Ryu became, so long as he was careful not to collapse reality itself, he could always return. Rather, it was because he could sense things now that he never could in the past. He could almost see Shrine Mountain's looming presence, infusing itself into the very vibrant life of the world. And it was precisely due to this that he could feel just how special Sacrum was. Most of it was constructed of what one would expect from such a weak world. But, hidden within, there were tendrils of laws that reminded Ryu much more of the true martial world. One had to wonder why it was that a clan like the martial gods would be so interested in a middle world. The answer to that was obviously the shrines, but why? Usually, treasures of origin that appeared in this place were inferior. You would have to invest as much as Ryu did into them before they could display their true strength. By the time you went through all of that trouble, you might as well have just found your own origin-grade treasure on the true martial world itself. It wasn't worth it to farm lower-level worlds for these enormous powerhouses. Of course, a higher world might be different. Ryu wouldn't know, he had never been to one before. For all he knew, their existences were close enough to the true martial world that the trade-off would be worth it. Maybe you could find an origin-grade treasure for cheap over there and only exchange the worth of a chaos-grade treasure to raise it up to an adequate level. If that was possible, higher worlds would definitely be overrun. Just thinking about it, even Ryu was tempted. This was all to say that it didn't make sense that the shrines were so valuable, and their insights so sharp. The more Ryu had learned about the true martial world, the more he understood just how ridiculous their existence was. That said, Ryu hadn't come here for the shrines. What he was looking for was something very different, and he wasn't even sure it existed. And even in the case that it did, he didn't know if he would be allowed to take it. Ryu appeared within the chaos plane. It was still as beautiful as he remembered, in a dark sort of way. Well, it was far less so without his ephemeral tapestry, to paint its true colors before his eyes. But even without it, it had its own charm. He moved forward and closed in on his destination. Then he saw it. That perpetual battle that was always raging. the one between invaders and the warriors of heaven. On one side, there was a motley crew of weak god-level cultivators. They were the only existences that were allowed to step foot into here anyway. Of course, among them, there would be the occasional sky god that made Lionel's heart skip a beat. But ironically, those powerful ones would never be let through. Only the weak could sometimes slip in. Ryu wondered just how much of this was on purpose. Was it really that Heaven's warriors were making a mistake? Or was it for another reason? On his way here, he had wanted to stop by other lower worlds to see what all the fuss was about. However, he found something else that was quite curious when he attempted to do so. Finding the entrances to these places was extremely difficult. He changed tactics soon after that and tried to buy information, but to his surprise, even after paying exorbitant prices, the actual information that he gained was minimal and often vague. Of course, these prices were nothing to Ryu, especially with the wealth of the Frost clan at his beck and call. But the issue and his questions still stood. Why did it seem so much easier to find temple compared to other worlds? He pressed on previously and eventually found the entrance to one of these small worlds. He had thought that he would be able to enter with quite some ease as he was still in the world sea realm and hadn't even become a sky god yet, only to find that he was sorely mistaken. He couldn't even break the barrier to enter this world. For context, Sacrum was ranked as a middle world. This world that Ryu targeted, because he was reluctant to invest for another middle world or take the time to find one, was a lower world. One might argue that a lower world wouldn't block entry to the world sea realm just as temple blocked entry to those above the perfect sky god realm. But this wasn't the case. Ryu had checked this as well. Such a world would only block those above the fragmented sky god realm, a realm Ryu obviously wasn't within. So Sacrum, for some reason, was not only far easier to find for some godforsaken reason, it was also far easier to enter. This all seemed to point to one explanation: the martial gods. Obviously, it was their actions that had caused all of this, right? Well, Ryu wasn't actually so sure about that. Something felt off, like he was missing a large piece of the puzzle. Hey! Ryu's voice boomed before he suddenly sent out a series of punches. Back in Sacrum, he had already been able to massacre sky gods like they were baby chicks despite barely having entered the path extinction realm, and those were sky gods of the martial gods. Even though they were suppressed compared to many of these sky gods, they were wholly insignificant. Single fists of Ryu, especially while in the Chaos Plane, were comparable to a concentration of Armageddon for each one of these invaders. Over 90% of them were wiped out in an instant. The heavenly warriors rushed forward to eliminate the rest, but Ryu caught one securely by the shoulder. You all, isn't it about time you did me a favor? Chapter 1489 Natural Breath. The heavenly warrior froze and slowly turned back to Ryu. Donning a familiar black armor with golden accents, the warrior didn't seem to understand what was happening. It stared blankly at Ryu, but it didn't move. It was like a robot that had run into a scenario it hadn't been programmed for, so it was constantly rebooting and reassessing the situation as though it was looking for a way out. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Had he overestimated the intelligence of these heavenly warriors? But the last one had spoken to him, it even seemed to have emotions, so what was going on here? Just as he was thinking so, the skies split. Boom! A much taller heavenly warrior, standing at 3 meters and towering over Ryu, appeared. Heaven's chosen, what are you doing? Ryu's gaze flickered. This was the second time he was called this, and he still had no idea what it meant. If he was such a heaven's chosen, why'd these fools allow him to be a cripple for so long? If he had never been compelled to reincarnate, just how much faster would he have been able to progress in his cultivation with the full backing of the Tatsuya clan? And with his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation at that. Not only would he not have to concern about the ticking time bomb that was likely to be his White Phoenix spiritual foundation, he would have been able to save his family from collapsing. Of course, he knew that things weren't so simple. For one, he would have never met Ailsa. Although she had left her family with her own problems, by the time she made that decision, Ryu would have been well along his path, and he would have shunned her with great vigor for the sake of Elena. If not for the fact he had been separated from Elena, Ailsa would have never been able to crack his cold exterior. Then there was his chaotic silk Meridians. It would have been impossible for him to find its true path, and he wouldn't have been nearly so powerful without gaining Chaos Chi. His ability to fight above his level would have been greatly hindered as a result. That was just two of the many changes that would occur had he not been crippled at birth, and he knew that. But he liked to grumble anyway. If the heavens put him through that kind of pain on purpose just to raise him to this level, he would definitely have no love lost for it. He wouldn't tolerate being the puppet of anyone, even if that someone was the heavens themselves. Since I'm your so-called heavens chosen, don't you think it's about time you actually did something for me? The heavenly warrior was speechless. Since when had anyone ever spoken to him like this? Every time he descended anywhere, there would be nothing but reverence and adoration. Don't allow your mind to wander. I still want to go visit my mother. I don't want to waste time here. Tell me. I need a treasure capable of holding the essence of heaven itself. It's the final piece I need to bring my beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation to the world sea realm and unleash its true strength. Although Lionel couldn't see a face, he could almost feel the heavenly warrior frown. When he did, the world itself reacted. The heavens do not give gifts, nor do they help cultivators directly. Ryu scoffed. What kind of heavens chosen does that make me, then? Do you just throw out that title when you feel like trying to guilt-trip me into things? The title of heavens chosen doesn't imply any sort of selection or active choice on the heavens' part. It only implies that a particular large amount of faith has gathered around you. This is your luck, but do not expect anything else. So the heavens can punish, but they can't give gifts? What happened to balance? The heavenly warrior fell into silence. Ryu raised an eyebrow. After the warrior's initial response, he had already given up. It was clear to him that whatever strength Sacrum's heavenly warriors had, they were only displaying a fraction of it. For some reason, they didn't send out their best to wipe out these invaders in a single bound, and they also seemed to restrict themselves to the chaos plane for another unknowable reason. He thought about what it might mean to try and kill one of these guys. Maybe if he killed enough, he could convert their essence into what he needed. But he felt that it would be greatly inappropriate to do so. These were the people that were protecting his home. He, of course, wasn't a soft-hearted person. But he knew how not to ruin his own benefits as well. If there was no one protecting Sacrum, and it became overrun, it would fall on his mother's shoulders to handle everything. And if that happened, how would she be able to heal her injuries? But this heavenly warrior actually paused. From my understanding of your spiritual foundation, you do not need such a thing. Humor me, Ryu said. Following heaven's path for you would only get you so far. Ryu trusted his instincts just as much as he trusted the information the heavens had given him. Since his instincts told him he needed one more thing, he believed it. You are already on a path to doing so. You have Shrine Mountain's will on you. Ryu frowned. He was gazing for something deeper than that. You have left your world, and now you look down on it. Yet you return to it for help. Ryu's frown deepened when he heard this. He didn't look down on his world. He simply acknowledged the reality, and that was that it was weaker than the true martial world. Reach the state of natural breath first, then you can consider such things. Ryu's brows shot right up. Chapter 1490. A while longer. Ryu didn't know what to say when he heard these requirements. The realm of natural breath was the very limit of the natural enlightenment realm. In the sacred realm, it was paired with the sky god realm, but in the true martial world, the standard that he truly wanted to reach, it was on an entirely different level. Even Tao gods might not reach such a standard. In the past, Ryu had wondered why natural enlightenment realms were so much more difficult to progress than mortal endowments. But now he knew that it was likely related to the fact those individual realms represented something entirely different. For example, the mortal endowment comprehensions were divided into air, impose, ruler, small realm, dominion, divinity, and deity. However, the last stage, the deity realm, also known as the god realm, was further divided into 9 pieces in the true martial world. However, the natural enlightenment comprehensions were not divided like this at all. There was the state of listening, the state of feeling, the state of immersion, the state of control, the state of heart, the state of soul, and the state of natural breath. There were no further divisions within these realms other than lower, middle, and higher. Knowing this, It was no wonder natural enlightenments were seen as so much more powerful than mortal endowments. It was because each individual step you took in one was simply worth far more than a step you took in the mortal endowments. But none of that understanding made Ryu's task easy. How was he supposed to do any of this? The worst part was that even if he succeeded, he wouldn't even be able to use that comprehension to strengthen himself. He would have to sacrifice it to his spiritual foundation. Of course, in the future, he would be able to benefit from it. But in the short term, it would be like he was giving up a large portion of himself. That said, it wasn't as though he could use a state of natural breath, natural enlightenment right now anyway. Any attempt to do so would drain his focus chi in an instant. But that only made the task of the heavenly warrior all the more ridiculous. Ryu wouldn't be surprised if he was near the topmost of all of existence in terms of comprehension. It would be nigh impossible to find someone who could match him. And yet, even he felt that this task was impossible. Was he supposed to wait until he finally became a Tao god to unshackle his talents? That was unacceptable. Ryu took a breath and closed his eyes, exhaling. He was chasing perfection. That was why he was here. He knew that it was a long shot, but he had come here regardless. However, sometimes you couldn't afford to chase perfection. His chaotic silk meridians technically already weren't perfect. They had a good vessel, but not the absolute best. Should he sit around moping about that as well? His talents were pawns in his success, not the king. That would be him, and it would always be him. He had already decided within the heavenly path. Rather than dragging his feet, trying to push his talents to the top, he would scratch and claw for every advantage that he could pull out of them. If he succeeded in pushing them to the top, great. Even if he didn't, so what? He would still reach the pinnacle of that mountain. Nothing could stop him, not even his own talent. Ryu's divine heart fluttered, and he took a step and vanished. The heavenly warrior watched him leave, his expression still hidden beneath the knight's helm. In the end, he didn't say anything either and simply vanished as well. Ryu had a bright smile on his face when he saw his mother again. She was in a deep state of meditation and under the protection of several formations, so he couldn't get close, but it all still brought a smile to his face. There was something about seeing family that made his heart lighten. Himari opened her eyes, her head tilting. She, of course, recognized her son. But she felt that something was off. Something was different. Subconsciously, she raised a fair hand to her cheeks, wiping it across. She looked down at her hand with some astonishment. Why was she crying? After some hesitation, Himari waved a hand and the formation vanished. Without the filter, she looked quite pale and even a little bit sickly. She had planned to meditate for centuries, millennia, even. This was the way of sky gods of Sacrum. Time passed almost fleetingly to them, but it had only been a handful of years, and Ryu had already come back, far more powerful than he had been in the past. Mother! Ryu swept his mom into a big hug, enjoying her warmth. Himari was stunned again, and her tears fell faster. It was an odd scene, her expression was just the same, and yet her tears fell on their own as though controlled by their own mind instead of her own. Himari looked up, still wondering if this was truly her son. No, this had always been her son, her real son. Not the one scarred by a single lingering incident that left an indelible mark on his life, but rather the son she had birthed, the young man filled with curiosity and hope toward the world, with eagerness to face anything that would come so long as he had a sliver of a chance. Ryu found his head buried into his mother's bosom, not out of choice, but rather because his mother was much stronger than himself and had taken his head to be some sort of soft plushie. Himari cried harder, and Ryu could only smile bitterly and allow his mother to hold him as she pleased. The smile on his face was as bright as it could be. Mother, mother, I brought something to heal you. Stop crying already. I'll drown. Don't tell your mother what to do, little dragon. Stay here a while longer. Ryu could only acquiesce. Chapter 1491 Pesky Fly. Ryu didn't know how long passed, but his mother did eventually let him go. Finally, he was able to take out what he had prepared. He knew that he would be returning to his mother's side, so how could he not remember her ailments? Himari had made it quite far into the sky god realms, But that didn't mean that Ryu was helpless, especially since he had the treasures of the Frost clan and the little woman by his side. In the years he was away, the little woman managed to make it to the omniscient Sky God realm and was already striving for the Tao Lord realm. It turned out the environment of the black hole was a tonic to her rather than being toxic. In fact, it was also in part thanks to her that he was able to succeed in the end. While it made him curious about who she really was, he was far more interested in how she could help his mother. Due to his foolish actions, his mother had given up quite a bit of her lifespan. And, because she was at the standard of the true martial world now instead of sacrum, her lifespan was likewise shorter as a result. Every year counted, and he couldn't allow her to stay like this for long. Luckily, she hadn't actually ended up transferring the lifespan to him as he hadn't needed it, ultimately. But one couldn't just casually pool their life together into a drop and then suck it back up as though nothing had happened. After understanding the situation, the little woman had constructed a pill perfect for the situation. The result was near instant. Rosiness returned to Himari's cheeks and her aura flourished. To Ryu's astonishment, her aura likewise continued to rush forward like a tidal wave, entering the transcended Sky God realm and even soon knocking on the door of the omniscient Sky God realm. This could only mean one thing. His mother's insights into her Tao were far beyond what her current cultivation realm dictated. In all likelihood, she was only restricted by the environment here. There wasn't enough chi, so much so that even a healing pill had allowed such a result. Ryu didn't think twice and simply handed his mother all of the cultivation treasures of the Frost clan. Little Ryu, this is inappropriate. Ryu watched his mother's brows scrunch up and her lips press into a thin line. He knew that look all too well. She wasn't happy at all. However, he solely laughed. You don't need to worry. I have much more treasures than this. I don't believe you, Himari uttered with a narrowed gaze. It seemed that she might bend Ryu over her knee if he said just one more ridiculous thing. Ryu coughed. Okay, well, I don't have any more easily usable treasures like this, but my wealth is definitely beyond just this. He held his mother's hand and guided her spiritual sense, under his protection, toward his spiritual foundation. I have more treasures than I can use in a lifetime. This isn't the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation, Himari said after a long while, looking into Ryu's eyes. He knew immediately what his mother was worried about. Although Ryu wasn't some moral beacon of light, his mother was quite different from himself. She wouldn't be happy if she thought he had stolen a spiritual foundation from someone else. This is my spiritual foundation, Ryu explained with a smile. My original spiritual foundation. Himari's eyes widened before the implications made her temper flare. If not for the fact her son was right before her, the land for countless millions of miles might have been completely destroyed. Well, I have it back now, no? Himari only somewhat calmed down after hearing those words, her nose scrunching up. Ryu recognized that look as well. It usually only came when she was thinking about something distasteful, and at this point it was more likely than not Primus. The thought had barely been formed when the skies shook and a middle-aged man appeared high above. He looked down calmly, nothing like a person who had been chasing another for years. Himari's eyes sharpened as she hid Ryu to her back, apparently arranged for battle. Despite seeing her grandfather-in-law, her expression was quite fierce. She had been married to Titus for millions of years, but she hadn't seen this man before even a single time. Instead, she recognized him purely based on his aura. Ignore him, mother. He's just a pesky fly. Ryu pulled his parent deeper into the life shrine. What he found most amusing about the situation was that he had a not-so-unfounded confidence that Primus wouldn't be able to enter the shrine even if he wanted to. As expected, Primus didn't move, and his expression also didn't change. I'll be absorbing those treasures into my spiritual foundation now, mother. I don't know how extended it'll take, but probably not too much. Why does the grandfather-in-law seem to be looking for you? Himari asked. Ryu sighed. He might call Primus directly by his name, but Himari didn't do so. This wasn't out of fear, but rather because his grandfather still called Primus father even after all he had done. It was purely out of respect for Saint Tatsuya that Himari still called Primus by this title. I would take his gift to sever karma, so he uttered he'd follow me around for 10 years. It's quite annoying. Himari, though, actually sighed a breath of relief when she heard this. Didn't this mean that she didn't need to worry about her son as much? Ryu smiled and found a place to meditate, his heart reaching a state of calm quite quickly. He looked toward the treasures floating within his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. They all seemed docile and silent now. Hopefully it would remain like that as he began. It was about time he saw what this spiritual foundation of his was really about. And then it would be time to become a sky god. Chapter 1492 Easy. The process was far easier than anything Ryu could have imagined. But as time passed, he wondered why it was he had thought that it would be a complicated process at all. These furious heavens treasures, capable of changing the landscape, upturning the earth, and causing devastation the likes of which could completely alter the environment of a world, had all been laying in his realm heart completely docilely. They had long since lost sense of the methods that Ryu had used to deceive them inside, and yet not a single one had fought back against him. Thinking even further back, whether it was the infinity mist or the origin flames that created his first to beyond perfect extreme cosmic seeds, both had formed quite easily. Origin flames were on the more obedient side to begin with, but was infinity mist? It should have long since shredded him to ash, but that hadn't happened at all. Ryu gently placed the Gaia seed within and watched as his spiritual foundation cracked. Large swaths of cosmic chi flooded him. He had sensed cosmic chi long ago, but the cosmic chi of his original spiritual foundation felt so different, so utterly refreshing and almost oppressively powerful. If Ryu didn't know better, he would think that it was even stronger than his chaos chi. Of course, this was nonsense. Chaos chi and essence were the two strongest sis in all of existence. A spiritual foundation wouldn't produce a chi that was stronger than them. The difference lay in the fact that as this cosmic chi, this beyond extreme cosmic chi flooded his body, he felt a control over it that he had never felt from his chaos chi. He still didn't have methods to perfectly control his chaos chi, and his body was still essentially a vessel whereupon chaos chi could filter into. It wasn't truly his chi, it was rather chi he could siphon from the chaos plane. This beyond extreme cosmic chi, though, was well and truly his. While he couldn't control infinity mist perfectly, a problem that would likely transfer over to his other treasures, he was sure this cosmic chi was a different story entirely. Much like the white runes of his white phoenix spiritual foundation, he felt an innate control over it that he didn't have over anything else. He felt an intoxicating sort of strength flush into his body, and he began to allow one treasure after another to sink into his spiritual foundation, arranging them all into a perfect formation. As the last sunk in, the black hole, his spiritual foundation trembled and strength began to rise like a tide. The final cracks formed and suddenly, there was nothing solid remaining at all. The world whined and shook, a gorgeous ocean of endless blue, with veins of silver hidden within, taking shape. Power rushed into Ryu's body, and it truly felt as though he had broken into the world sea realm once again. Even his realm heart was flushed with strength. It made him feel like he was walking on air, as though he was invincible. He had been ready and waiting for any number of things to go wrong. He was used to these sorts of things happening to him. Whether it was his realm heart being unable to withstand his spiritual foundation, or maybe his body itself being too weak to withstand two such breakthroughs, or maybe it would the artifacts themselves that were only obedient up to a point and would all rampage the moment the cage of his spiritual foundation became a free-flowing sea. But none of these things happened. He felt more at peace now than he ever had before, and looking at the artifacts floating within him, a smile spread across his face. What Ryu didn't know was that his mother's eyes had widened in horror. He felt at peace, but from her perspective, her son had cracked like fragile porcelain, not because his body was too weak, not because his realm heart had reached its limits, not even because the artifacts had begun to fight back. No, none of this was the case. The reason he had cracked like fragile porcelain, and the reason he couldn't seem to sense it at all, was because it had nothing to do with what was happening on the physical plane at all. Chapter 1493 Give a Damn. Primus appeared high in the skies, facing off against a fate star that dwarfed him in size. To say that he was a speck of dust before it wouldn't be an exaggeration at all. The density of silvery light was so blinding that it was difficult even for him to look at it directly, and that was even after it dimmed considerably. Even so, he reached forward and grabbed a chain link as thick as a world. Almost the instant he did, he felt something assault his very Tao heart. Cute, he sneered to himself. I suggest you come personally, or else I'll shatter your little contraption with a single squeeze. Do you think that's possible? A voice echoed from nowhere, and yet everywhere at once. If one didn't know better, one would think that it was the star itself that had spoken. But this was quite far from the truth. Rather, it was the owner of the chains. Someone like you who would seal away an infant in their mother's womb because you fear what they might become is weak. I do not believe you could form any technique that could pause my steps for even a moment, Primus replied. There was silence for a long while before a response came. Then do it. Primus' sneer became a wild grin as his claw snapped downward. Dragon's claw. Crack. The roar of a dragon echoed through the depths of space, even when Primus didn't open his lips. It was as though his movements alone could evoke the will of the ancient beast, reverberating through reality itself. The chain link shattered. A fluctuation rippled, and though it quickly calmed, nothing escaped Primus' senses, not in the depths of battle. An uproarious laughter echoed. If there was a child you should have crushed in their mother's womb, it should have been I, Primus Tatsuya. Primus' arms stretched out and an overwhelming strength billowed forth. He grabbed forward again and another chain link shattered, then another in quick succession. 3 attempts and 3 successes. For every chain link that shattered, the entire length of chain would crumble and then dissipate, unable to maintain its strength. Ryu's fate star, which was still struggling to turn, began to struggle even fiercer even as it slowly dimmed. The fire dragons want to stand in opposition to the martial gods? I would suggest you think about this very carefully. Primus' gaze flashed, not with hesitation, but with fury. Who dared to speak to him like this? Come and say those words while standing before me. We'll see if you dare to speak them a third time. Primus' hand ripped forward and 2 more chain links trembled. The voice suddenly chuckled. Is there a need for all of this? At this point, it doesn't matter if I dissipate the chains at all. He's reached the end of his potential and the heavens consider his dead. Even if the heavens reverse their decision, the dissipated fate won't suddenly return. The potential he was promised upon birth has dried up and he'll be lucky even to become an omniscient sky god. He should also be the one who formed the founding Tao I sensed, correct? Without the backing of his original fate, and with such a Tao anchoring him, he might not even make it to perfect sky god. What use would he be to you? But you insist on becoming enemies with me for a cripple? The words sounded truly amused. The dimming of Ryu's star wasn't just some cosmetic change. It was a visual representation of his potential being sapped away. Ryu was born to be the luckiest man in existence. He would have had all the talent, and the heavenly favor to match it. He might have truly reached the pinnacle he sought after given enough time, and that time span would have likely been far shorter than anyone else had used to reach that stage in all of history. But now, all of that potential was being eaten away at. Even before, this was why he was so unlucky. He kept stumbling along his path because his fate star and the luck he was promised was locked away, while he kept reaching forward toward the potential he was promised. But now, although he wouldn't be so unlucky as his fate star could finally move again, his future potential was still mostly cut off. One didn't just need talent to reach the end. They needed luck. The more talented you were, the heavier that luck needed to be, or else you would end up like the little woman, having all of that talent and yet stopping at the transcendent sky god realm as her life was expunged. For Ryu, who had a founding Tao, he might not even reach as high as the little woman before reaching the end of his lifespan. It also most definitely didn't help that this ordeal would take a huge portion out of his lifespan as well. You couldn't just straddle the edge of life and death lacking losing some life. Putting all of this perspective, it made Primus' efforts seem laughable. The Tao god even assumed that Primus was doing all of this for the sake of familial love, something he found even more amusing. However, Primus' grin didn't vanish. Do you think I give a damn? Silence fell. You talk about as much as I would expect from trash. If you desire to say more, come here and face me. If you're too cowardly, then stay where you are and shut your mouth, or else in the future, I'll make sure the name of the martial gods holds no weight at all. Crack. Primus shredded apart chain link after chain link, and eventually the balance was tipped. Ryu's destiny star roared with life and finally began to rotate. At first it was slow, but when it snapped its first chain on its own, it began to move faster and faster until it released a radiant light. In the life shrine, Ryu's smile hadn't faded, and the cracked ceramic that was his body began to reassemble itself together again, solidifying once more as a flood of revelations returned to him. Those lines of fate? Erdil's note. Hey, I'll be updating this novel this month. Expect mostly daily updates unless I'm busy. You may know me from updating Shadowslave, Paragon of Sin, etc., so you know I keep my promises. Cheers. Chapter 1494 Guarantee. Ryu looked into his body and felt that those lines of fate that he had thought had vanished due to the divine chains of the martial gods had come back. It seemed his rewards hadn't just disappeared after all. They were just heavily suppressed. Even so, Ryu sighed. He had spent decades within the influence of the black hole. Due to his space-time soul nature, this hardly bothered him, and he was likewise still able to make great progress in his cultivation, at least in terms of comprehension. But that didn't change the fact that that amount of time had truly passed. The lines of fate he received from the heavens were designed to fade with time, and now, they were far more difficult to get a read on than the first time Ryu had laid his eyes on them. Even with his Tao being the equivalent of a fragmented Tao currently, it still wasn't enough to put anything in sharp detail. He already couldn't get much information about his taboo paths for the same reason it was harder to heal his body with embryonic qi. But now, he also couldn't seem to get a clear look at his meridians or his spiritual foundation. Everything was fuzzy. I'll need to break into the sky god realm so that I can get a good look again. Ryu took a breath and exhaled. He had two things to accomplish before he took that step, though. He had already reached the peak of the World Sea realm, and he felt that he only needed a small spark to push his Tao into true majority. What he needed to do now was help his body and his soul to enter the sky god realms first. First, he would do his soul. This choice was the obvious one to make. The more powerful his soul was, the more focus he would have to undergo those ridiculous life destructions. He would be able to keep his mind about himself and keep his will focused on the edge of death. In addition, his soul was the most flexible part of him. It could withstand a huge amount of strain, and it was nigh invulnerable, not in terms of being immune to damage, but in terms of the damage that it could recover from. He could split his soul into countless pieces and still reform them with great ease. Such was the benefit of having his soul type. If he was going to take any sort of risk, it would obviously be best to do so with his soul. "Mother," Ryu called out, opening his eyes. His next words, though, were caught in his throat. Why was his mother crying again? Himari wasn't a sensitive woman, but today she had already cried twice. The last time Ryu had seen her cry before today was the day his awakening failed, and even then it wasn't in front of him, but rather something he had stumbled into. Back then, she had done her best to reassure him that everything would be all right. But his third perspective was too powerful. He had a spiritual sense that even a cosmic seed expert, which his mom had been at the time, couldn't sense. Since then, though, third perspective or not, he had never seen his mother cry. For it to happen twice today, it could only mean that something had happened. Ryu got up and moved toward her, but he didn't get to say much before his cheeks were cupped a little too firmly. He couldn't even properly move his lips as his mother checked his body to make sure that he was truly all right. It took a while before Ryu discovered what happened, and that just made him confused. He turned his senses to the outside of the life shrine and his eyes narrowed. Primus wasn't there. Ryu didn't believe for a moment that the old man would have just given up and vanished. He definitely wouldn't leave until the tenure period was up, and he might even gather him up and throw him in a prison if he had the choice. But he was just gone. He pondered of the possibility that he was hiding from his senses, but Ryu shook his head after some thought. That wasn't Primus style. He would be front and center if he could be, and he didn't care to hide anything about himself, whether that was his thoughts or his actions. That said, he also wouldn't bother to explain himself if he didn't have to. That was when Ryu put two and two together. The only way Primus would leave would be if he pondered that he had properly severed karma. And what better way would there be than to release Ryu from the bounds of his fate star? There was only one way to know. Ryu would have to unseal his eyes and gaze upon his fate star again. But he had a feeling he already knew what he would see. His expression relaxed. Since Ryu had pondered through all of this, he could also guess the state of his fate star at the moment. He was the wielder of the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils. Although it was sealed, he had a nigh innate comprehension of fate, karma, and the strings that bound all those with life. He knew more intimately than anyone what had happened to him. But so what? Ryu grinned at his mom. You know, Mother, I never really got to take advantage of being the son of a powerful clan. Himari blinked, not quite understanding what Ryu was getting at. The words would have made her feel a little sad if it wasn't for the shit-eating grin on Ryu's face. She smiled beside herself. She hadn't seen that grin in such a long time. She squeezed Ryu's cheeks, hard. Are you attempting to mock your mother, little Ryu? Haha, I'm gonna break into the Sky God realm. I need a protector. And who better than the woman who can guarantee my life? Chapter 1495 Torture. Ryu's words didn't contain even the slightest hint of embellishment. The moment he sat down to enter a state of meditation, he knew that regardless of what happened, even if he made the worst mistakes of his life in quick succession, his mother would be able to guarantee his life. His mother was the saintess of the life shrine, and not only that, but she was now on the verge of the omniscient Sky God realm. With the shrine at her back, she was easily as powerful as a weaker Tao Lord. Of course, these were just Ryu's estimations, and he wasn't completely certain. It wasn't until recently that he could just barely make out the demarcations between sky gods, so trying to guess at this stuff was difficult. Even so, even if Himari was just a true sky god, or even just a false sky god, just how easy would it be for her to protect Ryu now? Even on the ninth heaven, one might not have a Tao protector this powerful to enter the mere fragmented sky god realm. And even if one was of such noble birth, would they be better in this respect than Ryu's mother who had the backing of the life shrine? At the moment, Ryu probably couldn't die even if he wanted to. Only if something like what occurred before, with the heavens themselves deciding his time had come to an end, couldn't he possibly have a shot at fading into the afterlife. Obviously, though, this danger had already passed and it was time for him to make that step. Ryu took a breath and exhaled slowly. Soul Quintessence. It was a legendary realm in Sacrum. And now he was about to take that step. Little woman, Ryu suddenly thought. After a moment, a pill magically manifested in his hand. That was right, he didn't have just one Tao protector, he had two. Chapter 1496 9 Life Destructions. Shit. Ryu could feel what his mother had done immediately. He couldn't even divert his focus to deal with it either. Why would he have any defenses up against his own mother? He was entirely focused on the task at hand and he had no measures to deal with the situation. It wasn't exactly dangerous and Ryu had planned on doing something similar himself, but it was difficult to force it like this. Whenever a life destruction was completed, in order for it to be a success, one needed a large amount of resources. These resources, while the body was in a destruction state, would be absorbed and then used to reconstruct it. Obviously, this energy would likewise be used to strengthen the body. This process of deconstruction into your smallest parts, followed by reconstruction with a larger amount of energy, was how body realm cultivators made the final steps toward the sky god realm. The success of your life destruction then counted on two factors. The first was how thorough your destruction was, that being how small you could blast the pieces of your body into. How well one did in this phase was essentially down to two factors. How strong you were in relation to your body and your willpower. The first factor decided how powerful the outward blast was initially. The more power you had in relation to your body, the more thorough the destruction would be. The second factor, though, left those that didn't with a chance. The first felt contradictory. The more powerful you managed to make your body, the more difficult it would be to complete a destruction, and thus the less thorough your destruction would be. However, that was where the second factor came in. If you had the willpower, you could lengthen the destruction process, sending out pulses of energy again and again until your body was thoroughly destroyed. Or, you could even use an external source to destroy yourself. This would make the process much harder on yourself, but it would be worthwhile in the end. Ryu obviously didn't need to deal with this. He had more power within himself than he even knew what to do with. A single careless blast of primordial chaos chi was enough to rip his body to shreds. What was left, then, was the second phase. This phase was dictated by only one matter. How much energy could you withstand? Ryu, obviously, as this was his second life destruction of the 9-pillar flame sex taboo path, could consume a great deal of energy. In addition, his comprehension of the 9 pillars, especially with the help of his quasi-mature Tao, increased his capacity further. His comprehension of the 9 pillars was equivalent to a fragmented sky god of the sect, but he was still firmly yet to enter the god realms. On top of that, he had his bloodlines that were quite difficult to satiate on top of his bone structure, which felt like a bottomless abyss. And yet, his mother brought him to his absolute limits instantly. The beauty of life destructions was that improper or incomplete foundations could always be made up for in future life destructions, so long as your will was strong enough. Ryu's mother had clearly seen through flaws that even he had, but he wasn't surprised by this in the slightest. Ryu knew from the beginning that his first life destruction wasn't perfect. After all, he had done it hastily and the treasure chosen weren't optimal either. The reason he had never panicked about it was because he knew what his mother was doing right now. His foundation was imperfect? Fine, just fill it with energy until it had no choice but to become perfect. Luckily, Ryu was prepared. Another reason he had insisted on breaking his soul through first was so that he could handle this situation with ease. He was truly an anomaly. Not only did he have comprehension of the 9 pillars beyond what even the 9-pillar flame sex experts would deem reasonable, he had a soul that was already comparable to a false sky god, even though it had only just broken into realms that should have been equivalent to fragmented sky gods. This seemed like just a single level, but the gap between sky god realms was absolutely enormous. The fact Ryu was already at this stage when he had yet to even bring himself to the limit of fragmented soul quintessence was unconscionable. All of this made life destructions that should have put him on the edge of life and death flow freely. Well, about as freely as you could hope for with his mother unleashing her sadistic tendencies upon him. When Himari realized that Ryu could handle being pushed to his brink after his second life destruction completed, when his third began she pushed it just a little beyond. Ryu felt like he was being suffocated from all sides. Under these conditions, usually the energy would be wasted and dispersed. But because it was under his mother's control, the energy only flowed in a single direction. Toward him. Even after he formed the skeleton of his body, he was still being pumped with more energy than he could handle, and it made him feel bloated, as though he was about to explode again, but this time toward death instead of a life destruction. He grit his teeth inwardly. If his potential wasn't enough to take on this energy, then he would just have to increase his potential. It had been a long time since he did any sort of masochistic training, or at the very least it wasn't usually by choice. And though this wasn't exactly his choice either, he embraced it wholeheartedly. This was the kind of cultivation he wanted. At that moment, just when Ryu was at his limits, his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation trembled and a soft wisp of light was released. It enveloped Ryu's body and suddenly he absorbed all of the excess energy at once. If Ryu's eyes had fully formed, they would have been wide open. Did what he think just happened actually happen? His body snapped back into reality and he looked down seriously. Just now, when he had been pushed to his absolute limits and refused to back down, his spiritual foundation had. Was that possible? Did he imagine that? The beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Could it be that it could push more than just chi and natural treasures toward that extreme? Ryu's gaze sharpened. Almost immediately, his body exploded for the third time as he began his fourth life destruction. Himari slowly shook her head. She could feel what happened just now as well, and she innately understood what Ryu wanted to do. But she was in awe nonetheless, not with her son's spiritual foundation, but just the fact he could push himself continuously like this. Most took breaks between life destructions not just to solidify their foundations, but also to give their minds a break. Each destruction was like experiencing death, and until your body came back together you would be riding that edge. She sighed. Her son, though, had already truly taken his life once before. And back then, He hadn't even been certain of what was on the other side. This time, he felt that his life was in both his hands and her own. Compared to that, what fear should he have? She gathered up far more energy than last time, paying close attention to see the changes. As Ryu took step after step, he began to understand his spiritual foundation more and more. Couldn't just limitlessly increase his potential. Or, more accurately, the method by which it did so was extremely important. He could just overload himself with energy and wait for his spiritual base to do something. He had to really ride the edge of pain and agony, moving slowly as he approached his own extreme, until that mysterious energy finally kicked in. He had to imagine himself like a flame slowly approaching the extremes of heat, before it suddenly became the most piercing, biting cold. Or like infinity mist, he had to become an ice so bold and solid that it eventually was pushed beyond, becoming a mist that carried the weight of worlds in a single spritz. When his spiritual base sensed Ryu riding that edge, it would help give him a little nudge to push himself over. If Ryu went too far, he would die. If he didn't push himself enough, his spiritual base would ignore him and he would just be sitting in agonizing pain for no reason. This was the perfect case to push himself to his limits. This wasn't only because his life destructions were the perfect conduit for pushing himself like this, but also because his mother was in control of how much energy was forced into him. Thanks to this, he could focus entirely on maintaining his willpower as he rode that edge. And like this, he completed his fourth destruction, his fifth, his sixth. His momentum didn't stop as his bloodlines finally passed into the omniscient barrier and inched toward lordship. His seventh was completed, then his eighth. On the ninth, even in a mist of blood, his 9 pillars blinked boldly, making him look like a golden cloud rather than the cloud of blood and gore he truly was. His strength was abundant and he felt like he could break the body of a fragmented sky god with a single fist. Then, his body began to come together once more. With every destruction and reconstruction, his understanding of his body deepened, especially that of his bone structure. He could truly feel its weight. When his bloodlines entered the Lord grade, his entire attention moved to his bone structure. It was already a talent of the highest order. There was nothing to improve in terms of talent. In terms of strength, though, that was a different matter. Give me everything you have. Ryu's will echoed, and he poured all of his mother's life chi into his bones. He wanted more. The gate of the body god realm towered right before him. Chapter 1497 My Own. Ryu had spent most of the last several decades of his life in an idol. Most of the time in the black hole's range was spent repeating the same monotonous task again, and again, and again. As such, especially with the strength of his mind, he had a lot of time to think about other things. In one of his many streams of thought, he thought about how important the soul quintessence was to Sacrum. It was a legendary realm, one that even sky gods could reach. And he couldn't help but wonder just how much of that was due to Sacrum's weakness, and how much of it was a hidden truth that lay right before his eyes. What was it about Sacrum that made the soul quintessence realm different? If he thought back, Sacrum didn't have concepts for the sky god realm, at least not in the general sense. Back in Sacrum, failing to become a sky god represented the fragmented sky god realm, and only if your Tao was strong enough could you become a true sky god. Most true sky gods didn't become false sky gods first. They instead leapt direction to the true sky god realm. How the system worked wasn't entirely important to Ryu. What was important was the fact that Sacrum's sky god realm system was completely different, so why didn't it work the same for the mental realm? Although there were some slight differences, the emphasis on soul quintessence was still the same. And that made Ryu quite curious. Why was that? What was he missing? He didn't exactly need to figure all of these things out for himself, so he asked the one person he could at the time. The little woman. He didn't receive the response he wanted out of it. And how could he? The little woman didn't have any familiarity with Sacrum, so she wouldn't know. To her, the soul quintessence realm was the soul quintessence realm, separated into 9 states of quintessence, each one the equivalent of sky god realms from fragmented to origin. Much the same way, following a similar scheme, the body realm became enlightened body realms. Until this point, the body realms were as simple as they came. There was no comprehension needed, just pain. Despite the change in name, nothing about this changed. Instead, The body realms chased such a depth of simplicity that with would become complexity. It was a realm where every movement of the body would cause the heavens to move and tremble along with your intentions. If one heard this, it would sound a lot like the golden runes around Ryu, or rather, golden runes that were inconspicuously missing. Since he had entered Sacrum, these golden runes hadn't been mentioned a single time because they simply weren't around him any longer. In these years, Ryu had come to understand another limitation of his rewards. The Room of White had taught him how to enter the state of oneness with the heavens, but it hadn't taught him how to maintain it. As time passed, his body would change in countless unknowable ways, his strength would grow and he would have to learn to control it. His chi would evolve and gain different properties. Even as his comprehensions evolved, the laws around him would manifest in different ways, meaning he would have to move at a different cadence to be in tune with them. Ryu had realized this immediately, and he didn't have an immediate solution. But when his lines of fate returned, although they were blurry, it felt like his thoughts had clicked into place. If he wanted to maintain that oneness with the heavens, he would have to do something that would allow him to rely on himself and not an external treasure like the Room of White to improve himself. Right now, he could feel that path more clearly than he ever had before. Soul quintessence. It meant perfection, the very essence of it. But perfection of what was the question? Enlightened body. It also represented perfection, but down a different path. One pushed across layers of complexity, the other through layers of simplicity. To enter soul quintessence was to take your soul and allow it to grow. Spiritual chi became spiritual quintessence. And what was it the quintessence of? It was none other than a representation of your path itself. For one with a soul nature, its path couldn't have been more obvious. To enter the enlightenment body realms was to root your body in godhood, shedding mortality and bring you closer and closer to the heavens. With every step of refinement was a step closer toward that realm of absolute simplicity. They fed into one another rather well. However, Ryu had yet to pick his soul quintessence. Though his soul had already breached that barrier, he had left it in a complete limbo because he wanted to accomplish this first. He sank into deeper and deeper states of meditation as his enlightenment took hold of him. Cosmos fog poured into his soul and his 7 spirits and 3 souls lit up. He was able to feel that connection between his body and soul more clearly than ever before. His soul nature was a representation of what his soul was then very best at, but did his body not have their own souls? He wanted something core to himself, something so central and foundational to his very being that it couldn't just be taken away or just fade with time like everything else seemed to. He wanted a world of his own. Space and time already had the fabric he needed. What he was missing was a tiny kernel of something different, something that was able to make it his own. And that was where his cosmos fog came in. It was the very core of his bone structure, a mysterious energy that seemed capable of separating him from the bounds of this current reality, forming his own. It too was built on a foundation of space and time. It was, after all, this sort of comprehension that had allowed the heavens to grant him his bone structure in the first place. What would his quintessence be? What journey of enlightenment would he take? He felt that they curiously be better as one. He would call it the cosmos quintessence. Boom! Ryu's body trembled. 7 points of light circles in his body, 3 points of light in his forehead. His breathing entered an odd sort of rhythm, and although he wasn't moving, the dense fog of chi around him seemed to form its own arms. Every time his heart reverberated, the fog would move. As though a Buddha in deep meditation, layered upon a Tai Chi master in a somber state, they moved in a steady, beautiful sort of cadence. The runes began to appear once more. In these decades, Ryu's strength hadn't increased by a large enough measure for the golden runes to completely vanish. The real reason they didn't appear was because he was storing them deep within him. He had been spending every waking moment comprehending how they formed, how they took shape, how they strengthened his movement. And now, he would make them his. The golden runes began to turn from gold to silver, radiating a resplendent light brighter than the golden runes had ever been. In that instant, Ryu's soul suddenly changed. His spiritual sea became so thick that it was able to be called one anymore. It was more like an endless plain of thick, black oil, Even the gentle waves that usually colored its surface were far more muted. The void began to tremble around him. The fog of chi around him almost seemed to solidify into illusions. One Ryu after another layered atop of him, as though he was looking through every law of causality at once. Boom! Ryu's Tao fused into one once again. The flood of strength caused the entirety of sacrum to rumble and roll, the might of a founding Tao causing every other present Tao to dim. In fact, even if they tried to use their Taos now, they would find themselves completely unable to. All at once, a flood of strength poured into Ryu and finally, he felt his eyes twitch. It was different from what he had experienced before. It was different from just a sharpening of his vision. He was able to feel it as though it was just barely over a hill he was climbing past. Ryu exhaled a slow breath and the fog moved again. Rather than layering upon him, they split out. One was wreathed in chains, the other had a blindingly radiant pair of rings, and the last was an amorphous blob without pondered or structure. Their auras would flare from time to time as though Ryu was testing something, but every time he didn't like it, he would disperse it and then try again. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he looked up into the skies. Reflecting in his pupils, a radiant silver star sat. A star that looked so familiar, and yet so foreign at the same time. You want to take my fate away? Okay, I'll make my own. The divine chain and divine wings shattered. Their two foggy constructs fusing into the amorphous blob that suddenly became a small, rotating star. It was a star that looked exactly like his fate star. His Tao fed into it and quickly began to expand more and more powerful until it expanded once, and then twice, doubling in size every time. Nothing would bind him again. Ryu's white phoenix spiritual foundation shook, soon followed by his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. Their cosmic seeds began to bind and intertwine, forming separate godhoods of their own. As the silver star grew in size, it quickly began to resemble something else as well. A certain silver star that gave Ryu his spacetime soul affinity to begin with. Erdiel's note. I always had a theory that the owner of that silver star was a future Ryu. This kinda just makes me even more confident of that theory. Could still be wrong, but I'm kinda leaning towards it more now. Chapter 1498 rumbled. Was it a true fate star? When Ryu felt it succeed in forming, he knew that that wasn't the case. It didn't even have the slightest control over fate, nor could it seem to absorb heavenly fate. Instead, it was rather like his own kernel, a seed for something that it might be able to become in the future. Chapter 1499 deserved. Ryu didn't feel any sort of pressure. After all the hard work that he had put in to finally reach this point, stepping into godhood was far easier than he could have imagined. There was no tribulation like he was expecting. There was no sudden change that put his life on the line. It even felt like in one moment he was breathing in, preparing himself, and in the next it was already done. And when he finally opened his eyes, it was like the world had begun to flourish with colors. A gentle smile spread across Ryu's handsome features, his gaze quite calm as he watched the stream of colors around him. Ephemeral tapestry. It was back. His heavenly pupils were finally back. Ryu just sat in silence, observing the world with his own eyes for what felt like the first time. These eyes had been by his side for 1,000 years in his first life. In his second life, it had followed him the moment he awakened his memories. These last years without it had felt like a part of him was missing. He had expected a rush of strength, but instead, it was like a gentle, soothing stream. Everything was right in the world. He looked down at the world around him and his gentleness finally moved from its baseline. What the hell happened to the shrine plane? It wasn't that it was destroyed, but rather that it looked almost too whole. After all the battles that took place here, battles that surpassed Sacrum's cap of power, the shrine plane had taken a real beating. It looked like crumbled porcelain. Ryu believed himself that the only reason it was still being held together was 1, because of Shrine Mountain's presence, and 2, because of the shrines themselves. But now it truly looked whole. Although it had an odd stream of oddities like lands of lava right next to lands of ice and cold, it was truly whole, and it was beautiful in its own sense of the word. It was like nature had come together in perfect harmony, while the stretch of land beneath Ryu directly was endlessly beautiful. Lush trees and grasslands, calming lakes, wide blue skies, a temperature that was neither too hot nor too cold. It was truly a paradise. That was when Ryu realized that this stretch of perfection extended for what was easily tens of thousands of miles, while the lands of lava and cold that were side by side were millions of miles away. It was just that he could see them as though they were right before his face. Ryu knew that it was in part so easy to do this because he was still in Sacrum, but the feeling was still intoxicating, as though the entire world was in the palm of his hands, as though he could finally control his own fate once again. Finally, Ryu looked inwardly and his gentle smile brightened. The lines of fate within him, even though he had yet to strengthen his Tao, might as well have been written in plain English and laid out right before him. He almost laughed. How could lines of fate fade away from him now that he had his eyes back? In fact, lines of fate, Ryu whispered. In that moment, the faint lines within his body strengthened, and then strengthened again. Then, he pulled them out one by one, laying them out in a tapestry of symbols that looked almost like a rolling scroll. Focus! Ryu slipped into a deep state of meditation without even trying. In fact, breath of quintessence, the highest state of meditation there was, in a single bound. Of course, this was also because this place was sacrum. But even so, the strength of his heavenly pupils simply seemed to be on a whole other level, and why wouldn't it be? He had not only unsealed all 999 seals, he had poured so many black-veined spirit-seeking lilies into his body. Black-veined spirit-seeking lilies were designed precisely to mutate and evolve. It had even allowed Ryu to gain several trillions of years of cultivation in an instant, when his previous limit was just a few hundred years. As though that wasn't enough, he then underwent a rebirth, and then he had to recultivate in the true martial world all the way up to the Sky God realm before they finally unsealed. One thing that Ryu had learned in his relatively short life was that the more difficult something was to accomplish, not only was it all the more satisfying, but the rewards at the end of the figurative rainbow were likewise on a whole other level. He had gone through blindness for years just to finally regain his eyes back, and now all that pain and grit was paying off. This was what he deserved. This was what he had worked for. He reached forward, running a hand through the lines of fate as though they were tangible. Fascinating, he mumbled beneath his breath. Reading through the progression path the heavens expected for his body was truly enlightening. Before, he could only see up to the fragmented realm, his current realm. But now, he could see all the way up to the omniscient realm before things began to get somewhat blurry. In fact, he felt that he could read all the way up to the Tao God realm if he wanted with just some time and patience. His eyes were on an entirely different level, and so were these rewards. Who could claim to know the path to the Tao God realm with absolute assurance? Even a Tao God couldn't do such a thing for their disciple, and yet here it was. For one, Ryu had already deviated from the path, taking his bone structure and his soul, then fusing his body realm and mental realm cultivation into a new and oddly intertwined path that fed off one another, wasn't in the heavens' plan for him. In this regard, he had already stepped off the path of the heavens, but he didn't want to take a step back either. He quite liked this path of his, and he felt it had more potential than what was being shown to him here. With this new path of his, not only had he succeeded in crafting a vessel that could finally take on his founding Tao, he was able to make that feeling of oneness with the heavens permanent. Ryu took a breath, and fluttering silver runes formed around him like migrating butterflies. It was a truly beautiful sight, and one that left him at even more peace. That said, that didn't mean that he would ignore the suggestion of the heavens. There were great insights here, ones that he could use to help and refine his path further. What was interesting, though, was that there was nothing in these lines of fate about his taboo paths or even the white runes of the White Phoenix. But he understood this as well. Whether it was the taboo paths or the white runes, both existed outside the purview of the heavens, so the heavens obviously couldn't give him advice on their use. However, when it came to the true uses of his spiritual foundation, methods of maximizing the use of his realm heart and his beyond perfect spiritual foundation, or ways to implement and use his chaos chi and its own branching abilities, this was all knowledge that Ryu would greedily consume. Erdiel's note. Huge buff, I'm kinda scared bro is gonna get mega nerfed again soon. An Awespec classic. Chapter 1500 Dead Man. Ryu wasn't sure exactly how strong he was now, but he was sure that he had significantly closed the gap against 8th Heaven geniuses, especially since the weight of his Tao counted just that faintest bit more due to the fact he had a vessel to use it now. Honestly speaking, the only thing he was lacking in were the techniques to maximize his strength. Anything that he had learned previously would obviously be useless now, and even if he was still in the World Sea realm, if he was honest with himself, it wouldn't make a difference. For a long while now, Ryu had lacked techniques to use. Aside from absolute domain, and some general methods of the Radiant Starsect's core materials, he had nothing else to use aside from his own power and skill. The final time he had learned a Tao charm technique, he hadn't even stepped foot into the true martial world yet. It had truly been that long. He wondered if the gap between him and those geniuses might no longer be just a case of his raw talent or power output, but in terms of their technique foundations. He contemplated about this problem for a fair bit, and by that he meant a few minutes before he placed it to the side. Even if he wanted to find some techniques suitable to him, where would he do so? The Radiant Starsect was a good bet, and he felt that there was maybe a reason his Tao was so perfectly suited to the shape of a star, but Ryu was pretty much still the very identical Ryu. Relying on the Radiant Starsect wasn't in his blood. Of course, he would return after he was done here, and of course he would use their techniques. But what he meant by rely was that he wanted his own techniques, his own methods to use his power, his own strength, so arrogant bastards like the chaotic space Tao Sovereign couldn't try and lead him by the nose. Well, the initial step toward that end is understanding myself, Ryu thought simply. The initial thing Ryu did was summarize what the lines of fate did tell him about his skills. First was his bone structure. He had already deviated from the path the heavens intended, but that didn't faze him. Paying attention to this anyway would tell him more about its hidden abilities. Unsurprisingly, the boundless cosmos bone structure tended toward a domain-type ability at its very strongest. The cosmos fog was a perfect method of cutting an area off from the heavens and forming up your own. The boundless cosmos bone structure's best path, according to the heavens, was to synergize with his spacetime soul nature and form a region of time and space that was all his own. In mentioned region, the bounds of reality would be far more in his control. The progression path was quite simple, and that was just to strengthen his body. The stronger his body became, the stronger his bone structure would be, and the more imposing his cosmos fog could act toward the heavens themselves. Ryu found it a bit interesting that the boundless cosmos bone structure seemed to be encouraged to step out of the bounds of the heavens, while his taboo powers were punished for doing the same. The reason wasn't all that hidden, though. Everything described was just a temporary measure. There wasn't any permanence to it, and nothing that separated him from the heavens completely. Ultimately, his bone structure, while following this path, would still be firmly rooted in this reality. This was obviously not the route Ryu wanted to go. When he initially learned about his bone structure, his first contemplated was toward that fanciful dream of his of forming the 10th heaven within himself. His bone structure seemed to allow a chance to do just that. However, there were still some clues within this path. For example, using his cosmos fog more like it was an inheritance than a bone structure would be an interesting application method. That would give his cosmos fog some structure that would not only allow it to be more powerful and effective, but also lessen the amount he had to use to achieve the identical result. If he had had this, then his ability to trick Primus would have been far easier. Thinking of Primus, Ryu sent a glance into the skies. He truly was not there, and what was more interesting was that now that he could gaze upon his fate star whenever he wanted, it was not without chains and spinning normally. Aside from that, its bright lights had dimmed considerably, and it looked not much different from any other fate star in the endless skies. Ryu was easily able to put 2 and 2 together. Primus had released him from his fate star's chains and used that as the method to sever their final bit of karma. Unfortunate, Ryu chuckled. He had some plans for making Primus' life a living hell once he was finished with this, but it seemed like this wasn't in the cards for him. But he had another odd thought. If Primus had known about the chains, then why not do this from the very start? Then, Ryu understood. To Ryu, Primus had waited for Ryu to die. That way the act of unleashing his fate star was less impactful, and thus the karma exchanged was just enough to not form positive karma. Essentially, if Primus had acted any earlier, not only would Ryu have been released, all of his initial potential would have been the same, and that would defeat his purpose. Although that could have been fixed by harming Ryu directly, Primus was too prideful to attack a junior who was also far weaker than him, so he chose this route instead. All of this made perfect sense to Ryu, though he didn't know that it was inaccurate. Even if he knew the truth, though, would it matter? The ultimate truth was that Primus had stood on the sidelines while his family was completely slaughtered. In Ryu's book, he was a dead man. Chapter 1501 isn't that. Ryu moved on to a more interesting path, that being his Meridians. He wanted to see if there were any other odd deviations that the chaotic silk Meridians would need to take after entering the Sky God realms. It felt good to know he could read the perfect path now and wouldn't have to stumble around blindly. But in an irony of all ironies, he could only bitterly chuckle at the result. Of course, it would be the case that his chaotic silk Meridians would fly the straight and narrow from now on. Other than the fact it would support 2 spiritual foundations now, it couldn't have been any simpler. He just had to progress both. If anything, the only anchor holding him back was his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. This was because improving it was a headache. Although he wouldn't have to gather any more treasures, just the sheer amount of energy it would take was mind-numbing. By the time he was ready to enter the false Sky God realm, he would probably have to have absorbed as much as one would have to in order to enter the true Sky God realm. And from there, it would only get worse. Of course, that didn't include the White Phoenix spiritual foundation either, so just to become a false Sky God, Ryu would have to gather the average energy of someone closer to a perfect Sky God. This is just asinine. My talent isn't even certainly better than those of the 8th heaven or higher, and I'm sure they don't have to go through this much trouble. Ryu chuckled at himself and shook his head. His talents were great, but they had yet to synergize like those of the 8th heaven and above had. Due to this, not only was he not 100% confident just yet in having surpassed them, their progression was also leagues simpler than his own. Perfect. Just how I like it. I love getting kicked, heavens. Keep it coming. Ryu was in a great mood, honestly. None of what he was reading fazed him. But when he caught sight of something else, his heart skipped a beat. The words echoed in his ears, and he subconsciously knew that it was referring to his second pair of Meridians. A pair that he had honestly ignored outside of its ability to heal him. He cross-referenced what he was perusing with what was coming from the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, and he settled into a certain understanding. Indeed, the beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was able to form a second pair of Meridians for you based on your first. However, it couldn't do this with just any pair of Meridians, or at the very least, you would need to bring a pair you had to an extreme first. Ryu obviously didn't have to put in so much effort. His chaotic silk Meridians were already at that level, and so he gained his second pair immediately. What was interesting, though, was the fact that this second pair of Meridians, the embryonic essence Meridians as the heavens called it, had never existed before. This was odd because Ryu was fairly certain that there was a counterpart to his chaotic silk Meridians that granted use of essence as opposed to chaos chi. So he was wondering why he acquired this pair of Meridians instead of the natural selection. The answer, though, seemed to be hidden within him. His chaotic silk Meridians were connected with his White Phoenix spiritual foundation. The two had a spiritual sort of connection, and they were as one. Even now, his embryonic essence Meridians hadn't connected with his White Phoenix spiritual foundation, and was only connected to his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation. According to the heavens, the first thing he should do was complete this link and thus the loop of his Meridians. This way, he would have 2 Meridian pathways and 2 spiritual foundations, all of which were interconnected. However, this wasn't what had truly caught his attention. What was more interesting was the implied connection between his embryonic chi, the White Phoenix, and the white heavenly patterns, not to mention the mysterious white flame he still could not properly pronounce the name of. The number of benefits for completing this link and loop within his body were too many to name, but just to paint the picture of how important this matter was, once Ryu succeeded in forming the connection, he would be able to use his embryonic chi as the conduit for his White Phoenix heavenly patterns. It had to be remembered that the White Phoenix heavenly patterns could break the laws of the heavens much like the unbalanced mantra could. If he could use his embryonic chi in this way, the limitations it had begun to stack in its ability to heal his body would practically vanish. On top of that, Ryu would finally gain a method of striking with his embryonic chi as well. Heavenly patterns might as well have been techniques distilled down into fundamental runes. This breakthrough would be the equivalent of Ryu suddenly gaining a depository of technique methods for his chaos chi. That also gave him another idea. Were there heavenly patterns that he could use that would be compatible with his chaos chi? He wasn't sure. Even his dark phoenix heavenly patterns were firmly on the side of order. Just because something was dark didn't mean that it was chaotic. Death, in some ways, was the ultimate sign of order. Once again, he was getting ahead of himself, though, because completing this loop didn't seem like a simple task. For one, the White Phoenix spiritual foundation was a bit unruly. But that wasn't his main concern. The only time it was simple to form such a link was during the spiritual severing realm. The second easiest time was meditating on the experience of the spiritual severing realm's success. Ryu had not only skipped over the spiritual severing realm, he had no experience with this at all. In addition, he was a sky god now. Changing his body prior to godhood was an almost simple task, but now it was like everything had been locked into place. Given the strength of his body, if he wanted to succeed, he would need at least a perfect grade god herb. But even that wouldn't help his lack of experience in the matter at all. Fantastic, Ryu thought, a little bit less amused. He suddenly gazed up and smiled. What was this guy doing back home? Hey, over there. Isn't that Primus' disciple? The man in the distance faltered before his fury streaked through the skies. Ryu, you son of a bitch. If I don't tear you limb from limb dash. A string of curse words echoed through Sacrum. Chapter 1502 Redder. Ianger had been in a decent mood. He was finally back home after such a long while, and the fire shrine ended up being far more useful to his cultivation than he had thought it would be. But then, just when he was on the verge of a minor breakthrough, there was a huge surge from it, and the shrine practically kicked him out as though he was some dog by the roadside. Before he could even understand what was happening, the entire plane entered a state of chaos, and he was thrown around from left to right, and then right back to left as though he was a puppet on a string. Just when the commotion finally stopped and he regained his bearings, he realized that Ryu was in the distance, and he didn't even need to think to know that it was this little bastard that had ruined all of his fun. But as though Ryu wasn't satisfied with just this alone, he actually called him that bastard's disciple? This was information he hadn't even personally told Ryu. Instead, it was all because he had stepped into that stupid trial and let that stupid, sadistic bastard get a hold of him to sever karma. Fuck him. Fuck Ryu. Fuck this whole Tatsuya family. He roared and made a move, but to his shock, when Ryu retaliated something he had already expected, the strength was far beyond what he was expecting it to be. As usual, Ianger was controlling his strength. One would think that Ryu would show a little bit of courtesy for that and provide some kindness in return. Ryu did nothing of the sort. Ianger's eyes widened as Ryu's fist seemed to phase through his own, colliding with his chest like a speeding meteor. Ianger was sent flying backward, his body arching and the back of his clothing setting on fire. Before he could even crash into the ground, though, he phased through and into the void. It wasn't under his own power at all, but rather that of Ryu's. The feeling of weightlessness and disorientation hit him in waves, and it only got worse when he suddenly found himself in the chaos plane. Ianger's eyes opened wide. How had this happened? One couldn't just casually teleport a person around as they pleased, especially when that person was beyond yourself. Ianger was already an omniscient sky god, and that minor breakthrough he was about to make earlier would have put him well on the way to stepping into the next minor level. Transcendent sky gods could already attack those hidden within the void, so sending one that was already past that level into the void without their consent was nigh impossible. He could already tell that Ryu had somehow broken through to the sky god realm in just a few short years. But this wasn't enough. It wasn't nearly. A punch collided with Ianger's face, and he was sent crashing through a planet, his body bowing and rebounding like the plucked string of a lyre. All of his thoughts vanished, and the only thing he could remember was rage. His eyes flashed open, and a current of flames shot out from around him. Was it shameless to use his fire pupils on someone 3 cultivation realms beneath him? Yes. Did he care? No. Ryu shot through the flames as though they weren't there at all, causing Ianger to be shocked one more time. What the hell was? Another strike to the face. Ianger knew they were fists. He would recognize a knuckle even if it hit him at Mach 2500 and only for the briefest instant. though this situation wasn't even much different from that exaggerated example. And yet, each one still felt like a slap. Looking up, and meeting Ryu's eyes, he grit his teeth. This son of a bitch managed to get his heavenly pupils back. It was no wonder. With those broken pair of eyes, even if Ryu was of weaker talent and weaker strength, if he restricted his power to Ryu's level, even if Ryu couldn't harm him, he would still toy with him like this. Fine. Since he wanted to play games, he would show him what it truly meant to be a perfect sky god. Come die, you prick. The flames retreated into Ianger's body, and he closed his gaze while placing a hand behind his back. If he was going to be shameless, he was going to be shameless to the very end. Ryu's fist appeared before him again, and it phased through his defenses. Now, though Ianger could see it, Ryu was quite literally manipulating the lines of fate, not to change the future, but to change what Ianger could see. He was practically giving Ianger access to a small bit of his abilities, but rather than helping Ianger, this was confusing him. This was a self-created ability of Ryu's and a fusion of lines of fate and fate reversal. The latter formed the connection with the opposing party, and the former showed them what he wanted them to see. Ianger still couldn't see through it, but he didn't have to. The instant before Ryu's punch hit, all of those possible realities would have to choose one real one. Under no circumstances, when he was restricting his strength, he wouldn't be fast enough to react to that instant of time. But now that he was being shameless, who the hell cared? Bang! Ryu was compressed, flying back. It's my turn now. Ianger wailed on Ryu from all sides, beating him black and blue. However, at some point in time, Ryu's chuckles began to ring out, causing Ianger to pause for a moment. When this guy becomes such a masochist? Suddenly sensing something, Ianger's head snapped up. In the distance, a familiar white-haired beauty moved through the skies. Shit, was all Ianger could say before he was frozen in place. He could only lower his head like a wrong child, unable to look up. Son of a bitch? Bastard? Who was he cursing exactly? Damn it! Had he known she was here, would he have even dared to say such a thing? The sound of Ryu's chuckles only made him redder and redder. Chapter 1503. Not for him. Yes, ma'am? Of course, ma'am. I'll never say that again. Ma'am, you have my sincerest apologies, ma'am. Yes. I'll remember this day, ma'am. No, ma'am isn't the only thing I can say, ma'am. Ianger quickly spoke. Ryu was doing his best to hold back his laughter after being scolded as well. Truthfully, he didn't even know what he did wrong, other than it being obvious he had used his mother. Then again, that was probably enough for Himari to give him a stern talking to. It was amusing. The last time Himari had scolded him, he had been just about to turn 7 years old. It was a common occurrence back then. After his awakening ceremony, though, most things changed. Namely, Ryu changed. Though one part of it was likely because his mother wanted to go easier on him because of the trauma his failure had caused. Ryu didn't believe that if he had taken a different path, his mother would have just stood by the side as he became a profligate playboy. Most of the reason he had been spared was because he had practically entirely lost his sense of playfulness. Life wasn't fun for him, so he made it about work. It was hard to find something to pick at when your child spent 95% of their life in a library. Though now looking back, that was probably a blessing in disguise. The original Ryu would have never wasted his time on the arts or the library. He would have never become a ruin master either. It was far too boring. He had liked to fight, and he had spent practically every waking minute swinging around his spear. Finally, Himari seemed satisfied and let Ianger go, causing him to walk away dejectedly. Only after she was finally gone did Ianger give Ryu a death glare. Ryu grinned. Why are you looking at me like this? I got rebuked too. Ianger clamped a hand over Ryu's mouth. What the hell is wrong with you? Look at you, what way? Are you trying to get me into trouble again? It was just a normal look. Okay? A normal look. Ryu burst into a fit of laughter. Is mother that scar? Ianger's hand clamped down harder. Stop! Ryu got a hoot out of that one. Ianger was probably, what? At least closing in on 1 billion years old by now. And look at him. One would think that he was still a toddler. So do you want me to keep calling you Ianger? It's a stupid name, it makes you sound like some giant brute. Though I guess that's not far from the truth. Ianger's nose wrinkled. When will you ever tire of speaking bullshit? Yes, just call me Ianger. AI. Giving up the name your parents painstakingly thought up for you in favor of something else. Ryu sighed and shook his head. I hope they never find out about this. One of these days I'm going to strangle you to death, and it will be your fault. What are you performing here, anyway? What happened with the true nether plane? Chaos. Ianger shook his head. You love to trigger trouble, and then up and disappear as though life doesn't go on after you. Ryu knew that this was a dig at his suicide, but hey, since he had mentioned Primus and then Ianger's parents soon afterward, he felt like he deserved it, so he just laughed. The fire giants are still looking for Primus. I would have gotten swept up into it, so I had to leave sooner rather than later. I'm not that bastard's disciple, nor was I ever. But they wouldn't believe that. And what about Empana? Ryu asked. Ianger raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking about him? I felt a bit bad about how I left things. Ianger snorted. Look at how hard it was for you to admit that. Have some shame. Ryu shook his head. I'll do whatever I need to for power, but I have my own bottom line. I don't think I crossed it with Empana. Not even close. But it wasn't exactly the best thing to do. Ryu's senses weren't sharp enough to distinguish between sky gods back then. So he couldn't really tell Empana's nor Ianger's level. But what he had known was that they were both stronger than Mei's father. This went to show their sheer level of talent. Ianger convincing Empana to take him on rather than just directly killing them, and that had saved Ryu a whole lot of headache and probably heartache. On the one hand, Empana would have never made it so far without him, especially considering the plot of his stepmother. So, in a sense, Empana did owe him. But on the other, it could be argued that Empana had helped him out. Truthfully, Ryu sensed that he was just getting soft if there was a third hand to consider. The old him would have probably never thought about Empana again. After all, if he wasn't useful to the latter, would he have even lived long enough to take advantage of him in the first place? Even so, Ryu's was less sorry toward Empana and more so toward Ianger. After all, Empana and Ianger had been friends, and Ianger had used that trust to get Ryu in. Don't overcorrect and suddenly become a pansy, Ianger sneered. Empana and I are friends, but we're also rivals. In fact, we'll probably have a real battle soon enough. Though, it'll probably be delayed given the circumstances. Ryu knew that these two were probably part of the same sect of the 8th nether plane, and it seemed that not everything was harmonious up there. Though that made sense for the nether plane. It was a world of demons, after all. Speaking of which, you could probably participate in that tournament now. Well, you're still way too weak, but there's still some time considering your speed of improvement. An expression of ick spread across Ryu's face. He didn't have a lot of luck with tournaments. He didn't do well with sanctioned events, period. Back in the mortal plane, his father's man had attempted to kill him. On the pedestal plane, Patriarch Ember had tried to interfere and take his life. On the 6th heaven, he had been pushed to participate in that event to begin with. In the incomplete heavenly path, the Tao Sovereign had snatched away the inheritance he had already rightfully earned. All for what, exactly? Because he had the audacity to win. He adored to fight, but tournaments definitely were not for him. He was too good at pissing people off.
Chapter 1504 Intention.
What's with that look? Ianger's brows raised. Don't tell me the great Ryu Tatsuya is afraid of a little competition? Ryu shook his head. Annoyed by inconveniences is more accurate. I don't have the time to throw myself into danger, just to offend people whose heads are far bigger than their guts. Ianger understood what Ryu meant, but he was still surprised by it. No way the Ryu he knew would turn down something like this even if he knew what the outcome would be. Would Ryu definitely win? Ianger didn't believe so. He hadn't even met the minimum requirement to participate yet. Though, technically speaking, there wasn't really a minimum. It was more like a, if you're not foolish and don't want to die a premature death, you won't even attempt it if you're not at this level, kind of thing. However, what was Ianger's guilty pleasure if not making Ryu's life a living hell? Have you given voice to your sky god title yet? Ianger asked with a grin. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Did he have a sky god title? Yes, he did. He knew what it was, and it floated around in his mind just when Ianger asked. Just the thought of it caused the skies to split and the ground to rumble. The clouds above looked as though a million-mile blade had suddenly run through them. Of course, this didn't mean much. This was Sacrum, and there was no one in Sacrum, not even Primus himself, who had extra faith in this land. Ryu's feats were simply too outstanding, while Primus hadn't even made his presence known in this land in trillions of years. Ianger's grin widened. Tisk, tsk. It would be a real shame if you missed out. Just how disappointed would you be in yourself? A once-in-a-several epic opportunity vanishing merely like that. Oh, the humanity. Just get to the point, Ryu said, pinching his brows. He was beginning to have too good an influence on this man. He was almost as annoying as him now.
No rush.
Ianger wrapped an arm around Ryu's shoulders and stretched a palm out around the boundless skies before them. Let Big Bro paint a beautiful picture for you first. Ah, a sky god title, it's the so often forgotten, and maybe even worthy of being seventh pillar of cultivation. Some even believe that unlike the other pillars that are equivalent in value, the value of a title is beyond the other six because it represents not just itself, but a culmination of everything you are and aspire to be. Ryu sighed inwardly. He knew all this stuff, but he already knew there was no point in interrupting Ianger. The asshole might even restart from the beginning and accuse him of not listening. So, he merely let the man proceed since he really was interested in what was happening all of a sudden. The choosing of a title is about as difficult as it is important, though. Just how many experts have existed across all of time and space? There are only so many paths to follow, and usually the strongest of geniuses have ancestors to follow in the steps of, and even those without backing find themselves digging up remains and scurrying around like rats to find the inheritances of experts who had lived long ago. Ianger gave Ryu a pointed look, causing him to shake his head again. He was an esteemed ruin master. When had he become a scurrying rat now? He would remind Ianger that he owed his life to him, or else how else would they have made it out of that trial so easily? But once again he remained silent, a fact that made Ianger extremely happy. While he continued to talk, though, Ryu felt that he was correct. Although he was doing his best to annoy Ryu and drag this out, his words held some value. There were only so many paths to follow and the heavens only had so many daos. Although the 7th, 8th and 9th heavens had added artificial caps to the daos lower heavens could use, the fundamental truth was that there was a limit to the daos the heavens could manifest at once. There were only so many elements, only so many laws of the universe, only so many principles and fighting styles to follow. Ryu had absorbed extra protector spirits than anyone in the complete heavenly path. During that time, he had seen the same aspects of his muscle memory over and over and over again. If one took it a step further, it wasn't even merely the name itself. Not everyone was a ruin master like Ryu, and not every ruin master was also a master of linguistics like he was either. Most people didn't pick out the best and most special characters, or had to sift through thousands of languages before they found the perfect combination for them. As a result, what did that mean? It meant that what was most important behind a god title was its intention. There were probably trillions of languages in existence, and a mind-boggling number of word combinations between them. Someone might even think themselves clever and try to combine multiple languages into a single title. But none of it would matter. Even if two sky gods had completely different names, so long as the intention behind it was the same, they would clash. And once that happened, one would either have to swallow up the faith of the other, or deviate their path to avoid dying. Given that there were only so many paths, and thus only so many intentions a person could have, the difficulty of this matter was far greater than the thought Ryu had given it in the past. His god title was definitely grand and imposing, and it carried his will to rule above all. But was he really the only one to ever have such grand aspirations? And now that you comprehend some of the history, there's only one thing left, the difference between voicing your god title and not. Chapter 1505 Voice. Your god title can exist in two states, one that acts as a confirmation to yourself and the other that acts as a confirmation to the world. Before the Tao Lord realm, The gap between individuals who stand on either side wasn't enormous. However, upon reaching the Tao Lord realm, the difference between those that have voiced their god titles and those that had not become as vast as an endless chasm. One would assume them to be of two different god realms. Ryu raised an eyebrow. This he didn't know. In addition, at this point, the grade of your title becomes of invaluable importance. Ryu frowned. The grade of your title? Honestly, he had never thought about it. That was because he always felt that a god title was inextricably linked to your Tao. In fact, he wouldn't be surprised if most had a god title and a Tao title that were one and the same. Dividing Heaven was his Tao title, a worthy name for a founding Tao. Ah, don't be confused, lil bro. Big bro still has much more to explain. Ianger chuckled. The grade of your god title is linked to the grade of your Tao, but there is a range. In addition, the grade only really matters if you become a Tao Lord. Those that become Tao Lords, their weakest Tao level is that of a Dominion Tao, though most would have hegemonic Taos. You need at least a hegemonic Tao to gain a Lord grade title, though there's a small possibility of gaining a sovereign title that would boost your chances of entering the Tao sovereign realm in the future. Likewise, there's a very small chance that someone with a Dominion Tao might be able to snatch a Lord grade title as well. The same is true continuing onward. You have the best chance at a sovereign grade title if you have an ancient Tao, and an extremely small shot at a deity grade title. Finally, with a founding Tao, you have the best chance at a deity grade title, and since there's been so few with such a level, normally anyway. Ryu sighed. He knew that the other shoe was going to drop at some point. When could things ever be simple and easy for him? Anger grinned. I knew it. Just look at the snotty look on your face. You have a founding Tao, don't you? This is just perfect. He laughed so hard Ryu thought he might piss his pants. At this point, Ryu was speechless. Where was the clamor? Where was the shock? Where was the adoration? This is not the reaction you should have when you find out someone has a foundation Tao. How many years had it been since the last one was formed? You probably couldn't even count it normally. You had to group the years up into generations and count on a scale that only founding clans would comprehend. And yet here this man was, laughing it up and having the time of his life. Woo! Ianger wiped tears from his eyes. Normally, you really might have calm sailing ahead. Unfortunately, you're a BA asshole who's accumulated far too much bad karma. I just want you to know that you deserve this. In a century from now, the title steel will appear in the abyssal plane. It's an opportunity for people to change their fate, and it's said to be the one treasure capable of birthing a founding Tao dash. Ianger burst into a fit of laughter again. This time, he could only hold his stomach, keeling over. And because he had an arm around Ryu, he brought the latter down with him. By this point, Ryu was very much not amused. But Ianger's grip was too strong for him to pull out of despite the fact his body had undergone the equivalent of over 80 life destructions. Finally, Ianger stopped laughing and wiped away more tears. It's said that the title steal can not only help with voicing your title and increasing the chances of you picking up a title beyond your Tao grade, but if you pick appropriately and it resonates with your Tao, it can likewise give you a path toward improving your Tao. This is because rather than fighting against yourself, the title steal pits you against those of your own generation. So long as you stand at the top, regardless of whether you've met the standards on your own or not, the heavens will give you a path. Shit. I can't stop laughing. You're so pitiful. I can tell with one glance that your talents haven't fused down a single path yet. Your only advantage is probably your Tao, and now that heavens are conveniently opening a path up for everyone else. Go on and cry if you have to, lil bro. Big bro's shoulder is already here for you. Ryu was truly a little pissed off, but in the end he shrugged. Isn't that easy then? Ryu grinned. Ianger stopped laughed, suddenly feeling annoyed. What's that supposed to mean? Well, they have to beat those of their generation to gain the right for their title. And, Ianger's eyes narrowed. That means if they don't beat those of their generation, they're out of luck then, no? What are you trying to say? Ianger's gaze turned dangerous, but Ryu's grin only became wider. If I kill them all, what chance would they stand? Ianger fell into silence. Do you even understand what doing that would entail? Forget whether you would do it. Do you have any idea what the fallout would be? A lot of angry old bastards with a foot in the grave. Ryu nodded as though it was only a matter of course. I thought you wanted to avoid trouble? Also, you sound dangerously close to the martial gods right now. Avoid trouble? I'm not scared of trouble. I just don't like unnecessary inconveniences for little to not worthy rewards. But this is a worthy reward. What would the gaze on their faces be? After all these years of suppressing everyone else, of deciding who would possess which Daos, of which level, of robbing babies in their cradles and stealing their fates from them, how would the martial gods and the other 9 powers react to their own children being stripped of everything they've ever worked for? Ryu's grin turned from lively, light and radiant, to a dark, fiendish grin. Rage he had buried within him bubbled forth. The day I voice my god moniker is the day I'll crush all of their futures. Erdiel's note. We'll be busy the coming days. Delayed chapters will be the result. Chapter 1506 Heart versus Conviction. Ianger didn't say any more. He didn't know why he wasted his time to begin with. Those big clan and sect youths were anything but innocent. Even so, Ryu's eagerness to do it had thrown him off to some extent. You've misunderstood me, Ryu said after his murderous intent faded. There might be a smile on my face now, but I didn't suddenly become a good person. Ryu looked off into the distance. Once I become strong, I have no intention of gatekeeping who can and cannot become powerful. If my descendants are too weak to maintain the strength I built on their own, then they weren't worthy of it to begin with. Though I will, of course, give them probably the greatest advantages of anyone else. But that doesn't mean that I'll clutch my pearls as I'm making my way up the mountain. Ryu looked at Ianger seriously, the distance suddenly seeming much less interesting. I'm telling you now, but though you've made it to become an omniscient sky god, your temperament isn't firm enough yet. Are you trying to lecture me? Ianger sneered. Yes, I am. I've learned quite a lot about Dao hearts recently, and how powerful a Dao heart isn't decided by how solid it is. It's decided by how far it can bend without breaking. People have thought me to be inflexible in the past, and they were probably right. Inflexibility isn't the problem. It's how the desire of the word is displayed. I won't bore you with a lesson on linguistics, but I will give you an example. A person who has a Dao heart built on their undefeated win streak versus someone who has a Dao heart built on their will to assert victory no matter what. What is the difference? Ianger frowned. Those words sounded almost the exact same. A win streak versus claiming victory no matter what, weren't they the same just with different wording? However, since Ryu was asking, he knew that that wasn't the answer. Ryu shook his head. The second the person with a Dao heart built on a win streak loses, their path of cultivation is over. However, the person with the determination to win no matter what can lose. In fact, he can lose again and again and again. So long as he eventually wins and resolves the shadow in his heart, his Dao heart will continue to remain firm. Do you see the difference? Ianger's irises flickered. My Dao heart is powerful. I would put it up against anyone, even high-level sky gods. What makes it so powerful is its flexibility. I have the determination to rise to the top of the world. I have a clear goal and a clear method of execution. I can visualize what I want, feel what I want. Something as minor as feeling that my actions might be somewhat similar to the martial gods will never sway me. That is the difference between myself and Primus. He is inflexible. He thinks himself to be some great person of self-discipline and control, unwilling to sway his own Dao heart even for the sake of saving his own family. But that sort of Dao heart is brittle. When it meets a force that surpasses what it can withstand, its determination shatters into pieces and his path of cultivation will be severed. I determined not to lose sleep over crushing the dreams of others, even if a small minority of them didn't deserve it, because they wouldn't have lost sleep if the same thing had happened to me. But they wouldn't be responsible, Ianger almost growled. Wouldn't they be? Aren't they benefiting from the current system? How many of them have done anything to change it? Instead, they'll grow strong and then become another cog in the mission. They'll sigh and feel some small bits of guilt from time to time, but they'll never care enough to actually risk any of their own happiness for the sake of changing things. At best, They'll change the fates of one or two people around the edges, and only if their talents are astounding enough, of course, and only if they have fate with one another. How do you expect people to risk everything for strangers? Ianger's frown became deeper. You sound like a child. You know that, Ianger? Ryu's gaze never left his. If they have no obligation to risk themselves for strangers, then I have no obligation to change my plans for their sake either. Aren't they strangers to me as well? That's not the same. Inaction and action are not the same things. Ryu laughed. Isn't it? Inaction can often have even more devastating effects. Why don't you ask my Tatsuya clan? At least none of you were tortured for millions of years on end. Are we ranking levels of oppression now? What a novel pastime, Ryu chuckled. You're infuriating. I'm realistic and won't be changing for anyone, Ryu corrected. Don't take anything I've remarked the wrong way. I truly do not care if they have the heart to help out the less fortunate or not. I could care less. I determine make my own way up that mountain, and I don't need their pity. But when I'm taking action in the face of their inaction, don't paint me out to be the monster just because they have hearts of gold and convictions of shit. Ianger and Ryu's gazes clashed. In the end, Ianger shook his head and sighed. Try not to die, lil bro. It would be a shame if you didn't even get there after all this bloviating. Ryu grinned. I'll be just fine. I'm not planning on croaking until I can rip the spiritual foundation out of every martial god Tao god. Good luck with that. I have some cultivating to do. Ianger flashed and disappeared over the horizon while Ryu watched without saying much. Then he heard the click of a tongue. Little Ryu, how can you treat your only friend like this? You're going to make mother worry. Ryu was speechless. Why did his mother make it sound like he had an inability to make friends? Chapter 1507. Does it matter? In truth, Ryu understood Ianger's perspective. He wasn't a person of weak character, and Ryu knew that he could be ruthless when he had to be, or else he would have never made it to the omniscient sky god realm. Chapter 1508. Where? Himari shook her head and watched Ryu run away. She didn't bother to do anything, and why should she? She was in a very good mood. Even her injuries had been healed by the little woman's pill, so it wasn't strictly necessary for her to stay here any longer. Maybe after all this time, she could finally reunite with her husband. 100 years, Her eyes twinkled, then she too vanished. For a long while, the shrine plain would be entirely uninhabited. Ryu successfully escaped his mother. However, it seemed that his time in Sacrum had not ended yet as he sensed something. His playful expression vanished as he suddenly appeared before a familiar man. The king cultist of the cultist fairies, Ailsa's father, stood in a vast endless void. Ryu wasn't surprised by this in the slightest. After all, this was a common ability of the fairies, and Sacrum was also a much easier world to do it in. Part of the reason it had been so easy to bring Ailsa around with him during the start of his journey was because she could do this, though she was in the ethereal plane rather than the void. King Cultus was taken off guard, clearly not expecting Ryu's sudden appearance. He had sensed the commotion, much like everyone else of Sacrum had. But rather than ignoring it, he had actually come, his heart weighed down by something unspeakable. While he could hide from everyone else, though, it was impossible for him to hide from Ryu, and the latter sensed him almost immediately. Ryu didn't say anything as he observed the man. It wasn't a secret that there was no love lost between these two men. Ryu was hugely unsatisfied with his actions. But the straw that broke the camel's back wasn't how he had treated Ryu, but rather how he had treated his daughter. Ryu's choice to stand up to the martial gods for the sake of his mother was exactly that, his choice. But during that entire process, King Cultus did not show his face even a single time. One would have thought that the fairies had nothing to do with the fate of Sacrum at all. It was enough for Ryu to have little to no respect for this man at all. King Cultus' shock slowly ebbed away as he met Ryu's eyes. He could tell that he was no match for this young man. Even back then he was already no match considering what he had done to the martial gods. It could be said that the Tatsuya clan could go back to being the ruling power of Sacrum whenever it was they wanted. Ryu actually didn't know why he bothered to appear before this man. He didn't think he deserved to know what had happened to Ailsa either. After all, He didn't step up the last time Ailsa needed him most, so how would he step up now? Maybe it was just a petty desire to make sure this man knew that he was superior, and his nonsensical attempts to keep him and Ailsa apart were worthless before him then, and they certainly were worthless now. With that thought, Ryu seemed to have the intention of leaving directly, but King Cultus actually spoke. "My daughter," he said slowly. "She is not of this world anymore. What happened to her?" Ryu's gaze flashed like lightning. The pressure was so much that King Cultus fell to a knee, coughing up a mouthful of blood. "What do you mean she's not of this world anymore?" The low, rumbling Ryu's voice pressed into the deepest crevices of King Cultus' body, making even the marrow of his bones tremble. He coughed, hacking up another mouthful of blood, his brows vibrating with unwillingness and humiliation. However, Ryu's confusion made him more enraged than anything else. "You are her husband. How can you not know? You are her father, and where were you when it mattered most?" King Cultus seemed to deflate. Took Ryu a while, but he eventually got the answer he wanted. It seemed that while King Cultus was arrogant, he wasn't a wordsmith. "Not of this world" sounded like he was asking how Ailsa died, but he had meant the words in their literal sense. At first, he thought King Cultus was referring to how they had left Sacrum. Maybe whatever method he had used couldn't work outside the bounds of this middle world, and that would make sense. But after interrogating him about the timeline, Ryu quickly realized that this couldn't be the issue. The time the Cultist clan had lost connection with Ailsa was long after Ryu had stepped into the true martial world. So that couldn't have been the trigger. Could it be the time dilation of my eyes? The time Emperor Cultus mentions is, indeed, closer to the time I absorbed the Silver Star visualization. Ryu's heart felt heavy. It would make sense if the methods of the Cultist clan couldn't keep up with such a powerful time dilation. The fact it could even track Ailsa's life to the true martial world in the first place was already insane enough. If that was the case, then this information was entirely useless to him. Even so, he went to the Cultist clan and unceremoniously took the treasure used to track Ailsa away. It was clearly beyond anything that he had thought of before, not in terms of power, but rather in the unique path it followed. The ethereal plane was always one he didn't think much about, and even in the true martial world, he hadn't really heard much mention of it. But according to this, all of the ethereal planes were far more interconnected than other planes of existence were. This was why it was possible to track Ailsa even to the true martial world. The Cultist clan could do nothing to stop Ryu, especially given he had practically brought their Emperor clan back like a strung-up chicken. Were they unsatisfied? Yes. Did it matter to him? Not in the slightest. In fact, he wasn't even finished taking advantage of them just yet. He entered their libraries and unceremoniously spent a day going through their most core records. Even when they tried to hide things from him, his eyes found them instantly and read them anyway. It could be said that the Cultist clan's most important secrets were all laid bare before him. After he was finished, Ryu walked out from the library wearing a gloomy expression. But he found himself blocked once again, this time by his mother-in-law? Ryu was only making a guess, but he was fairly certain that he was correct. This sickly woman, who seemed to have a foot in the grave already, looked toward him with a light smile on her face. Ryu couldn't help but frown. He didn't like Ailsa's father, but he knew next to nothing about her mother. And truthfully, even if it was her father who looked this sickly, he would have still done something to save him, not because he was so soft-hearted, but rather because he didn't mind allowing his wives to take advantage of him. He could hate them, but he wouldn't let them die as it was no longer just about himself. "Child, you've finally visited." Queen Cultus spoke lightly. Ryu looked into her eyes and he relaxed. "I guess you can say that." Queen Cultus chuckled lightly. "Your personality is quite similar to my daughter's. I am not surprised that the two of you are life partners."